Bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 1 to Chapter 59. Young master, it's time to get up and eat breakfast. An aged but very serious voice sounded by Zhao Hai's ear. Zhao Hai didn't pay it any mind, only feeling a terrible headache. He thought that his computer wasn't turned off, and that he was memorizing lines from a TV show inside. But that voice continued, "Young master, it's time to get up. As a noble, getting up on time is a good habit." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment, because this voice didn't seem to be coming from the computer. This voice seemed to be right by his ear, and it was very real. It definitely wasn't a voice from that broken speaker of his. Even though his head hurt, Zhao Hai still forced himself to open his eyes. What entered his eyes wasn't the white ceiling of his house, but a gauze canopy. Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment, turning his head to discover that he was lying on a large wooden bed. Beside the bed stood a man in his 50s, his gray hair meticulously combed, his face solemn, calmly looking at him. Zhao Hai stared blankly at this solemn-faced old man, and then turned his gaze to look at his surroundings. This was a house made of stone, very simple and crude. Other than the large bed he was lying on, there was only a desk and a chair that could be considered furniture. The floor and walls also seemed to have just been cleaned. The window frames were made of wood, a layer of white paper pasted on top, and there was a sparkling stone overhead for lighting. There was nothing else in the entire house. At this time, that old man spoke again, "Young master, you're already fine. Please get up quickly. As a noble, you should have a routine of life. Right now is breakfast time, young master, please get up quickly." Zhao Hai's eyes turned to that old man, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Transmigrated. Then he felt a burst of pain in his head, and fainted in an instant. Seeing that Zhao Hai had fainted, Ling Buddha stared blankly for a moment before hurriedly walking outside. Outside the room stood 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men's ages weren't very old. Looking at their appearances, they should only be in their teens. Looking at their height, they were both more than 2 meters tall. Their skin and flesh were like cast iron, with dark skin and short hair. The 2 people looked exactly the same. They were actually twins, but their expressions were a bit silly. Of the 2 women, one was slightly older, in her 40s. She was very fat and had blue hair. She had a benevolent look on her face. Now, she looked anxious. The younger girl was only 16 or 17 years old today, but she had a head of long green hair, a small oval face, a petite figure, and fair skin. She was a rare beauty, but now her head was lowered, and her face was blank. Seeing Green come out, the older woman immediately said, "Green, how is it? Is young master awake?" Green nodded, then shook his head and said, "She woke up, but just as she woke up, she fainted again." "Merlin, is your magic ineffective? Or is there a problem with those medicines? Did someone do something to the medicine?" Merlin said with a cold face, "If it's really like this, then I'll fight it out with those guys. Even though young master is a bit of a bastard, he's the last bloodline of the Buddha clan. Those bastards of the empire, could it be that they've forgotten how much master did for the empire back then? Those ungrateful bastards." Green said seriously, "You'd better go in and take a look. If it doesn't work, then use water magic to treat young master. No matter what, we must preserve the last bloodline of the Buddha clan." Merlin nodded, but then looked fiercely at Green and said, "If young master recovers, you're not allowed to request young master according to the nobility's requirements. We've already come to this kind of damned place, what nobility's etiquette? Let them all go to hell." Looking at the faces of those nobles, just thinking about it makes me sick. Green helplessly glanced at Merlin, but still solemnly said, "That won't do. No matter what, young master has the status of a viscount. He must be like a noble. I have to teach young master to be a true noble, so I won't let down the Buddha clan's great kindness to us." Merlin fiercely glared at Green and said, "If you dare to treat young master like that, I won't cook for you and starve you to death. Right now, we're in this kind of place, and we don't know how long we can last. With those people from the empire, do you think young master still has a chance to return to the empire? Stop dreaming." Green smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He also knew that Merlin was telling the truth. The reason they were assigned to this barren place where even birds didn't lay eggs was because the empire's king and those great nobles had led the way. If it weren't for the Buddha clan's previous military exploits being too brilliant, perhaps they would have directly exterminated the Buddha clan. Even though the Buddha clan still existed now, it would be impossible for them to enter the empire's noble circle in the future. So much so that people would deliberately forget that such a clan existed. And what made Green feel the most discouraged was that the empire's king, fearing that the Buddha clan would once again rise up, actually gave their young master, the Buddha clan's last successor, the Buddha clan's last hope, Adam Buddha, to drink the water of nothingness. This water of nothingness was a supreme magic treasure. The value of each drop couldn't be measured in gold coins. And this potion of nothingness only had one use, to turn your power into nothingness. Just one drop of the water of nothingness could make a magician with the power of a magic god, or a warrior with the power of a martial god, or even a divine knight instantly become an ordinary person. From then on, there would be no way to use any magic or do qi, and there was no cure. Even though this potion could make a person unable to use do qi or magic, it wouldn't have any other effect on the person's body. It only turned you into an ordinary person. If this person was an ordinary person, then this potion was no different from ordinary water. But if this person was a noble, or was a powerhouse, then it would instantly turn you into a magic martial arts cripple, a waste, making you fall from the high clouds into a bottomless abyss. And Adam Buddha was ordered to drink this potion by the king. He would never be able to learn any magic or do qi for the rest of his life, and could only be an ordinary person. If this matter happened to another noble family, then it wouldn't be much. At worst, they'd just be an ordinary person in the future, muddling along and waiting for death. They wouldn't think about any matters of power and that would be enough. But this matter happened to Adam and took his life. He was the last successor of the Buddha clan. He needed strength to revive the clan's glory, to let the Buddha clan once again walk onto the historical stage of the Aksu Empire. But he just had to drink the water of nothingness. From now on, he would never be able to learn any magic or do qi. It was impossible for him to have the strength to revive the clan. The Buddha clan's last hope was extinguished. If it was just no strength, Green wasn't afraid. No matter what was said, he was still an 8th level warrior. His wife Merlin was also an 8th level water mage, and his granddaughter Meg was a 6th level wind mage. With them, the Buddha clan's strength was enough. If they were in their original fief, then the Buddha clan's prosperity wouldn't be a difficult matter. After all, the Buddha clan's original fief was in the south of the empire. There was a main city and 4 medium-sized cities, with a large population and fertile land. As long as they kept a low profile and developed for a few years, the Buddha clan would similarly prosper. But they didn't expect that the king would actually change their fief, from the south of the empire to the Black Waste in the north of the empire. The Black Waste was a famous land of death on the continent. Although its area was very large, no less than a third of the total area of the Aksu Empire, no plants grew here at all. No plants grew here. Even those plants that grew in the desert would wither and die here. According to legend, the Black Wasteland used to be a fertile land. Later on, a battle broke out here. Several magicians at the level of divine magicians jointly used a large-scale forbidden spell, turning this land into a land of death. Nothing grew here anymore. If it was only a land of death, Green wouldn't be afraid. As long as transportation was convenient, they could do some business. At least they could support themselves. But the Black Waste was surrounded by an abandoned dwarf iron mountain. Over the mountain was one of the continent's 5 forbidden areas, the Carrion Swamp. This Carrion Swamp belonged to the Buddha clan's fief. Really, the Buddha clan's fief was the largest in the entire Aksu Empire. And the only exit here was the Purcell clan's territory. Although the Purcell clan and the Buddha clan had an engagement, the Buddha clan had fallen to this point. How could they talk about marriage with the empire's most powerful Purcell clan? This place had become a veritable land of death. Fortunately, this place used to be under the empire's control. Therefore, on the abandoned dwarf iron mountain, there was a small castle. In addition, this mountain wasn't affected by the forbidden spell. Therefore, there was still some land on the mountain that could be cultivated. These people wouldn't starve to death. And after Green learned that their fief had been changed here, He immediately changed all of the Buddha clan's money into slaves, living supplies, seeds, and some tools. Then he led Adam, who was unconscious after drinking the water of nothingness, to this abandoned but still usable little castle to live in. Together with Green were his wife Merlin and his granddaughter Meg. There was also a pair of orphan twins Blockhead and Rockhead that Adam's father had adopted. In addition to 100 slaves, there was no one else. And during the journey from the Empire to the Black Waste, Adam had been unconscious. Fortunately, Merlin was a magician and could use magic to treat Adam from time to time. This allowed Adam to safely arrive here. Moreover, she had checked Adam's condition yesterday and thought that he would wake up today. Therefore, Green woke Adam up at the bedside. But they didn't think that the Adam lying on the bed now was no longer Adam. It was just a Xiaohai draped in Adam's skin. The moment Xiaohai fainted, a memory that didn't belong to him suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if a program that didn't belong to your computer had suddenly been installed, causing Xiaohai's brain to almost crash. Although it didn't crash, his brain still crashed, digesting the information in his brain bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohai woke up. He felt a memory that didn't belong to him suddenly appear in his mind. In this memory, his name was Adam Buddha. He was born in a military family of the Oxu Empire on the Ark continent. He had served the Oxu Empire for 3 generations, holding the high position of Marquis. But when it came to Adam's generation, it declined. Adam was a hedonistic son of rich parents. His mother died early, and his father was always outside leading troops. He was even more lawless to the extreme, oppressing men and seizing women, committing all sorts of crimes. But his father was a very protective person, and he also held a large number of troops, so nobody dared to touch him. But his father made a mistake. When the Oxu Empire's new and old king changed places, he stood on the wrong side. The old king of the Oxu Empire was the 47th. He had a total of 15 princes, 5 of which could inherit the throne. They were the eldest prince, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 7th prince, and the 13th prince. According to the laws of the Oxu Empire, only the children of the king's empress and imperial concubine had the right to inherit the throne. Of course, not all children of the empress and imperial concubine could inherit the throne. Only those children who were conferred the title of Grand Duke or above could inherit the throne. When a person of the imperial family was born, they would have the title of Count. If they didn't make any contributions to the empire, they would only be a count for their entire life, and a count without a fief. Only when they made contributions would their title rise, and the highest would be prince. Of course, it was impossible for the children of the empress and imperial concubine to only have the title of count. They would generally be conferred the title of duke, and then as long as they made some small contributions, or casually found an excuse, they would be promoted to Grand Duke, and finally to prince. This way, they could inherit the throne. The 5 children of the 47th Oxu king who could inherit the throne were all princes. Among them, the eldest prince and the 4th prince were born of the empress, the 3rd prince and the 7th prince were born of imperial concubine Carlin, and the 13th prince was born of imperial concubine Avril. He was also the weakest one, and no one was optimistic about him. People had always believed that the eldest prince was born of the empress, and he was the legitimate heir. The 3rd prince had always worn the same pair of pants as the eldest prince, so many nobles in the empire supported the eldest prince to succeed the throne. The 4th prince and the 7th prince were in the same group. The 7th prince had the support of the 4th prince, and also the support of the Carlin family. Only the 13th prince was the youngest, the weakest, and the most low-key, so no one was optimistic about him. And Adam's father was in the eldest prince's faction. This was also normal, because the eldest prince's voice was the highest at that time. The Buddha clan wasn't an old nobility, they had only relied on military exploits in the generation of Buddha's great-grandfather to rise step by step to the position of Marquis. They wanted to quickly break into the ranks of those old nobles, so he chose to support the eldest prince, who was most likely to become king at that time. This way, as long as the eldest prince became king, the Buddha clan would have the possibility of breaking into the core of the Oxu Empire's power, becoming a true recognized nobility in the empire. It must be known that on the continent, any king's nobility was divided into 2 types. One was the old nobility, and the other was the new nobility. The difference between the new and the old nobility was very clear. The new nobility would generally be considered upstarts, and wouldn't be recognized by the old nobility, and thus wouldn't be able to enter the core of the country's power. After so many years of development on the continent, nobility played a very large role in a country. Sometimes, they could even influence the rise and fall of a country. Especially those old nobility that had developed for thousands of years, and dozens of generations, they were a power that even the emperor feared. It could be said that those old nobility were the core of the entire empire's power, and any new nobility would want to obtain their recognition. In order to obtain the recognition of those old nobility, one naturally had to have the corresponding strength. The Buddha clan's speed of digging up was too fast. This was the method that the old kings of the Oxu clan came up with to keep the old nobility in check. But ever since the death of the 46th king, the Buddha clan's days weren't easy. The new king wanted to promote them, but those old nobility wanted to suppress them. Therefore, they could only continuously support the new king, in order to facilitate the clan's development. But Adam's father stood on the wrong side. He supported the most popular eldest prince, but in the end, he didn't become king. Instead, it was the most low-key, seemingly the weakest 13th prince who became king. The eldest prince was sentenced to death, and the eldest prince's party didn't have a good end. Adam's father was also found an excuse to be imprisoned, and then died in prison without any clear reason. And those bad things that Adam had done before were also dug up. But because of the existence of Green and the others, the empire was also afraid that several 8th-rank experts would find trouble with them. In addition, the new emperor had succeeded the throne, so they also had to show a bit of magnanimity. Therefore, they dealt with Adam lightly, reducing the marquis title that Adam should have inherited to Viscount. Their family's originally very fertile fief was replaced with the black waste, and Adam was even fed the water of nothingness, becoming a complete cripple. Even if an ordinary noble had a fief, they would hand it over to a steward or someone they trusted to manage it. Although the fief was their own foundation, their people would still stay in the imperial capital, in order to pay attention to any changes that occurred in the empire. Those that were beneficial to the clan, those that weren't. But Adam and the others weren't like this. After their fief was changed by the king, they were ordered to leave the imperial capital within 3 days. Moreover, they weren't allowed to leave their fief for the next 3 years. This was something that had never happened to any of the clans. And the reason why the current king of the Oxu Empire, the original 13th Prince Aboyo Oxu, treated the Buddha clan like this was because the Buddha clan was part of the eldest prince's party, and also because of the pressure from those old nobility. Now that he had just ascended to the throne, he naturally had to suppress the eldest prince and the 7th prince's party with all his strength. But he didn't dare to move against those great nobles, and those old nobles didn't like the Buddha clan, so they naturally pressured Aboyo from the side. That was why Aboyo made this decision. The reason he let Adam drink the water of nothingness was because of the Buddha clan's ancestral battle chi cultivation method, wild dragon battle chi. This battle chi cultivation method was very famous on the continent, and was accidentally obtained by Adam's great-grandfather. Its cultivation speed was 3 times faster than ordinary battle chi cultivation methods, and its attack power was also very strong. It had always been the top battle chi cultivation method that all the great clans of the empire drooled over. If Adam still wanted to learn battle chi, and if he really learned wild dragon battle chi, and also remembered today's grudge, then he would be a threat to those great nobles and the imperial family. That was why Aboyo let Adam drink the water of nothingness. And the reason why Aboyo didn't kill Adam, apart from the aforementioned reasons, there was another reason. It was because Green had offered this set of battle chi cultivation methods to Aboyo, and had also sworn a poison oath that in the future, the Buddha clan members would no longer practice the wild dragon battle chi. Therefore, Aboyo let Adam go. Of course, Green didn't openly offer this cultivation method to Aboyo. He entered the imperial palace at night, found Aboyo, and then offered the cultivation method. Doing this was first to plead for leniency for Adam, and second to let Aboyo know his strength, so that Aboyo would dispel the idea of killing Adam. Aboyo was indeed afraid that an expert like Green would find trouble with him, so he agreed to Green's request. He only demoted Adam's noble title and changed his fief, but didn't take Adam's life. Green also agreed. He was very clear that although his own strength wasn't weak, the imperial family's strength was also very strong. The reason why he could enter the imperial palace without anyone noticing was because he was very familiar with the situation inside the imperial palace, and because the new emperor had just ascended the throne. The imperial palace had undergone a great reshuffle, and his strength was still a bit weak. In addition, the cultivation method he knew was very special, so he wasn't discovered. The reason why Green didn't go save Adam's father before was because he thought that Aboyo wouldn't kill Adam's father. No matter what was said, Adam's father was still a bargaining chip that the imperial family used to deal with those old nobles. The imperial family shouldn't easily abandon him. But they didn't expect that the reason Aboyo could become king was precisely because of the support of those old nobles. So after he ascended the throne, he naturally had to curry favor with those old nobles, so he killed Adam's father. By the time Green found out, Adam's father was already dead. Green could only think of a way to protect Adam, the Buddha clan's last bloodline. And the reason why he handed over the wild dragon Dochi cultivation method was also because of the water of nothingness. The reason why the water of nothingness could become the continent's supreme magic weapon wasn't only because it could make people unable to cultivate magic and Dochi, but even more tyrannical was that this situation would continue on to their descendants. In other words, as long as you drank the water of nothingness, your descendants would also be unable to learn magic and Dochi, and this situation would only end after 10 generations. But that was an entire 10 generations. 10 generations unable to learn magic and Dochi, what would happen at that time? At that time, whether or not the clan would still exist, whether or not it could continue on to the 10th generation, these were all unknown. This was the terrifying aspect of the water of nothingness, and also the reason why Green handed over the wild dragon Dochi. If Adam and the 10 generations of the Buddha clan after Adam were unable to learn the wild dragon Dochi, then what was the use of keeping this thing? It was better to hand it over in exchange for Adam's life, so Green didn't hesitate to hand over the wild dragon Dochi. And the facts proved that what he did was completely correct. If he didn't hand over the wild dragon Dochi, he was afraid that Adam wouldn't have been able to leave the capital alive. But it was unknown whether someone did something to the water of nothingness, or whether Adam himself was incompatible with the water of nothingness, but in any case, after drinking the water of nothingness, Adam fainted and didn't wake up all the way to the fief. When he woke up, he had already changed from that hedonistic Adam to the Earth's otaku Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Now he already knew what had happened. Adam's memories and his memories had completely merged together, also letting Zhao Hai truly understand, he had really transmigrated. Moreover, it was the most common transmigration of the soul, possession. As an otaku, if he didn't know what transmigration was, then he couldn't be considered a complete otaku. It's just that Zhao Hai really didn't think that he would actually encounter transmigration, and even transmigrate into the body of such an unlucky person. From Adam's memories, Zhao Hai already knew what was going on, but when Adam fainted, he hadn't yet left the imperial capital. Zhao Hai didn't know where he was now, but Zhao Hai knew that he was already no longer in the Aksu Empire's capital, because the last time he woke up, he took a look at the surroundings and knew that it wasn't the Adam's home that he was familiar with. As soon as Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he felt that there was someone at his side. He turned his head to look, discovering that the old man he saw the first time he woke up was standing at his side. Although the old man's face was serious, his eyes were full of concern. Different from the first time he woke up, this time Zhao Hai already recognized this old man. He was precisely the Buddha family's old housekeeper, Green Buddha. Green originally didn't have the surname Buddha, but afterwards he was bestowed the surname by Zhao Hai's great-grandfather, and had always loyally followed the Buddha family, becoming the most trusted person in the Buddha family. But the previous Adam and Green didn't get along well. Adam was a hedonistic young master, while Green was a serious person, always controlling him, telling him that this wasn't allowed, that wasn't allowed. So Adam hated Green very much, but because Green's qualifications were too old, not to mention him, even his father didn't dare be rude to Green, so he could only endure. The reborn Zhao Hai of course wouldn't be as brainless as the previous Adam. He'd read countless transmigration novels, had the thoughts of an adult, and lived a very bumpy life. Of course Zhao Hai was much more sensible than the spoiled Adam. Of course he also knew the importance of Green to him. With this kind of old housekeeper, he could be completely at ease handing everything to him. And from Adam's memories, he knew that this old housekeeper was even more powerful than his father. In this world, strength represented the hope of survival. Long-term otaku life, long-term fantasies, in addition to Adam's memories, made Zhao Hai not have too much rejection towards transmigration. At the same time, he also didn't have too many expectations. It was just a change of living environment, that's all. There were only two things that made him unhappy. The first was that there was no computer here, he couldn't go online, making a otaku unable to go online. This was even worse than killing him. The second was that he actually drank the water of nothingness, henceforth he couldn't learn battle chi or magic. This made Zhao Hai's dream of moving unhindered under the heavens shattered. Zhao Hai didn't discover that in fact he'd already been assimilated by Adam's memories. The reason why he didn't panic was because he was familiar with everything here in the Ark continent. It could be seen from the two things that made him unhappy. Of these two things, the first was related to the Zhao Hai from Earth, the second was related to the Ark continent. But Zhao Hai also understood that even though he was unhappy, he was already here. There was nothing to say. Since he was already here, then he might as well make the best of it. He'll be Adam Buddha from now on. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. It seemed like his heart had relaxed. No wonder he could so easily accept Adam's identity, because in his previous life he didn't have any relatives at home. Because he was too otaku, he also didn't have any friends. It could be said that on Earth he was carefree. Now that he was here, it was just a change of environment, nothing great. There were a few more people at his side who cared about him. There was nothing bad about it. At this time Green also noticed that Zhao Hai had already woken up. He quickly walked to the bedside and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, how do you feel? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Does your head still hurt?" Zhao Hai hadn't heard such words of concern for a long time. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. He felt that his body didn't seem to have any major problems. He quickly sat up and shook his head at Green. "I'm fine, Grandpa Green, where are we?" Green clearly stared blankly for a moment. The previous Adam wasn't so polite. Now suddenly speaking like this made him very unaccustomed, but he still immediately said, "Young master, we've already arrived at the fief." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He nodded and said, "This is the Black Waste?" Green was very surprised at Zhao Hai's calmness, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, this is the Black Waste." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Where are we now? What's the situation here? How many people altogether? How much land?" In Adam's memory, there were only a few memories of the Black Waste. This place was adjacent to the Carrion Swamp. There was no way to cultivate the land here, and so on. Other than that, he didn't know anything, so Zhao Hai asked like this. No matter what, he was now Adam, he would live in the Black Waste in the future. He also needed to know the situation here. Green stared blankly at Adam. If Adam hadn't always been in front of his eyes, he would have certainly thought that Adam had been replaced by someone else. The one in front of him was absolutely not the Adam he knew. Could it be that setbacks really make people grow? Even though Green didn't understand, but he didn't doubt Adam's identity, he could only regard Adam's current performance as him maturing. However, Zhao Hai's performance made Green feel very happy. He promptly said, "Young master, we are in the Fief City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion is located on the Black Waste's Iron Mountain. This Iron Mountain was abandoned by the dwarves. There is some land on it that can be cultivated. I ask young master to punish me." This old servant took the liberty of selling everything in the house, buying a large amount of supplies and 100 slaves. Now we only have a little more than 100 gold coins in cash. The only people here are this old servant, this old servant's wife, this old servant's granddaughter, Blockhead, and Rockhead. The only remaining people are those 100 slaves, the others have already left. Zhao Hai nodded, then he analyzed the current situation in his mind. Right now, they were in a place of death. However, there was the City Lord's Mansion, where they could live. There was also a mountain where they could grow some things. There were also 100 slaves, as well as 5 people that he could trust. They were also the closest people to him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandpa Green did the right thing. In this kind of place, gold coins are useless, only supplies can support us for a period of time." "Well, I don't have anything else to do here, Grandpa Green. You should go and arrange things. See how much land can be cultivated in this Iron Mountain, what things are suitable for us to grow. After all, we still have to eat." Green nodded and said, "Okay, young master, please rest first, I'll have Meg serve you in a while." As soon as Green mentioned Meg, Zhao Hai's mind immediately flashed to that delicate-looking, blue-haired, and petite girl. she was Green's granddaughter. But then Zhao Hai bitterly smiled, because in the past Adam wanted to molest Merlin, but Merlin was a level 6 magician, and although she looked weak on the outside, her heart was unyielding. Although she didn't dare to do anything to him, as long as Adam wanted to do anything to her, she would commit suicide, causing Adam to really not dare to do anything to her. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but secretly curse. In the past, he had to bear the consequences of Adam's provocation. In this kind of situation, seeing Merlin would be awkward, so he immediately said, "No need, Grandpa Green, I want to rest for a while, don't let them disturb me, just call me when it's time for dinner." Green bowed and said, "Yes, this old servant will take his leave." Finished speaking, he walked out of Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart, and slowly walked down from the bed. Although he remembered that he had been lying on the bed for a long time, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. On the contrary, he felt as if he had an inexhaustible amount of strength. He couldn't help but stretch his body, walk to the window, and gently push it open to look outside. What entered his eyes was a small castle-like building, and his position was on the top floor, where he could clearly see everything outside. This was a small Western-style castle, and in front of it was a small square and a circle of walls. Outside the castle, there was black earth as far as the eye could see. The earth was as black as if it had been soaked in oil, giving people a kind of lifeless feeling. In the castle square, there was a large pile of things. Zhao Hai carefully looked at it, and it seemed to be some living supplies. There was a large group of people busy there. These people were men and women, wearing the same coarse clothing. The difference was that the men had a mark on their foreheads. It was too far to see clearly, but Zhao Hai knew that it was the Buddha clan's mark, representing that these people were the Buddha clan's slaves. Looking at both sides, it was actually a barren mountain. There were some crooked trees growing on the mountain. These trees didn't grow well, and each of them seemed to be seriously ill, listless. In addition to these trees, there was also weeds. These weeds didn't grow tall, and also had a malnourished appearance. Withdrawing his gaze, he once again looked at the castle that now belonged to him. This castle wasn't small, it wouldn't be a problem even if several thousand people lived in it. Only, it seemed that no one had lived in it for a long time. Some moss had grown on the walls, and some grass had drilled out from the cracks in the rocks. It was a dilapidated scene. Looking at the window paper, it was obviously newly pasted. The other rooms didn't have window paper yet. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Adam's memories, he clearly remembered that the Buddha clan's mansion in the Empire used glass. Here, they used primitive window paper, it was really quite different. However, Zhao Hai gave birth to a heroic spirit. No matter what was said, as far as his eyes could see, the land was already his. No matter what other people said, he didn't believe that this seemingly fertile black earth couldn't grow crops. He must live like a man, and let those people who harmed him see. This could be considered a bit of compensation for occupying Adam's body. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "You have already cultivated a piece of land with an area of 10 mu. You are level 0. You can buy the seeds you need from the shop and sell the fruits you harvest to the shop in exchange for gold. Due to the network failure, you can freely enter the farm. You can only contact the host and cannot contact any of your friends. Please forgive the inconvenience this has caused you." Zhao Hai stood there foolishly. He felt like he was in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. But he really did hear this voice. If it was on Earth, Zhao Hai wouldn't believe this. At most, he would think that someone was playing a prank. But here, it was different. He even encountered something like transmigration. What else could he not believe? Zhao Hai immediately said in his mind, "Enter the farm." The moment he finished his words, he felt dizzy in front of him. When he looked again, he was no longer in his castle, but in an open land. This open land was about 10 mu in size, which had already been cultivated. There was a brand new shovel beside the field. Beside the field, there was a small spring with a bucket beside the spring. There was a small thatched hut on the left side of the thatched hut, and there was a grass kennel on the left side of the thatched hut. Under the window of the thatched hut, there were 2 bottles, one with the words "kill insects" written on it, and the other with the word "weed" written on it. On the right side of the thatched hut, there was an even smaller thatched hut with the word warehouse written on it. Besides these, he could only see the thatched hut and the open land clearly due to the dense fog. Zhao Hai was all too familiar with this situation. Aside from having no background, this was the game he was most familiar with, the farm game. Unlike other game nerds, Zhao Hai preferred to read, and write novels. Although he only received a small amount of royalties, he never got tired of it. Moreover, he never played games again. Later, a friend introduced Zhao Hai to the farm game. This game didn't require too much time, and it was easy to operate. Therefore, Zhao Hai persisted in playing it. Now, his farm was already level 27. Although it wasn't too high, he had already cultivated his own land. Moreover, he had opened a ranch and was playing it. And those who started the farm game knew that the system would give you a free scene and thatched house. The scene at that time was the same as what Zhao Hai was seeing now. The difference was that at that time, Zhao Hai saw it through the computer. But now, he was seeing it in this space. Zhao Hai looked at all of this in a daze. He really didn't know what to do. He couldn't help but squat down and grab a handful of soil from the ground. But when he grabbed the soil, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind: space soil, level 1. Already cultivated. Can be used to grow crops. Increases the maturity time of crops by 10 times. Can be brought out of the space for use. Can be used to improve the land outside the space. Zhao Hai froze for a moment, then became happy. He knew too little about this space. He immediately ran to the spring and touched it. Sure enough, the voice sounded again: space spring water, level 1. Can be drunk. Has the effect of improving the human body. Can be used to irrigate crops. Increases the maturity time of crops by 10 times. Can be brought out of the space for use. Can be used to improve the land outside the space. Zhao was stunned by this sudden good news. He stuck his hand in the water, his eyes dull as he laughed foolishly. He even forgot to take his hand out. After a while, Zhao Hai stood up and laughed. Villainous heavens, I really didn't think that you would be so generous to me. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Zhao Hai was very clear. When he came to the Ark continent, he became a person who couldn't practice any magic or battle qi. Then his life was doomed to be ordinary, and he couldn't take revenge for Adam. But with this space, it was different. Even if he couldn't take revenge, he could let the Buddha clan continue to exist. He could let the Buddha clan become prosperous. This could be considered a kind of reward for Adam. After a while, Zhao Hai calmed down. He first ran to the shovel at the edge of the field. He wanted to see if this shovel was as magical as it was in the game. When his hand touched the shovel, the prompt sounded again. Shovel, tool, level 1. Can turn over the ground automatically. Working time, 10 mu/day. Can be brought out of the space for use. Zhao Hai smiled again. Then he went to the bucket and touched it. The prompt sounded again. Bucket, tool, level 1. Can irrigate the ground automatically. Working time, 10 mu/day. Can be brought out of the space for use. Insecticide, pesticide, toxic, level 1. Can kill pests automatically. Prohibited to eat. Can be brought out of the space. Dosage unlimited. Herbicide, pesticide, toxic, level 1. Can kill weeds automatically. Prohibited to eat. Can be brought out of the space. Dosage unlimited. Basket, tool, level 1. Can collect fruits automatically. Working time, 10 mu/day. Can be brought out of the space for use. Harvests will be automatically stored in the warehouse. After understanding everything outside the house, Zhao Hai understood that this place was similar to the space in the game. However, it wasn't the same. This place was more suitable for him. Zhao Hai excitedly walked into the hut. The hut wasn't big, but it was full of things. There was a wooden bed covered with hay, a table, 4 chairs, a cabinet, a stove, and a set of tableware. The most important thing was that there was a computer-like thing at the head of the bed. However, there was only one screen. Zhao Hai quickly walked in front of the screen. He found that the screen was lit up. There were only 2 icons on it. One was the shop, and the other was the farm introduction. Zhao Hai quickly opened the farm introduction. He really wanted to know why he had such a farm. In the end, what was going on with this farm? When Zhao Hai's hand touched the farm introduction icon, the icon immediately turned into a white light and shot into his head. Zhao Hai's brain suddenly had a lot of information. After a while, he digested all the information and guessed how this farm came to be. Before Zhao Hai came to this world, he was playing on the computer. Moreover, he was playing his own farm game. However, he didn't know why, but he suddenly came here. The farm game also followed him here. Perhaps in the process of transmigrating, the farm had undergone a mutation. It actually retained its original functions and became even more powerful. The farm had become its own system, and this system was bound to Zhao Hai. In other words, although Zhao Hai couldn't connect to the computer mainframe on Earth through the farm, he could freely use all the farm's functions, including the shop. He could use gold coins to buy things from the shop, and he could also sell his harvest to the shop. He could bring things from the farm to the outside world, and he could also bring things from the outside world in. Everything was based on his will. However, right now the farm was only at level 1. There were a lot of functions that he couldn't use. If he reached a higher level, he could even open a ranch. Moreover, he could expand his own land. As for how much he could expand, there was simply no limit. And if the farm wanted to level up, he could harvest, water, or kill insects in exchange for experience. He could also slowly level up by bringing in things related to the space from the outside world. Through these things, the space could evolve and level up. In other words, Zhao Hai could bring in some of the Arc continent's specialties from the outside world to increase the number of items or species in the space. In short, Zhao Hai had obtained a heaven-defying cheating device. Zhao Hai now only wanted to laugh 3 times. With this heaven-defying space, it wouldn't be difficult for him to develop. Moreover, even taking revenge for Adam and the Buddha clan wouldn't be impossible. A bold plan formed in Zhao Hai's mind. He could use the spatial soil and spatial water to improve the black wasteland soil. This way, he would have an incomparably huge farm. As long as this place developed, he could recruit more troops and become a tyrant. When the time comes, he could take revenge for the Buddha clan. After a while, Zhao Hai recovered. He gently shook his head, secretly laughing at himself for thinking too far ahead. Right now, the 8 characters hadn't been set in stone yet. It was better to first understand this place clearly. While thinking, Zhao Hai casually clicked on the shop icon. A prompt immediately sounded, "Welcome to the spatial shop. What do you want to buy?" Zhao Hai glanced at the screen. On it was a list of pictures of some of Earth's crops. Below them were prices and levels. Zhao Hai knew that this must be the same as in the game. He didn't look at it anymore. He closed the shop page and looked around. Finally, he walked in front of the cabinet. He believed that this cabinet definitely wasn't just for decoration. However, he was disappointed. He touched the cabinet but didn't hear any prompt. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He opened the cabinet and found 3 things inside. A cloth bag, a short cane carved into the head of a worm, and a short cane carved into the head of a grass. Seeing these, Zhao Hai more or less knew what they were for. He first picked up the cloth bag. As expected, a prompt sounded, "Money bag. Can hold gold coins. Amount is unlimited. Current number of gold coins, 500. Because your level is too low, gold coins cannot be taken out of the space." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment, then became happy. Although the prompt was short, he still understood a lot of things. This money bag was actually something like a spatial bag. However, it seemed like it could only hold gold coins. However, this wasn't what Zhao Hai paid attention to. What he paid attention to was the last sentence. Because his level is too low, gold coins cannot be taken out of the space. Does that mean that when his level is high, he can take out the gold coins from the space and use them outside? Heavens, if that's really the case, then that's great. Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths to calm his mind. Then he picked up the insect-shaped cane. The prompt sounded once again, "Insect caster, level 1. Can release insects to eat crops. Number of uses, 50 per day. Can be brought out of the space for use. Weed caster, level 1. Can release weeds to compete with crops for nutrients. Number of uses, 50 per day. Can be brought out of the space for use. Xiaohai smiled and placed the 2 canes on the table. These 2 things were very good. They were very good for playing tricks on people. There was nothing left in the hut. Xiaohai walked out of the thatched hut and walked towards the warehouse. He knew that there must be something else in the warehouse. At the very least, he didn't find the reward of the system. Soon, Xiaohai arrived outside the warehouse. The warehouse looked very ordinary. It was a small thatched hut with a small wooden door. There was nothing special about it. Xiaohai touched the wooden door with his hand. Then he heard a prompt, warehouse, level 1. Can store items. Type and quantity are not limited. The items are kept the same as when they are taken out. Can be used outside the space. Available items, 6 bags of forage seeds. Xiaohai couldn't help but think about the forage seeds. Just as he thought about it, 6 small bags appeared in front of him. The words forage seeds were written on the bags. Xiaohai was surprised. Then he was overjoyed. He thought that he had to use the warehouse. He didn't think that he could use it just by thinking about it. This was really good. Xiaohai pushed the door of the warehouse. But he found that he couldn't push it open. The warehouse was just like a decoration. It didn't have any use at all. Xiaohai smiled. He turned around and returned to the thatched hut. He sat on the bed and quietly sorted out his gains. Now that he had such a space, the land could be planted and the water could be drunk. Moreover, it could greatly increase the ripening time of the crops. 10 times. With the addition of water, it would be another 10 times. God, with this space, he wouldn't have to worry about starvation in the future. The basket, the shovel, the bucket, the pesticide, the pest caster, and the weed caster were all good things that could be brought out of the space. The most important thing was the warehouse. With the warehouse, Xiaohai would have a huge storage space, which was what made him the happiest. From Adam's memories, he knew that there were a lot of storage tools in this world. A space mage could make a storage tool, but there weren't many space mages in this world. Therefore, although there were a lot of storage tools on the continent, they were all in the hands of the nobles. Ordinary people still had very few. Their storage tools couldn't be compared to the warehouse. Those storage tools were very small. The largest one was only a few hundred cubic meters. That was already called a divine artifact. A storage tool as big as his warehouse simply didn't exist. Most importantly, the storage tools in the Ark continent had no way to store living things. But the Space's warehouse could. There was no limit to the types of things he could store. In addition to these fixed things, he also had 6 bags of grass seeds and 500 gold coins. Although he couldn't take the gold coins out, he could still buy things in the Space's store. This was enough. After looking at the Space's introduction, Xiaohai already knew that this place was similar to the game he played before. The basic settings were similar. After leveling up, he could open a ranch and do more things. Most importantly, he now had 10 mu of land and a never-ending supply of spring water. With these 2 things, he could think of ways to improve the black soil in his territory. But the first thing he needed to do was to plant these 10 mu of land. Thinking of this, Xiaohai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He used to be an otaku, but he was born in the city. He simply didn't have any experience in farming. It could be said that he had reached the point where he couldn't distinguish between the 5 grains. Now that he suddenly had to plant, he really didn't know how to do it. However, Xiaohai still sent the grass seeds back to the warehouse. He was very clear that the grass seeds were useless to him now. But once he opened a ranch, they would be useful. What he needed now were seeds that could be eaten, or seeds that could be exchanged for money. Opening the store interface, it was full of pictures of some crops. Below it was written the level and the amount of money needed to buy. It was the same as the game interface. Xiaohai looked at the interface and found that it was really the same as the game. The settings weren't bad. Now that he was only level 1, he could only plant grass, radishes, carrots, and cabbage. He couldn't plant anything else. Xiaohai tried and selected a level 2 crop seed. The interface immediately showed that his level wasn't high enough. Zhao Hai understood that this place was really the same as the game. Only these 4 crops could be planted. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to choose the radish seeds. Each bag of radish seeds cost 150 gold coins. Each bag could be used to plant 10 mu of land. 10 mu of land could produce about 80,000 jin of radish. If he sold it to the system store, he could get 500 gold coins. According to the purchasing power of this world, 500 gold coins were equivalent to 50,000 yuan on Earth. In other words, 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 yuan, 1 silver coin was equivalent to 10 yuan, and 1 copper coin was equivalent to 1 dian yuan. In this way, planting radishes was very cost-effective. However, compared to cabbage and carrots, it was still a bit lacking. However, Zhao Hai didn't choose radishes because of the price, but because of the experience. In the past, when he played the farming game, Zhao Hai had calculated very carefully. Among all the crops in the farm, from plowing, planting, and harvesting, the one that gave the most experience was the most inconspicuous radish. Now, the most important thing for him was to level up so that he could plant more crops. In general, planting radishes would give him a lot of gold coins. Based on the current situation, planting radishes was the most suitable choice. Zhao Hai was an otaku. Otakus didn't like to go out, so when he had to go out, he would first think about what to do today, how to save time, or what he had to do in a few days. This way, he wouldn't have to go out in a few days. After a long time, he developed a calculating personality. No matter what he did, he would first think about it and then find the most suitable plan for himself and do it according to the plan. This time was the same. He calculated for a long time and finally chose to plant radishes. This was because radishes could give him the most experience. Compared to the gold coins he would lose, it was simply nothing. Zhao Hai immediately bought a bag of radish seeds. The radish seeds didn't appear in front of him, they were placed in the warehouse. However, Zhao Hai's mind moved and a small cloth bag immediately appeared in front of him. This cloth bag wasn't big and looked flat. It didn't seem to have anything inside, but when Zhao Hai's hand touched the cloth bag, a prompt immediately came: radish seeds, 1 bag. Can be planted, can be taken out of the space. Planting area, 10 mu. Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this bag of seeds could be planted in 10 mu of land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the money to buy the seeds. However, this system was really calculating. It only gave him 6 mu of land, and he had to buy 10 mu of land. It was really calculating. After closing the shop interface, Zhao Hai took the bag of seeds and walked out of the thatched hut. But when he looked at the 10 mu of land, he was stunned. He bought the seeds, but how was he going to plant them? He was an otaku, so how could he plant the radish? He also didn't know how to plant the radish. This was really going to kill him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but want to put the bag of seeds back in the warehouse. Suddenly, he looked at the bag of seeds in his hand and was stunned. A bold idea entered his mind. Everything in this space seemed to revolve around his travels. Although he needed gold coins to buy the seeds, the startup funds were given to him. It was as if he was playing a real game. If this was really the case, then he wouldn't need to do the farming himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately thought of planting the radish. Just as he had this idea, the bag of seeds in his hand flew out. Then the shovel in the ground also moved. The shovel dug a small hole in the ground, and a seed immediately flew out of the bag and fell into the small hole. Then the iron bucket flew up and poured water into the small hole. Then the shovel buried the small hole. Then the digging, planting, watering, and burying the soil. It was as if there were several people with a clear division of labor and tacit understanding who were working together to plant the land. Unexpectedly, there was no need for Zhao Hai to do anything. Looking at this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This space was really too good. He felt that he was the god of this space. As long as his thoughts moved, the things in the space would immediately do according to his requirements. This was really too good. Seeing that it would take some time to finish planting the land, Zhao Hai was also afraid that Green would find out that he was missing. So he thought of leaving the space. With a thought, he returned to his room in the Iron Mountain Castle. Looking at the sky outside the window, there wasn't much change. Moreover, it seemed that no one had entered the room. This made Zhao Hai believe that he didn't stay in the space for a long time. Even if he stayed in the space for a long time, the flow of time inside the space and outside was definitely different. Zhao was so excited that he wanted to shout. With such a heaven-defying cheating device, he could at least be a free and unfettered landlord in this world. Whether or not he could get revenge for Adam was another matter. First, he had to make his own life better. It had to be recognized that Zhao Hai wasn't a person with great ambitions. He had a very strong sense of being a small farmer. As long as he lived a good life, it was fine. Reviving the Buddha clan, avenging the Buddha clan, avenging Adam, these were all his thoughts in the heat of the moment. Thinking of the power of those great nobles, Zhao Hai felt a chill in his heart. The dignified Buddha clan was exterminated just like that. He was just a little Zhao Hai. If they wanted to exterminate him, wouldn't it be as easy as waving their hands? Low-key, he had to be low-key. Zhao Hai, who had read countless transmigration novels, was very clear that if you didn't know how to be low-key in this world, then you wouldn't have a good end. Zhao Hai believed that novels were just fantasies. The reason why those protagonists could call the wind and summon the rain in this world was all because of the author's golden finger. If a person arrived in a completely unfamiliar environment and was still so arrogant, then the consequences would certainly be a horrible death. And now Zhao Hai's identity was still the Buddha clan's last successor. At the same time, they had also offended the current Oxu Empire's greatest power. In this case, if he didn't know how to be low-key, then the first to die would certainly be him. Although he currently had the spatial farm to hide, if he wanted to kill someone, there were too many ways. Zhao Hai didn't want to carelessly lose his head in his sleep. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai stared blankly, but immediately said, "Come in." Meg pushed the door open and walked in. She lowered her head and didn't look at Zhao Hai. She bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master." She didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance and smiled bitterly. The reason why Meg didn't raise her head to look at him was because Adam wanted to molest Meg because of her beauty. But in the end, he didn't succeed. But from then on, Meg always avoided Adam. Even if they met, she would only lower her head and call him young master before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai sighed. This was all Adam's trouble, but he had to bear it. Heavens, what kind of sin did he commit? Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance and sighed again. "I don't have anything to do. You can go rest. I also want to sleep for a while. You can just call me when it's time for dinner." Meg complied and turned around to leave. After she went out, she also gently closed the door for Zhao Hai. Seeing Meg avoid him like she was escaping, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Now that his body was completely healed, there wasn't the slightest bit of discomfort. The reason why he said he wanted to rest was because he wanted to organize Adam's memories and see if there was anything he didn't know. In addition, now that he had the spatial farm, it would be of great help to his future development. He had to think about how to make better use of this spatial farm. Right now, he was growing radishes in his farm. If he sold these radishes back to the farm, he could earn at least 500 gold coins. In other words, he could earn 350 gold coins. He could also take these radishes out of the warehouse and let Green sell them to other places in the Ark continent. This way, he might be able to earn more gold coins. But the most important thing was that he didn't know if radishes existed in the Ark continent. Adam used to be a prodigal son, he simply didn't go out to buy vegetables. He usually ate some relatively good dishes, or dishes that were already cooked. He simply didn't ask what was put in the dish, so he simply didn't know if radishes existed in this continent. If those radishes couldn't be sold outside, then he would have to deal with them. Radishes were treasures, and the radishes that the system received should only be radishes. The system probably wouldn't want radish leaves, and radish leaves were actually very tasty. As long as they were simply pickled, they could become a delicacy. Zhao Hai lived in northern China, so he still clearly remembered that when he was young, his mother often used this kind of pickled radish leaves to cook. The taste was also very good. Moreover, these radish leaves could also be used as fodder to feed some herbivorous animals. If radishes didn't exist in this world, then they could sell the radishes and leave the leaves to feed some herbivorous magic beasts. In Adam's memory, there were some magic beasts that were very easy to raise, eating anything. When the time came, they could breed a large number of those magic beasts. When the time came, they wouldn't have to worry about not having meat to eat. Moreover, they could set up a ranch, so naturally they would have more income. Even if radishes existed in this world, and the price wasn't high, if he wanted to sell them to the spatial store, he could also leave the radish leaves behind. In any case, they couldn't be wasted. Right now, because his level wasn't high enough, Xianxia still couldn't open a ranch in the space. But here in the Ark continent, he could open a ranch first. After the space leveled up, he could open a ranch in the space. When the time came, he could raise some animals from Earth. Xianxia had already decided that his future development would be based on farming. In any case, the space lacked attack power, so farming was the most suitable for him. Right now he had a large fief, a mountain, a wasteland, and a carrion swamp. These places were all his fief, but if he wanted to make them useful, he would need to spend a lot of time. Xianxia only hoped that the water and land in the spatial farm could really change the black wasteland. In that case, he could have a large piece of land that could be used for farming. No matter when, land was the foundation. As for the problem of manpower, Xianxia never worried about it. This was because he knew that this world had a type of people that didn't exist on Earth, slaves. Earth didn't have slaves, but here they did. As long as you had money, you could buy a lot of slaves. And the life and death of these slaves was completely up to you. They were absolutely loyal to you, and they wouldn't run away. This was because each slave had a special brand of their family. If they were discovered to have run away without their master, the consequences would be very miserable. So as long as his farm could make money, he didn't have to worry about people. There were a lot of slaves on the continent. Even if they weren't originally slaves, as long as someone needed them, and they could be sold for a suitable price, those nobles could turn countless people into slaves. Nobles had everything, this world was that simple. But with Xianxia's current status, if he suddenly sold a large number of slaves, it would certainly attract attention. So no matter what, he had to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile was his policy, and farming was his main direction of development. After thinking about this, Xianxia let out a long breath and slowly lay down on the bed. He still felt like he was dreaming. He was an ordinary otaku on Earth. Although he liked to read transmigration novels, that didn't mean he wanted to transmigrate. But who would have thought that this kind of thing would actually happen to him? God, if you let an otaku leave the computer, wouldn't that be the same as turning a pervert into a eunuch? This was really too cruel. Xiao sighed and threw himself on the bed. Looking at the stone ceiling, he couldn't help but sigh. In this place, there was no entertainment at all. How was he going to live every day? Oh my God, this is really too much. Xiao thought to himself. Xiao sighed and threw himself on the bed. Looking at the ceiling, he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps because he had just received too many memories, plus the unexpected joy of obtaining the spatial farm, Xianxia's nerves were very excited for a while. Now that the excitement had passed, waves of exhaustion hit him. Unknowingly, he fell into a deep sleep. What Xianxia didn't notice was that just as he fell asleep, his door was pushed open. Meg looked in from outside and saw that Xianxia was lying on the bed sleeping. She quietly walked in, picked up the quilt on the bed and covered Xianxia. Then she stood by the bed and looked at Xianxia. She sighed and murmured, "Young master, you have to work hard. The Buddha clan is relying on you." Finished speaking, she turned and walked out, gently closing the door behind her. Meg had just come out of Xiaohai's room when Green walked over. Looking at Meg, he said, "Meg, how is the young master? What is he doing?" Meg said, "Nothing, he's sleeping." Green nodded and said, "Go see how your grandmother's dinner preparation is going. When it's ready, call the young master to eat." Alas, in any case, we've come to this kind of place, aristocratic etiquette can only be put aside. Finished speaking, he shook his head and walked back. Meg looked at her grandfather. She understood her grandfather's mood very well. Her grandfather gave his life to the Buddha clan, but didn't think that the Buddha clan would decline in front of his eyes. How could Green's heart feel good? Meg followed behind Green and walked into the kitchen. Although Marine was the only cook here, she was only responsible for their meals. She didn't need to care about what the slaves outside ate. Green had already given the slaves something to eat, and they would make it themselves. Meg approved of Green's approach. Those slaves were originally pitiful people. Here, they were still very good. Although the food wasn't very good, they could still eat their fill. If it were the other aristocrats, they simply wouldn't be able to eat their fill. Meg was also very sane. Right now, the Buddha clan was completely supported by her grandfather. Adam, this young master, simply didn't understand anything. Right now, she only hoped that Adam could be a bit sensible and stop making trouble. Otherwise, the Buddha clan really wouldn't have any hope. But even if Adam was sensible, there were still a lot of things he had to learn. Before, he was simply a hedonistic young master, the typical representative of being ignorant and incompetent. He simply didn't have the slightest experience in managing a clan. If he was sensible and willing to learn, then that was fine. But if he still wasn't willing to learn, and even blindly commanded, then with their current situation, they wouldn't be able to support themselves for more than a few years. Before, although the Buddha clan wasn't a very wealthy clan, they were still a noble clan. Moreover, although they were convicted this time, they hadn't had their property confiscated. Therefore, the clan still had a lot of money. Altogether, they had about 100,000 gold coins. This wasn't a small amount. But now, this money had already been exchanged by Green for all kinds of goods, leaving them with only 100 or so gold coins. If the Buddha clan was still squandering like before, they were afraid that they would have to stretch their necks and wait to starve to death. Right now, Adam's good or bad would determine the survival of the Buddha clan. The sky slowly darkened. Throughout the castle, aside from Zhao Hai's room, which was lit by magic lamps, all other places were lit by torches. These magic lamps were made from a type of magic stone found in the Ark continent. There were only two ways to obtain magic stones. One was through underground magic stone mines. There were good and bad magic stones, depending on how much energy they contained. Those with more energy could be used to power magic tools. Those with less energy could only be used for illumination. These underground magic stones could only be used once. Once they were used up, the magic stones would become useless. There was another type of magic stone that was produced from magic beasts. This type of magic stone was very rare. 10 magic beasts wouldn't necessarily have one magic stone. Although the magic stones produced from these magic beasts weren't very high in energy, they were very stable. They were auxiliary tools for magicians when casting magic. The most important thing was that these magic stones could be used repeatedly. After their energy was exhausted, as long as a period of time passed, they would be able to absorb magic energy of the same attribute from the natural world and slowly replenish it. This way, they could be used again and again. No matter what kind of magic stone it was, they were all very expensive. The magic stones produced from magic stone mines were a bit cheaper than those from magic beasts. However, the price wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. The Buddha clan was in an extraordinary period. Although Green had bought several magic stones, each one was very precious and couldn't be used indiscriminately. Therefore, at night, aside from Zhao Hai's room, all other places were lit with torches. At this time, the slaves had already eaten and gone to sleep. Marine had just finished cooking and had Meg call Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slept very soundly. Although he had arrived in another world, he now had a spatial farm. He didn't have to worry about making a living. Moreover, because he had been unconscious these past few days, Marine had been using magic to heal him. There was still a large amount of water element in his body. Water element had a calming effect, and now that he had put down his worries, he slept very soundly. When Meg arrived outside Zhao Hai's room, she first listened to the sounds in the room. The room was very quiet, without any sound at all. Meg immediately knocked on the door and said, "Young master, wake up. It's time for dinner." There was still no sound in the room. Meg called out twice, but there was still no sound. Meg had no choice but to push the door open and enter Zhao Hai's room. As soon as she entered Zhao Hai's room, Meg heard the sound of even breathing. She tiptoed to Zhao Hai's bedside and took a look. Zhao Hai was sleeping soundly and didn't hear them at all. Meg sighed. She didn't know if Zhao Hai was careless or stupid. At this point, he could still sleep so soundly. Meg stood beside Zhao Hai's bed and gently pushed Zhao Hai. "Young master, it's time to get up and eat dinner." Zhao Hai woke up in a daze and muttered, "What time is it?" Meg quickly said, "Young master, it's already 7 o'clock in the evening. It's time for dinner." Zhao Hai opened his eyes and turned to look at Meg, who was standing beside the bed. He then turned to look outside the window and found that the sky was already dark. He slowly sat up and shook his somewhat dizzy head. Only then did he wake up a little. He turned to Meg and said, "Meg, what day is it today?" Meg lowered her head and said, "Young master, today is April 6th, Zhao Hai nodded and calculated in his mind. He fainted on February 17, 1637 of the new era, and it was already April 6th. In other words, he had been unconscious for more than a month. After being unconscious for more than a month, he could still move around freely. If this was on Earth, it would be a miracle. However, Zhao Hai didn't ask Meg what was going on. This was because he knew from Adam's memories that the healing magic of magi on this continent was very miraculous. Let alone a month, even if you were unconscious for a year, it would still allow you to wake up as if you had just slept. You would be able to walk on the ground naturally without any signs of muscle atrophy. Zhao Hai had just sat on the bedside when Meg immediately took Zhao Hai's boots and was about to put them on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Meg, put them down. I can do it myself." Meg stared blankly for a moment, but still said, "Young master, let me do it. This is what I should do." Zhao Hai wasn't used to this. He quickly stopped Meg and said, "Forget it. In the future, I'll do these kinds of small things myself." After saying that, he snatched the boots from Meg's hands and put them on himself. Meg stared blankly at Zhao Hai from the side. She felt that today's Zhao Hai was very strange. In the past, let alone putting on boots, Zhao Hai wouldn't even take off his boots himself. Today, he actually put them on himself. After putting on the boots, Zhao Hai stood up and turned to Meg, saying, "Let's go and eat first. I still have some things to discuss with Grandpa Green." Although Meg felt that today's Zhao Hai was very strange, she still complied and led Zhao Hai towards the dining room. This was because Meg knew that after arriving here, Zhao Hai hadn't left his room. Therefore, he couldn't find the castle anywhere. If she let him walk by himself, he wouldn't know where the dining room was. After leaving the room, Zhao Hai stared blankly. Then he curiously looked around. This castle was clearly an ancient castle. It had been built for a few years, but it looked quite sturdy. However, the style was very old, and the interior design wasn't as good as Adam's original home. It gave off a gloomy feeling. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He liked castles more like this. In his impression, castles should be like this. This was the style of an ancient castle. Who knows when he might find a secret room in this castle. Soon, Zhao Hai also noticed the torches on the wall. Seeing these torches and thinking about the price of magic crystals, Zhao Hai immediately understood why torches were used here. Although Adam didn't know the price of things before, he still knew the price of things like magic crystals. This was because these things were classified as high-end consumer goods. Only people belonging to Adam's class could afford them. Therefore, he knew the price. Zhao Hai also thought about the magic lamp in his room. It seemed that it was the only magic lamp in the entire castle. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. The dining room wasn't far from Zhao Hai's bedroom. Soon, the two people entered the dining room. Green, Merlin, Rockhead, and Blockhead were standing in the dining room waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, they all bowed and said, "Young master, good night. Please have a meal." Zhao Hai nodded and glanced at the dining room's wooden table. He discovered that only his tableware was placed there. Through Adam's memories, Zhao Hai knew that when nobles ate, servants couldn't sit with them. They could only stand to the side and wait upon them. Zhao Hai sat down and sized up the dining room. This dining room wasn't big, only a bit more than 20 square meters. A long dining table was placed in the middle. The dining table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth. On the tablecloth were 2 candlesticks, each with 3 wax candles. 8 chairs were placed around the dining table. The workmanship of these chairs was very fine. It could be seen that they were high-quality goods. Every corner of the dining room had a torch, illuminating the entire dining room. But apart from these, there was nothing else in the dining room. Zhao Hai finished sizing up the dining room. He turned to Green and the others and said, "Grandpa Green, you guys also sit down and eat. After eating, I have something to ask you." Green immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this won't do. When you eat, we can't sit with you. This is the Empire's rule." Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The Empire's rule isn't my rule. Since the Empire has given up on us, then why should we still respect the Empire's rule? Don't say any more. You guys quickly go get the tableware and sit down to eat. While eating, I'll talk about some things. If you guys don't come, then I won't eat either." Green looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and had no choice but to turn to glance at Merlin. Merlin glared at him and said, "What are you looking at me for? The young master hasn't eaten properly for over a month. Don't tell me you still want the young master to starve?" Sure enough, to Green, Zhao Hai's body was more important than anything else. Hearing Merlin say this, he immediately turned his head and said, "Then you and Meg go get it from the kitchen. I'll wait on the young master here." Merlin didn't say anything this time and led Meg away. Only then did Green sit down with Blockhead and Rockhead. Blockhead and Rockhead clearly weren't used to it. They sat there as if their butts had grown spikes. Moreover, it could be seen that the two of them were somewhat foolish and didn't know how to speak too well. After seeing Zhao Hai, they just followed Green and the others and said, "Good night, young master. Young master, please eat." Afterwards, they didn't say a word. Zhao Hai learned from Adam's memories that Blockhead and Rockhead were children his father had personally adopted. They weren't smart and could even be said to be very stupid. However, the two of them were gifted with innate divine strength. In addition, they'd learned the wild dragon battle chi. The two of them now had the strength of a 6th-level warrior. Moreover, they were loyal and devoted to the Buddha clan and absolutely wouldn't betray them. When Merlin went to bring the food, Zhao Hai turned his head and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, how many gold coins do we have on hand right now?" Green stared blankly. He didn't know what Zhao Hai meant by asking this, but he still immediately stood up and replied, "Young master, we have 180 gold coins on hand right now. However, we don't lack any supplies right now, so these gold coins can all be used." Zhao Hai hurriedly had Green sit down and continued, "Then when we came from the imperial capital, did we use a carriage to transport things from afar? What about the horses that pulled the carriage?" Green said, "Young master, our place is small and we don't have much production. Therefore, in order to conserve food, we only have 5 horses. When we came, the carriages we used were all hired." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment, but he immediately understood Green's meaning. Green was trying to conserve as much as possible. It must be known that a good horse wasn't just fed grass. It had to be fed some food, and they simply couldn't produce much food here. Therefore, of course they would conserve as much as possible. It was even more impossible to raise horses. Zhao Hai nodded and continued, "Grandpa Green, then how are we settling our current meat supply? Don't tell me we didn't buy some carnivorous magic beasts to raise?" Green didn't know why Zhao Hai asked this and thought that he was afraid of not having meat to eat, so he immediately said, "Young master doesn't need to worry. We've already purchased some blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs for us to eat. Young master doesn't need to worry about the matter of eating meat." Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Adam's human nature really wasn't that great. He wanted to find a way to breed quickly and not be picky about food to raise, while Green thought he was worried about not having meat to eat. What the hell was this? Just then, Merlin and Meg walked in with a few plates of food. There was some food on the plates, but it was much simpler than Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai looked at his own plate. On his plate was a piece of white bread, 2 eggs, a piece of meat, and some vegetables. In the current situation, his food was already pretty good. On the other hand, there was only black bread and some vegetables on Green's plate. There were no eggs or meat at all. This made Zhao Hai's heart sour. However, he didn't say anything and only picked up his knife and fork to eat. When Green and the others saw him start eating, they also started eating. Green and the others didn't eat quickly. Only Blockhead and Rockhead ate quickly. Moreover, it could be seen that the food Merlin gave them was much more than the others. One couldn't help but admit that the taste of Merlin's food was pretty good. Although it wasn't as good as Chinese food, to be able to make these simple foods taste this good was already very amazing. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and quickly ate the food in front of him. Although he wasn't used to eating with a knife and fork, he was indeed a bit hungry, so he ate very quickly. However, when he finished eating, Green and the others had already finished eating and were all standing there looking at him. This made Zhao Hai very annoyed, but he also knew that this situation couldn't be changed in a day or two. After eating, Merlin and Meg cleaned up the plates and brought over a pot of something. Smelling the aroma coming from the pot, Zhao Hai knew that this pot contained Kia. Kia was a kind of thing similar to coffee and was the continent's noble's favorite delicacy. Green hurriedly poured a cup for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai drank a mouthful and couldn't help but nod. He picked up the pot and poured a cup for Zhao Hai, then pointed to the stool next to him and said, "Grandpa Green, you sit. I have some things to discuss with you. Come, drink some Kia." Green hurriedly said, "I don't dare. This old servant will stand." Zhao Hai stood up and pushed Green into the chair, saying, "Grandpa Green, you are someone of my grandfather's generation. You watched me grow up and are also my elder. This time, the Buddha clan met with such a disaster. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my little life would have been hard to protect. You don't need to be polite. Sit down, I really have something to discuss with you." Green sat down and looked at Zhao Hai's appearance. Suddenly, tears flowed down and he muttered, "Old servant will sit. Old servant will sit. Young master has grown up and is sensible." Zhao Hai pretended to sigh and said, "After experiencing so many things, I should also grow up. I'm sorry Grandpa Green, I made you worry before. I won't do it again." Green shook his head and said, "No, young master, don't say it like that. It's all because this old servant failed to protect the young master and let the Buddha clan fall into this situation." Zhao Hai shook his head and said with a wry smile, "This can't be blamed on you. How could my father listen to what you say? Well, let's not talk about this. Grandpa Green, do you know what magic beasts on the continent aren't picky about food, grow fast, and also reproduce very quickly?" Green was surprised by Zhao Hai's question, but he still knew these things. Therefore, he immediately said, "There are many types of magic beasts on the continent. For example, the blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs we raise belong to this type of magic beast. They are classified as first-level magic beasts and don't have any attack power. The blue-eyed rabbits grow up in only 3 months. Moreover, after they mature, they can give birth once a month on average. The first time they give birth, the number of babies won't be less than 5. The growth cycle of the long-haired pigs is a bit longer, about 8 to 10 months to reach maturity. After that, they can give birth once every 4 months or so." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of these two magic beasts, which one is more cultivated by people?" Green said, "Long-haired pigs. Although the blue-eyed rabbits aren't picky about food, they are still classified as herbivores. Under normal circumstances, they only eat some plant leaves, unlike the long-haired pigs, who eat everything." Zhao Hai nodded and found that the blue-eyed rabbits Green spoke of were no different from the rabbits on Earth. He immediately stood up and said, "Grandpa Green, didn't you say we bought blue-eyed rabbits? Take me to see them." Although Green didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, seeing that Zhao Hai finally began to care about the family's situation, he was very happy. However, he still said, "Young master, it's already late today. I think it's better to go see them tomorrow. Young master should go back early to rest." Zhao Hai looked at the sky outside and felt somewhat anxious. He nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll go see them tomorrow. But Grandpa Green, I found that there seems to be a lot of supplies in the open space of the castle. Why haven't they been moved to the castle?" Green's face had an awkward expression as he said, "Young master. It's not that we don't want to move them. It's just that the castle is too small. We really can't put so many supplies. Therefore, right now we're organizing the slaves to build wooden sheds. It's convenient to put those things in the wooden sheds." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the sky outside. He said, "Do those slaves have a place to live? Right now it's already April and the rainy season is approaching. We need to let those slaves have a place to live. Our Buddha clan only has so many people left. We'll have to rely on them in the future. Green's originally somewhat uneasy expression suddenly became better. When Zhao Hai asked about the supplies in the castle, he was afraid that Zhao Hai would ask about those slaves. In the eyes of the continent's nobles, those slaves were far less valuable than those supplies. If Zhao Hai also thought so, he would certainly drive those slaves out of the house and then put the supplies in the house. But Green was very clear that the Buddha clan only had so many people left. Moreover, now that the rainy season was approaching, if those slaves were driven out to live, it would be very easy for them to get sick. When the time came, they would face the predicament of having no one to use. But Green didn't think that Zhao Hai would also think of this. This made him know that his young master had finally grown up. Therefore, he quickly said, "Young master, please rest assured. Everything has been arranged." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "With Grandpa Green here, I'm relieved. Well, I'm going back to rest. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Finished speaking, he went upstairs. At this time, Marine and Meg also came out of the kitchen. Seeing Green standing there with an excited expression, Marine curiously asked, "Old man, what's wrong?" Green suddenly laughed and said, "Young master has grown up. Sensible, ha 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 ha, the heavens haven't abandoned my Buddha clan." Then he told Marine about his conversation with Zhao Hai. Finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Young master knows how to care about the clan's matters. This is a good thing. As long as young master can properly manage the clan, even if the Buddha clan can't develop and grow, it can still continue. In any case, the Buddha clan won't disappear." Marine was also very happy, saying, "It doesn't matter whether it's strong or not, as long as young master is safe. I think it's even better now." In the imperial capital, although the Buddha clan was glorious, it was too eye-catching. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been framed by those guys. Now that we're far away from that circle of trouble, living our lives here is even better. There's nothing here in the Black Waste, and no one will have any ideas about coming here. Our Buddha clan is even safer." Green smiled and nodded, saying, "Right, that's the truth. That's why I bought half male and half female slaves this time. It's to prepare for the clan's future development. Now I don't think about anything else. As long as young master can be safe and the Buddha clan can continue, I'm satisfied." Marine also nodded, a smile on her face. Meg stood behind Marine. Although her face didn't have any expression, her eyes revealed a trace of happiness. Zhao Hai also heard Green's laughter. Recalling Green's expression just now, Zhao Hai also knew why Green was so happy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that just acting normal would make them so happy. It seemed that the previous Adam really didn't do anything good. Returning to his room, Zhao Hai couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because he slept too much during the day. He was now lying on the bed, his eyes staring like light bulbs, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. After lying down for more than an hour, Zhao Hai still couldn't fall asleep. Thinking about it, he still decided to go to the space to take a look and see how the radishes were growing. As soon as he entered the space, Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't expect that the radishes he'd just planted a few hours ago would already have large amounts of leaves growing out. It seemed that they weren't far from ripening. Zhao Hai stared blankly at these radishes. He really didn't expect that these radishes would grow so fast. Although spatial soil and spatial water could increase the growth rate of plants, wasn't this too fast? Zhao Hai couldn't help but walk to the edge of the ground. Pulling open a radish to take a look, he discovered that a small section of radish had already grown out of the ground. It was just that because the time was too short, the radish wasn't big yet. It still needed to wait for a period of time to ripen. Zhao Hai laughed foolishly for a while, then buried the radish properly. Only then did he stand up and murmur, "At this speed, it'll ripen tomorrow morning. At that time, I can ask Grandpa Green if there's something like radishes here. I can also conveniently see if those blue-eyed rabbits eat radish leaves. If they do, then I can open a ranch, he he he." Zhao Hai walked around the space again. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Zhao Hai came out of the space and quietly laid on the bed. His mind was constantly thinking about everything that had happened since he woke up. Since he knew that he had transmigrated, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was secretly happy. On Earth, Zhao Hai was an otaku. Every month, he only received a meager amount of royalties to live. Life was very stressful. But here, it was different. Here, he was a noble. Although he was pushed aside, he still had his own fief. Although it was a dead land, he still had several loyal subordinates. A single word from him could decide the life and death of 100 slaves. He had his own castle, and there were people to serve him. Most importantly, he had the space farm. Although he didn't know how the space farm came about, as long as he had the space farm, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Living a carefree life was also very good. While thinking about this, he was also thinking about the future development of the space farm. But right now, thinking about it was useless. He could only wait for the space farm to develop further. But now, the space farm had clearly changed. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing was hard to say. So as long as there was an opportunity tomorrow, he must bring the black soil from the outside into the space. He must see if he could use the space soil and space water to transform it. Moreover, he must accumulate funds as soon as possible to buy some seeds from the space. It would be best if he could also bring some space water outside. This way, even if the space farm disappeared in the future, he would still have his own piece of land. Thinking about this, he unknowingly fell asleep. In his dream, he built a large manor and became the owner of the manor. He was living a simple life. It was called beautiful. While he was dreaming, a voice suddenly sounded, "The radishes have matured. Please collect them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai woke up and quickly entered the space. He discovered that the radishes had matured. One by one, the ground was cracked by the large radishes. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He quickly ran to the side of the space and dug out a big white radish. He wiped the soil on it with his hand and took a bite, regardless of whether it was dirty or not. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as the sweet and slightly spicy liquid from the radish filled his mouth. This taste was really too good. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he especially liked to eat white radishes. White radishes tasted sweet, unlike green radishes which were always spicy. And the white radish grown in the space's field tasted much better than the ones on Earth. Zhao Hai chewed the white radish in his mouth as he looked at the white radish in his hand. This radish was at least 1.5 kilograms, which was not small among the white radishes. Moreover, it was straight, white, and plump. It looked very appetizing. Zhao Hai laughed happily. He took the radish and walked to the window of the thatched hut. He picked up the basket with the word "collect" written on it and shouted towards the soil, "Collect." The radishes in the ground seemed to be dug out by a big hand. One by one, they flew out of the ground and fell into the basket. However, the basket was not full. Zhao Hai looked down and found that the radishes disappeared as soon as they entered the basket. After a while, the whole piece of land was completely collected. Zhao Hai checked the warehouse. Sure enough, all the radishes were stored in the warehouse. However, there was a radish pit on the ground. Zhao Hai didn't sell the radishes. Instead, he bought a bag of seeds. At the same time, he ordered the small shovel to start plowing the ground. Then he planted the bag of seeds in the ground. As soon as he finished planting this bag of seeds, he heard a ding sound, followed by a voice saying, "Congratulations on leveling up to level 2. The system has gifted you 2 bags of cabbage seeds. Each bag can be planted in 1 mu of land." Zhao Hai curled his lips and said, "Really stingy. The seeds can only be planted in 1 mu of land." After finishing his work, Zhao Hai came out of the space. He looked at the sky outside and found that it was still early. The eastern sky had just turned white. At this time, it was impossible for Green and the others to get up. Even the slaves were still sleeping. Zhao Hai was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He sat alone in the room and gnawed on the radish that he dug out from the space. The taste really made him unable to stop. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to finish eating a 3-gene radish. He only ate half of it before he couldn't eat any more. However, a strange thing happened. Zhao Hai felt a warm current in his stomach. His body seemed to be full of energy and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Zhao Hai froze for a moment. This kind of situation had never happened before. He seemed to be eating radishes and not stimulants. How could this be? Could it be that this wasn't a radish but a ginseng? Thinking of this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but touch his nose. He was afraid that he would have a nosebleed. However, he found that his nose was still clean and didn't have a nosebleed. Jiao Hai laughed at himself. He was a person who liked to let his imagination run wild. Therefore, he would often do things that others would find laughable. However, he could be sure that what he felt just now wasn't an illusion. This was because he still felt that he was full of energy. His two eyes were bright and he didn't feel sleepy at all. This kind of situation was somewhat abnormal. From Adam's memories, he knew that he had drunk the water of nothingness. Although drinking the water of nothingness didn't have any effect on people who didn't study magic or Do Qi, it would still make people feel very tired. Even if you wanted to rely on your physical strength to become a warrior, it was impossible. How could there be this kind of endless feeling? There was only one possibility for this kind of feeling. It was because of the radish just now. Thinking of this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but look forward to this radish even more. He immediately received the radish into the spatial warehouse. He was going to wait a bit and ask Green what this radish was. Looking at the sky outside, it was already starting to brighten. However, it was still very early. Everyone still hadn't woken up. Jiao Hai was also too embarrassed to wake them up. However, staying in the room was too boring. Therefore, Jiao Hai slowly walked out. He wanted to properly look at this castle that belonged to him. Coming out of the inner castle, he slowly walked forward. After passing through a small plaza, he arrived at the outer castle. This outer castle structure was very simple. The ground was made of bluestone and rows of stone houses. Behind the stone houses was the city wall. The city wall was very tall, about 10 or so mego. Walking near the city wall to take a look, he discovered that the city wall was also very thick, about 4 meters or so. The city gate looked like it was made of pig iron, about 4 meters tall. There was a huge iron bolt inserted in the middle of the gate. There was a shaking device on the gate. It looked like it was used to pull out and insert that iron bolt. This device's design was very ingenious. As long as the handle below the city gate was shaken, the gear above would turn, thus moving the iron bolt above the city gate and locking the city gate. It was the same when it was pulled out. Jiao Hai nodded. He didn't think that this world's machinery was already so brilliant. Looking around again, he didn't discover anything. Apart from the large pile of supplies that Green had bought in the middle of the plaza, there was basically nothing else. Seeing those supplies, Jiao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It looked like Green really wasn't a business material. He actually exchanged all the gold coins in his hands for these kinds of things. Could it be that they didn't know that gold coins could give birth to gold coins? And these things, sooner or later, would be used up. It looked like Green wanted to turn this place into a large manor isolated from the rest of the world. But thinking about it, what he did was also right. If Jiao Hai hadn't transmigrated here and it was still the original Adam, he might have lived a bit longer here. If he had the money to run around outside, then he might have died very quickly. Turning to the stone stairs next to the city gate, he slowly walked up the city wall. This city wall was built from a kind of iron blue stone. It looked very sturdy. The top of the city wall was also preserved very well. The battlements were also very neat and didn't need to be repaired at all. On each of the 4 corners of the city wall, there was an arrow tower that could protect the castle in all directions. Jiao Hai turned his head and glanced at the inner city wall. The inner castle wall was a bit higher than the outer castle wall. There were also several arrow towers built on top. It looked like this castle's defensive capabilities really weren't just for show. Turning around again, he glanced outside the city wall. Outside the city wall was a moat about 5 meters wide. There was water in the moat, and the water was very clear. It could be seen that there was running water there. There was a drawbridge over the moat. The drawbridge was about 5 meters wide. The drawbridge was made of iron chains as thick as an arm and was very heavy. The drawbridge was made of a huge iron frame. On top of it were wooden planks. Those wooden planks were very new. At a glance, it could be seen that they were newly replaced. Facing the city gate was a straight road. It was also paved with stone. Who knows how far it went? Moreover, it seemed like it hadn't been used for a long time. There were a lot of weeds growing on top of it. Zhao Hai didn't know how many years this castle had been abandoned. That road was something that they had walked through once. He believed that in the past month, no one had gone out of the castle. Therefore, the road looked like that. Besides this road, the outside of the castle was all black land. There wasn't even a blade of grass growing on it. It looked very desolate and had a deathly stillness. At this time, the sun had already risen. The golden sunlight shined on Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai stood on top of the city wall with his hands behind his back. He looked at the rising sun in the distance and couldn't help but feel proud. He laughed and said, "Good, this castle, everything here is mine. Although this place has just started, just like the rising sun. Sooner or later, I will let this sun shine over the entire earth." Zhao Hai didn't notice that at some point, Green and the others had already gotten up. They were all standing below the city wall. They were quietly looking at Zhao Hai, who was standing on top of the castle. His body was covered in golden light. He looked like a god. His eyes flashed with tears of excitement. Zhao Hai waited until the sun was completely out of the ground before his mood calmed down. Yes, this was the first sunrise he saw in this other world. That magnificent scenery made him feel carefree and happy. His heroic spirit was aroused, so he couldn't help but say those words. When Zhao Hai turned around, he discovered that Green and the others were standing below the city wall. Behind them stood 100 slaves. It could be seen that these slaves had been carefully selected. There were half men and half women, and they were all very strong. None of them were sick, and now they were all very clean. The clothes on their bodies were also very clean. Only the male slaves' faces were branded with a mark. That mark was on their foreheads. It was a mad dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was the Buddha clan's emblem, made according to their family's battle chi. When Green saw that Zhao had seen them, he immediately bowed and said, "Master, the Buddha clan's glory will definitely shine on the earth. Please give us a lecture." Zhao nodded and said, "Master, the glory of the Buddha clan will definitely shine on the earth." After he finished speaking, the slaves behind him all fell to their knees. One of their heads hit the ground. No one dared to raise their head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was only an ordinary otaku in his past life. He had never seen such a scene before. For a moment he was stunned there, at a loss of what to do. He really didn't know what to say. After a while, his mood slowly calmed down. Seeing that Green and the others were still bent over and hadn't gotten up, he quickly said, "Grandpa Green, you all get up. Everyone else get up too. We've arrived at a place like this, where there's nothing. There's no way to cultivate the land, there's no ore in the mountains, we only have this abandoned castle as our shelter. And all of you, at the same time, also have a common identity. Buddha, whether you like it or not, your bodies have already been branded with the Buddha clan's brand. You are already a member of the Buddha clan. If the Buddha clan exists, you have a need to exist. If the Buddha clan disappears, you will also disappear. This is an unchangeable fact. Yes, right now we have nothing, but we have a pair of hands. Everything in this world is created by human hands. Every one of us has a pair of hands, so we won't starve to death. We will make our lives more beautiful. Most of you are slaves. You will think that whether your life is beautiful or not has nothing to do with you, because no matter how beautiful your life is, you are still slaves. But what I want to say today is that as long as you work hard, as long as you can make offerings to the Buddha clan, then I can remove your slave status and let you become commoners. Your children will no longer be slaves. Perhaps one day they can join the Buddha clan's army and become a glorious soldier. If they perform well, they may become a knight, a noble. I ask you to do your best, and I will also give you the best. As long as you work hard, I, Adam Buddha, swear here on the honor of my clan, that I will fulfill my promise today. A slight disturbance occurred among the slaves. One must know that before these slaves were bought, they were all professionally trained. When their master was reprimanding them, they weren't allowed to move. Even if they wanted to fart, they had to endure it. This kind of disturbance shouldn't have occurred. But Zhao Hai's words were really too shocking. On the continent, there had never been a noble who would turn slaves into commoners. Once you become a slave, you would be a slave for generations to come. Even your children and grandchildren would be slaves. This was something that couldn't be changed. If Zhao Hai only spoke empty words, these slaves wouldn't have believed it. But Zhao Hai swore on the honor of the Buddha clan. One must know that the nobles of the Ark continent didn't easily swear. Even if they did, they wouldn't swear on their family's honor. This was something that all nobles valued the most. As long as they swore on their family's honor, they would definitely do it. In other words, what Zhao Hai said was all true. What was a slave's biggest wish? One day, they could become commoners and regain their freedom. They could let their children and grandchildren no longer suffer as slaves. For this reason, a lot of slaves resisted. They rebelled and revolted, but they were quickly suppressed by the nobles. This was because they were only slaves. They didn't have weapons, they didn't have armor, they didn't have battle chi. In this case, it was impossible for them to fight against the nobles who were armed to the teeth. Now Zhao Hai was telling them that they didn't need to revolt. As long as they worked hard, as long as they could contribute to the Buddha clan, they would be able to obtain commoner status. For these slaves, this was really like a dream. It was necessary for slaves to work hard. If they didn't work hard and were discovered, they would be executed. Even if they weren't executed, they would still receive the most severe punishment. Therefore, none of them dared to be lazy. Now someone was telling them that as long as they worked hard, they would be able to get what they wanted the most. For them, this was too big of a shock. Green and the others were also stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say such a thing. To tell the truth, Green didn't quite agree with Zhao Hai's words. Because it was necessary for the slaves to work hard. Moreover, no noble on the continent would let a slave become a commoner. There were too many things involved in this matter. But now that Zhao Hai's words had already been spoken, he had no way to refute. He could only wait until they returned to the inner castle to properly explain the situation to Zhao Hai. Glancing at the people below, Zhao Hai knew that for them to have such a reaction was already pretty good. From Adam's memories, he already knew the status of these slaves. It was precisely because he knew this that he used the thing these slaves wanted the most to entice them. Human creativity was endless. As long as they were given hope, they would erupt with energy that was hard to imagine. And now, Zhao Hai needed them to erupt with this kind of energy. Therefore, he did this. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with their reaction, so he continued, "You can think of various methods. As long as you can let the Buddha clan obtain benefits, or make something that can improve your lives, you can take anything useful to Steward Green. As long as I believe that what you make is useful, is good, I will record your merit. As long as your merit reaches a certain degree, you can become a commoner. Even if you don't do anything, as long as you work hard, as long as you perform well, you can obtain merit. As long as this merit accumulates to a certain degree, you can become a commoner. You can become a child of our Buddha clan, a member of the Black Earth territory." The slaves became even more excited. They now simply regarded Zhao Hai as a god, because only a god would be so benevolent. All of the slaves' bodies unexpectedly erupted with an imposing aura. This imposing aura actually made Green, who already had the strength of an 8th-level warrior, feel somewhat apprehensive. Green turned his head to look at the slaves. He discovered that the slaves' bodies seemed to have something extra. Before, when he looked at these slaves, he always felt that they were lifeless, like stone. But now, they were like people, with more vitality, more energy. Green's heart shook. He suddenly understood Zhao Hai's approach. If the Buddha clan wanted to develop, relying on 100 lifeless slaves would be impossible. But if it was 100 people full of energy, then it would be completely different. Green didn't know what 100 people with energy could do, but what 100 slaves could do, he was very clear. Green let out a long breath, his face revealing a sincere smile. At the same time, there was a trace of unswerving determination. He believed that the Buddha clan's opportunity to start anew was coming. Zhao Hai also felt the changes in the slaves' bodies. He faintly smiled, knowing that his words were effective, so he immediately said, "Good, you go to work. First, arrange these supplies. Tomorrow, there will be new tasks for you." The slaves complied and quickly walked towards the supplies. Their footsteps were more powerful than before, and their bodies were full of energy. Xiaohai nodded with satisfaction. Coming down from the wall, he slowly walked to Green's side and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, let's go back. I have some things to ask you." Green complied and led Marine and the others, following behind Xiaohai as they walked towards the inner castle. Looking at Xiaohai's back, Green knew that Xiaohai had really changed. He was no longer the young Master Adam who only knew how to cause trouble. He was now the Buddha clan's patriarch, a true patriarch. The group quickly arrived at the inner castle's dining hall. After sitting down, Xiaohai turned his hand and the half-radish he ate appeared in his hand. He put the radish on the table and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, what do you think this is?" Green didn't make a sound. Xiaohai looked at Green strangely and found that Green was looking at his hand in a daze. He also knew why Green had such an expression. It was because he had just taken out the radish. On this continent, there was also spatial magic. It was just that spatial magic was very difficult to learn and the requirements were very harsh. Therefore, not many people went to learn it. Although there were spatial equipment that could be used to store things, opening those equipment required energy. Whether it was magic or battle chi, as long as there was energy, it could be opened. As for him, someone who had drunk the water of nothingness, even if he had such equipment, he still wouldn't be able to open it, not to mention that he didn't have it. Xiaohai faintly smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, what do you think this is?" Green recovered and excitedly stood up, saying, "Young Master, just now you?" "Just now you." Xiaohai waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. That's an ability I inadvertently obtained. You only need to know, don't speak of it. Come and see what this is." Green had lived in the imperial capital his whole life. What kind of grand spectacle hadn't he seen? So he immediately returned to his senses. He didn't look at the things on the table, but rather looked at Xiaohai with sparkling eyes and said, "Young Master, you can use magic?" Xiaohai shook his head and said, "I can't use magic, you know. Anyone who drinks the water of nothingness has no way to use magic. This is only a kind of ability, it doesn't have any offensive nature, it can only let me store things." Green nodded, slightly disappointed, then turned his head to the table. Seeing the radish on the table, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He immediately picked it up, carefully looked at it, smelled it, and finally took a bite. He nodded and put the radish on the table, turning his head to Xiaohai and said, "Young Master, this is magic radish, it's a very common magic vegetable." Xiaohai stared blankly, "What magic vegetable? Are there other vegetables?" Green nodded and said, "Yes, young Master, the vegetables on the Ark continent are divided into two kinds. One is common vegetables, these vegetables are generally eaten by commoners or slaves, and aristocrats generally eat magic vegetables. These vegetables themselves contain some magic energy, they can only grow in some particularly good soil, and they also need people to take care of them carefully. Magic radish is such a magic vegetable, but it's the most common. The current market price is about 1 silver coin per caddy." Xiaohai quickly calculated in his mind. He now had 80,000 caddies of radish, 1 silver coin per caddy, which was 80,000 silver coins, or 8,000 gold coins. This was a lot better than if he sold it to the space, which was 500 gold coins, which was equivalent to a little more than 6 copper coins per caddy. Comparing the purchasing power of this world to that of Earth, in other words, if he sold these radish to the space, it would only be 6 dimes per caddy, but if he sold them to the people here, they could be sold for $10 per caddy, a difference of nearly 20 times. Even a fool would know what to do with this business. At this time, Green picked up the radish again and said, "But this magic radish is somewhat strange. I've never seen such a big magic radish on the continent, and its taste is much stronger than magic radish. Young Master, where did you get this thing?" Xiaohai didn't answer him, only continuing, "Then do blue-eyed rabbits eat the leaves of this thing? When we buy magic radish, do we buy the leaves together?" Green shook his head, "If we buy this magic radish, we don't want the leaves. The taste of the leaves isn't very good, but it's food that blue-eyed rabbits really like to eat. Why do you ask about this, young Master?" Xiaohai stood up and walked 2 laps on the ground with a happy expression on his face. "The heavens didn't abandon me, the heavens didn't abandon me. With this thing, I can build a ranch. Master tt tes s t t t t tes jiao t t t s s t t t jiao s is jiao t t t t t green t don't scare this old servant. Jiao Hai came back to his senses, looking at Green as he laughed heartily. Grandpa Green, don't be scared, I'm just too happy. That's right, Grandpa Green, let me ask you, is this magic radish easy to buy? Seeing that Jiao Hai was fine, Green was relieved. He immediately nodded and said, it's easy to buy. There aren't many wars on the continent right now, and people's income is also a lot. Many commoners also buy some magic vegetables to eat, and magic radish is one of the cheapest magic vegetables, so a lot of people buy it. Jiao Hai nodded and sat down, letting Green also sit down. Grandpa Green, I have 80,000 gene of this magic radish in my hands right now. You have to find a way to buy it. It doesn't matter if the price is a bit cheaper, but you have to buy it as soon as possible, then buy blue-eyed rabbits, the more the better. The mountain we're living on right now has a lot of dwarven abandoned mines. We can transform those mines into blue-eyed rabbits' nests. Like this, we'll have a fixed income in the future. Green stared blankly, his expression excited as he stood up and said, Young master, you're talking about 80,000 gene magic radish? How do you have so much magic radish? Jiao Hai shook his head and said, don't worry about that for now. You have to settle this matter as soon as possible, and the buyer you find must be big. Tell him that I have magic radish in my hands, 80,000 gene in 2 days. As long as he wants it, he can have as much as he wants. Green stammered, Young master, is what you said true? You really have that much magic radish? Where did you get it from? Jiao Hai smiled and said, you don't need to worry about this. You just have to settle this matter as soon as possible. You have to be quick, but you have to be low-key. Don't let people find out that these things were bought by us. Can you do that? Green calmed down all of a sudden. Even though he didn't know where Jiao Hai got these radish, he thought it must have something to do with the ability that Jiao Hai got. So he immediately said, Young master, rest assured. This old slave can still do it. I'll go arrange it right away. Jiao Hai nodded his head and called out to Green, who was just about to walk out, Grandpa Green, let those slaves not take care of those goods. Immediately go tidy up those mines. We have to tidy up those mines in the shortest amount of time. We want to raise a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. I'll put away those goods. You don't have to worry. Green's 2 eyes flashed. He had a new understanding of Jiao Hai's ability. Even though Jiao Hai said his ability didn't have any offensive nature, just based on the fact that he could store so many things and could provide so many magic radish, it was already very amazing. Green immediately nodded his head and said, Young master, rest assured. I'll arrange it well. Blockhead, Rockhead, from now on, protect the young master step by step. I'm going out for a few days. Merlin, Meg, you look after those slaves. You must complete the young master's arrangements in the shortest amount of time. Do you understand? At this moment, Green finally displayed the majesty and skill of a great aristocratic family's general manager. He arranged a few things in the shortest amount of time. The most important thing was that the first was Jiao Hai's safety. The second was the focus of the work. The third was the matter of going outside to buy radishes. Moreover, it was very clear that he had to handle this third matter himself. Merlin and the others had just been stupefied by what they heard. They really hadn't thought that Jiao Hai's body would actually have such a secret. Now that Green called out like this, they immediately recovered their wits. They all responded, and Green then walked out with quick steps. Jiao Hai glanced at Green's back and nodded. It seemed that Green wasn't completely ignorant. When he came to the Black Waste before, the reason why he spent all of his money was probably because of the reason he guessed. It was so that Adam wouldn't have any money to spend and would obediently stay here. But now it seemed that he wouldn't have to worry about this. Merlin saw that Green had left and then turned her head to Jiao Hai and said, Young master, are you hungry? You still haven't eaten anything since you woke up in the morning. I'll go prepare it for you right away. Finished speaking, she walked towards the kitchen. Jiao Hai promptly said, Grandma Merlin, forget it. I ate half a magic radish in the morning. I'm still full now and can't eat anything. Merlin promptly shook her head and said, How can that be? How can you be full just by eating this kind of thing? young master, wait a moment. I'll go prepare it right away. It'll be ready very soon. Zhao Hai saw that he couldn't stop her and promptly said, Grandma Merlin, take this magic radish to the kitchen as well. It'll be ready for cooking. Merlin complied and took the half radish into the kitchen. Meg stood at Zhao Hai's side and Blockhead and Rockhead, one on the left and one on the right, stood behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that no matter what he said now, Blockhead and Rockhead wouldn't listen. These two guys were very stubborn and only listened to Green. Therefore, he also didn't say anything. He only turned his head to Meg and said, Meg, go get me some Kia. I'm a bit thirsty. Meg complied and turned around to walk towards the kitchen. But when she walked behind Zhao Hai, she stealthily glanced at Zhao Hai before quickly walking into the kitchen. Zhao Hai sat there bored. Right now, the people he could talk to in the castle were still too few. There were only Green and a few others. Those slaves still couldn't chat normally with Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai went to chat with them, they might be frightened. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only sit there by himself. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to chat with Blockhead and Rockhead. But the two of them belonged to the category of people who didn't have any brains. Chatting with them simply didn't have anything to talk about. Therefore, he could only sit there alone in a daze. Fortunately, after a while, Meg came out with a pot of Kia. But after she poured a cup for Zhao Hai, she retreated behind Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. This made Zhao Hai very depressed, but he also didn't know what to say to Meg. Because of the things Adam had done to Meg before, when facing Meg, Zhao Hai also felt very embarrassed. Marine's movements were still very fast. Before long, Zhao Hai's breakfast was ready. It was similar to the Western breakfast on Earth. Marine also prepared bread for Zhao Hai, meat porridge and a few fried eggs. These fried eggs naturally weren't the same as the eggs on Earth, but rather the eggs of a level 1 magic beast from the Ark continent. Zhao Hai turned his head to Marine and said, Grandma Marine, you also sit down and eat. After eating, you still have a lot of things to do. You don't need to accompany me. Marine nodded. This time, she didn't refute, because she also knew that after eating, they really did have a lot of things to do. Therefore, Mason and Meg went to the kitchen to get a few more portions of breakfast and ate with Blockhead and Rockhead. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai didn't return to his room. Instead, he went to the living room on the first floor and sat there drinking Kia. He knew that after Green had arranged everything, he would definitely report to him, so he wasn't in a hurry. As expected, not long after Zhao Hai sat down, Green walked in and bowed to Zhao Hai. Young master, I've already arranged the matters at home. I'll set off immediately in a moment. Zhao Hai nodded. Don't be so anxious. Don't worry, those things will be left here with me. There won't be any problems even if they're left here for 8 or 10 years. After you go, you must find some big merchants and sign those kind of long-term cooperation agreements with them. Moreover, remember, we're going to breed large amounts of blue-eyed rabbits in the future. We also need to cooperate with them for this. If my guess isn't wrong, after the impact of the magic radishes in our hands on the market, the magic radishes price might drop. We need to be mentally prepared for this. Green nodded. Zhao Hai pointed to the seat to the side. Grandpa Green, you should sit down. It's uncomfortable for you to stand like this. Sit down, I still have a lot of things to say to you. Blockhead, go bring Grandpa Green some breakfast. Let Grandpa Green eat here today. Blockhead glanced at Green. Green nodded. Blockhead then turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Green also sat down. Zhao Hai didn't express anything about this. He was very clear about what kind of conduct Adam had in the past. If it wasn't for Green being the chief steward, Adam would have died who knows how many times already. Now, he naturally wouldn't be jealous of Green's authority. After Green sat down, Zhao Hai continued. Grandpa Green, you also know our current situation. That's why I hope you must remember to be low-key. You must be low-key. We're now in this kind of place. If we do something that those big nobles can't stand, we'll be finished. That's why this cooperation can't be made known to people that it has anything to do with us. Green nodded. Zhao Hai sighed. Although I don't know why those big nobles let our Buddha clan go and only banished us to this kind of place, I think that we definitely have something in our hands that they're apprehensive about. If they want to deal with us, they'll have to pay a great price. But if we let them know that our Buddha clan has the possibility of rising again, then they won't care about the price and will definitely kill us. That's why we must be low-key right now. Although being low-key is very vexing, it can let our Buddha clan continue until the day we rise again. That's why we can only be low-key right now. Green's two eyes reddened. He stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Rest assured, young master, this old servant will definitely take care of this matter well. Zhao Hai nodded. Grandpa Green, don't be like this. Sit down. You have to remember, the magic radishes are only the first step. After a period of time, I'll try to see if I can turn the black soil outside into normal soil that can be planted. That would be even better. But we also need more manpower. That's why you have to buy some more slaves through various channels. No matter what race they are, as long as they're useful and have a skill, you can buy them. In any case, the average person won't come here to take a look, but we still have to be careful. Green nodded. He discovered that the young master really had changed. If it was the young master of the past, it would have been impossible for him to think of these things. The present change was absolutely a good thing for the Buddha clan. At this time, Blockhead also brought over Green's breakfast. Zhao Hai glanced at Green's breakfast. It was very simple, which made Zhao Hai shake his head. He turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, after the magic radishes are sold, you have to first buy some blue-eyed rabbits, second some long-tailed chickens, and third some scaleless fish. Right now, the moat outside the castle is empty. I took a look, that river water seems to be running water, and can be used to raise fish. Let's not worry about how much money we can earn first, we have to make our own lives passable. When you go, don't be afraid of the amount of magic radishes they want. No matter how much they want, we can provide it. But I think that the magic radish market has been impacted by us like this, it will certainly cause a lot of people to suffer losses. When the time comes, they will certainly investigate. So no matter what, we must not let them find out about us. Also, buy some more books, preferably books related to the continent's flora and fauna. This will be very useful to us. Anyway, I can only think of these right now. As for the rest, you can handle it as you see fit. Right, our current defensive strength is too small, you have to pay more attention. It's best if you recruit some slaves with fighting ability. But things have to be done bit by bit. Green ate while listening to Zhao Hai's words. He took note of what Zhao Hai said. These matters also needed to have a priority, but these were all things that he had to do as the chief steward. Not long after, Green finished eating and had Blockhead put away the tableware in the kitchen. Only then did he stand up and bow to Zhao Hai, saying, Young master, this old servant is going. If something happens in this old servant's absence, you must tell Merlin. Young master, you must take good care of yourself. You are the Buddha clan's last hope. If something happens to you, this old servant will have no face to see the late master. Zhao Hai faintly smiled saying, Don't worry Grandpa Green, I know what to do. I also won't be as mischievous as before. You go early and come back early, as long as you get things done it's fine. Right, transporting our magic radishes out is a big problem. I think after you settle things, I'll personally deliver the things over. This way it won't attract people's attention, what do you say? Green thought for a moment and said, This matter can wait until this old servant settles things before talking about it. Young master, don't worry, this old servant will arrange everything. Zhao Hai nodded. Looking at Green, he suddenly bowed to Green and said, Grandpa Green, I thank you on behalf of the Buddha clan. From today onwards, you are my relative. Green's two eyes reddened, but he accepted Zhao Hai's salute. He faced the sky and laughed heartily, Master, you can see that the young master is promising, the young master is sensible, the Buddha clan has hope. Even if this old servant has to stake these old bones, he will make the Buddha clan prosper once again. Finished speaking, he bowed to Zhao Hai and turned to leave. But at this time, Green didn't look like a servant at all. His body's heroic spirit soared to the sky, the might of a level 8 martial artist was fully displayed. Zhao Hai looked at Green's back and faintly smiled. He turned around and walked towards his room. Zhao Hai knew that for others to adapt to his changes, it would take a process. Now that his performance was already very eye-catching, he should be honest and well-behaved. In any case, Green had already arranged the matters at home, and the remaining matters were taken care of by Merlin and Meg, so he didn't need to worry. He still went back to his room to take a look at the farm. That was the foundation of his life. But Blockhead and Rockhead, these two stubborn fellows, were like two ghosts following behind him. No matter where he went, they would follow. They carried out Green's words thoroughly, but this also made Zhao Hai feel very helpless. Now Zhao Hai didn't want to let Green and the others know too much about the spatial farm. But with Blockhead and Rockhead, these two stubborn fellows, not letting them know wouldn't do. Entering his room, Zhao Hai turned to Blockhead and Rockhead and said, "Blockhead, Rockhead, you go back to your room. I want to rest for a while. There's nothing to do in the castle, you don't need to worry." The two shook their heads at the same time, but didn't speak. Zhao Hai impatiently said, "I want to rest." "You go help Grandma Merlin?" Shake their heads. "I want to sleep." "You can't just stand by the bed, right? Go stand outside the door." Shake their heads. "I'm the young master. You two get out for me." Shake their heads. "Two big brothers, consider it as me begging you. Give me a bit of free space, please do me a favor and go out." Zhao Hai saw that there was really no way to deal with the two. He could only say, "Blockhead, Rockhead, I know that you two were adopted by my father since childhood and are absolutely loyal to the Buddha clan. But I really want to go to a place right now. That place is related to the future development of our Buddha clan, so it's best that you don't follow. You can't keep up. So in a moment, if I suddenly disappear, don't worry and don't shout. Is that okay?" As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the two brothers reached out and pulled out the two-handed greatswords on their backs. They put it across their necks, looking like "If you don't let us follow, we'll immediately die." Zhao Hai patted his head. Meeting such stubborn people gave him a terrible headache, but there was no way around it. Looking at Blockhead and Rockhead's appearance, he knew that if he really didn't let them follow, they might really commit suicide. They were one of the few people who were absolutely loyal to the Buddha clan. How could he let them die? But if he just took them into the space, they would know the secrets of the space. Zhao Hai really was somewhat unwilling. But right now, Zhao still didn't fully understand what was going on in the space. The radishes were planted before dawn, and now that the sun was up, he didn't know how they would grow. He had to go and take a look. When the radishes matured, he would have to put them away. After all, that was money. The most important thing was that Zhao Hai also wanted to see how he could get the water and soil from the space outside. The space's soil and water could transform the land. If it really could transform the land, then the black soil outside might become fertile land. This was what Zhao Hai needed the most right now. While Zhao Hai was thinking about the pros and cons of not entering the space, Blockhead and Rockhead didn't put down their swords. Their eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai, afraid that Zhao Hai would disappear. After a while, Zhao Hai recovered. He looked at the two and said with a wry smile, "Well, you can follow, but you absolutely can't speak of what you saw today. If you want to speak, you can only tell Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, and Meg. Besides these three people, you can't speak of it to anyone else. Even if you talk in your sleep, you can't speak of it." The two nodded at the same time, but they still didn't put down the swords in their hands. Zhao Hai looked at the two and was speechless for a while. It seems like the two weren't really stupid. They were actually afraid that he would deceive them. It seems like he could only bring them into the space. But that's fine. In any case, sooner or later they would know about the space, so he might as well bring them in. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, put down your swords. Don't you feel heavy holding them? Get ready, we're going in." Then with a thought, the three figures instantly disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared inside the space farm. Blockhead and Rockhead stared blankly at everything inside the space farm. They saw the radishes that had already grown out of the ground, the thatched huts, and the pile of things in front of the huts. Zhao Hai saw that the two were still holding their swords. He patted their shoulders and said, "Put down your swords. Aren't we already here?" Blockhead and Rockhead recovered. The two couldn't help but put down their swords. They didn't dare to disobey Zhao Hai's words. Right now, they felt that Zhao Hai's words were an imperial edict. They couldn't disobey. Zhao Hai also felt the changes in the two. He felt that the two were now treating him as their master. This made Zhao Hai stare blankly. However, he didn't think too much about it. He carefully looked at the growth of the radishes and then looked at the things inside the huts. There weren't any changes. Right now, he only had 200 gold coins left. Moreover, he remembered that when he was playing the game would automatically refresh weeds and insects from time to time. These two things were the enemy of the growth of crops. Fortunately, there weren't any of those things growing in the ground. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai had to come here to take a look. Although the farm gave him a hint when the radishes were ripe, Zhao Hai didn't know if the farm would give him a hint when the radishes were growing. Now, these turnips were all money. If he wanted to live a good life here, he couldn't do without money. He needed money, a lot of money, so he couldn't make any mistakes. Blockhead and Rockhead were still by Zhao Hai's side as usual. But now, their state of mind had undergone a great change. In the past, they only listened to Green. But after arriving here, Green's position in their hearts was far lower than Zhao Hai's. Now, they followed Zhao Hai's lead. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that this space was a mutated space. In fact, everything here belonged to them. However, this space originally had the ability to level up. Right now, his level was too low, so he still needed to level up. Once he reaches a higher level, this space would completely belong to him. It was precisely because this space completely belonged to him that no matter what he brought into the space, those things would involuntarily recognize him as their master. His command was an imperial edict. In this space, he was a god. Therefore, Blockhead and Rockhead had such thoughts. Zhao Hai still hadn't discovered this point. He just carefully inspected the space to see if there were any changes. Nothing, there were no changes at all. Everything was normal. Although he leveled up, he didn't get anything other than some seeds. However, Zhao Hai wasn't discouraged. Although he didn't have many gold coins left, he could still plant some radishes. If the radishes were harvested and Green still hadn't returned, then he could only buy some radishes first and then use the money to plant more radishes. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to plant something else, but that he knew too little about this world's vegetables. He was afraid that if he planted something else, he wouldn't be able to sell it. Right now, he was in a state of primitive accumulation. If he really made a pile of vegetables that couldn't be sold, then his funds would be tied down. This wasn't a good time. Radishes were easy to buy in this world, so planting radishes was the safest way. But right now, Zhao Hai couldn't make a single mistake. This wasn't only related to his life, it was also related to the future of the entire Buddha clan. Zhao Hai clearly knew that he didn't just inherit Adam Buddha's body, he also inherited the Buddha clan. He inherited that responsibility. Therefore, he would rather seek stability and be low-key. He didn't want to make a single mistake and let others discover their movements. If they were discovered, then he was afraid that even his life would be gone. Finding that there weren't any changes in the space, Zhao Hai nodded and stood up. He turned to Blockhead and Rockhead and said, "Okay, there's nothing else here. Let's go out." Blockhead and Rockhead were now following Zhao Hai's lead, so they naturally wouldn't oppose. They immediately responded, "Yes, young master." This made Zhao Hai stare blankly. This was the first time Blockhead and Rockhead had spoken to him. He couldn't help but curiously look at the two of them, but he didn't find anything strange. His mind moved, and he followed the two of them out of the space farm, returning to his room. Glancing at the room, the door was still closed, and no one had come in. Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Blockhead and Rockhead and said, "Let's go. We'll go outside the castle and take a look. I want to see what the black soil is like. The moat also needs to be renovated. We're going to raise fish there." As he spoke, he led the two of them outside. If it was before, Blockhead and Rockhead would have certainly stopped him, because Green didn't allow Zhao Hai to leave the castle. But now, they didn't say anything and just silently followed behind Zhao Hai. The three of them arrived at the castle square. Zhao Hai casually took the materials that hadn't been put in the room into the space. At the same time, he used his consciousness to explore the space. He found that many things had been placed in the space's warehouse. Moreover, the warehouse had already arranged them according to their categories. Moreover, the quantity of the materials had been prepared. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai also discovered that he didn't need to go to the farm space to control everything there. When he wanted to see something in the space, a projection of that thing would appear in front of him. And this projection seemed to be invisible to Blockhead and Rockhead, which was a lot more convenient. The three of them slowly went out of the castle. The castle's main gate was already open. Merlin and Meg were looking at the slaves who were tidying up the abandoned mine. In fact, even if they didn't look, the slaves wouldn't be lazy. This was because Zhao Hai had given them a goal. As long as they worked hard, sooner or later, they would no longer be slaves. For the slaves, this was their biggest motivation. Merlin and Meg also discovered that the slaves were particularly energetic today. Everyone seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. Work that could have been done in an hour could now be done in half an hour. Zhao Hai didn't go there. Right now, there weren't many people he could trust, but he could absolutely trust Merlin and the others. Since he trusted them, then there was no need to go there. He wanted to see the black soil. And see if the space could transform it. However, Zhao Hai still went to the side of the moat. The moat wasn't very wide, but it could be seen that it was built very well. Even the entire river was stacked with stones. Therefore, although no one had lived here for many years, the water was still very clear. Zhao Hai looked at the moat. When it was built, there were two sources of water. One was that the moat itself had two springs that sprayed water day and night. The other was an underground river that flowed down from the mountain. Logically speaking, it was strange that there was an underground river in the mountains. The river water just flowed into the moat, and on the other side of the moat, there was an outlet. Therefore, the water in the river was definitely running water and could be used to raise fish. But if he raised fish like this, he would certainly suffer a loss. If he directly released the fish, then the fish would have already run away. Therefore, if he wanted to raise fish, then the moat would need to be transformed. But there was another problem. The moat was connected to the castle's drainage system. If he wanted to transform the moat, then the castle's drainage system would also need to be changed. This would involve a lot of problems. Zhao Hai frowned. He put this matter aside for now. He still felt that he should look at the black soil first. If the black soil could really be transformed, then he would have a lot of things to do. Farming, irrigation, harvesting, all of these were all planned out. Farming looked simple, but it was actually very difficult to do it well. Although Zhao Hai hadn't farmed before, he still had some understanding of farming. He had seen people do it before. In addition, the country attached great importance to agriculture. Every year, there would be a lot of news about farming. Droughts, floods, these news could be heard every year. Moreover, he liked history books, so naturally, he knew that farming wasn't easy. The word irrigation had been mentioned more than once in China's history. Every emperor attached great importance to it. But now, in Zhao Hai's territory, there were no irrigation facilities at all. It was strange to say that there was nothing growing on the black soil. After so many years, it should have already been turned into sand. But here, the black soil was still there. The wind and sand didn't seem to have any effect on him. Zhao Hai led Blockhead and Rockhead to the black soil. The black soil wasn't far from the castle. After a few dozen steps, they arrived. Zhao Hai slowly squatted down and grabbed a handful of black soil. This made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai used to live in the oil city in the north of China. There was a kind of black soil there that was called oil sand. This kind of oil sand was like sand mixed with oil. It didn't grow at all, but it looked black. Zhao Hai had also seen this kind of oil sand before. But when he touched the black soil, he felt as if he was touching oil sand. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but sink. If this was really oil sand, then he wouldn't be able to plant anything. He just hoped that it just felt like oil sand. Zhao Hai turned to Blockhead and said, "Blockhead, dig out some black soil. We'll go back and slowly study it." Blockhead complied, then he took out his sword and started digging. Before long, he had dug out a large pile of black soil. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's done." Then with a move of his hand, the pile of black soil was received into the space's warehouse. He was going to go back and slowly study it. After receiving the black soil, Zhao Hai looked at the black soil and couldn't help but sigh. This large piece of land actually couldn't be planted. It was really too wasteful. He hoped that the spatial water and spatial earth could transform this place. Otherwise, even if they wanted to develop, it would be a lot slower. Moreover, his secret would soon be known by the whole world. If that happened, the Buddha clan would be finished. After collecting the black soil, Zhao Hai led Blockhead and Rockhead over to where Meg and Merlin were, wanting to see how they were tidying up. Although there were a lot of dwarven mines on this iron mountain, it was actually a large mine. Almost the entire mountain had been hollowed out by the dwarves. However, the structure of this mountain was very peculiar, and the dwarves had many years of mining experience. The entire mine was built very firmly, so there was no need to worry about the danger of a cave-in. Although Meg and Merlin were two women, the two of them had always served the Buddha clan and had always been Green's good helpers. Doing this kind of thing naturally wasn't a problem. And those slaves had been encouraged by Zhao Hai to regain their freedom. They were full of energy and didn't need them to look after them. However, when they were tidying up the mine, they discovered that there weren't many places in this mine that could be used. The first few dozen meters of the mine was a residential area composed of open space and stone caves. The dwarves ate and lived here, and this place could be used to raise blue-eyed rabbits if it was properly tidied up. But it wasn't good to go further in. It was slanted downwards, and it was already full of water. But just these places that had been tidied up were enough to raise a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. At the very least, raising several tens of thousands of them wouldn't be a problem. Because the dwarves lived in the mine all year round, the design of the mine was similar to a small city. It wasn't far from a water source, and there were certain drainage facilities. Moreover, the place was spacious and close to the entrance of the mine. Although there was water stored in the mine, it was still very dry. It could be said that it was the best place to raise blue-eyed rabbits. Zhao Hai also saw the true appearance of this dwarf iron mountain for the first time. The entire iron mountain wasn't very high, only about 1,000 meters above sea level. It stretched for a few thousand li, forming a semicircle that surrounded the Black Waste. There was only one way in and out of the Black Waste, and that was through the opening of the semicircle mountain range. Zhao Hai's castle was built against the mountain. Part of it was on the hillside, and the back was the Iron Mountain. The dwarven mine was halfway up the mountain, and the terrain wasn't low. Behind the Iron Mountain was one of the continent's most infamous danger zones, known as the Carrion Swamp, one of the continent's 5 forbidden zones. The soil on this mountain was dark brown, and there were piles of weeds growing here and there. However, their growth was not very good, and they looked like they were about to die of illness. Although there were a few crooked trees, they also looked malnourished and had polio. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He now knew why those great nobles had sent him here, and why Green had spent all of his family's wealth to buy supplies before coming here. This was a land of death. Even if they worked hard in the future, being able to eat their fill was already good enough. If the Buddha clan wanted to rely on this place to start afresh, it was tantamount to a fool's dream. Looking at the busy mine in the distance, Zhao Hai quickly walked forward. Soon, he arrived at the mine, but Marine and Meg were in the middle of commanding the slaves, so they didn't notice Zhao Hai's arrival. Although this mine was built by the dwarves, the entrance was very tall. It was more than 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. Inside was a large open space. Large and small caves covered the entire space. This was simply a mountain city. Even if people lived here, it wouldn't be a problem for tens of thousands of people. Zhao Hai was shocked by the scene in front of him. He really didn't think that the dwarves could actually create such a cave city. This was really too shocking. Looking inside the mine, the inside of the mine was unexpectedly built with stones in an arched shape. This wasn't a mine, it was clearly an underground base. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. This place was really too good. As long as this place was properly organized, not only could it be used to raise blue-eared rabbits, it could also be used as a secret base. However, this kind of organization also needed some time. Right now, they didn't have the time to do this. At this time, Marine also saw Zhao Hai. She quickly came over and said, "Young master, why did you come here? This place is very dirty. You should go back to the castle." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just came to see what this place is like." "Grandma Marine, how many caves like this are there on this mountain?" Marine quickly said, "There are only 2 such large caves on the mountain. One is on this side of the castle, and the other is on the other side of the mountain. The size of those caves is about the same as here. The rest are small passages. There are dozens of small passages like those." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Are these caves all connected? How deep is this mine? We want to build a barrier here. Otherwise, if we raise blue-eared rabbits here, there's no way to catch them." Marine looked and said, "Young master, don't worry. These caves may be connected. This is the habit of the dwarves. However, the passages are generally built under this mine. In order to ensure that this mountain won't collapse, they won't dig a horizontal passage outside. However, the inside of the cave is now filled with water. It's unknown how deep it is, so it has become a dead end. Young master, you can use this place without worry." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "That's good. We can't take care of the cave on the other side of the mountain for now. This cave is just right. Let's properly repair the road leading here and block the mine. Although there's water inside and we don't have to worry about the blue-eared rabbits running away, we still have to prevent them from drowning." Marine nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what to do. Young master shouldn't come to this kind of place. You should go back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Grandma Marine, you're busy. I'll go take a look at the water in the mine and see if it can be used." Marine nodded and said, "Then I'll accompany you. I'm a water wizard, so I still have a good understanding of water. I believe I can help young master." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay. In any case, there's nothing to do here. Grandma Marine, you don't have to work too hard. It's also good to walk with me." After saying that, he stepped into the mine. Marine followed behind Zhao Hai. Blockhead and Rockhead followed behind them. However, Meg didn't move. She still had to stay behind to look after those slaves. The 4 people quickly entered the mine. This mine was slanted downwards, but the slope wasn't too big. It looked like there was originally a railroad track above, but now the railroad track had already been taken away by someone. Only the brownstone floor was left. Following the slope down for a few hundred meters, Zhao Hai saw an underground lake. Yes, this place could only be described as an underground lake. The area here was really too big. Borrowing the light from the mine tunnel, he simply couldn't see how big the water was. He could only hear bursts of water sounds. It was at this time that a ball of white light suddenly lit up beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai curiously glanced to the side and found that Marine was holding a ball of light in her hand. It looked like she was holding a lamp. However, he immediately understood that this was magic. From the memories left behind by Adam, he knew that this was a kind of light magic illumination. It didn't have any attack, defense, or healing abilities. Its only use was to be used as a lamp. It was a magic that any magician on the continent, even a magic apprentice, could use. This was because only magic-like illumination didn't have any attribute restrictions. Zhao Hai only glanced at it before turning his head. Borrowing the illumination's light, he carefully sized up this underground lake. Zhao Hai now discovered that calling this place an underground lake wasn't wrong at all. The surface area of the water here was much larger than an ordinary underground lake. It could be described as boundless. And what made Zhao Hai feel most puzzled was that there were actually a few small islands on this lake. However, these islands weren't large, only about a few dozen square meters. Moreover, they were connected to the sky above and the ground below, just like pillars. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he asked Marine, "Granny Marine, do you know what those pillar-like things are used for?" Marine smiled and said, "Young master didn't see wrong. Those are pillars. They're pillars that the dwarves left behind to support the entire mountain range. The platforms there are command towers. When the dwarves are working, there will be people standing on them, giving orders to the people below. The water you see here has actually been completely hollowed out. It can be said that this is a lake. Jiao Hai's eyes lit up, then he laughed and said, "Great, this is really great. This way, we can raise fish here. Raise a lot of fish. This is really a natural treasure trove, ha ha ha." Marine looked around and said, "Young master's idea is very good, but we still have to take a good look at this place. If it's stagnant water, then there's no way to raise fish. But it doesn't seem to be stagnant water either. I feel that the water elements here are still very active, but the source of the water is a problem. If there's a river flowing in, then there must be an exit. Otherwise, the water can't be maintained at this level all the time. But if there's an exit, then no matter how many fish we put in, they might run away along that exit." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this is a big problem, and I also found this problem at the moat. It seems that we have to solve this problem first." After saying that, he turned to Marine and said, "Granny Marine, can you get some water out? I want to take it back for research." Although Marine didn't know what Jiao Hai meant, she still responded. Then, with a move of her hand, a water ball with a diameter of 1 meter slowly rose from the water and stopped in front of Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai sighed in his heart about the magic, but he didn't stay idle. With a thought, the large water ball entered the spatial warehouse. After putting away the water ball, Jiao Hai felt for a moment and found that there was no prompt from the space. It seemed that the water ball was really stored. Jiao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This spatial warehouse was really amazing. It could even store water balls. There was still one more chapter in the evening. But what Jiao Hai didn't know was that Merlin was shocked speechless. Merlin was a magician, and an 8th-level water magician at that. On the Ark continent, magicians were divided into 10 levels. Level 1 to 3 were called magic apprentices. Level 4 and 5 were called low-level magicians. Level 6 and 7 were called intermediate-level magicians. Level 8 and 9 were called advanced-level magicians. As for level 10, they existed only in legends, like gods. It wasn't easy to become a magician. First of all, one had to have talent for magic, as well as perception. Out of 10 magicians, 5 would remain as magic apprentices their entire lives. Of the remaining 5, 3 would remain as low-level magicians their entire lives, and the remaining 2 would remain as intermediate magicians their entire lives. There was only a 1% chance of becoming an advanced magician. This was only the ratio among magicians. On the continent, only 1 in 10,000 magicians had magical talent. This ratio was even more frightening. Therefore, there were very few magicians on the continent, and even fewer advanced-level magicians. An 8th-level magician like Merlin would be treated as a distinguished guest in any country. However, Merlin and Green were both from the Buddha clan, so they wholeheartedly helped the Buddha clan. It was also because of this that the Aksu Empire's king didn't exterminate the Buddha clan and only banished them here. Advanced-level magicians like Merlin were very sensitive to changes in magic elements. If someone used magic within a kilometer of them, they would immediately discover it. On the Ark continent, there was only one type of magic that could store things like this: spatial magic. Those who could learn magic were 1 in 10,000, and those who could learn spatial magic were even less. Currently, there were only a few spatial magicians on the continent. Moreover, their levels weren't high enough, and they didn't have the ability to open up their own space. Currently on the continent, there were indeed some magic tools made by spatial magicians. These tools were used to store things. Spatial magicians used their own magic to open up a storage space, and then used all kinds of strange materials with the help of a magic array to seal the space onto an object. In order to do this, the spatial magic needed to be at least at the level of an advanced-level magician. Moreover, they could only make up to 5 storage tools in their lifetime. Therefore, these types of storage tools were very rare on the continent, and naturally very precious. The Garnet family didn't have such a storage tool, and Merlin was very clear about this. In other words, this ability was something that Jiao Hai had. However, Jiao Hai drank the water of nothingness, so it was impossible for him to learn magic or combat qi. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be a spatial magician. Merlin also didn't feel a trace of magic fluctuation just now. The water ball seemed to have disappeared. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that Jiao Hai's magic energy was higher than Merlin's, and he could completely hide his own magic fluctuations from her. However, this was impossible. Zhao Hai drank the water of nothingness, so it was impossible for him to learn magic. The other possibility was that Zhao Hai didn't use magic or magic tools at all. He didn't use magic or magic tools, so Merlin naturally couldn't feel any magic fluctuations. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Merlin. When he saw Merlin's expression, he smiled and said, "Grandma Merlin, don't worry. I'll tell you what's going on in a few days. This might be an ability given to me by the heavens." Merlin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. As long as Zhao Hai wasn't in any danger, it was fine. Besides, Zhao Hai having such an ability could only be beneficial to him. Zhao Hai glanced at the water surface and found that there was nothing more to see. He then turned his head to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. As long as we wait for Grandpa Green to come back, we can immediately carry out these plans." Merlin nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, let's go back early. You don't have to worry about things here. Meg and I are here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay. But Grandma Merlin, you don't have to be too tired. These things can be done by the slaves. You and Meg can just watch. In any case, there's no hurry. As long as we clean up this cave before Grandpa Green comes back, it'll be fine." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master has really grown up. You even know how to care about people. Young master, you don't have to worry. These old bones of mine can still hold on. Young master, let's go back to the castle first. I'll go back and cook for you in a moment." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll go back first." After he finished speaking, he led Blockhead and Rockhead out. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai's back and murmured, "The ancestors have blessed the Buddha clan. I didn't think that the ability young master obtained would be so strong. The Buddha clan's rise is hopeful." Zhao Hai led Blockhead and Rockhead back to the castle and entered his room. He wanted to quickly see what was so special about the black soil and the water. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao Hai turned his head and said to the two, "Blockhead, you two don't need to follow me in. Stay here and watch. If Grandma Merlin comes, you two block her for me. Just say that I'm sleeping." Zhao Hai also wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if Blockhead and Rockhead would listen to him now. This was because when he brought them into the farm, he felt that the two's attitude towards him had greatly changed. It seemed that they had a kind of reverence for him. Moreover, he also felt that the two would listen to him. Therefore, he wanted to give it a try and see if the two would stay. He didn't expect that the two wouldn't hesitate at all. They bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master." As soon as they finished speaking, the two left Zhao Hai's room and closed the door behind them. Then they stood on the left and right of Zhao Hai's door, acting as door gods. Zhao Hai really didn't think that the two would be so obedient. However, this was also a good thing. He immediately entered the spatial farm. As soon as he entered the spatial farm, Zhao Hai's thoughts turned. The black soil appeared in front of him. Before he could speak, a prompt immediately sounded, "Discovered new item, mutated soil. The soil contains a large amount of harmful substances. It can be transformed with spatial soil or spatial water. The amount transformed per day is 10 mu. Because of the discovery of a new item, the space has been upgraded to level 3. 2 bags of corn seeds are gifted. Each bag can be used for planting. 1 mu can be taken out of the space for use. The new item is soil. The land within the space has been upgraded to level 2. It can increase the growth rate of the land by 11 times. Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment, then he became happy. He didn't think that he would level up like this. This was great. He also got 2 acres of corn seeds. Corn was a good thing, and the yield was very high. If he could plant corn in the space, then the problem of food would be solved. The most important thing was that the black soil could be transformed with the space's soil and water. This was really great. Although he could only transform 10 mu of land per day, this was still very good. The space had been upgraded little by little. Although the space had been upgraded to level 3, the area of the land didn't increase. He didn't know when the space would be able to expand again. Just as he was thinking about this, the space prompt sounded again, "Do you want to reclaim new land? Reclaiming land requires level 3. 200 gold coins. Can expand land area to 2 mu. Next time, reclaiming land requires level 5. Cost 500 gold coins. Zhao Hai was overjoyed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, someone sent him a pillow. However, he was in a dilemma. This time, if he reclaimed the land, then he wouldn't have any money to buy seeds. If he had to buy the radishes, then he would be somewhat reluctant. If he had to plant the corn and sell it to the space, then it would be a bit of a loss. Now, the key problem was where to get the seeds. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai didn't immediately expand the land. Instead, he took out the corn seeds. A small bag of corn seeds appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai gently opened the bag and poured out some corn seeds. The golden seeds were huge and full. One could see that these were the best seeds. If the corn wasn't ripe, then it would taste even better. Zhao suddenly froze for a moment, then an idea flashed in his mind. He patted his head and said, "Ah, how could I forget? All plants can produce seeds by themselves, even radishes. I don't know if the radishes in the space can produce seeds by themselves, but they can also produce seeds by themselves. If they can, then I wouldn't have to buy seeds myself." Ha ha ha. After Zhao Hai received the corn seeds, he didn't immediately reclaim the land. Instead, he looked at the radishes in the ground. He didn't know if the plants in the space would produce seeds. If they couldn't produce seeds, then he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he didn't immediately reclaim the land. He wanted to wait for the radishes to mature. If they could produce seeds, then he would immediately reclaim the land. If they couldn't, then he could only push back the time. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to reclaim the land. Instead, he waved his hand and took out the large water ball. When the water ball appeared in Zhao Hai's hand, it still maintained its appearance. This was also Zhao Hai's ability. He might not be able to turn water into this appearance outside the space, but he could do so inside the space. After the large water ball was taken out, a prompt was immediately heard: discovered new item. Item is subterranean river. Good quality. Spatial water can be used to increase the nutrients in the water. Because a new item has been discovered, the space has been upgraded to level 4. Reward: 2 bags of wheat seeds. Each bag can plant 1 mu of land. Because a new item has been discovered, the space's water has been upgraded to level 2. Can increase the growth time of crops by 11 times. Upon seeing this prompt, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This was really good. He didn't think that the 2 things he brought in from the outside would make the space level up by 2 levels. Moreover, he also received 4 bags of seeds. Moreover, the soil and water in the space were also upgraded. This was really good. Zhao Hai casually threw the water ball into the space's spring water. In any case, the water wasn't poisonous and the quality of the water wasn't bad. Then Xianxia turned his gaze to the pile of unprocessed black soil. There wasn't a lot of black soil, it was only half the size of mango. Now that Zhao Hai knew that he could use spatial earth and spatial water to transform the black soil, he wasn't in a hurry to transform it. He wanted to experiment and find the best way to transform it. After looking at the black soil for a while, Zhao Hai said, "Shovel, divide it into 10 equal parts." Just as Zhao Hai gave the order, the black soil on the ground was automatically divided into 10 equal parts. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be happy. It seems like as long as something enters the space, it can move according to his will. This was great. After thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai decided to experiment. He said, "Space, calculate the best ratio of spatial earth to spatial earth when transforming the black soil." Exceeding authority, unable to calculate. Damn, it's better to rely on myself than to rely on the heavens and the earth. It's better to do it myself. Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse. Then he filled a bucket with spring water and picked up a small shovel to shovel the spatial earth. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to calculate this ratio was because he was afraid that if he used too much spatial earth, the amount of soil in the space would decrease. If that was the case, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. At this time, the space was Zhao Hai's biggest reliance. If the space was destroyed, then all of his plans would be for naught. There would be no way for him to achieve it. He would return to being poor, waiting for death to come. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to calculate the best ratio of spatial earth and spatial water to transform the black soil. This way, not only would the black soil be improved, but it would also reduce the amount of spatial water and spatial earth used. Although the space's setting was the same as Zhao Hai's game, it had become Zhao Hai's last resort. He couldn't just play casually like he did in a game. Every step had to be calculated. Zhao Hai first sprinkled the spatial water on the black soil, then carefully observed the changes in the black soil while carefully calculating the ratio of the two. When the spatial water dripped onto the black soil, it was like the immortal nectar in the guanine willow vase. The black soil immediately began to change. The black soil that looked like oil sand began to lose its oil-black color, turning into a black soil color. At the same time, the sand inside the soil also began to disappear, turning into ordinary soil. After the small pile of black soil was completely improved, Zhao Hai carefully calculated that it was about 15:1. In other words, using 1/15 of the amount of water, a pile of black soil could be improved. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. This meant that the spatial water's ability to improve the black soil was very strong. Then Zhao Hai sprinkled the spatial earth on another pile of black soil. This time, the black soil's change was somewhat different from when he used the spatial water. The black soil that was transformed by the spatial earth looked more fertile than the black soil transformed by the spatial water. However, the ratio of the spatial earth to the black soil was 10:1. Zhao Hai then turned to the third pile of soil. This time, he used the spatial water and spatial earth in a ratio of 9:1 to improve the black soil. The result was successful, but there was no difference between the improved black soil and the black soil transformed by the spatial water. After the ratio of 8:2, the result was the same. After the ratio of 7:3, the result was still the same. After the ratio of 4:6, the black soil became as fertile as the black soil transformed by the spatial earth. After the ratio of 5:5, and finally the ratio of 6:4, there was no difference. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't need to experiment anymore. Using the spatial water and spatial earth according to the ratio of 6:4, the effect of the black soil should be the most reasonable. It wouldn't cause too much waste, and the quality of the black soil would be the best. With such a result, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. He put the bucket back to its original position and put the soil back on the ground. Then he left the space. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai sat there quietly. He sorted out the harvest of this trip to the space. The soil leveled up, and he found the best ratio to improve the black soil. Now that it was already April, if he didn't start now, then it would be too late for farming. Although Zhao Hai couldn't distinguish between the 5 grains, he still understood the basic common sense. Spring was the beginning of spring, so it should be time for farming. Now, he had 200 gold coins, 6 bags of forage seeds, 2 bags of cabbage seeds, 2 bags of corn seeds, 2 bags of wheat seeds, and a season's worth of 80,000 jin of radishes stored in the warehouse. That was all he had at the moment. Fortunately, all the seeds could be brought out of the space. In other words, as long as he improved the soil outside, then he could plant the seeds produced by the space. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai went out. He wanted to measure the soil as soon as possible so that he could carry out the improvement. As soon as he went out, he saw Blockhead and Rockhead standing in front of the door. It seems that no one came to look for him. Zhao Hai nodded to the two and said, "Blockhead, go find a bundle of rope and a ruler. We'll go measure the soil." Although Blockhead didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted to do this, he still complied and immediately went to find them. Because the place they were going to was the Black Waste, there was nothing here. In order to cope with this situation, Green had prepared almost all the necessities for life. Most of them were grain, seeds, all kinds of living necessities, and things like ropes and rulers. Naturally, he had also prepared a lot. Blockhead wasn't in a hurry to find something. Instead he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it's almost time for lunch. Grandma Marine has already returned to prepare lunch for you. Let's wait until after lunch before we go." Zhao Hai stared blankly and looked at the sky. Sure enough, it was already noon. Hearing Blockhead's words, he also felt a little hungry. He nodded and said, "Okay, then let's wait until after lunch." Finished speaking, he led the two to the castle's dining hall. As soon as the three people arrived at the dining hall, they saw Merlin and Meg setting the tableware there. Seeing Zhao Hai come, Merlin hurriedly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, you got up. I was just about to let Meg call you to eat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I got up, Grandma Merlin. In the afternoon, don't let those slaves clean the cave. Wait until tomorrow to clean it. In any case, it's impossible to transport the blue-eyed rabbits now. In the afternoon, prepare a ruler and rope, go measure the black soil outside. Every 10 mu, make a mark. Spring plowing is coming soon, right? We have to hurry. Master, the black soil outside simply can't be cultivated. Although we bought a lot of seeds, those seeds are used to plant in the mountains. Planting them in the black soil is a waste. It's useless to measure them." Zhao shook his head and said, "Master, the black soil outside simply can't be cultivated. Although we bought a lot of seeds, those seeds are used to plant in the mountains. Planting them in the black soil is a waste." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, Grandma Merlin. I have a way to improve the black soil outside. I can make the black soil fertile for cultivation. You only need to be responsible for measuring the soil." Merlin's eyes lit up and said, "Master, is what you said true? You really have a way to improve the black soil outside? You can make the black soil fertile for cultivation?" Her voice was somewhat trembling. She was too excited. The area of the Black Waste was the largest plain area in the entire Oxu Empire. It was no less than a third of the total area of the Oxu Empire. However, this place had never been included in the Oxu Empire's land area because it was a dead land. But if this place could be cultivated, and the black soil could grow crops, then what would this place become? It would become the richest place in the entire Oxu Empire, the most enviable place. Although the Ark continent was a magic civilization, people paid more attention to magic, martial arts, and magic crystal ores. But no matter what era, no matter what plane, agriculture was the foundation of a country. This was an indisputable fact. Food was the most important thing to the people. Even if your magic was strong, you still couldn't eat. Even if your martial arts were strong, you still had to eat. Even if a country was rich, it was impossible for them to not cultivate anything. No country would leave food, which was related to the livelihood of their people, to be completely controlled by other countries. If this was the case, then the country wouldn't be far from extinction. If all the land in the Black Wasteland could be cultivated, then there was no doubt that it would become the granary of the continent. There was no other place in the continent that was as flat and easy to cultivate as the Black Wasteland. And the most important reason for Merlin's excitement was that in order to make sure that the Buddha clan didn't have a chance to make a comeback, His Majesty Oxu Aboyo, under the witness of the temple's envoys and the other countries' envoys, reached an agreement with the Buddha clan. Under the witness of God, the Black Waste would become the permanent fief of the Buddha clan. Don't underestimate this agreement. Because this agreement was witnessed by the envoys of the other countries, as well as the approval of the temple, it was also witnessed by God. Anyone who dared to violate this agreement would be disrespectful to God, and would be attacked by all forces in the continent and punished by God. And this agreement also had another feature. Because of the witness of the envoys of the other countries, even if the Oxu Empire was destroyed and other countries ruled this land, the Black Waste would still belong to the Buddha clan. No empire would have the right to take it back, including the temple. Think about it, when Zhao Hai completely improves this land, what would it look like? Zhao Hai would get the biggest fief in the Ark continent, and it would be a permanent one. No one would have the right to take it back. How could Merlin not be excited? If Zhao Hai really improved the land, then the Buddha clan would become the richest and most powerful clan in the Ark continent. In the Ark continent, it wasn't as if no one had studied the Black Wasteland before. About 1,000 years ago, there was a very famous wood element mage who joined forces with several water element mages and alchemists, as well as several elves who were very knowledgeable about plants. They researched the Black Wasteland and wanted to change the soil of the Black Wasteland, turning it into the continent's largest granary. But after 20 years of research, they still couldn't make the Black Wasteland grow a single blade of grass. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Since then, no one studied the Black Wasteland anymore. People thought that there was no value in studying it, and that it was just a waste of time. In fact, this had a lot to do with the basic situation of the Ark continent. Although there were a lot of people in the Ark continent, the land was very large. There was also a lot of arable land, so there was no need to worry about food. Because of this, the people of the Ark continent didn't pay much attention to agriculture. But because the continent was relatively peaceful in recent years, there weren't any major wars, and the population was growing very fast. Because of this, some small countries were having food problems. But because the 5 great empires of the continent had good weather, there weren't any problems, so it didn't attract widespread attention. And don't forget that there were slaves in the Ark continent. The price of food had increased, but this wasn't a big deal. As long as the slaves ate less, they wouldn't starve to death. Of course, the slave owners wouldn't go out and say that their slaves were having less food. In fact, the slave owners wouldn't talk about their slaves. They would rather talk about women, or the moon, but they wouldn't talk about their slaves. Because of this, the people of the continent simply didn't know that the food crisis was getting closer and closer. Now that the continent was peaceful, the economy of each country was developing very well. Because of this, prices had been rising. But those in power didn't know that although the economy of the country was rising, the living standards of the commoners didn't improve. On the contrary, it had decreased a lot, not to mention the slaves. As the country's economy developed, the prices of goods naturally rose. While the prices of goods rose, the income of the commoners didn't increase. This made many commoners unable to feed themselves. Without food to eat, more people became slaves, and social conflicts intensified. Of course, Merlin didn't know about these things. She only knew that food on the continent was very expensive. If Zhao Hai could really turn the Black Waste into fertile land, then it would be impossible for the Buddha clan to not develop. Zhao Hai looked at Merlin's excited face and smiled. Yes, Grandma Merlin, this is an ability I got. However, I can only transform 10 mu of land a day. So, you have to organize them in the afternoon to measure as much land as possible. We'll start with 1,000 mu of land. We won't be able to handle any more than that, so we'll stop after 1,000 mu of land. Merlin excitedly nodded and said, Yes, young master. I'll immediately arrange it. Merlin was about to leave after saying that. Zhao Hai quickly stopped her and said, All right, Grandma Merlin, don't be so anxious. You can go after eating. Right, we can't measure too much, and we can't go too far from the castle. We can't let outsiders discover this ability of mine. Otherwise, with our Buddha clan's current ability, we won't be able to stop those guys. Merlin was also a person who had seen the world. When she heard Zhao Hai say this, she calmed down. She nodded and said, All right, I understand, young master. Leave this matter to me. Whether it was Zhao Hai or Merlin, they didn't notice that Meg, who was standing behind Merlin, was now looking at Zhao Hai with eyes full of infatuation. Before, as long as Zhao Hai appeared, Meg would lower her head. But now, she raised her head and carefully looked at Zhao Hai. She didn't have the same dispirited appearance that she had when she saw Zhao Hai. Meg had grown up with Adam. Because Adam was 2 years older than her, the two had played together since childhood. At that time, Meg was Adam's little tail. Wherever Adam went, Meg would follow. If Meg was bullied by other children, Adam would fight for her. Therefore, she had a good impression of this young master brother of hers since she was young. But as they slowly grew older, they slowly became more sensible. Meg knew that Adam was her young master. She couldn't call Adam brother because she was a girl. Adam also didn't want to play with her, so she was very sad. As they grew older, Adam got to know a lot of aristocratic young master friends. It was also from that time that Adam started to learn bad things. Moreover, he seemed to have forgotten about her, his childhood playmate. As they grew older, Adam became more and more unreasonable. Meg, on the other hand, became more and more beautiful and sensible. She also showed good magic talent. She and Adam walked on 2 completely different paths. But Meg became more and more unhappy. Seeing Adam fooling around every day, she wanted to stop him, but it was useless. Adam didn't even listen to her grandfather's words, let alone her. How she wished that time could go back to the past, to their childhood. That young master brother who would play with her every day, who would fight for her, would return to her side. It was said that a young girl's feelings were always poetic. Merlin was just like that. She had always hoped that one day Adam would return to his original appearance, but reality had mercilessly shattered her dreams. Adam actually wanted to rape her. When Adam walked towards her with a lewd smile, she felt as if her world had collapsed with a loud bang. Those beautiful memories of the past had left her. Although she had escaped a calamity, she felt as if she had lost her soul. Her world had lost its color from then on. Every day passed in a muddle-headed state. It was at this time that disaster arrived. The Buddha clan reached a moment of life and death. She saw with her own eyes those people who had lived with her since childhood leave the Buddha clan one by one. She saw with her own eyes the place where she had lived since childhood being taken away by the king. She saw Adam being fed the water of nothingness and then falling into a coma. She saw her home disappear in a short period of time. Then they went to the Black Waste, to this land of death. But Adam didn't wake up. He saw his grandparents busy themselves day after day. In order for the Buddha clan to continue, they constantly worked hard. They were like people who were about to drown, making their final struggle. Meg was only a young girl who hadn't experienced anything. The sudden successive blows made her somewhat unable to bear it. If it weren't for her grandparents still accompanying her, she might have already been unable to bear it and committed suicide. But not long after they arrived at the Black Waste, Xianxia came. Merlin discovered that the young master had changed. He was no longer the young master who didn't understand anything and only knew how to cause trouble. He had become mature, and knew how to work hard for this family. First the magic radish, then the blue-eyed rabbit, and now the black earth improvement. She suddenly discovered that the young master had become a good kind of stranger. But he was slowly merging with the perfect image of the young master in her heart. Meg discovered that there seemed to be something on Adam's body that was attracting her. The temperament on his body was no longer that frivolous and frightening temperament. Instead, it had become a kind of calm and natural temperament, making people unnaturally want to get close to him. She liked to see Adam's self-confident appearance. She also liked to see his gentle smile. She also liked that unnatural expression on Adam's face when he saw her. There was some guilt in his expression. Unconsciously, the young girl's heart was once again tied to Adam. Merlin didn't notice Meg's change. After he finished talking with Xianxia, he immediately went to the kitchen. This also made Meg come back to her senses. She immediately lowered her head and followed Merlin to the kitchen with a red face, bringing out the food. They still ate together, but today Merlin and the others ate very quickly. They finished the food in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then Merlin and Meg immediately went outside. It looked like they were preparing to organize people to measure the land. Xianxia looked at Merlin's appearance and could only smile helplessly. He could understand Merlin's feelings. Merlin and the others had always thought that the Black Waste was a land of death. Now that someone suddenly told her that he could turn a land of death into a land of life, this was like someone telling a terminally ill patient that his illness could be cured. How could they not be excited? Xianxia slowly finished his lunch. Only then did he lead Blockhead and Rockhead out of the castle. As soon as they arrived outside the castle, they discovered that Merlin and the others had already led the slaves to measure the land. Although the slaves didn't have any skills, they had cultivated soil before. If they were asked to do other things, they might not be able to do it. However, if they were asked to measure the land or cultivate the land, they were completely competent. The 10 mu of land was immediately measured. Merlin and the others didn't go to measure the land. Instead, they all fixed their eyes on Xianxia to see if he could really improve the land. Xianxia looked at the 10 mu of land and was stunned. He had seen how big 10 mu of land was in the space. However, whether it was planting or harvesting, he didn't need to manage it. Now that he was asked to improve these 10 mu of land, he really didn't know how to do it. Could he still control the spatial soil and spatial water after leaving the space? When he was in the space just now, he was only focused on calculating the proportion and forgot about this matter. What should he do now? Could it be that he had to sprinkle the spatial soil and spatial water bit by bit on the ground? Just as Xianxia was anxiously walking in circles, the space suddenly prompted again. Do you want to improve the land in front of you? Yes/no. Following the voice, a projection of a screen appeared in front of him. On it were two buttons. One was written yes and the other was no. Xiaohai was overjoyed. He immediately reached out and pressed the yes button. However, he found that his hand went straight through the screen. He didn't touch anything. The screen and the two buttons were still there. Instead, he seemed to have become a madman who was dancing with joy. Merlin and the others stared blankly at Xiaohai. They didn't know why he was gesturing there. Could it be that he had no way to improve the land? Merlin's heart couldn't help but sink. She also discovered that Xiaohai had changed a lot recently, but it was for the better. Therefore, she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Xiaohai had matured after the great change. But now, looking at Xiaohai's appearance, she couldn't help but worry. She was afraid that Xiaohai had become stupid from the pressure. Xiaohai was also very embarrassed. He was used to using a computer. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but want to click on it. Because he didn't have a mouse, he could only click on it with his hand. However, he completely forgot that the screen in front of him wasn't a physical screen at all. It was just a projection. Scratching his head, Xiaohai immediately shouted yes in his mind. Then the space prompted again, please enter the area of improvement. Your current maximum improvement area is 10 mu. Then an input box appeared in front of him. A cursor kept flashing there. Xiaohai immediately thought of 10 mu in his mind. Then, the Arabic number 10 appeared on the input box, followed by a unit, mu. Xiaohai thought that he could modify it like this, but he didn't expect the prompt to come again, please choose the method of improvement. Spatial Earth, Spatial Water, Custom. Xiaohai was about to go crazy. He also discovered that the way Marine and the others looked at him wasn't right. But the space still had a lot of troublesome things to deal with, so he immediately chose to customize it. He had already calculated the best improved formula, so of course he would customize it. Sure enough, after he chose to customize, an input box immediately popped up in front of him. The space prompted again, please enter the ratio of spatial water to spatial earth. Xiaohai immediately entered spatial water to be 6 and spatial earth to be 4. Fortunately, he could input whatever he wanted into the input box. He didn't have to write it himself. Otherwise, people would think he was crazy. After he finished inputting, the space finally didn't issue any prompt. Xiaohai felt relieved. Suddenly, a pocket-sized hole appeared beside him. Then, a gray thing flew out of the hole and fell on the black soil in front of Xiaohai. It was impossible to tell if the gray thing was spatial soil or spatial water. It looked like dust, but when it fell on the black soil changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black oil-like color slowly became lighter, turning into the normal black soil color, forming a clear contrast with the surrounding soil. As for the gray thing that came out of the space, the place where it landed was also very interesting. It happened to be a square of 10 acres of land. It was neither too much nor too little, and it was even more square than the land that Merlin and the others had measured. There was also a shallow ditch on the side, separating the transformed 10 acres of land from the surrounding soil. It was clear at a glance. After the transformation of the 10 acres of land was completed, the hole beside Xiaohai slowly disappeared. Xiaohai walked to the edge of the transformed land and grabbed a handful of soil from the ground. He carefully looked at it. The soil was as he had imagined, it had become fertile black soil. Xiaohai grabbed the soil and laughed. He had finally succeeded. These 10 acres of land could be planted. As long as he had this ability, in addition to this large piece of land, it would be difficult for him to starve in the future. Xiaohai's laughter also awakened everyone in the field. When the hole appeared beside Xiaohai, they were all stunned. They had never encountered such a thing. Everyone suddenly lost the ability to speak and stood there blankly as they watched the black soil in front of them change little by little. It wasn't until Xiaohai laughed that they recovered. Almost everyone involuntarily did the same action as Xiaohai. Whether it was the slaves or Merlin's group, everyone went forward and grabbed a handful of soil in their hands to carefully look at it. Merlin and the others were fine with it. The slaves were born to be farmers. They could see at a glance that the soil was very different from before. It was the same as the soil they used to plant, or even better. Then involuntarily, everyone cheered. Although most of these people had slaves, slaves weren't fools. After they came to the Black Waste, they knew what kind of situation they were in. But they really didn't think that one day they would be able to see such a miraculous thing. Merlin grabbed the soil and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Although she hadn't farmed before, she could still see the difference between the improved soil and the unimproved soil. This piece of land wasn't as simple as a piece of land. It was the hope of the Buddha clan. Meg was also moved to tears. She didn't think that this happy day would come so quickly and so suddenly. Although she had thought of this before, when this moment came, she was still stunned. She suddenly lost the ability to think and speak. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a wooden statue. However, tears involuntarily flowed out from her eyes. Meg's eyes were filled with joy. She didn't know what to say. Meg suddenly threw away the black soil in her hand and turned around to run towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had already calmed down. Because of the existence of the space, he didn't pay as much attention to the improvement of the soil as Merlin and the others. Therefore, he recovered the fastest. At this time, Meg suddenly ran to Xiao Hai's side and hugged Xiao Hai. This time, Xiao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that Meg would hug him. Xiao Hai knew about the matter between Adam and Meg, but he didn't know about Meg's feelings towards Adam. In the memories he obtained from Adam, he only had one kind of desire towards Meg. It could be said that the previous Adam was really a scoundrel. He didn't put Meg in his heart at all. His childhood memories were already blurred. And in his memories of growing up, he didn't have any love for Meg, only desire. In this kind of situation, Xiao Hai naturally didn't know about Meg's feelings towards Adam. Therefore, when Meg hugged him, he was really stunned. He didn't know what happened to Meg. Xiao Hai was an otaku in his previous life. He also had a bit of inferiority. Therefore, he didn't find a girlfriend. He didn't even touch a girl's hand. It could be said that he was the best otaku, the model of an otaku. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Hai didn't dare to face Meg after knowing what Adam did to Meg. He was afraid of facing Meg. He didn't know if he should take responsibility for Meg, or if he should stay away from Meg. The farther the better, so that Meg wouldn't remember those unpleasant things when she saw him. However, Xiao Hai never thought that Meg would do this to him today. This really scared him. Xiao Hai was at a loss as to what to do. He didn't know whether he should push Meg away or hug her. Merlin also noticed Meg's abnormality. As the person who understood Meg the most, Merlin was very clear about Meg's feelings towards Adam. However, it was also because of this that Merlin was very clear about how deeply Adam's previous actions hurt Meg. During that period of time, Merlin looked at Meg every day, afraid that Meg would commit suicide. However, Meg didn't. Instead, she was like a person who had lost her soul. Merlin's heart ached when he looked at her. However, he didn't have any way to help her. This was because he was very clear that a heart's disease had to be cured by heart medicine. In this matter, no one could help Meg. The only one who could help her return to normal besides herself was Adam. However, Merlin didn't have any hope for the previous Adam. To be honest, she was thoroughly disappointed with the Adam at that time. If it weren't for the fact that they were raised by the Buddha clan since childhood, she would have ignored Adam long ago. However, when Adam woke up in the Black Waste, it was as if he had changed into a different person. He became sensible and steady, and also obtained a very peculiar ability. The most important thing was that he wasn't as mischievous as before. He also did things in an orderly manner, with the air of a great general. Of course, she didn't know that the current Adam was no longer Adam, but Xiao Hai. Merlin also noticed the changes in Meg these past few days. These days, Meg would always unconsciously peek at Xiao Hai. Moreover, Meg would occasionally appear in front of Xiao Hai. This was something that would never happen in the past. After that incident, whenever Meg saw Xiao Hai, she would hide if she could. If she really couldn't hide, she would just stand there with her head lowered, trying not to attract Xiao Hai's attention. However, these past few days, she would appear in front of Xiao Hai from time to time. She would even bring him water, wake him up, and take care of his daily life. This made Merlin feel very puzzled. However, seeing Meg's current behavior, Merlin finally understood Meg's thoughts. After a while, Meg finally let go of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was red. From his previous life until now, he had never been so intimate with a girl. Although he had obtained Adam's memories, the ones that dominated the current memories were after all Zhao Hai's memories. Therefore, he really wasn't used to Meg being so passionate. After Meg let go of Zhao Hai, her face was also red. However, she was clearly much better than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was now red. His mouth opened and closed and opened, but he didn't say a single word. Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and suddenly giggled. She coquettishly glanced at Zhao Hai, turned around, and ran away. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's back and felt as if he had drunk 10 pounds of white wine in one go. He was so drunk that he had lost the ability to think. Meg was a beautiful girl. Zhao Hai liked to see Meg very much. However, because of what Adam had done to Meg, Zhao Hai felt a sense of guilt whenever he saw Meg. Therefore, he had been thinking of ways to avoid Meg these past few days. Even when he was with Meg, he tried not to be alone with her. He always had someone by his side. However, Meg's hug and glance just now had electrified Zhao Hai. It let Zhao Hai know that it wasn't impossible between him and Meg. Zhao Hai led everyone back to the house. Naturally, Marine and the others followed. When they arrived at the living room, Zhao Hai had Marine sit down. Meg stood behind Zhao Hai without saying a word. But this time, she didn't lower her head, instead, she stared at Zhao Hai's back, lost in thought. Zhao Hai had already regained his calm. Although Meg had shocked him, making him involuntarily think of this girl, he still had a lot of things to do. Therefore, he didn't rush to talk about love with Meg. The entire Buddha clan's future was on his shoulders. The first thing he needed to think about was the survival of these 100 people. Marine had already gotten used to Zhao Hai's way of handling things, so she didn't decline. She sat down and looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression. "Young master, what should we do next?" She had already begun to unconsciously ask for Zhao Hai's opinion. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Grandma Marine, in a moment, you go outside and select some people who are good at farming. Have them plant the 10 mu of land. Ask them what is the most suitable to plant at this time." "Right, do we have seeds?" Marine nodded and said, "Right, we have a lot of seeds in our hands. But most of these seeds are made from grains and common vegetables. Moreover, they are most suitable for planting in the mountains. The land outside is so good, it would be a waste to plant those things." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, we'll make a fire to cook. The weather is still cold, what do the slaves use to warm themselves at night?" Marine's face showed a difficult expression as she said, "Young master, at that time, we only thought of buying some things that can be used for cooking and heating. Originally, the mansion used a magic stove, but now that we don't have enough magic stones, we can no longer use a magic stove for heating and cooking. Right now, we use withered trees and dried grass in the mountains for cooking and heating." Zhao Hai nodded. It was obvious that Merlin and the others, who had always been in the upper echelons of the aristocracy, had been preparing everything diligently. However, they did not know the old saying in China. There were 7 things to open a door: firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. These 7 things were closely related to people's lives, especially firewood, rice, oil, and salt. They were necessities for people, and the importance of firewood could be seen from the fact that it was ranked first. However, because he had always been in a high position, he did not understand these things very well. Although Merlin and the others had brought a lot of daily necessities, they did not prepare enough firewood, the simplest and most important necessity in life. In fact, the main reason for this was that the black waste was too barren. Even the grass here was barely alive. This was something that Merlin and the others did not expect. The population of the Ark continent was very large, but the land area was even larger. Firewood was simply not a precious thing here. There were crops in the fields, branches in the woods, and even the rich could use charcoal. The aristocrats generally used magic stones to power their magic stoves. There was simply no need to worry about firewood. Even the poorest people would not be annoyed by burning firewood. However, in the black waste, firewood was a precious thing. There were only some short trees and some weeds. Apart from these things, there was nothing else that could be used. Therefore, Merlin and the others discovered that although they were well prepared, they did not prepare the most inconspicuous thing on the continent. And in the Black Waste, there was no such thing. Merlin saw that Zhao Hai did not speak, so he could only say, "Young master, what do you want to grow in the land outside?" Zhao Hai was also thinking about this matter. Right now, he had several seeds that were suitable for growing outside. Wheat, pasture, these were all suitable. Although he also had cabbage, the season was not right, so he could not plant them. However, wheat and pasture were also not suitable. Needless to say, pasture was not needed right now. Although wheat was a good thing, it could not produce much firewood. Most importantly, the yield of wheat was not very high. Therefore, Zhao Hai did not want to grow this thing. Now was not the time for him to adjust his lifestyle. He had to first think about how to solve the Buddha clan's problem. Zhao Hai now only had one choice left: corn. Corn was a good thing. It was also one of the crops that Zhao Hai was most familiar with in the past. It was not that he had personally grown it, but in the villages around the city where he lived, corn was planted. Corn not only had a high yield, but most importantly, it was also the main crop for producing firewood. Currently, in the northern villages, there were many places that relied on corn stalks for firewood in the winter. But right now, he only had enough corn seeds for 2 mu of land. And this improved land was 10 mu, which was simply not enough. Zhao Hai frowned as he counted the things that he could use. In total, he had 200 gold coins, could not be brought out of the space for use, 6 bags of pasture seeds, could be used to plant 6 mu of land, 2 bags of cabbage seeds, could be used to plant 2 mu of land, 2 bags of wheat seeds, could be used to plant 2 mu of land, and 2 bags of corn seeds, could be used to plant 2 mu of land. There was also a season of radishes in the warehouse that could be sold for 500 gold coins, but the gold coins could not be brought out of the space for use. But right now, he could open up 2 more mu of land in the space. These 2 mu of land would cost him 200 gold coins. If he opened up the land, then he would have nothing left. Mirren looked at Zhao Hai frowning. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she didn't say anything. She knew that it was useless to chase after Zhao Hai. She just hoped that this young master who had been creating miracles would be able to create another miracle. Meg was also looking at Zhao Hai in a trance. She found that when he was thinking, Zhao Hai was especially charming. That kind of deep feeling made her particularly fascinated. Zhao Hai calculated the things in his hands and finally chose a plan. He turned to Mirren and said, "Grandma Mirren, in a while, you should organize those people to clean up the mine. You have to clean up the mine as soon as possible. Tomorrow, I will improve the 10 mu of land, and then I will tell you what to plant. I will go rest first." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards his room. Although Mirren didn't know what method Zhao Hai had, she still chose to believe in Zhao Hai. Recently, Zhao Hai's performance was too good. Moreover, he also obtained an ability that she couldn't understand. She believed that Zhao Hai would have a way. Blockhead and Rockhead followed Zhao Hai to his room, but Mirren didn't follow. She wanted to organize the slaves to clean up the mine. Mirren alone wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhao Hai returned to his room as fast as he could. He let Blockhead and Rockhead stand guard outside the door while he went into the space. The space was still the same as before. Although the land and water had been upgraded, it still didn't look like anything. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the space and found that there were no changes to the spatial soil and spatial water. They didn't decrease because of the improvement of the land. This made him feel relieved. Improving the land outside the space had a lot of benefits for him. If the space suddenly disappeared one day, then he would have a large piece of land outside and wouldn't starve to death. But now he was in the accumulation stage, and the existence of the space was a great help to him. If the space changed because of the improvement of the land, then he would lose more than he gained. Looking at the radishes, they were almost ripe. Zhao Hai whispered, "Sell the radishes in the warehouse." The space prompted, "Are you sure you want to sell the items in the warehouse?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I'm sure." The space prompted again, "Selling the items in the warehouse, you have received 500 gold coins. They have been placed in a bag of gold coins. You have nothing in the warehouse, please work hard." Zhao Hai also had no other choice. He originally wanted to wait for the radishes to mature and see if they could be harvested. But now it seems that this experiment was still too early. What he needed now was gold coins and some useful things for himself. This experiment could only be done later. Now Xiao Hai's net worth was 700 gold coins, 6 bags of forage grass seeds, 2 bags of cabbage seeds, 2 bags of wheat seeds, and 2 bags of corn seeds. After calculating what he had, Xiao Hai immediately said, "Reclaim the land." The space prompted again, "To reclaim new land, you need to be level 3. 200 gold coins. You have met the requirements. Do you want to reclaim the land now?" Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, "Yes." Along with his voice, there was a fluctuation in the air. The mist surrounding the land flashed, and after a flash, a small piece of land appeared beside the original 10 mu of land. Xiao Hai looked at the newly reclaimed 2 mu of land. It was no different from the original land. Xiao Hai immediately said, "Plant corn in the land." The bags of seeds, shovels, and buckets immediately cooperated to plant corn in the 2 mu of land. This was Xiao Hai's plan. Xiao Hai knew about corn. Corn and radishes were different. Radishes ate the roots while corn ate the seeds. When corn matured, the seeds would mature. Even if radishes left behind the seeds, corn could do the same. Now that he had reclaimed 2 mu of land, he could use it to plant corn. When the corn matured, not only would he get the corn seeds, but he would also get the corn stalks that could be used as firewood. Planting 1 mu of corn required about 3 kilograms of seeds. The yield of 1 mu of corn was about 1 ton. In other words, if he planted 2 mu of corn, he could get at least 4,000 jin of corn. If these corn could be used as seeds, then he could plant at least 600 mu of land. This was definitely a profitable business. Now Xiao Hai only hoped that the corn in the space wouldn't be like the corn on Earth. If the corn in the space could be used as seeds, then it would solve his big problem. He could plant radishes in the space and turn them into money. Then he could plant corn outside. This way, he would have firewood and food. This would lay a foundation for his future development. These 2 days, the update was a bit slow. Everyone, please don't mind it. Next month, Mingming will speed up the update. This month, Mingming has something to do. Looking at the 2 acres of land planted little by little, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Now he finally understood what it meant to sow hope. What he was sowing now was hope. If the corn really had the effect he imagined, then he wouldn't have to worry about the development of his territory. But this result would only be seen after more than 10 hours. The 2 acres of land were quickly planted, but Xiao Hai didn't leave the space. Instead, he carefully looked at the radishes. He didn't know how long it would take for the radishes to ripen. Thinking of this, Xiao Hai suddenly had an idea. He patted his head and said, "Right, I can ask the space. I remember that when I played the farm game, there was also a reminder function. Space, how long will it take for the radishes to ripen?" The space prompt came, 3 minutes until the radishes are ripe. It didn't say anything superfluous. Xiao Hai nodded and muttered, 3 minutes is good. After 3 minutes, the radishes can be harvested. Right, after harvesting, I'll have to buy a bag of radish seeds. Thinking of this, Xiao Hai immediately spent 150 gold coins to buy a bag of radish seeds. Now, he only had 350 gold coins left. However, Xiao Hai didn't care. He had already adjusted his development path. He didn't want to develop too fast in the Black Wasteland. First, he didn't have the conditions to do so. Second, if he developed too fast, then he would certainly be noticed by others. When that time comes, they would all die. Therefore, his development focus should be on the space. As long as the space's level increases, then his development wouldn't be a problem. The space was his foundation. He didn't want to sell too many radishes. Just like what he said at the beginning, if he sold too many radishes, then the radishes would become worthless. At that time, he would be the one to suffer a loss. Unfortunately, he didn't have a mobile phone right now, so he couldn't tell Green about his thoughts. He only hoped that Green wouldn't get too big of an order this time. In the past, Xiao Hai didn't want to rely too much on the space. This was because the existence of the space was too illusory for him. He didn't know when the space would disappear, but if the space disappeared, then he wouldn't be able to do anything outside. But now it seems that he had no choice but to rely on the space. If the space improves, then he would be able to obtain more things. This way, his territory would be able to develop better. However, Zhao Hai still couldn't relax about the transformation of the land outside the space. If he couldn't transform the land outside the space, then one day, the space would disappear. At that time, he would have nothing left. Now, every step he took needed to be calculated. He needed to make sure that it was the most beneficial for him. Not only did he need to develop the space, he also needed to improve the living environment outside. Upgrading the space required money. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very clear about this. Now that the space had just leveled up, the amount of money needed for each subsequent level up would increase. When Zhao Hai played the farming game, he had two accounts. One was his old account with more than 400 netizens. When he played the farming game, he could steal as much as he wanted. In the end, the amount of money he stole was so much that he couldn't use it. Slowly, he lost interest in the game. On the other hand, his second account was a new one. He didn't add any netizens, he only had himself. The main reason he opened this account was to play the farming game. Most importantly, he wanted to see the consequences of playing the farming game alone. He knew the consequences, it was very serious. In the beginning, it was fine. But when his farm reached level 20 and he opened a ranch, he was done for. His in-game gold simply wasn't enough. When he leveled up his farm, he didn't have enough money to upgrade his ranch. When he leveled up his farm, he didn't have enough money to upgrade his ranch. But this made Zhao Hai learn to calculate even more. He carefully calculated the income of his farm and ranch. Then he calculated which animal was the most cost-effective to raise. Little by little, he played the online version of the game. The situation of Zhao Hai's Smuff was similar to his current situation, he had to level it up bit by bit. Zhao Hai had some experience with this, but don't forget that he still needs to use the space's resources to transform his territory. Because of this, Zhao Hai's funds became even tighter. Therefore, he needed to calculate every step carefully. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, the space's prompt sounded, "The radishes have matured. Please collect them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai recovered. He didn't immediately call for them to be collected. Instead, he looked at the radishes thoughtfully. Last time, he collected the radishes, but the radish leaves disappeared. He guessed that the space treated the radish leaves as trash and disposed of them. Of course, he couldn't waste them like this. He still needed to keep them to feed the blue-eyed rabbits. Now that the radishes had matured, if he let the space collect them according to the original method, then he still wouldn't be able to get the radish leaves. If he collected them himself. Looking at the tenmu of radishes, Zhao Hai quickly dispelled this idea. Now, Zhao Hai could only hope that the space was really as magical as he imagined. His request could be fulfilled. Otherwise, collecting the radishes would really become a problem. In the space, after the plants matured, if the space automatically collected them, it would only collect things that could be eaten or used. For example, corn stalks, radish leaves, and the like, the space would treat them as garbage and clean them up. Of course, this wouldn't be a problem when playing games. But now, Zhao Hai wanted to use these things to change his life. These things were very important to him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai frowned. He was really afraid. If the space couldn't collect the radishes according to his will, then his trouble wouldn't be small. Taking a few deep breaths, he calmed his mood and said, "Collect the radishes. Separate the radish leaves from the radishes." After saying this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He was really afraid that he would fail. If he lost the radishes, then he would have to think of another way. The only way he could think of now was to have the slaves enter the space to collect the radishes. Not only would this cause problems, but it would also increase the chances of the space being exposed. Along with his voice, the space responded. One by one, the radishes flew into the basket. After all the radishes were collected, Zhao Hai once again took a deep breath. Then he went to the front of the warehouse and touched it with his hand. Soon, the things in the warehouse were displayed in front of Zhao Hai. In the first place were the radishes and radish leaves. Behind them were the materials that Zhao Hai had received before. Zhao Hai clenched his fist and cheered. He really didn't think that the space would give him such a big surprise. This time's success didn't only help him collect the things, it also represented his understanding of the space. It turned out that the space really listened to him. He could order the space to do anything. Since the appearance of the space, Zhao Hai felt that it was unreal. It was as if he was playing a very realistic game. He had been controlling the space according to the game's operating procedures. But this time's success made Zhao Hai understand that the space had really changed. He wasn't just an operator of the space. The settings that he used to play the game weren't necessarily valid here. It can be said that his control of the space was deeper than the game. He might be the god of the space, a supreme existence. After some time, Zhao Hai calmed down his emotions. He looked at the situation of the space. Now that there was nothing left for him to do, he left the space. After leaving the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. With the existence of the space, the Black Wasteland would become the continent's largest granary. Just like his hometown, the Northern Wasteland would certainly become the Northern Wasteland. However, in the future, he would need to use the spaceless to help himself. He had to adapt to the feeling of not having the space's help as soon as possible. This was because his heart always had a sense of insecurity. Zhao Hai had always been afraid that the space would disappear one day. Although he focused on the development of the space, it was only because he wanted the space to provide him with more help so that his territory could develop faster. Because of this, he had no choice but to do so. Zhao Hai was a very practical person. He didn't believe in things that couldn't be seen or touched. He only believed that the things that he grasped in his hand were his own things. A bird in the hand is better than 100 birds in the bush. For Zhao Hai, the space was just like the internet back on Earth. It was too illusory. Although Zhao Hai was an otaku, he never met with netizens. This was because he didn't believe in those illusory things. It was precisely because of this mentality that Zhao Hai desperately wanted to change things in reality. This way, he would feel at ease. He didn't believe in luck. Therefore, when he was on Earth, he never bought lottery tickets. Every penny that he earned was earned through his own efforts. He didn't believe that people would give him money for no reason. He only believed that people can only get what they want through their own efforts. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai didn't go outside. The things that he could do right now were too little. He still needed to think about his future development, the development of the Black Wasteland. Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't think through the transformation of the land today. He was too anxious and too reckless. Nobody could guarantee that no one would come to the Black Wasteland in the future. If one day, someone suddenly came and found that there was a large piece of land in front of his castle, then it would certainly arouse suspicion. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but murmur, "It seems like I'll have to understand the Black Wasteland tomorrow." Then he fell asleep. In the evening, Zhao Hai woke up. At this time, the sky was already dark. Merlin and the others had also returned. In order to save some supplies, Merlin and the others generally didn't go out at night. Even if they didn't use magic stones for illumination, they would still need oil if they used torches or oil lamps. Now, they had to save every bit of supplies. When Zhao Hai woke up, the sky was already dark. The slaves had already eaten, so they were free to move around the castle until they went to bed. In any case, there was no need to worry about them running away, so letting them relax was also good. At this time, the slaves were sitting in the castle's courtyard and chatting. Compared to other places, their days here were simply like heaven. Every day, they could eat their fill, they didn't have to work too hard, and they also had enough time to rest. They really liked this kind of life. Originally, when they arrived here, they were still somewhat desperate. Although they were slaves, they still heard about the Black Wasteland. There was nothing growing here, only a barren mountain next to the carrion swamp. Such a place was a land of death. They always thought that they would starve to death in the future. However, they didn't expect that although they had only been here for 2 days, they could clearly see that their master was really too capable. He could actually use magic to turn the black soil that couldn't be planted into fertile fields. In the future, they wouldn't have to worry about starving to death. These people were just slaves. They had never seen people use magic. In their impression, mages were omnipotent, and magic was incomparably magical. Better living conditions than before, they were treated like commoners, they could break away from the temptation of being slaves, and with the addition of magic, these things were enough to make the slaves loyal and devoted to Zhao Hai. In an invisible way, they formed a great cohesive force. Now, the slaves weren't passively working, they were wholeheartedly thinking about how to get rid of their status as slaves as soon as possible. Zhao Hai quietly stood in front of the castle and looked at the slaves outside. He wanted to go up and chat with them, but he also knew that this wasn't the time. These slaves had been oppressed, so when they saw the nobles, they would be very nervous. Not to mention chatting with them, he was afraid that they would kneel down and not lift their heads. It was very easy to change a person's identity, but it was very difficult to change their thoughts. It was a long process, and only then could their thoughts change little by little. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any contact with the slaves, it wasn't the right time yet. Everything had to be done step by step. If he was too hasty, he might mess things up. Even if he succeeded, it might cause his foundation to be unstable. Without a doubt, the completion of the land improvement and the hope of breaking free from slavery filled the lives of these slaves with hope. They were no longer as lifeless as when they first arrived. Zhao Hai liked to see the slaves perform like this. Only people who were full of hope would be creative and be able to exert their abilities to the fullest. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai recovered and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Meg stood in front of the door. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, dinner is ready, it's time to eat." Blockhead and Rockhead were still standing outside the door, guarding the door for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, he also knew that it was almost time to eat. However, Zhao Hai was still somewhat apologetic. These past 2 days, Merlin and Meg were not only busy managing the slaves, they also had to cook for him. It was really too tiring. However, although Zhao Hai could cook, he didn't dare to do it. Don't forget his identity, he was now a dandy who opened his mouth and stretched out his hands. How could he know how to cook? It was reasonable that he had a spatial ability. After all, this was a continent where magic and dochi coexisted. There were all kinds of strange people. His ability wasn't particularly conspicuous, but if he suddenly knew how to cook, it would arouse Merlin and Meg's suspicions. They went to the dining room and found that Merlin and Meg had already put the food on the table. It was bread and some vegetables, plus a piece of meat and a soup. To be honest, as a native of China, he really wasn't used to eating this food. However, there was no other way. Even if he wanted to eat Chinese food, no one could cook it. Only he could cook, but he didn't dare to. It was really depressing. After eating a few mouthfuls, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Grandma Merlin, I think today's matter was too rash. It's better if we don't improve the land here tomorrow." Merlin was surprised and looked at Zhao Hai in puzzlement. "What's wrong, young master? Why do you say that? Can't we improve the land? If we can't improve the land, then what should we do?" Zhao Hai understood what she meant, so he immediately said, "Grandma Merlin, I think you misunderstood. It's not that I can't improve the land, but I can't improve it near the castle. Think about it, our current strength is still too weak. If we let those guys find out that we can improve the land here, would they let us go? When that time comes, we'll be finished." Merlin was also someone who had seen great storms. Today, she was just overwhelmed by the joy of improving the land, so she didn't think about these things. Now that Zhao Hai reminded her, Merlin immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. What Zhao Hai said was right, if they let those old nobles find out that they can improve the land here, then they would certainly come to deal with them. When that time comes, they would be finished. Although the Buddha clan had already signed an agreement with the empire, this was still under the premise that the Buddha clan had an heir. If a noble didn't have an heir, then the noble title of the clan would be taken back by the emperor. Naturally, the fief would also be taken back. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. This was the truth. Merlin put down her knife and fork, then she nodded and said, "What the young master said is reasonable. We didn't consider it carefully. We only wanted to improve our living conditions, but we forgot that those old nobles wouldn't let us go. What does the young master think?" Now, Merlin was paying more and more attention to Zhao Hai's opinion. This was because in the past few days, Zhao Hai really did a lot of things. Moreover, everything was done methodically. In addition to his strange ability, Merlin and the others unknowingly regarded Zhao Hai as their backbone. Zhao Hai also put down his utensils and gently wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then he said, "We still need to improve the land, but we can't improve it around the castle. That would be too conspicuous. As long as people come in, they would be able to see it. It's too easy to be discovered. I want to look around and see if there's any place that's very hidden and can be improved. It doesn't need to be too big, just 1,000 mu or so would be enough to meet the needs of our people. This way, it wouldn't be easy to be discovered." Merlin nodded and said, "What the young master said is right. Tomorrow, I'll send people to look around and see if there's any place that's suitable." "Then, young master, should we raise the blue-eyed rabbits and scaleless fish?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Raise them, we must raise them. In any case, the scaleless fish are very easy to raise. Those people won't find anything. The blue-eyed rabbits are even more important. They'll only think that we're struggling on the verge of death and won't care too much." Merlin nodded. "All right, but there's something wrong with the water. I noticed that there aren't any fish in our moat. Even the lake in the cave doesn't have any fish. This doesn't seem right, does it?" Zhao Hai was surprised. This was the first time he thought of this problem. He was just an otaku before and wasn't a professional fisherman. Therefore, he didn't notice this at first. On the contrary, it was Merlin, a water-type magician, who noticed it. Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled. It was reasonable to say that there should be a lot of fish in the moat and the lake in the mountain. There shouldn't be any problem with the water quality. He had already analyzed this point in the space. How could there be no fish? Zhao Hai was puzzled and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, do you know why this is?" "There's no problem with the water. I've already analyzed it. It's a very good source of water, completely suitable for fish to live. But now, there's no fish in sight. Isn't this a bit unreasonable?" Merlin frowned. After a while, she said, "Generally, there are only two possibilities for there to be no fish in the water. One is that the water is poisonous and not suitable for fish to live. The other is that there's a ferocious water-type magic beast in the water that ate all the fish. If it's really like what young master said, there's no poison in the water, then there's only the second possibility. There's a ferocious water-type magic beast in the water." Zhao Hai carefully thought about it. He also felt that Merlin's words were very reasonable. He remembered that when he was on Earth, he saw a news report about a fisherman's pond being eaten by two ferocious carnivorous fish. As a result, the fish in the pond were eaten up. There might also be those kinds of magic beasts here. If this was really the case, then it would be a troublesome matter. When Merlin saw Zhao Hai's frown, she knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. Merlin comforted him and said, "Young master, in fact, this isn't difficult to solve. If there's poison in the water, then it won't be easy for us to solve it. If there's a magic beast in the water, then we just need to find the magic beast and kill it." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. His thoughts were just the opposite of Merlin's. If there was poison in the water, then he could easily detoxify it with the spatial water. However, if there was a magic beast in the water, then it would be really troublesome. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai's frown and couldn't help but smile. Young master doesn't need to worry. If there really is a magic beast in the water, then I'll definitely find it and kill it. It won't affect young master's plan to raise fish. When Zhao Hai heard Marin's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he understood that this wasn't Earth. On Earth, if you wanted to go down to the sea to kill a deep-sea monster, it wouldn't be that easy. But this was the Ark continent, and there was a lot of powerful magic here. And Marine was a powerful water mage. Maybe she really had a way to eliminate the magic beasts in the sea. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Will there be any danger?" "Granny Merlin, if there is any danger, then we shouldn't raise fish. After all, raising fish is important, but it's not as important as your safety." Merlin's expression was somewhat excited, but she still smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry, there won't be any problems. I'm an 8th rank water mage, dealing with a magic beast is easy." Zhao Hai looked at Merlin's confident appearance and nodded, all right, but we can put this matter aside for now. Tomorrow, we'll organize people to look around and see if there's any suitable land for us to improve. We'll improve the land first. Merlin also nodded. Although the Ark continent's commerce was very developed, the Buddha clan didn't pay much attention to it. They were nobles, and in their eyes, land was the key. Meg and the others didn't interrupt. When Zhao Hai and Merlin were discussing things, Meg and the others generally wouldn't interrupt. Needless to say, Blockhead and Rockhead weren't very smart, so they would do whatever they were told to do. Letting them give their opinions was tantamount to playing the lute to a cow. Although Meg was very smart, she was still too young. She wasn't like Zhao Hai, who lived in an era of information explosion. Therefore, she still had a lot to learn. She really couldn't interrupt the things that Zhao Hai and Merlin were discussing. Zhao Hai quickly finished his dinner. He sat in the living room and drank tea for a while before returning to his room. Now that there were so many things to do in the castle, he didn't need to worry too much about it. There was no place to play here, the whole place was isolated from the rest of the world. At night, there was nothing to do but sleep. Zhao Hai returned to his room because he wanted to take a look at the situation inside the space. Now at night, Zhao Hai felt very bored. When he was on Earth, he was an otaku, and otakus generally went to bed very late at night. In the past few days, because he was too busy, he could still sleep at night. But today, he slept during the day, so he couldn't sleep at night. Naturally, he went to the space to take a good look. The space was still the same, but the corn seedlings had already grown out, and the radish seedlings had also grown out. Fortunately, there were no worms. Looking at the seedlings that were growing happily, Zhao Hai's heart was slightly excited. These seedlings represented his hope to survive in this different world. Zhao Hai didn't have too much ambition, he just wanted to live a good life in this world. When he was on Earth, he was an otaku, receiving very meager royalties to live. He didn't have any ambition, he just wanted to live a simple life. After arriving in the other world, Zhao Hai obtained Adam's body. He also knew about Adam's past and knew that Adam had a great enmity. However, Zhao Hai also knew that Adam's enmity wasn't something that could be easily avenged. They would have to face an entire empire. In the past, when the Buddha clan was at its peak, they were beaten to this state. With their current strength, it would be good if they could keep their lives, let alone take revenge. Although he had the space farm as a cheat, the space farm had a big shortcoming, it lacked defensive capabilities. The space farm was good, it could grow vegetables and store things, but it didn't have any offensive capabilities. On the Ark continent, the true powerhouses were the best at attacking. A magician like Merlin could kill 1,000 people in an instant with magic. Compared to Merlin, Zhao Hai couldn't even be considered a newborn baby, he could only be considered an ant. If Merlin wanted to crush him, it would only be a matter of a finger. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wholeheartedly wanted to act in a low-key manner. If those old nobles found out that he had this kind of ability, they would probably kill him in the first moment. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had completely received Adam's memories. Although Adam was an ignorant and incompetent person, he still understood some of the common sense of the continent. Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of brainless person who, after transmigrating, thought that the heavens were number 1 and the earth was number 2, he was number 3, and wanted to step on the earth and poke the heavens. Zhao Hai didn't have such big ambitions. He also knew that if he really dared to be so high profile, the first one to die would be him. The space farm's characteristics determined that Zhao Hai couldn't become an unparalleled expert under the heavens. In addition, Adam had already drunk the water of nothingness. Not to mention becoming an expert, he couldn't even become a beginner. Right now, Zhao's biggest reliance was nothing more than the spatial farm. But this kind of sudden acquisition made Zhao's heart uneasy. He was afraid that if he suddenly gained something, he would suddenly lose it all of a sudden. This sense of urgency made Zhao Hai constantly think about how to build up his fief as soon as possible. Although he could improve the black soil every day, it was precisely because of this that he was even more worried. Now that they had arrived at the Black Wasteland, would those old nobles let them go? Not necessarily, those old nobles would certainly send people to keep an eye on them. If they really found out that their movements were too big, then those old nobles wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai sat inside the space. After summarizing all of this, he finally came up with 2 words, low-key. He only came up with one sentence: it was best to silently make a fortune. Although he knew that the radishes and corn in the space were growing very well, Zhao Hai still watered them with water. Now, he was taking care of these seedlings with all his heart. This represented their hope. Watering in the space was very convenient. As long as Zhao Hai's thoughts moved, the spring water in the space would be lifted up by an invisible force. It floated above the ground and then poured down like rain. Looking at the slowly moistening ground, Zhao Hai immediately stopped. He also knew that he couldn't water too much, otherwise the corn would rot. After everything was done, Zhao Hai came out of the space farm. He looked at the sky outside and saw that it was already completely dark. The slaves had already gone to sleep, and there were no lights in the castle. The entire castle seemed to have fallen asleep along with the curtain of night. In such a quiet environment, Zhao Hai's heart slowly calmed down. He knew that thinking about it now was superfluous. The road had to be taken one step at a time. The most important thing right now was to solve the problem of feeding the 100 people in the castle. Not only did they have to eat their fill, they also had to eat well. Responsibility, Zhao Hai deeply felt this sentence. When he was on Earth, he was the kind of person who could feed the whole family. But after coming here, the problem of food and clothing for more than 100 people, as well as the future of the Buddha clan, all of these burdens were placed on Zhao Hai's shoulders. Therefore, every step he took was very careful, fearing that he would make a mistake. Daring to take responsibility was also a sign of maturity. Zhao Hai was now more mature than when he was on Earth. This was because reality forced him to be mature. After quietly standing in front of the window for a while, Zhao Hai returned to his bed. Even if he couldn't sleep, he still had to lie down on his bed. Now that they were short on supplies, he couldn't waste them. Unknowingly, he lay down on his bed and fell asleep. Ding dong, the radishes have matured. Please harvest them as soon as possible. The farm's prompt woke Zhao Hai up. He sat up and immediately entered the space. Sure enough, the radishes in the space had matured. The corn had also grown to the height of a person. The corn on the cob had basically taken shape. At this time, he could break it off and eat it. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He was still counting on the corn to be used as seeds. Breaking off a few now didn't seem like much, but once the corn matured, he could take them out and use them as seeds. At that time, he could use them to plant a lot of crops. Zhao Hai immediately put away the radishes. Then he immediately bought a bag of radish seeds from the space's store and planted them in the ground. After that, he used the space's spring water to wash himself. His whole body was immediately refreshed. Zhao Hai ran to the corn field and carefully looked at the corn. The corn was growing very well. The corn cob was now covered with pulp. As long as he waited for it to mature, he could harvest it. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. He left the space farm and returned to his room. Looking out the window, he saw that the sky was already slightly bright. Zhao Hai didn't feel sleepy anymore. He opened the door and went out. The space outside was very good. Although the castle was on a barren mountain, it still had mountains and water. Moreover, it was currently April. The morning was still a bit cold. Breathing in the cool air, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. There was nothing to do after waking up so early. Zhao Hai thought that his body wasn't very good. There was no need to talk about Adam. He was a dandy, ignorant and incompetent. Plus, he was greedy and lustful. His body had already been tossed around. Plus, he drank the water of nothingness, which made his body even weaker. Zhao Hai didn't want to become a sick person early on. With the weather being so good, Zhao Hai decided to run and exercise his body. Even if he couldn't become an expert, at the very least, he wanted to become a healthy person. After running for a while, the slaves got up one after another. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai running in the castle with some surprise. They didn't know what he was doing. Zhao Hai's body was really too weak. After running for a while, he was already tired and panting. He had no choice but to stop and slowly adjust his breathing while returning to the castle. Although he ran for a while, he still felt refreshed. His whole person was a lot more spirited. When Zhao Hai returned to the castle, Merlin and the others had already gotten up. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would wake up so early. They thought that Zhao Hai was still sleeping in his room. When they saw Zhao Hai come in from outside, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai greeted them and went to wash his face. Then he went to the living room and sat there waiting for Merlin to make breakfast. After breakfast, Merlin let Meg lead the slaves to tidy up the caves. It would be best if they could chop down all the trees on the mountain to see if they could make a boat. That way, they could go to the lake in the mountain and take a good look. Merlin himself was preparing to look around the castle to see if he could find a suitable place for them to improve the land. In Merlin's view, improving the land was the most important thing. As long as the land was improved, they would have the foundation to settle down and have the hope to survive. Although she didn't know what was going on with Zhao Hai's spatial farm, Zhao Hai could improve the land and take out 80,000 caddies of radishes at once. This showed that Zhao Hai's ability was related to agriculture. Although Merlin didn't know the magic of the spatial farm, she was a smart person. In addition, she was old and her life experience was very rich, so she guessed most of it. However, seeing that Zhao Hai didn't tell her, she didn't ask. She knew that Zhao Hai was in charge now, and Zhao Hai had more ideas than before. If she continued to ask, it wouldn't be good. When Zhao Hai heard that Merlin wanted to go around the castle to look at the terrain, he also wanted to follow. In the past few days in the other world, besides staying in the castle, he was walking around the mountain, or busy in the space. He simply didn't look around. Today, he could take advantage of this opportunity to look around. No matter what, this was his territory. Zhao Hai wanted to follow, so Blockhead and Rockhead naturally also wanted to follow. However, Zhao Hai didn't let them. He only took Blockhead and let Rockhead stay behind to help Meg look after the slaves. Zhao Hai really didn't feel at ease leaving Meg alone to look after 100 slaves. Zhao Hai and the others came out of the castle. Blockhead walked alone on the mountain, carefully looking at the topography of the mountain. Zhao Hai and Marine walked along the foot of the mountain. Marine was old, and she was also a magician, so her body naturally wasn't too good. Zhao Hai was the same, so the two of them didn't go up the mountain. If they went up the mountain, they would be too tired to move after walking for a while. It was also the first time that Marine and Zhao had left the castle so far. As they walked, they looked around. The black waste was really strange. There were only some small trees and weeds growing in the semicircular mountains, while the mountains surrounded a large plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was nothing to see at all, as it was clear at a glance. The terrain on the mountain was a little complicated, but because the mountain wasn't very high and there weren't many trees, the terrain on the mountain could be seen clearly from the foot of the mountain, so there was no need to worry too much. The two of them walked along the mountain for more than 3 hours. Other than feeling more and more desolate, they didn't find anything. The black land was still black land, and the barren mountain was still a barren mountain. Zhao Hai looked around, then turned to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, let's rest for a while. Our fief is too big, we can't see it all in a day or two. If we really can't do it, then we can wait for Grandpa Green to come back. We rode out on horses. Walking like this is really too tiring." Marine was also unbearably tired. She was a magician, not a warrior. Her body wasn't strong at all. She could usually do some housework, but to make her travel like this, she really couldn't bear it. The two of them casually found 2 stones and sat down. When Blockhead saw the two of them sit down, he immediately ran down the mountain and walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Master, you rest here first. I'll go look around." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, you go. Be careful." Blockhead responded, then turned around and ran up the mountain. Looking at his appearance, he wasn't tired at all. Marine sat on the stone, looking at the boundless black land in front of her. She sighed and said, "When we first heard that the Empire had given this place to us, we really despaired. Everyone knows that the Black Waste is a land of death. Nothing grows here. Moreover, it's close to the carrion swamp. Being assigned here, besides waiting for death, we really can't do anything." Speaking to this point, she stopped and lowered her head. Her eyes showed an expression of reminiscence as she said, "When Green heard this news, he immediately took out all the money in the family to buy all kinds of supplies. He also wanted us to persevere for a few more years. As long as those old nobles don't pay attention to us, we can think of other ways to make money. No matter what, we can't let the Buddha clan perish in our hands. Speaking to this point, Marine didn't make a sound for a while, as if she was recalling the scene of despair at that time. Zhao Hai also didn't make a sound. He could understand Marine's feelings. The Buddha clan was the place where they were born and raised, but they could only watch as the Buddha clan walked toward this land of death in the Black Waste, waiting for death here. That kind of feeling was so despairing. After a while, Marine took a deep breath. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Fortunately, young master woke up, and you also have that mysterious ability to improve the land. This also let us see hope. Young master, in the future, the revitalization of the Buddha clan will depend on you." Green also said similar words to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai understood that this was the hope that Marine and Green had for him. But the more it was like this, the more Zhao Hai felt that this matter was more difficult to handle. With Green and Marine's abilities, even they weren't able to do it. If he wanted to do it, it would be difficult. If he wanted to make the Buddha clan prosper again, then he would have to face the suppression of all the old aristocrats of the Oxu Empire, including the imperial family. But at this time, he couldn't say these words. He could only nod his head vigorously and say, "Rest assured, Grandma Marine, I will do my best." Marine nodded. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, she smiled and said, "The heavens haven't forsaken my Buddha clan, actually giving young master this kind of mysterious ability. This means that the heavens want our Buddha clan to prosper once again." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandma Marine, I'll take you to a place." Finished speaking, his mind moved and the two appeared in the spatial farm. Marine, Green, and the others were all people that Zhao Hai could completely trust. Before, he didn't take them to the farm. Besides the need to keep it a secret, it was because there were a lot of things in the farm that he couldn't explain to them. Zhao Hai was also afraid. He was afraid that Marine and Green would find out that he had taken over Adam's body. If that really happened, then Marine and Green would probably kill him at the first opportunity. But now he wasn't afraid. He knew that Marine and Green didn't suspect him at all. Moreover, they already regarded him as the hope of the Buddha clan. After all, he was now the sole heir of the Buddha clan. Even if Green and Marine found out that he had taken over Adam's body, they wouldn't necessarily move against him. Because if the two of them killed him, then it would be tantamount to letting the Buddha clan perish. If a noble didn't have an heir, then that noble's title would be taken back by the empire. Marine also stared blankly as soon as she entered the space. Looking at the radishes that had just sprouted and the corn that was about to ripen on the ground, her brain really couldn't quite wrap itself around it. Zhao Hai said at this time, "Grandma Marine, this is the special ability I obtained. A piece of land. This piece of land can be used to grow grain and vegetables. The time it takes for the grain and vegetables to ripen is much shorter than outside. That's why I can take out 80,000 pounds of magic radishes in such a short time." Marine looked at this piece of land and turned her head to ask Zhao Hai, "Young master, where did you take those magic radishes? Why didn't I see them?" Zhao Hai pointed to the warehouse and said, "They're all in there. That room is like a spatial equipment. A lot of things can be stored inside. Not only did I put the magic radishes inside, but the resources I put away are also all in there. As long as I want to use them, I can take them out at any time." Marine's eyes shone as she nodded. To tell the truth, just the ability of this warehouse alone was enough to make her very surprised. Zhao Hai continued, "The land in this space can be used to improve the black soil outside. The water can also be used. When I improved the black soil before, I used a mixture of the land and water in this space." Then he walked to the side of the cornfield and said, "This is a new kind of plant I planted. I call it corn. If this field of corn matures, the seeds it produces will be enough for us to plant 1,000 mu of land and still have some left. However, I don't know if the corn produced in this space can be used as seeds. This still needs to be tested. The corn stalk can be used to make fire. At present, it's the most suitable plant for us to plant." Marine looked at that field of corn, her eyes shining. Of course she understood what Zhao Hai meant. As long as this field of corn matured and could be planted, they could solve their food problem. At the same time, they would have firewood. Zhao Hai turned to Miran and said, "As long as we find a suitable location, we'll first improve 1,000 mu of land, and then plant corn. When the corn matures, we won't have to worry about food, and we won't have to worry about burning wood. When the time comes, we'll have food, and sell the magic radishes, and we'll have money. Little by little, our Buddha clan will be able to develop and grow. Marai nodded vigorously and turned her head to Zhao Hai to say, "Young master, you must not tell anyone about this matter." "How many people still know about this matter?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Only you, Blockhead, and Rockhead have been to this space. Grandpa Green and Meg have never been here." Marai nodded and said, "Young master, you can completely trust the few of us, but you can't trust the others. Young master, don't mention this matter to anyone in the future. If other people know about this matter, you'll be in danger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Granny Marai, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this matter. Let's go out. If Blockhead comes back and doesn't look for us, he'll be worried." Finished speaking, the two of them appeared at the foot of the mountain again. After coming out of the space, Merlin's expression was very excited. She couldn't be blamed for this. Seeing Yihai's magical space, she really felt that the Buddha clan's future was full of hope. Although Zhao Hai still couldn't learn magic and Do Chi, for Merlin, it was better that Zhao Hai couldn't learn it. That way, Zhao Hai would be safer. Merlin didn't want Zhao Hai to follow the Buddha clan's old path. The Buddha clan relied on military exploits to rise. If they wanted to obtain military exploits, then they had to fight. Fighting was very dangerous. Now that the Buddha clan only had Yihai as its successor, Merlin didn't want anything to happen to him. Now that they had a space that could only be used for farming, it was even better. They didn't have to worry about food and drink. Moreover, as long as they had money, the Buddha clan could also develop. Currently, there were a lot of merchant clans on the continent. They were very prosperous. Even those old aristocrats didn't dare to easily move against them. Why? Wasn't it because they had money? There were too many mercenaries on the continent, and those mercenaries were desperados. As long as they were given money, they would dare to do anything. Those merchant clans had money, so others didn't dare to provoke them. If they were provoked, they would use money to buy your life. In the end, they would only lose some money, but you would lose your life. Who could afford to fight with them? After experiencing the Buddha clan's decline from prosperity to sorrow, Merlin didn't think about anything else. In her eyes, fame and fortune were just fleeting clouds. Letting Zhao Hai live a good life was the real thing. Looking at Merlin's appearance, Zhao Hai was very happy. This was because Zhao Hai knew that Merlin was sincerely concerned about him. This feeling of being cared for was really good. Zhao Hai was an orphan in his previous life. No one had ever cared for him like this. This feeling made his heart warm. After a while, Marai calmed down a little. She walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, if there's any danger in the future, you must immediately hide in the space. Don't worry about us. You're the only one left in the Buddha clan. No matter what, you can't have an accident." Zhao Hai nodded. "Rest assured, Grandma Merlin, I know what to do. But as long as we are careful and keep a low profile, there shouldn't be any problems." Merlin nodded and was about to say something when he heard Blockhead's voice. Young master, I found a good place." As he spoke, he ran down the mountain. Zhao Hai and Merlin could not help but turn their heads to look at Blockhead, who was dashing down. Blockhead quickly ran to Zhao Hai's side and said to Zhao Hai, "Master, I found a good place ahead. It will definitely meet your requirements." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment, then his face lit up with joy as he said, "All right, where is it? Let's go." Blockhead pointed to the mountain and said, "Young master, we have to go up the mountain. We can't go down the mountain." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, let's go. Grandma Merlin, you can rest here. I'll go with Blockhead." Merlin shook her head and said, "No, I'll also go and take a look. Later on, when it comes to farming, I can't always rely on young master to lead me. I have to go and find the way." Then she turned to Blockhead and said, "Blockhead, lead the way." Blockhead complied and walked forward. The two followed behind. Although there were only some weeds on this barren mountain, it was still not easy to walk on. Although the weeds were not tall, they were very tough. When people walked on them, they would often be tripped by the weeds. It was not easy to walk. Fortunately, it wasn't far. After walking for about 3 miles, they found a large canyon in front of them. This canyon was very strange. It was as if a large stone fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain. There were cliffs on all sides, and there was no way to go outside. Zhao Hai stood there dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This canyon was in line with his requirements. They couldn't see it from the foot of the mountain, but how could they go down? Merlin also discovered this point. She turned to look at Blockhead and scolded him with a smile. "Blockhead, you blockhead stupid boy. You found a place like this. It's hard for me to go down, let alone the young master. Even if you can carry the young master down, what about the slaves? In the future, it will be the slaves who will be farming here. You don't want to carry them down, do you?" Zhao Hai also looked at Blockhead with a bad mood. It must be said that this canyon wasn't very deep. It looked like it was only a few dozen meters deep. However, looking down from the top was enough to make one dizzy. In addition, there were cliffs all around, so it would be very difficult to go down. If they had a lot of materials, then they could build a ladder to go down. However, they didn't have that many materials right now. Even wood couldn't be produced in this mountain. Wanting to make a wooden ladder was too difficult. This was definitely a place of death. Blockhead turned to look at the two and smiled. "Young master, Grandma Merlin, you don't have to worry. Come with me." Then he walked towards the back of the iron mine. Until now, Zhao Hai and Merlin hadn't walked towards the back of the iron mine. This was because they knew that it was close to the carrion swamp. The carrion swamp was famous for its poisonous miasma, poisonous magic beasts, poisonous plants, and undead creatures. Therefore, Merlin and the others didn't want to go to the back of the mountain. It represented danger. Seeing Blockhead walk towards the back of the mountain, Merlin's face sank. She immediately said, "Blockhead, you brat, you don't want to live anymore. Quickly come back." Blockhead turned to the two and smiled. "It's fine. Grandma Merlin, young master, you don't have to worry. As long as we go over the top of the mountain, there will be a cave entrance not far away. We can go through that cave entrance and enter the valley. I just came out from there." Merlin still wanted to say something, but Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go take a look." Then he followed Blockhead to the back of the iron mine. Merlin had no choice but to follow. However, once they reached the top of the mountain, Zhao Hai was attracted by the scenery in front of him. On the back of the mountain, there was chaos between heaven and earth. As far as the eye could see, there was a 7-colored mist. One couldn't see the sky, nor could they see the earth. It was as if there was a world made up of 7-colored mist. Beautiful, too beautiful. Zhao Hai had never seen 7-colored mist before. Moreover, the mist was not the kind of lifeless 7-colored mist. Instead, it was a strange, bright 7-colored mist, appearing so dazzling. This long sigh interrupted Zhao Hai's thoughts. Zhao Hai turned to look and saw that it was Merlin. Merlin was also looking at the 7-colored mist, but he sighed and said, "What? A beautiful scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scenery would be the deadliest thing on the continent? This 7-colored poison mist is the biggest barrier of the carrion swamp. From the records, no more than 10 people have been able to come out alive after entering the 7-colored poison mist. And those who came out were all top experts on the continent. Even if they were such people, after coming out of the 7-colored poison mist, they wouldn't be able to live for more than 5 years. No matter how powerful a priest or an alchemist is, they wouldn't be able to save them." Zhao Hai felt a chill on his back. When he looked at the mist, he felt that the 7-colored mist was so strange. It was as if there were countless evil spirits inside, grinning at him. Zhao Hai didn't dare to look and said to Blockhead, who was waiting for them in front, "Let's go." Blockhead responded and walked forward. They were now walking from the top of the mountain to the back of the iron mine. It was strange to say that the grass on the front of the iron mine was malnourished, but the grass on the back of the mountain was growing very well. It was so green that it was almost black, full of vitality. However, it wasn't like the grass on the front of the iron mine that grew all over the mountain. Instead, it was in small piles, and where it grew, nothing grew. It was as if it was a scalp with a few tufts of hair. Merlin followed beside Zhao Hai and said to Zhao Hai and Blockhead, Master, Blockhead, be careful. Don't touch those grasses. Those grasses may be poisonous. Blockhead's body is strong, so he'll be fine. However, Master, because you drank the water of nothingness, you can't touch these things. Zhao Hai was surprised. Although he felt that Merlin was making a fuss over nothing, he didn't dare to be careless. The carrion swamp was a dangerous place, so it was better to be careful. They carefully bypassed the grasses and followed Blockhead for about 500 meters before they saw a small cave. This cave wasn't very big and could only fit 3 people in a row. It was only about 2 meters high and appeared dark inside. There was also the sound of water. Merlin walked in front of Zhao Hai and a ball of light appeared in his hand, illuminating the path in front of Zhao Hai. Then, he led Zhao Hai into the cave. It could be seen that this cave was originally a tunnel built by the dwarves. It was built very neatly with stones piled up. It was very smooth. After walking for about 5 minutes in the cave, they arrived at an open space. This space was obviously a temporary resting place for the dwarves or a place to store things. There weren't any caves for people to live in here. It was just an open space of about 300 square meters. The water came from the right side of Zhao Hai. Blockhead turned to Zhao Hai and said, Master, there's a mountain lake over there. I don't know if it's next to the mountain lake behind our castle. Go to the left and you'll be able to enter the valley. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't look at the mountain lake. According to his estimation, the lake here was very likely to be one with the lake behind their castle. They didn't have any large lighting tools right now, so even if they looked, they wouldn't be able to see anything. It was better not to look. The two of them followed Blockhead to the tunnel on the left. The tunnel on the left was very wide, enough to allow 10 people to walk side by side. It was also 5 meters high, and the ground was very dry, making it very comfortable to walk on. The 3 of them walked for about 10 minutes before a light suddenly appeared in front of him. Merlin extinguished the illuminate spell in his hand and quickly followed Zhao Hai to the light. Zhao Hai and Merlin both stared blankly at the valley. After coming out of the cave, they entered the valley. The area of the valley was not very large, only about 1,000 acres or so. There was also a piece of black soil above it, which was exactly the same as the black soil in the black waste. In the middle of the valley, there was a pool of water about 10 meters in diameter. The water in the pool was clear and bright. On the mountain wall opposite the cave that Zhao Hai and the others came out from, there was another cave entrance. That cave entrance was smaller than the cave entrance that Zhao Hai and the others were in. It could be seen that the cave entrance was also a mine tunnel. As soon as he saw these mines, Zhao Hai could not help but admire the dwarves. They really dug out such a large mountain range and built so many mines. How much work did this require? It was hard to imagine how they did it. Zhao Hai looked around and nodded. It's really not bad. Blockhead, you're good. Tell me, how did you find this cave? Blockhead laughed and said, Young master, when I first saw this valley, I jumped down from the cliff. Then, I found these 2 caves. The other cave was full of water and there was no way out. This cave has a way out, so I went out from the inside. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood when Blockhead said so. This guy went out from the inside of the cave. No wonder he could find the cave that led to the outside. Merlin was also sizing up the black soil. Just as Blockhead had said, this place was really suitable. Although it would take some time to improve the soil, this valley was really suitable for growing things. It would be difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Merlin walked around the cave. This cave was an irregular circle. There were no big stones or the like inside. Other than the black soil, there was only the pool. It was a good place for farming. Zhao Hai was also looking here. He nodded as he looked. He was really satisfied with this place. Not only could it be farmed, but because of the pool, even irrigation was a lot easier. Even if the water in the pool was not enough, there were 2 mountain lakes in the caves on both sides. There was water in them. Blockhead looked at Zhao Hai nodding and knew that Zhao Hai was very satisfied. Blockhead quickly said, Young master, did you find something different here? Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked around and did not find anything different. He shook his head and said, "There's nothing different." Blockhead smiled and said, "Young master, didn't you feel it? The temperature in this valley is higher than on the mountain. Also, look at the grass growing on the mountain walls. It's longer than outside. It's spring now. Although the grass has grown, it's not tall. When we came here, we felt that it was difficult to walk because the ground was full of dry grass. The dry grass is tough, so it tripped our feet. However, the grass on the mountain walls of this valley is new and has grown so long. Many of them have already borne seeds. This means that this valley has not been attacked by the cold wind and has been maintained at this temperature. If this is really the case, then this place can be farmed all year round. It's really a good place." Zhao Hai looked at the direction that Blockhead was pointing at. He found that there were a lot of weeds growing on the mountain walls. These weeds were really different from the ones outside. The weeds outside looked green, but when you get closer, you would find that the green was actually new grass growing from under the withered grass. Moreover, the growth wasn't very long. However, the weeds here were very long. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. He also felt that it was strange. This valley was on the mountain, so the soil here should be similar to the soil on the mountain. It shouldn't be the black soil outside. However, the soil in this valley was the same as the soil in the black wasteland. He didn't know what was going on. At this time, Merlin's voice suddenly sounded. "Well said. I didn't expect that a kid like Blockhead would be so observant. When did you become so smart?" When Merlin said this, Zhao Hai and Blockhead were stunned. When Merlin said this, Zhao Hai also felt a little strange. This was because in his memory, Blockhead wasn't so smart. Not only was he not so smart, he was also a little stupid. Usually, he couldn't even speak clearly. How could he observe so carefully and speak so logically? Blockhead was also somewhat puzzled. He didn't know what was going on. Ever since he entered Zhao Hai's strange space, he seemed to have been enlightened. He observed things more carefully and thought more comprehensively. It was just that Blockhead didn't have any opportunity to show off. He was always by Zhao Hai's side and listened to everything Zhao Hai said. Therefore, Merlin and the others didn't notice anything unusual about Blockhead. Today, when Blockhead opened his mouth, Merlin felt that Blockhead was different. Merlin just said it casually and didn't take it seriously. Seeing that the two didn't say anything, she continued, "Young master, this is really a good place. Moreover, I can feel that this place is like what Blockhead said. I'm afraid that this place will maintain this temperature all year round. Moreover, the water elements in the air are very active. It's really a good place. As long as the soil is transformed, this place will be the best place to cultivate." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, why do you think the soil in this valley is also black soil? Logically speaking, the soil on this mountain should be the same as the soil on the mountain. If it is the same as the soil on the mountain, then we can save a lot of trouble." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, don't be greedy. Being able to find such a place is already very good. Young master can slowly transform it. As long as we find the place, there's nothing to be afraid of." Zhao smiled. "Grandma Merlin is right, I'm a bit too greedy. This is a good place, but there is still a problem. There are more than 1,000 acres of land here, and we don't have any spirit beasts to farm. If we want to plant, we can only rely on manpower. But this place is so far from the castle, and it would take a lot of time for people to get here. So if we want to plant all of this land, it would be very difficult." Zhao smiled and said, "You're right, Grandma Merlin, I'm a bit too greedy." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, how could you forget that there's a mountain lake in this mountain? If this mountain lake is really connected to the mountain lake behind our castle, then we can come here by boat. This way, not only will we save time, but we can also keep our secret better." Zhao Hai stared blankly. He really hadn't thought of this point. If they really went by water, then it would be a lot faster than walking. Moreover, it would be a lot more concealed. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is a good idea." "Good, then I'll first transform the Tenmu of land today." After saying that, his mind moved, and the spatial hole appeared once again. The Tenmu of land in front of Zhao Hai would soon be transformed. Although Merlin and Blockhead had already seen Zhao Hai transform the land once, they were still excited to see it this time. Zhao Hai's ability was absolutely unique in the continent. Although it couldn't be used to kill people, it was what they needed the most. After transforming the Tenmu of land, Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. Unfortunately, we don't have a boat. If we do, we can go back by water and see if we can go straight to the back of the castle." Merlin chuckled and said, "How could young master forget? I'm a water mage. With 2 or 3 people, we don't need a boat to travel on water. Young master doesn't need to worry, we'll go back by water in a moment." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment before nodding. To be honest, although he had been in the Ark continent for a few days, he still hadn't gotten used to the various mysteries of the continent. He always confused this place with Earth. Using magic to carry people on water was something that could only happen on Earth, but here, it was possible. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the land. He turned to Merlin and said with a smile, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. I'm afraid that Meg and Blockhead won't be able to handle everything." Merlin looked around the area and realized that there was really nothing else worth paying attention to. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, let's go back." After saying that, the 3 of them turned around and walked back to the cave they came from. The 3 people entered the cave. Merlin used an illumination spell to open the way in front. Zhao Hai and Blockhead followed behind her. This time, the 3 people directly walked in the direction of the sound of water. After walking for about 15 minutes, Merlin saw the mountain lake in front of them. This mountain lake was really big. Aside from being blocked by mountains on both sides, they couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Zhao Hai stood by Merlin's side. Their current position was about 3 meters above the surface of the lake. Going down, there was a slope. This slope was very smooth, it seems to have been used by the dwarves to transport ores in the past. The ground was paved with stones, but because it was relatively close to the water, it was covered with moss and was somewhat slippery. Zhao Hai looked at the water and sighed. Who would have thought that there would be such a treasured place in the Black Waste? As long as we know why there aren't any fish in this lake, we can raise fish here on a large scale. Merlin nodded and said, "Yes, this lake is so big. How many fish can we raise? In the future, this can become one of our Buddha clan's main income industries." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, let's go back." "Right, if there really are magic beasts in the water, won't it be okay for us to go over the water like this?" Merlin smiled and said with a face full of confidence, "Young master, don't worry. I guarantee that there won't be any problems." After saying that, she led the way to the lake. Zhao Hai hurriedly and carefully followed behind. Blockhead walked to Zhao Hai's side and held Zhao Hai's arm. Although the ground here was slippery, Blockhead walked as steadily as Mount Tai. Zhao Hai and Blockhead stood by the lakeside. Merlin stood beside them and whispered an incantation. After a while, a layer of transparent aqua blue shield appeared around them. Then, a wave emerged from the lake. Just as Zhao Hai was stunned, the wave swept the 3 of them into the lake. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the 3 of them were standing in a transparent aqua blue sphere, and the lake water was like a fountain supporting this transparent sphere, constantly moving forward. This was the second time Zhao Hai saw the magic of magic. The first time, Merlin had only used a simple illumination spell and a simple water ball spell. However, even so, it made Zhao Hai, who saw magic for the first time, feel that it was very magical. And this time, it was even more magical than the last time. They were actually walking on water, and one person was carrying 2 people. It was even more amazing than the floating on water and crossing the river on a reed in Chinese martial arts. Compared to Zhao Hai, who could be considered a half-outsider, Blockhead's performance was much more shocking. He had long known about the magic of magic, not to mention that Merlin was an 8th-level water-type great magician. Fighting with such a magician in the water was everyone's nightmare because that was their home ground. Merlin's face was also relaxed. She was very confident in her ability. On the water, she believed that she was an invincible existence. Therefore, when she said that there might be water-type magical beasts in the water, she didn't have the slightest worried expression because she believed that even if there were water-type magical beasts, she could easily kill them. Using magic to move on the water was very fast. When they came, they used more than 3 hours. However, when they went back, they only used about half an hour to see a cave in front of them. Fortunately, this cave was the one behind the castle. This also proved that this lake could indeed be used as a waterway, allowing them to secretly transport people to the canyon. When Merlin withdrew the magic and Zhao Hai finally stepped on solid ground, he still couldn't help but jump a bit. This feeling of being on solid ground was really good. When walking on the water, although it looked very natural and at ease, Zhao Hai always had a feeling that he was going to fall. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. When the three of them came out of the cave, they just happened to see those slaves working outside. It wasn't noon yet, so they still hadn't rested. There were many places in the cave that needed to be cleaned, and many slaves were doing carpentry in the cave. This cave had to be changed into a place to raise blue-eyed rabbits. A lot of fences were needed, and these things had to be made out of wood. After all, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have that many iron tools right now. This time, taking the castle's situation into consideration, Green and the others also bought some wood. However, it wasn't very much. The things that Green and the others bought were mostly finished products. This was because Green knew that among those slaves, even if there were some who could do carpentry, it was impossible for them to make something too complicated. This was because the price of a good artisan slave and these ordinary slaves weren't the same. The appearance of the three people made those slaves startled. They immediately saluted the three people. The three people just nodded and went out of the cave. Outside the cave, Meg and Rockhead were standing there. When they saw the three people come out, the two people were startled. Meg quickly greeted them and said, "Young master, grandma, why did you come out of the cave?" Merlin smiled and said, "If you walk straight into the lake in the cave, you'll reach a canyon. That's the most suitable place for farming that we've chosen. Young master has just improved 10 mu of land there, so we came back." Meg's eyes lit up and said, "Really? That's great. I didn't think that things would go so smoothly. Grandma, young master, you go back to the castle and rest. I'll look after here." Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, go back to the castle and rest. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't know what Merlin had to say, but when he saw Merlin's serious expression, he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll go back to the castle first. Blockhead, you stay here and help Meg and Rockhead." Blockhead agreed and stayed. Zhao Hai followed Merlin into the castle. After the two of them arrived at the castle's living room, Zhao Hai looked at Merlin in confusion and said, "Grandma Merlin, what's the matter that can't be said outside?" Merlin nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, when I came back today, I checked the lake situation in passing, but I didn't find any powerful water magic. There are only two explanations for this situation. First, that water magic beast is very powerful and very good at hiding its whereabouts, so I couldn't find it. But this situation is almost impossible. I'm an 8th level water magician and I'm confident that there's nothing in the water that can escape my detection. Second, there's no powerful magic beast in the water at all. There's another reason why there's no fish in the water." Zhao Hai was surprised, but he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The lake in the mountain was one of the important plans for the future development of his fief. If there was really no way to raise fish there, then he would lose an important source of funds. Moreover, there was such a large lake that couldn't be used. This was really too wasteful. Zhao Hai said with a calm face, "Can you find the specific reason?" Merlin also said with a heavy face, "I've heard a rumor. I don't know if it's related to the situation in the lake. I heard that because the Black Waste is too close to the Carrion Swamp, there would often be a coalition of undead creatures and poisonous magic beasts that would come to the Black Waste. They would kill all living creatures in the Black Waste, so the Black Waste became a dead land. But because no one would come to the Black Waste in the past, this news has never been confirmed. If this news is true, then the reason why there's no fish in the lake might be because of this." Zhao Hai's face changed. If what Merlin said was true, then the matter would be very troublesome. Among them, except for Merlin, Green, Blockhead, and Rockhead who had some fighting strength, the rest of the people were slaves who didn't have any fighting strength. If the undead creatures and poisonous magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp really attacked them, then they would be dead. Zhao Hai lowered his head and kept rubbing his forehead with his hand. This was also a habit of his in his previous life when he was thinking about things. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and was very worried. If that kind of situation really happened, then all of their farming would have to stop. It was very difficult to say whether they would be able to survive or not. Zhao Hai couldn't think of any good way at the moment, so he could only say, if this matter is true, then we're in big trouble. Grandma Merlin, let's wait for Grandpa Green to come back and discuss this matter before deciding. I think from tomorrow onwards, we don't have to clean up the mine. Instead, we should gather all the materials in our hands and make some simple weapons. Then we should train the slaves and at the same time do some repairs to the castle. If that kind of situation really happens, we can at least rely on the castle to resist for a while. If it really doesn't work, then I can only take everyone into my space and let everyone hide there until those undead creatures and magic beasts retreat. Merlin frowned and thought for a moment. She really couldn't think of any good way, so she nodded and said, it seems like we can only do this now. We've been in the Black Waste for so long and haven't seen any changes in the Carrion Swamp. There shouldn't be any problems. I hope my worries are unnecessary. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, whether or not your worries are unnecessary, this matter has to be done. It's better to be safe than sorry. Right now, the last of our Buddha clan's assets are here. If we lose them all, then our Buddha clan won't have any hope of turning the situation around. Merlin nodded and said, good, then I'll immediately arrange it. But this time, we didn't bring a lot of weapons. Moreover, most of the materials are living materials. They can't be made into weapons. What should we do? Zhao Hai didn't have any good ideas right now. If his farm's level was high enough, then he could plant some trees to use as weapons. But his level was too low right now. He simply couldn't plant trees. He couldn't let people use corn stalks to fight those undead creatures. Suddenly, he noticed the stone floor, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. He looked up at Mirren and said, Grandma Mirren, I think tomorrow we should organize some people to pick some stones and come back. We can make some stone weapons. Although these weapons aren't very lethal, they should be able to be used to defend the city. What do you think? Mirren nodded and said, tomorrow, we will organize some people to pick some stones and come back. We can make some stone weapons. Although these weapons aren't very lethal, we will only use them to defend the city. What do you think? Merlin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, good. Right now, we don't have that many materials on hand. When we left the imperial capital, they didn't let us bring weapons. Now, we can only do this. When Green comes back, have him purchase a batch of weapons as soon as possible. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. He never thought that one day, he would actually return to the life of the Stone Age. Moreover, they had no choice but to face it. Zhao Hai now understood. It seems that those old men in the imperial capital really didn't want to give them a way out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let them bring weapons to a place like the Black Wasteland. He didn't believe that those old men in the imperial capital hadn't heard of the rumors about the Black Wasteland. Now, what they had to face wasn't only the crisis of starvation, but also the possibility of being killed by those undead creatures and poisonous magic beasts. While Zhao Hai was worrying about the weapon, a voice suddenly came, the corn has matured, please harvest it as soon as possible. Zhao Hai was surprised, but he immediately reacted. He looked at Merlin and said, Grandma Merlin, the corn I planted has matured. I want to go to the space to harvest it. Do you want to come with me? In any case, he had already brought Merlin to the space, so it didn't matter if he brought her along now. However, Merlin wasn't a blockhead or a stone. He still respected her very much. Even if he wanted to enter the space, he would first ask for her opinion. When Merlin heard Zhao Hai say this, she also wanted to go to Zhao Hai's space to take a look. She nodded and said, all right, young master, I also want to go to the space to take a look. Zhao Hai nodded, and with a thought, the two people appeared in the space. Because the radishes in the space were planted in the morning, they only had small leaves now. However, the corn had already matured. The maturity of the corn was different from what Zhao Hai saw in the game. In the game, the corn was still green, but in the space, when the corn matured, its leaves would have already dried. However, the corn was very sturdy. The corn was nearly 50 centimeters long, and the kernels had already broken through the wrapping. It was a golden color, and it looked very appetizing. Merlin obviously hadn't seen corn before, so she didn't know what to do. She just curiously looked at the corn, but didn't know where to start. Zhao Hai happily walked to the corn field and broke off a large corn cob. He also peeled off the outer wrapping. The golden corn cob was full of kernels. It seemed that the yield wouldn't be low. According to the yield, these 2 mu of land could produce at least 5,000 jin of corn. If they could be used as seeds, then it would be enough to plant 1,000 mu of land. Zhao Hai happily handed the corn cob to Merlin and said with a smile, "Grandma Merlin, look, this is corn. After some simple processing, it can be used as food. Although it's not very delicious, it can fill your stomach. These 2 acres of corn can produce more than 5,000 caddies. If we use it as seeds, it's enough to plant 1,000 acres of land. In the future, we can harvest it once a day, so we don't have to worry about food." Merlin took the corn cob and stared at Zhao Hai. "Young master, are you saying that we can collect more than 5,000 caddies of grain every day?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. He knew what Merlin was thinking. 5,000 caddies of grain might not be a lot for more than 100 people, but 5,000 caddies a day was a little scary. Moreover, the time for corn to mature in the space was about 14 hours. That meant that 5,000 caddies a day was too little for Zhao Hai. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Merlin was so excited that her face turned red. She kept muttering, 5,000 caddies a day, 5,000 caddies a day. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, Grandma Merlin, corn isn't very tasty. In the future, we'll plant something else. Right now, we're in a transitional period, so we can only plant this." Merlin recovered and quickly said, "No, young master, we won't plant anything else. We'll plant this, we'll plant this. This is the grain with the highest yield. Young master, we won't plant anything else, we'll plant this." She was so excited that her words were somewhat incoherent. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, we won't plant anything else, we'll plant this." "Grandma Merlin, don't be so excited. Hee, there are a lot of grains with high yield. Although it's not as high as corn, it's still better than corn. Don't worry, I know what to do." When Merlin heard Zhao Hai's words, she nodded and said, "That's good. Young master, we'll start harvesting. Do we still need to harvest the grains?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, I'm in charge of the space." Then he said, "Harvest the corn. Separate the corn kernels, corn stalks, and corn cobs." Corn cobs were actually called in a more elegant way. In Zhao Hai's hometown, corn was called corn, and corn cobs were things that grew corn kernels. In Zhao Hai's hometown, corn cobs were called corn kernels. They were also good for making fires. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the space could accept such a complex command. If it could, then he could be sure that the space would listen to him. Merlin was puzzled as she looked at Zhao Hai. She didn't know who Zhao Hai was talking to, but what happened next made her stunned. She saw a basket with the word harvest written on it fly up, and then all the corn flew into the basket. Before long, the 2 fields of corn were harvested. Before Merlin could react, Zhao Hai immediately walked to the door of the warehouse. He touched the warehouse with his hand, and then his expression relaxed. He let out a long breath and laughed. Merlin followed beside Zhao Hai and quickly said, "Young master, what are you laughing at? What's going on?" While speaking, she pointed to the open space. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing, Grandma Merlin. Didn't I tell you that I'm in charge of the space? So whether it's farming or harvesting, I don't need to worry about it." Merlin looked excited as she said, "That's great, young master. Then let's plant the seeds now?" Zhao Hai nodded, but he was still very careful. With a thought, a handful of corn kernels appeared in his hand. It was the corn that was just harvested from the warehouse. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the corn, the prompt from the space immediately sounded, "Variety, corn. Quality, excellent. Can be used as seeds. Can be brought out of the space for use." Zhao Hai's expression was happy. He let out a long breath and said, "So the corn." As soon as his voice fell, the small shovel immediately flew to the corn field and began to turn it over. Then, one by one, the seeds appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. The bucket also began to sprinkle water on the field. Merlin was dumbstruck. She really didn't think that Zhao Hai's space would be so magical. This kind of magical ability, not to mention that she had never seen it before, she had never even heard of it before. Before long, the 2 acres of land were replanted. Zhao Hai nodded and went to the radish field. Looking at the radishes, he wasn't worried that the radishes would grow worms. Although the space could farm worms when he played the game, he believed that if there really were worms, the space would still remind him. Marine had been standing by Zhao's side. She was really happy today. With this magical space, the Buddha clan would have a meteoric rise, and it would be a simple matter. Seeing that there were no problems with the radishes, Zhao Hai stood up and turned to Merlin. He smiled and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go out." Merlin nodded. Zhao Hai's mind moved, and the 2 appeared in the castle's living room. Zhao Hai looked outside. They hadn't been in the space for a long time, so there weren't any changes. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, let's go take out the corn stalks and corn cobs. With these things, we won't have to worry about burning wood." Merlin quickly nodded and said, "All right, young master, come with me. Let's put these things in the kitchen." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, Grandma Merlin. These things need to be properly dried under the sun. Otherwise, there will be some moisture. Let's wait until they're completely dried before putting them in the warehouse." Merlin nodded and said, "All right, then let's put them outside the castle. There isn't that much space inside the castle." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin outside the castle. They arrived at the land that they had improved yesterday. This land couldn't be planted now, so Zhao Hai prepared to put the corn stalks and corn cobs here. First, to prevent the improved land from being blown away, and second, to block the color of the land from being different from the surrounding land. Looking at the corn stalks and corn cobs in the open space, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, in the future, when cooking, you can burn these. Although they aren't as good as wood, they can still be used. If the slaves are cold at night, they can also burn these things to keep warm." Merlin looked at the 2 piles of firewood and her face was full of smiles. Now, she finally didn't have to worry about burning firewood. She nodded and said, "All right, young master. Just leave this matter to me." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the sky. "Grandma Merlin, it's getting late. Meg and the others may be back for lunch. After lunch, arrange for people to go and pick stones. Unfortunately, we don't have a blacksmith. Otherwise, we can use those iron tools to modify some weapons." There were very few craftsmen among the slaves, and even fewer blacksmiths. Those slave owners were afraid that the slaves would learn blacksmithing and make their own weapons to rebel against them, so they didn't let them come into contact with these things. Even if they met a slave who knew blacksmithing, he or she was originally a blacksmith and later became a slave. Merlin also knew that if those farming tools weren't modified, they wouldn't be as handy as some stone weapons. Moreover, they didn't have fuel, so it was impossible to modify those iron tools. Zhao Hai led Merlin back to the castle. Merlin went to prepare lunch, while Zhao Hai sat alone in the hall, quietly thinking about things. Now, they were facing a huge crisis. If those magic beasts and undead creatures in the carrion swamp really rushed out, what would they use to block them? Moreover, once these things came out, his entire breeding plan would be ruined. This was the most distressing thing for him. The breeding industry was a large part of his future plans. If he just gave it up, it would be a pity. However, if he didn't give up, with the threat of the carrion swamp, it would be impossible for them to breed anything. If he wanted to establish a breeding farm, it seemed that he could only solve the problem of the carrion swamp first. But how could this problem be solved? After so many years, many masters of the continent had come. Even now, the carrion swamp was still one of the forbidden areas of the continent. Relying on his space? This didn't seem to be of any use, right? Zhao Hai was now at his wits' end. Zhao Hai was very clear that his space didn't have any offensive capabilities, it didn't even have any active defensive capabilities. The only use it had, besides growing vegetables, was to hide inside it. Zhao Hai didn't have any confidence in using the space to deal with the carrion swamp. Don't forget, the carrion swamp was one of the 5 forbidden areas of the continent. Moreover, there were undead and poisonous magic beasts there. The space didn't have any offensive capabilities, so how could it deal with the carrion swamp? Time passed unknowingly. Zhao Hai couldn't think of any good ideas. In the end, he could only decide that if the magic beasts came out of the carrion swamp, then they could only rely on the castle to fight them. If that didn't work, then they could only bring everyone into the space. The space had more than 10 mu of land, so it should be able to accommodate all of them. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a noise coming from outside. He looked up and saw that it was almost noon. The slaves should be coming back to eat. Zhao Hai just stood up and was about to go outside to take a look when he saw Meg, Blockhead, and Rockhead coming in from outside. When the 3 saw Zhao Hai, they immediately greeted him. They bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said to the 3, "You go and arrange the corn stalks and cobs in the open space outside. If the slaves feel cold at night, then they can use those things to warm themselves." Meg looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Young master, what is that corn?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Corn is the main crop that we'll be planting in the future. The yield per mu can reach more than 2,000 jin. The corn stalks and cobs can also be used to light the fire. I've already discussed this matter with Grandma Merlin, so we'll be planting corn in the future." Meg's eyes lit up. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, is the yield of corn really that high?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "It's true." "Alright, go arrange a meal for them. Granny Merlin is almost done with her cooking. You should come back and eat. I have something to say in a while." The 3 nodded and turned around to leave the fort. At this time, Merlin also came out of the house. She also heard the commotion outside. She glanced outside and didn't care. Merlin knew Meg very well and knew that Meg could handle things outside. She turned to Yi Hai and said, "Young master, come and eat. The food is ready." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin to the dining room. Merlin went to the kitchen to get the food. Zhao Hai sat in the dining room in a daze. He found that he seemed to be getting lazier and lazier. Before, when he was on Earth, he had to prepare 3 meals a day by himself. He also had to clean the room. Every household chores were done by himself. Here in the Ark continent, he was a young master. If he wanted, he didn't even have to wear his own clothes. Naturally, he didn't have to do housework by himself. To be honest, this habit was really a terrible thing. In just a few days, Zhao Hai had already become accustomed to having others serve him. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, Merlin came in with a tray. What they were eating now was still very simple. Bread, vegetables, and some meat. And this meat was only for Zhao Hai. Blockhead and Rockhead didn't have any. Although the food was very simple, Zhao Hai could see Merlin's concern for him from this simple food. In the whole castle, the things he used were the best, the things he ate were also the best. The whole castle revolved around him. This feeling made Zhao Hai very grateful, but also felt a lot of pressure. He wasn't Adam Buddha, that debauchee. He was a man with a sense of responsibility. The more Merlin and the others treated him well, the more pressure he felt. These people all revolved around him in their lives. In other words, these people all relied on him to survive. Although the Buddha clan was now in dire straits, as long as he was still alive, the Buddha clan would still exist. These people wouldn't be bullied by other nobles. Perhaps like this, Merlin and the others were already very satisfied. But Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied. These people revolved around him in their lives, so he had the responsibility to make these people live better. Wanting to make them live better in this kind of situation, the pressure on him was really too great. Merlin found that Zhao Hai wasn't eating, but was instead staring at the tray in a daze. Thinking that Zhao Hai was dissatisfied with the lunch, she quickly said, "Young master, what's wrong? Is this meal not to your taste?" Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He turned to Merlin and smiled, "No, Grandma Merlin, this meal is very good. I was just thinking, when can I let everyone in the castle eat this kind of food? Then I'll be satisfied." Merlin's eyes reddened. Looking at Zhao Hai, she smiled and said, "As long as the young master's space exists, sooner or later, it will be done. I believe in the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, yes, sooner or later, there will be such a day. As they were talking, Meg and the others came in from the outside. Merlin immediately went to the kitchen and brought out the food prepared for the three of them. When they were almost done eating, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, Grandma Merlin, arrange for them to go and pick stones in the afternoon. Put this matter first. I'll take care of the matters in the valley. You just need to send me there every day and bring me back. After seeing Zhao Hai's miraculous performance in the space, Merlin's confidence in Zhao Hai greatly increased. She immediately nodded and said, all right, I'll organize them to pick stones in the afternoon. Young master, you should have a good rest in the afternoon. Zhao Hai nodded. He also knew that he couldn't be of much help right now. Because he drank the water of nothingness, his body wasn't as strong as the slaves who worked all year round. Moreover, Merlin and the others wouldn't let him pick stones. After eating and resting for a while, Merlin immediately organized the slaves to go and pick stones. They still had some tools for picking stones. In addition, when the castle was built, the stones used were of good quality. Therefore, there wasn't much damage. The main purpose of picking stones was to make some stone-made weapons. Making stone-made weapons wasn't very difficult. Most of them were stone spears, stone hammers, stone axes, and the like. There was no way to make them into something that was too powerful. Although they only had a little more than 100 people, and the number of strong male slaves who could fight was no more than 50, they couldn't prepare too few weapons. Stone-made weapons were very easy to break, so everyone had to prepare a few backup weapons. In addition, they had to mine more stones and put them on the castle to be used as nightmare stones. After all, when Zhao Hai and the others were preparing their weapons, they didn't think about fighting the undead creatures and poison-type magic beasts head-on. They didn't have the ability to do so, so they could only rely on the castle for defense. This was under the condition that there weren't many undead creatures. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold on at all. However, the problem immediately arose. Although this place used to be an iron mine, it was now an iron mine that had been mined by the dwarves. Moreover, the real place where stones could be mined in the belly of the mountain had now become a mountain lake. Therefore, Merlin and the others spent an entire afternoon just to find a mining site, which took a lot of effort. In the end, Merlin and the others found a small mine that could be mined not far from the castle. However, this small mine couldn't extract too many stones. Merlin couldn't help but sigh. This mine that had been mined by the dwarves really looked like it had been ransacked. It was so clean that it made people want to cry. After a whole afternoon, Merlin and the others had no choice but to return to the castle dejectedly. They found that the method of mining stones to make weapons wouldn't work. First, they didn't have any experience in mining stones. Second, the tools in their hands weren't very convenient, and the efficiency of the work was too slow. Moreover, there weren't many stones here. Even if they had all been mined, it wouldn't be enough. In the end, Merlin could only tell this situation to Zhao Hai, and the plan had to be cancelled. Zhao Hai was really resting in the afternoon. His physical strength wasn't good now. After waking up in the morning to exercise and walking such a long distance, he was really tired. As soon as he lay down, he fell asleep. When he woke up, Merlin and the others had already returned. Hearing Merlin's words, Zhao Hai had no other way. It seemed that they could only wait. After Green came back, they would sell the radishes and then buy some weapons from outside. During this period of time when Green wasn't back, they couldn't do anything. If the undead creatures and poison-type magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp really attacked, then they could only hide in the space. While Zhao Hai was at his wit's end, suddenly Meg ran in from outside with a face full of excitement. After entering the room, she immediately happily said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, there's good news." Ever since Zhao Hai had improved the land for the first time and Meg excitedly hugged him, Meg had unknowingly changed. Now, when she saw Zhao Hai, she didn't lower her head. Instead, she was more natural and more lively than before. Zhao Hai and Merlin both stared. Merlin immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Meg immediately smiled and said, "Grandma, a slave just came to find me. He said that he can weave grass. He can weave grass from the mountain into all kinds of things, such as mats, curtains, and straw sandals." Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes lit up. He thought that this was an opportunity. Originally, when he set the rules to remove slaves, he stated that as long as they had a skill and performed well, then they could be removed. However, these past few days, none of the slaves took the initiative to say that they had a skill. Although they worked hard, Zhao Hai was still very disappointed. Zhao Hai also knew that the slaves wouldn't be able to change their minds in a short time. They were afraid, so they didn't dare to show off. If they wanted to change this situation, then it would take a very long time. Moreover, they needed someone to set an example. The slaves had been oppressed for too long. Their thinking had already become rigid. If they wanted to accept this new rule, then it would take a long time. Zhao Hai had already prepared himself mentally, but he didn't think that the slaves would give him a surprise today. Unexpectedly, someone actually took the initiative to stand up. Although what he said was an unremarkable skill, this leader was very good. When Zhao Hai set the rule, he had the intention of buying horse bones with 1,000 gold coins. Now, horse bones had appeared. Zhao Hai happily stood up and said, "Take me to see this person, quickly." Then he pulled Meg's hand and walked out of the house. Meg stared blankly for a moment, then she looked at Zhao Hai holding her hand. Her eyes flashed with joy before it was replaced by shyness. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this. Merlin and the others also didn't pay attention to this. They were all following behind Yi Hai as they walked out of the fort. As soon as they arrived at the outer fort, they saw a slave standing there. However, this slave made Zhao Hai a little surprised. This was because it was a female slave. Zhao Hai thought that the first person to come out would be a male slave, but he didn't think that it would be a female slave. Zhao Hai stood there in a daze, looking at the female slave standing at the small gate between the inner and outer fort. This female slave looked to be around 20 years old. Perhaps because of malnutrition, she was somewhat thin, and her figure was very petite. Her brown hair was somewhat dry, and she wore coarse clothes. Her skin was very dark and rough, and her appearance was very ordinary. She stood there very nervously, her whole body seemed to be trembling. When she saw Zhao Hai and the others come out, she immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Meg immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, it's her. She's called Do, 20 years old this year. She just came to me and said that she can weave grass." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that in this world, slaves didn't have surnames. Their names were generally one word. If they were given a name with 2 words, then it would be a crime and they would be executed. Zhao Hai looked at the girl called Do and said, "Raise your head." Do trembled as she raised her head, but she still didn't dare to look at Zhao Hai, she just kept kneeling there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're called Do?" Do cowed out again and said, "Yes, master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're very good at weaving grass? Where did you learn it from?" Do said, "Master, I became a slave 2 years ago. I used to be a commoner, so I used to weave things from straw at home. I slowly learned how to do it." Zhao Hai nodded. He found that although this girl named Do looked timid, her words were very organized. It seemed that this had a lot to do with her being a commoner in the past. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go get some grass and weave it for me to see." Do immediately responded and retreated. After a while, she came back with a large pile of hay. It seems that she was prepared. The hay had been soaked with water in advance, making it more pliable. Do bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Please forgive my rudeness, master." Zhao nodded, and Do immediately sat on the ground and began to weave. It was obvious that she was going to weave a mat, and her movements were very fast. Before long, a small mat was weaved. The surface of the mat was very smooth, but it was also very soft, and it looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded. Looking at Do who was kneeling on the ground, he said, "Good, Do, your contribution to the Buddha clan is very big. From today onwards, you are no longer a slave, but a commoner of the Buddha clan. Later on, you don't need to kneel when you see me, you only need to salute. In addition, you will be given a separate room to work for the Buddha clan. Every month, you will receive a silver coin as a wage. Moreover, I will bestow upon you the surname Buddha. From today onwards, you will be called Do Buddha. Well, the name Do isn't suitable for a girl, so you will be called Ju Buddha." Everyone in the courtyard heard Zhao Hai's words. They never thought that Do would be able to become a commoner just by weaving grass. She even received a wage. Most importantly, Zhao Hai actually bestowed upon her a surname. This was an extraordinary matter. One must know that there were a lot of commoners in the continent who didn't have a surname. No, she should now be called Ju Buddha. She knelt there excitedly, her whole body trembling. She really didn't think that she would actually become a commoner, no longer a slave. All of this was like a dream. The reason why Ju Buddha had the courage to be the first to stand up and say that she had a craftsmanship was because she wanted to take a gamble. Her family wasn't originally slaves. 2 years ago, they were still commoners. They had their own piece of land. Although it was only 5 mu, it was enough to support the family. Moreover, her father had some stonemasonry skills, so the family didn't have to worry about food and clothing. But the year before last, their family had an insect infestation. The 5 mu of grain was eaten up by insects, and not a single grain of rice was recovered. There were a lot of people who had the same fate as them. Because of the large amount of grain that they had, their family was on the verge of starvation. In order to feed the family, her father had to work day and night. But when he was working, he was injured and couldn't continue to work. In order to treat her father, the family had to buy land and a house. But the money was still not enough, so they had no choice but to borrow money from a noble. In the end, her father couldn't hold on and died of illness. The family didn't have the ability to pay back the money, so the noble took her mother, her, and her younger brother as slaves. But because her mother was too sad, she died not long after. Before her death, her mother's only wish was for her family to regain their commoner status. But it was extremely difficult for a slave to regain their commoner status. Chrysanthemum Buddha had seen a lot of slaves like them. In order to regain their commoner status, they had offered their daughters to nobles, but they still couldn't regain their commoner status. Instead, the girls were tortured to death not long after. After seeing this, Chrysanthemum became even more careful. She tried to make people not pay attention to her while taking care of her younger brother. The brother and sister relied on each other for survival. Later, their original master sold them to a slave trader. In the end, they were bought by Green and brought to the Black Waste. When she first heard Zhao Hai say that as long as they could make offerings to the Buddha clan, they could regain their commoner status, Chrysanthemum's heart was moved. But she didn't immediately stand up. She was afraid that her craftsmanship wouldn't be favored by Zhao Hai. After all, she could only weave grass. After a few days of observation, she found that Zhao Hai's nobles were different from the nobles she had met before. They were very easygoing. They let them eat their fill every day and even prepared firewood to keep them warm. Today, Chrysanthemum had no choice but to stand up because her younger brother was sick. Although it wasn't a big problem, if it went on like this, it would be very dangerous. Chrysanthemum was afraid. Her younger brother was her family's hope. She had to save him no matter what, so she stood up. After staring blankly for a while, Chrysanthemum cowed out again and said, "Master, I don't dare to ask for your reward. I only hope that you can save my younger brother. He's sick right now." Zhao Hai stared blankly and said, "Oh? Is that so? So you have a younger brother here. Rest assured, I won't take back your reward. Since you have a younger brother here, then let your younger brother regain his commoner status with you. He'll also be given the surname Buddha." "Right, what's his name? Where is he? What kind of illness does he have?" Chrysanthemum stared blankly. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would do this. He actually restored her younger brother's commoner status. Her mother's wish was fulfilled. Chrysanthemum was moved to tears as she sobbed and said, "Young master, my younger brother's name is An. He's in the house right now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You can get up. You're now a commoner, there's no need to kneel. Take me to see your younger brother." Chrysanthemum obediently stood up. She had been a slave for a few years, so she wasn't completely enslaved. Moreover, she was very smart, so her performance was very good. She was able to quickly restore her calm. Under the watchful eyes of the slaves, Chrysanthemum led Zhao Hai and the others to a stone house. This stone house wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters. It could accommodate 4 people. These people lived on the ground, but the ground was simply covered with hay. Currently, a person was lying on the hay. This person looked to be 17 or 18 years old. His body was quite sturdy, and he looked very ordinary. He wore coarse clothes, and his forehead was branded with the Buddha clan's crest. However, he didn't look very good right now. His face was covered with green gas, and his eyes were closed. Zhao Hai looked at Anne, then turned to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, what do you think happened to him? Why is his face green?" Marine looked at Anne and said, "Young master, he's been poisoned. It's very likely that it's the poison on the poisonous grass that we saw yesterday. Maybe when he went out to work today, he accidentally came across the poisonous grass. At that time, because his body was strong, he didn't feel much. After he came back, the poison slowly took effect." Zhao Hai didn't think that the toxicity of the poisonous grass would be this strong. He quickly asked, "Can it be cured?" Marine smiled and said, "Young master, rest assured, it can be cured." After that, Merlin chanted a few spells in a low voice, and a ball of blue light appeared in his hand. Then, Merlin slowly placed the blue light on Anne's body. The blue light immediately sank into Anne's body. Anne's body also slowly emitted the blue light. Then a green gas was forced out of Anne's body. When the blue light completely occupied Anne's body, his complexion also slowly returned to normal. Then the blue light disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't think that magic could be used to detoxify poison. It seems like he had underestimated the magic of this world. This world had been developing a magic civilization, and now it had almost reached its limit. It wasn't surprising that it could do so many miraculous things. Marine looked at Anne's complexion and said, "Young master, it's all right. His poison has been detoxified. He'll be back to normal tomorrow morning." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, arrange a room for Daisy and in the castle. Tomorrow, prepare some furniture for them. They are now commoners of our Buddha clan. They can't be treated like slaves. Blockhead, carry into the castle." In the evening, Zhao Hai specifically had Daisy Buddha eat with them. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to make Daisy Buddha a role model for the slaves, to let them shine with new vitality and think of ways to change their current state of life. Only in this way could the slaves be more creative. Daisy Buddha was very nervous. Although she was now a commoner, she also knew that commoners didn't have the qualifications to eat with nobles. But Zhao Hai actually called her to the main castle's dining hall. This made her even more nervous. But when Marine brought the dinner, Daisy Buddha was stunned. Daisy Buddha was previously a commoner, so she had never seen what a noble's meal was like. But she had heard that a noble's meal consisted of many dishes, what to eat first, and what to eat next. The first dish was very particular, and the utensils they used were all made of gold and silver. So when Zhao Hai called her to eat, she thought that she would also see such a situation. But when she saw the dinner that Marine brought, she really couldn't believe that this was Zhao Hai's dinner. Ordinary bread, soup, vegetables, and meat. And only Zhao Hai had meat, no one else had it. This kind of dinner wasn't much better than what the slaves ate outside. Zhao Hai also noticed Daisy's appearance. Ever since she entered the dining hall, she had been standing there very nervously, not daring to sit down. Now that he saw Daisy's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but faintly smile and said, "Daisy, come and sit down. I've already bestowed you with my surname. According to the rules, you can be considered a member of the Buddha clan. Don't be so nervous, sit down." While speaking, Zhao Hai gave Meg a meaningful glance. Meg immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. She walked to Daisy's side and smiled, "Sister Daisy, sit down. The young master is very easygoing. We now eat at the same table as the young master every day. The rules of other nobles don't apply to the young master, you don't need to worry." Daisy knew Meg's identity. She knew that Meg used to be a servant of the Buddha clan. If such people were in other places, their status would be very high, at least much higher than commoners like them. However, after interacting with Meg for a few days, Daisy knew that Meg was a good person. Although she had been watching the slaves work, she didn't beat or scold them. She just told them what to do. Moreover, Meg was a girl, so Daisy's nervous mood slowly eased. Before long, Marine brought the dinner. Marine looked at the still nervous Daisy, and kindly said, "Miss, you don't need to be nervous. You are now a member of the Buddha clan, rest, the young master is very good." Right, you said that you used to be a commoner? How did you become a slave? Perhaps because of Marine's benevolent appearance, Daisy let go of her last trace of nervousness. She finally whispered the story of how she became a slave. Xiaohai and the others didn't make a sound, quietly listening. When Daisy finished, Xiaohai sighed and said, with such nobles existing, it's a miracle that the world hasn't fallen into chaos. Alright, Grandma Marine, let's eat. Daisy, you are now a servant of the Buddha clan. As a commoner, you will receive a salary every month. Tomorrow, you will follow Meg and properly learn from her. Although Xiaohai was very excited about Daisy's craftsmanship, he also knew that Daisy's craftsmanship wasn't very helpful to them right now. Xiaohai gave Daisy so many rewards today, rather than saying that he took a fancy to her craftsmanship, it was better to say that he took a fancy to Daisy's courage. Regardless of why Daisy stood up, her courage to stand up was worthy of Xiaohai's reward. Moreover, with Daisy as an example, he believed that the slaves would work even harder. During the meal, Daisy kept peeking at Xiaohai and the others, but she discovered that Xiaohai and the others didn't seem to have any abnormal behavior. They ate very naturally, and didn't have the appearance of having difficulty swallowing like she imagined. After the meal, Xiaohai and the others went to the living room. After Xiaohai sat down, he said to Daisy, Daisy, I'll have Blockhead and Rockhead bring you a bed and some bedding. Today, you take good care of your brother. Tomorrow morning, you will follow Meg. Whatever Meg tells you to do, you will do. If you really don't have anything else to do, weave some straw curtains and send them to the people in the outer castle. Right now, the weather is still a bit cold, so let them hang the straw curtains on the windows to block the cold wind. Daisy immediately said, Yes, master. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, Daisy, you are now a servant of the Buddha clan, no longer a slave. You don't need to call me master. Just like Meg and the others, you can call me young master. Blockhead, Rockhead, you two go and deliver the bedding to Daisy and Anne's room. Daisy, you go back and take care of your brother. The three nodded and turned to leave. Meg and Meg stood next to Zhao. Zhao sighed. I hope that the chrysanthemum will stimulate the slaves. Now that our Buddha clan is really poor, if we can make something out of these slaves, we might be able to find two talents. Meg and Meg stood next to Zhao. Zhao sighed. Marine also nodded. She also knew that the Buddha clan was in a difficult situation. Although they had bought a lot of supplies when they came to the Black Waste, most of those supplies were food and clothing. There were also some tools. They didn't buy things that took up too much space. Otherwise, they would have given each of the slaves a bed. Right now, although they didn't have the pressure of food, they were still constantly worried about the carrion swamp. The pressure was even greater than before. In fact, Merlin was very confident in her and Meg's skills. She believed that they could even deal with ordinary magic beasts. Don't forget that she was an 8th level magician, Meg was a 6th level magician, and Blockhead and Rockhead were 6th level warriors. Their skills were not bad. The reason why Marine didn't dare say anything to make Xiaohai feel completely relieved was because she wasn't sure. What kind of place was the carrion swamp? That was one of the continent's 5 great forbidden areas. Even if a 9th-rank great magician went in, it would be impossible to escape. Unscathed, let alone an 8th-rank magician like her. Although they didn't need to enter the carrion swamp, if the magic beasts that attacked them were too strong, she couldn't guarantee that they would be able to repel them. Therefore, she didn't dare to say anything to Xiaohai. At this moment, Xiaohai suddenly stood up. He turned to Marine and said, Grandma Marine, I'm going to the space. The magic radishes have matured. I have to go collect them. Do you want to come? Marine shook her head and said, Young master, I won't go. I still have to clean the kitchen. Let Meg accompany you. Xiaohai nodded. He turned to Meg and said, Meg, come with me to a place in a moment. That place is our Buddha clan's greatest secret. Besides you, me, Grandma Marine, Blockhead, and Rockhead, no one else knows about it. Even Grandpa Green doesn't know about it. Therefore, you must never mention it to anyone else. Meg looked at Xiaohai's solemn words and didn't know what to do. She couldn't help but turn to look at Marine. Marine nodded and said, Meg, listen to the young master's words. Meg immediately nodded and said, Yes, young master. Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. Xiaohai nodded. With a thought, the two of them entered the space. Meg's reaction upon entering the space was similar to Marine's. Currently, the radishes in the space had matured and the corn had sprouted. Xiaohai once again explained to Meg the use of the space. Only then did he collect the radishes. Just like last time, he separated the radishes from the radish leaves. Meg looked at this mystical space. She also understood why her mother and Xiaohai said that this was the Buddha clan's greatest secret. This wasn't only the Buddha clan's greatest secret, it wasn't the hope for the clan's revival. No wonder the two of them attached such importance to it. After Xiaohai collected the radishes, he went to the store and bought a bag of radish seeds. Currently, he had nearly 6,000 gen of corn stored in the space, as well as 3 seasons of radishes. However, he only had 50 gold coins left. Although he still had several bags of other seeds, now wasn't the time to plant them. Therefore, those seeds could only be put aside. After doing all this, Xiaohai turned to Meg and said, "Meg, this is the mystical space that I obtained. Everything here is to listen to me. This is also the hope of our Buddha clan. You must never tell anyone." Meg sternly said, "Young master, don't worry. I know the severity of this matter. I won't tell anyone." Xiaohai nodded and said to Meg, "Let's go out. There's no need to care about him here. It's already late, you should go rest early." With a thought, the two of them appeared in the living room. At this time, Blockhead and Rockhead had already returned. However, the two of them weren't surprised by the sudden appearance of Xiaohai and Meg. The two of them had already been to the space, so they knew what was going on there. Xiaohai saw that everyone was present. He nodded and said, "All right, everyone go rest. We still have things to do tomorrow. Meg, take Daisy to learn more things tomorrow." Meg complied. Xiaohai then slowly walked towards his room. Xiaohai still had to think carefully about what to do next. Right now, he only had 50 gold coins left. Should he sell the radishes for gold coins, or should he sell the corn for gold coins? If it really didn't work, then he could only plant corn in the 10 mu of land where the radishes were. Lying on the bed, he thought about the space's matters. Right now, he only had 50 gold coins in his hand. He definitely had to sell the things in the space for money. Xiaohai was more inclined to sell the radishes. Before Green came back, the radishes weren't very useful. Moreover, he had already put away the radish leaves. Even if he sold the radishes, he didn't have to worry about not having anything to feed the blue-eyed rabbits. Right now, he still had a lot of corn. Moreover, corn was more useful than radishes. Not only could it be used as food, it could also be used as fodder. Xiaohai really didn't plan to sell the corn. Thinking of this, Xiaohai's body flashed as he entered the space. When he was inside the space, he really didn't like other people looking at him. But in order to comfort Marine and the others, he had no choice but to bring them to the space. Right now, the Buddha clan still needed to rely on them. This time, Xiaohai let Marine and Meg know about the situation inside the space in order to give them more confidence. Now that the Black Waste was facing one crisis after another, if Marine and the others lost their confidence, then everything would be over. After entering the space, Xiaohai immediately bought the radishes. This time, he bought 3 seasons worth of radishes for a total of 1,500 gold coins. In addition to the original 50 gold coins, he now had a total of 1,550 gold coins. If he used these gold coins to grow radishes, then it would be enough to grow 10 seasons worth of radishes. Xiaohai didn't want to use radishes for planting, but radishes and corn weren't the same. Radishes were mainly eaten by the roots. He didn't know if the space would allow them to plant radishes. Moreover, even if they were planted, the number of seeds would be very small, far less than the yield of corn. Therefore, Xiaohai didn't use radishes for planting. In any case, selling the radishes would earn him a lot of money. If he sold them outside, then he would earn even more. As long as he waited for Green to come back, then he would be able to sell the radishes. At that time, he would be able to buy some books about the plants of the continent. This way, he would be able to decide what to plant. Right now, he knew too little about the plants of the continent. Xiaohai also had no other choice. If he bought the radishes now, then he would be able to harvest another season of radishes tomorrow. In any case, he told Green that he only had 80,000 gene of radishes, so one season of radishes would be enough for the time being. But even if he had 1,500 gold coins, this money wasn't enough. The radishes could be harvested 3 times a day. In other words, the gold coins he had would only be enough for 3 days. After 3 days, he would have to sell the radishes again. Zhao Hai felt helpless, his level was too low. Even if he wanted to buy some seeds, he couldn't. Therefore, he could only wait. At this rate, he didn't know when he would be able to upgrade the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai laid down on the bed and fell asleep. He also discovered that he was able to sleep very well. He had taken a nap in the afternoon, but he was still able to sleep at night. It was really inconceivable. The next morning, Zhao Hai was woken up by the sound of the radishes ripening in the space. Not only the radishes, even the corn was about to ripen. Zhao Hai immediately stored the radishes, then he bought a bag of radish seeds and planted them. Looking at the corn, it would only take a few minutes for it to ripen. Zhao Hai didn't want to go out, so he used the water in the space to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Then he waited inside the space. Looking at the corn, Zhao Hai was really greedy. He used to live in the north. Although corn wasn't a staple food at that time, it was still very good to eat it once in a while. It was just that the corn at that time was high-yield corn, so it wasn't as tasty as the sticky corn of the past. Also, most of the corn was planted with fertilizers, so the taste was far inferior to the ones planted with fertilizers. Therefore, Zhao Hai only ate it once in a while. However, there were some times when Zhao Hai went to his relative's house in the countryside and ate something good. Corn flour pancakes made from a big iron pot in the countryside were delicious, too delicious. The corn flour pancakes were completely different from the corn flour pancakes bought in the city. Although the corn flour was very coarse, the pancakes were very fragrant. The bottom of the pot was stewed with vegetables, and the bottom half of the pancake was covered with vegetable soup. One side of the pancake was burned with red rice crust. Not only was there the fragrance of the corn flour, but there was also the fragrant taste of the rice crust. The place where the vegetable soup was stuck was even more fragrant. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but secrete an excessive amount of saliva. Zhao Hai recovered and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Then he smiled bitterly. Although he had eaten cornmeal porridge and cornmeal pancakes, he didn't know how to process them. He only knew that the processing of cornmeal was relatively simple. He only needed to remove the skin and navel. Cornmeal, on the other hand, was more troublesome. He had to first grind the corn into cornmeal and then grind it into cornmeal. If it was on Earth, processing corn would be a very simple matter. Just find a food processing plant, turn on the machine, and it would be done in a short time. But it wasn't possible here. There were no crushers, so there was no way to process the corn. Zhao Hai sighed. At this time, the space's prompt sounded again. The corn had matured. Zhao Hai immediately put the corn away and planted corn in the 2 acres. Then he looked at the corn field in a daze. The yield of corn was high, but the processing was a problem. He really didn't know how people ate corn in the past. Suddenly, Zhao Hai became alert. He suddenly discovered a problem. The appearance of corn must have been much earlier than the crushers and flour grinders. In the years without machines, did people just cook corn and eat it? At that time, people weren't that stupid, right? Then how did they process corn? Zhao Hai walked around the space a few times. He habitually touched his forehead and thought about how people used to process corn flour. Suddenly, Zhao Hai patted his forehead. He finally remembered 2 things. He had only seen people use these things on TV. He hadn't used them before. Moreover, he hadn't seen people in the countryside use them before. So he didn't think of them for a while. Roller, stone mill, yes, these 2 things. When Zhao Hai went to his relative's house in the countryside, he saw a millstone. But that millstone had been dismantled. Now, there were no people in the countryside. But out of curiosity, he asked what the millstone and roller were used for. After asking, he found out that the millstone and roller were used to grind rice and flour. The most important thing was that the main materials for these two things were stone and wood. Stone was good. Although there weren't many stones to be mined in the mountains, it should be enough to make a roller and a stone mill. Stone wasn't a lot, so it didn't need good materials. Small trees in the mountains were enough. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't stay any longer. He immediately went out of the space. Looking at the sky outside, Meg and the others should have woken up. Zhao Hai immediately pushed the door and went out. When Zhao Hai came out, he saw Meg and Daisy carrying a copper basin towards his room. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Meg couldn't help but stare. She quickly said, "Young master, why did you come out? You haven't washed up yet." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I've already gotten up and washed up." "Daisy, how's your brother? Is he up yet?" Daisy was originally standing behind Meg with her head down. When she heard Zhao Hai, she quickly replied, "Young master, thank you for your concern. And is already well. He's waiting outside to see you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Let's go to the living room first. You call and I have something to ask him." Meg and Daisy stared, but they didn't say anything. The two immediately complied and followed Zhao Hai to the living room. When they arrived at the living room, Meg put down the copper basin in her hand and stood behind Zhao Hai. Daisy went outside to call Anne. The inner castle was divided into the main castle and the servants' quarters. The main castle was where the others lived. The servants' quarters were located behind the main castle. Currently, Daisy and Anne were living in the servants' quarters. Although they were already commoners and were given a surname by Zhao Hai, their status was still far inferior to Meg's. Meg and the others were his confidants while Daisy and the others could only be regarded as ordinary servants. Before long, Daisy led Anne inside. It must be said that Anne's appearance was very good. His stature was very tall, but he was a bit thin. However, he looked very sturdy. Now, he didn't look like he was on the verge of death like the others. However, he still had his head down and didn't dare to speak. Daisy went to Zhao Hai and bowed her head, "Young master, and is here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Anne who was standing not far away. He smiled and said, "Call him over. There's no need to be so formal. I have something to ask him." Daisy immediately called Anne over. When it arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "And has seen the young master. Thank you for saving my life." It seems like Daisy had already told him before he came. Therefore, he called Zhao Hai young master and not master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't need to be so polite. You're now a member of the Buddha clan. Saving you is what I should do. Stand up and speak." And kowtowed again and said, "Thank you, young master." Then he stood up, but he still kept his head down. He didn't dare to look at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Anne's appearance, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't like people treating him like a slave, he didn't like it. Zhao Hai said, "And, raise your head. You have to remember that you're now a member of the Buddha clan, a commoner. If you go out later, you'll be representing the Buddha clan's face. Don't always bow down and act like a slave. Otherwise, people would look down on our Buddha clan." Seeing that Zhao Hai was angry, Daisy and Anne knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. "We asked the young master to punish us." Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore, so he said, "All right, stand up. Don't kneel down so easily." Both of them stood up, and Anne straightened her back a little. "And, let me ask you, do you have some stonemason skills?" Zhao asked. "And, do you have any stonemason skills?" And quickly replied, "Yes, young master. My father is a stonemason. I also learned some stonemasonry skills. Although I'm not very proficient, I can still make some common things." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. I'll draw 2 designs for you to see if you can make them. If you can, then immediately organize some people to mine some stones and make them as soon as possible." Anne's heart couldn't help but tighten, but he still bowed and said, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai went upstairs to the study room. This study room was also prepared by Green. There were some books inside, but not a lot. There were some account books and the like, but there was no shortage of paper and pens. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that the pens here were divided into several types. Some were made of bird feathers, some were made of beast bones, some were made of metal, some were made of metal, some were made of writing brushes, and some were made of charcoal. Things like pencils were a combination of the East and the West. This made Zhao Hai open his eyes. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to compliment the paper. It wasn't the white paper that Zhao Hai imagined. Instead, it was yellow. It was similar to the craft paper that Zhao Hai saw when he was young. The paper was very hard and dry compared to craft paper. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be speechless. In Adam's memories, there were a lot of romantic affairs, as well as sensual pleasures. However, he didn't have any memories of paper and pens. It can be seen what kind of person he was. Zhao Hai picked up the charcoal pencil and drew the shape of a stone mill and a roller on the paper. Then he handed the paper over to and looked at the paper and immediately said, "Young master, I can make these things. We usually use similar things to make rice. Although it's not exactly the same, it's almost the same." Zhao Hai nodded with relief and said, "Good, it's good that you can make it. Meg, arrange for 40 men to follow and in making these two things. Make a few more. These are used to make rice and noodles. We have a lot of people here, I'm afraid there won't be enough if we don't make enough." Meg complied. Zhao Hai continued, "The remaining 10 men will go to the mountains and cut the hay. Then have the women follow Daisy and learn how to weave the hay. We need to hang straw mats in all the houses in the shortest time possible." "Right, if there's anyone who knows how to make something like this, you must let me know. Also, tell the slaves that if they feel that it's too cold to sleep on the ground, they can put corn stalks on the ground. Right now, we don't have enough supplies on hand, so we can't let them sleep on the ground. However, they'll get sick if they keep sleeping on the ground." Meg complied. She also knew that the slaves really didn't have anything to do now. Zhao Hai's land hadn't been improved yet, and the mines were almost cleaned. There really wasn't much work to do now. After giving the instructions, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the study. As soon as they walked into the living room, they met Merlin. Breakfast was already prepared, and Merlin had come to call them to eat. At the table, Zhao Hai told Merlin about his arrangement. Merlin didn't object. They really needed to make rice and noodles. Zhao Hai's arrangement was the best. After breakfast, Meg immediately distributed the manpower according to Zhao Hai's arrangement. She let Rockhead lead and the others to find suitable stones to make rollers and millstones. The women's responsibilities were all under her. Everyone sat there and weaved straw mats. The whole castle suddenly became busy. However, Zhao Hai and Meg weren't in the castle. The two went to the canyon from the lake in the mountain. This time, it was only the two of them. Anyway, there wasn't any danger. Merlin could relax a little with one less person. The two walked on the waves and soon reached the canyon. Zhao Hai went to the improved land yesterday and looked at it. There was no change. Then, he improved another piece of land next to the original one. It was still 10 mu. Seeing that Zhao Hai had finished improving the land, Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, why don't we let the slaves come here tomorrow and turn over the soil? Let's plant these lands first." Zhao Hai shook his head. He still wanted to use this land to do an experiment. He wouldn't forget the hint when he touched the small shovel for the first time. The small shovel could be brought out of the space and used to turn over 10 mu of land every day. Similarly, he also wanted to know if the seeds and water in the space were still under his control. If they were still under his control, then he could plant 10 mu of land every day. Seeing Zhao Hai shake his head, Merlin knew that he still had things to do. She didn't say anything and just looked at Zhao Hai. She didn't know what he was going to do. Zhao Hai's mind moved, and the small shovel immediately flew out of the space. Zhao Hai immediately thought about the matter of planting corn. Sure enough, the corn seeds immediately flew out of the space and fell on the ground that had just been turned over. Zhao Hai didn't feel relieved and went to take a look. Seeing that the seeds had already been buried, Zhao Hai felt relieved. However, Zhao Hai also discovered a problem. The shovel, the seeds, and everything in the space couldn't leave the 10 mu of land. They could only move within this range. Moreover, they couldn't do anything too complicated. For example, the shovel could only turn over the ground and couldn't do anything else. Zhao Hai also wanted to try the spatial water, but he couldn't do anything else. The spatial water had already been used to improve the land. Today, he couldn't use the spatial water outside. Zhao Hai was actually still somewhat unsatisfied. If the spatial water could really change according to his will, then it could become an offensive weapon. Unfortunately, the spatial water could only be used to water the soil and couldn't do anything else. Compared to Zhao Hai's dissatisfaction, Marine was very shocked. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to use this method to farm. This was too amazing. After 2 hours, the 10 mu of land had been planted. The small shovel automatically flew back into the space, and the seeds naturally didn't appear. Although it was only 10 mu of land, Zhao Hai was still very satisfied. He could only improve 10 mu of land a day. 10 mu of land was just right. Seeing that the land was planted, Zhao Hai turned his head to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, can you use water magic to water the land?" Merlin came back to his senses and nodded. He walked to the side of the pool and chanted a spell in a low voice. This time, he chanted for a longer time. After a while, a cloud of water vapor rose from the pool. Then, the water vapor accumulated in the air and slowly turned into a drizzle. Zhao Hai once again felt the magic of magic. This was an artificial rain, it was too amazing. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that not all mages could do this. Only advanced mages like Marine could do this. Moreover, this was only an auxiliary magic, not an offensive one. It was much simpler than offensive magic. Merlin's control over magic was unquestionable. In a short moment, the soil in the ground had become very moist. She immediately stopped her magic. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 mu of land and felt a sense of accomplishment. He turned his head to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, although the plants here can't mature as quickly as the space, for us, this is the foundation of our life. I'm afraid that the space will disappear one day, so I'm anxious to improve the land." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Marine's face changed. She quickly said, "Gods bless us. I hope that the young master's space won't disappear." Zhao Hai smiled. He turned his head and said, "All right, Grandma Marine. I can only improve 10 mu of land in a day. Let's go back." Marine nodded and followed Zhao Hai back to the cave. Although walking on the waves was very secretive, Zhao Hai still hoped that he could get on the ship a day earlier. However, not only did they not have the materials to build a ship, they also didn't have the people to build a ship. Therefore, he could only dream about it. As soon as the two came out of the cave, they heard a burst of chanting coming from a small cave not far away. Zhao Hai and Marine looked towards the direction of the sound and found that Rockhead was leading and the others. They were carrying a mind stone out of the cave. Zhao Hai quickly walked over. He first looked at the stone. Of course, he couldn't tell whether the stone was good or bad. He just wanted to see if the stone was big enough. Correct, the stone's shape wasn't very regular. It was about 1.5 meters high, had a minimum diameter of 3 meters, and a maximum diameter of 5 meters. At a glance, one could see that it wasn't light. Rockhead and the others also took a lot of rope. They tied the stone up and carried it out of the cave little by little. Zhao Hai quickly said, "All right, put the stone down. I'll take him back. You can go do other things." And the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. However, Rockhead knew what was going on. Zhao Hai wanted to take the stone back to the space. He didn't explain to and the others and immediately said, "All right, let's put the stone down and continue mining in the cave. We don't need to worry about this." Although and the others were puzzled, they didn't dare to go against Zhao Hai's words. They immediately put the stone on the ground. Then Rockhead had them untie the ropes on the stone. Seeing that there were no more ropes on the stone, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the stone into the spatial warehouse. And the others were stunned. They had never seen such a magical ability. Although there were spatial equipment in the continent, those things were generally owned by great nobles. Small nobles couldn't afford to use them. Slaves like and the others had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seeing someone use it. However, and the others also knew about the wonders of magic. They thought that Zhao Hai was using magic. Therefore, they were very excited as they thought, Master is actually a powerful mage. Zhao Hai didn't care about them and immediately followed Merlin towards the castle. On the way, they saw several male slaves cutting hay on the mountain. This time, Zhao Hai didn't help them carry the hay back. The hay was very loose, so it was fine to let the slaves take it back. When the two returned to the castle, they found that there were a lot of women sitting in the castle square. These women were led by Meg and Daisy. They were weaving straw mats. There were also some women carrying corn stalks from outside the castle as they walked towards the slaves' houses. Although they were busy, they still had smiles on their faces. Their smiles were full of hope for life, making people feel that they were living with vigor, and that their days were very promising. Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but have a trace of a smile. He turned to the corn stalks and put the corn stalks he collected this morning in the ground. Zhao Hai didn't think about hiding from these people. These people were slaves of the Buddha clan, and their bodies had been branded with the Buddha clan's brand. Their fate was already linked with the Buddha clans, so there was no need to hide it from them. The slaves seemed to have adapted to Zhao Hai's various magical performances, so when they saw Zhao Hai make so many corn stalks, they didn't have any reaction. Zhao Hai looked at the female slaves holding the corn stalks and said, "These can be used to spread on the ground, and can also be used to light a fire. But remember, you must be careful when lighting a fire. Don't make a fire. Also, these corn stalks are still a bit damp, so it's best to dry them before spreading them." The female slaves hurriedly complied, but this time they didn't hurry to kneel down. It seemed that Meg had communicated with them well. In fact, this time Zhao Hai guessed wrong. This time, the credit really wasn't Meg's. Although Meg was a servant, don't forget that she was also the daughter of the Buddha clan's chief. Even when the Buddha clan wasn't in dire straits, there weren't many people in the Buddha clan who dared to look down on her. Her status was much higher than that of the commoners, and she didn't get along with those commoners. Naturally, she wouldn't communicate with these slaves whose status was lower than that of commoners. The reason why these slaves had such a change was all thanks to Daisy. Although Daisy used to be a commoner, she had been a slave for several years. In addition, she now had the Buddha clan's brand on her body. Although Zhao Hai restored her commoner status yesterday, in the eyes of these slaves, she was still more approachable than Meg. Most importantly, although Daisy had regained her identity as a commoner and changed her room, she would still work with her and laugh with them. Therefore, it was easier for the slaves to accept Daisy. Slaves were a group of people with the lowest status in the entire continent. Sometimes, they were even worse than a dog raised by their master. It was said that when a noble family's dog died, they killed 100 slaves to accompany it in death. This showed how low the status of slaves was. It was precisely because of this that the slaves were very wary of anyone with a higher status or those who were related to nobles. They never believed anyone who was related to nobles. Chrysanthemum's identity was very special. She was also a slave, but now she was restored to the status of a commoner. Moreover, Chrysanthemum had always been very honest. She could talk with these slaves, so these slaves could accept her so quickly. When women were together, they would naturally chat. Even slaves were the same. When Chrysanthemum worked with her, these people naturally asked Chrysanthemum about her relationship with Zhao Hai. Chrysanthemum didn't hide it from her and told her everything. This made the slaves very surprised. They really didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so easy to talk to. Similarly, Chrysanthemum also knew from Merlin that Zhao Hai didn't like people kneeling in front of him at the slightest provocation. Therefore, Chrysanthemum also told the slaves this. In addition to Zhao Hai's amiable behavior these days, the slaves also lowered their guard quite a bit. Therefore, they didn't kneel in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't mind. To tell the truth, as a modern person, even if he accepted all of Adam's memories, having people kneel in front of him every day was something he wasn't used to. However, in order to not let Merlin and Green say anything about him, he accepted it. Now, these slaves weren't like before, kneeling as soon as they saw him. This instead made him feel more comfortable. Zhao Hai and Merlin went to the courtyard again. Meg and the others wanted to come over and salute, but Zhao Hai waved his hand and didn't let them move. He himself went to an open space at the side of the courtyard and took out the stone he had just received from the space. Then, Zhao Hai turned to look at Meg and the others weaving straw mats. It was clear that these slaves were used to this kind of work. Their hands and feet were very nimble. Even if they didn't know how to weave before, they learned very quickly. On the other hand, Meg was far worse than the slaves. She was sitting on the ground, and there was a large pile of straw beside each of them. It was just that Merlin had more straw piled beside her, almost blocking her entire body. Seeing Merlin's appearance, Xianxia couldn't help but think of a saying. Straw boats to borrow arrows. It seemed that Zhuge Liang had a straw man stand in front and a real person behind, and then borrowed a lot of arrows. Wait, straw boats to borrow arrows? Straw boats. Xianxia clapped his hands hard. He finally thought of something to use to make a boat. Grass. He remembered that when he was on Earth, he saw a news article. It seemed that someone used grass to make a straw boat, and wanted to conquer the Pacific Ocean. Although he didn't know if that madman succeeded in the end, at least one thing was certain, and that was that grass could be used to make a boat. Xianxia excitedly spun around a few times on the ground. If the straw boat was really made, then the matter of the boat would be solved, and there would be someone to take care of the land in the canyon. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but become even more excited. This scared Merlin, who was standing beside him. She didn't understand why Xianxia would become so excited when he looked at her. Merlin quickly said, young master, what's wrong?" Xianxia was called back by Merlin. He turned to look at the others, and sure enough, everyone was looking at him. This made Xianxia feel embarrassed. He quickly said, "Grandma Merlin, call Meg and Daisy to the living room. I have something to talk to them about." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the living room of the inner castle. Although Merlin didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do, she knew that Xianxia must have thought of something good. She quickly called Meg and Daisy and walked towards the living room of the inner castle. Xianxia had already arrived at the living room. He was pacing back and forth, and not only was his hand habitually touching his forehead. When he heard the sound of footsteps, he stopped. Sure enough, it was Merlin and the others who had arrived. Xianxia saw that the three people had come in. He nodded and said, "Come and sit. I have something to say." The three people walked in front of Xianxia, but didn't dare to sit down. Xianxia smiled and sat down first. Then he waved his hand and said, "Come and sit." The three people sat down, but Daisy sat at the back with her head lowered. Xianxia looked at the three people and said, "I just suddenly thought of a way. Grandma Merlin, we need a boat now. The land in the canyon needs someone to take care of it, but we have too little supplies right now. There's no way to build a boat. I just saw Merlin weave grass, and I suddenly thought of something. Can we use grass to weave a boat?" Merlin and the others were stunned. Even Daisy raised her head. This was the first time they heard that someone wanted to build a boat out of grass. They had never heard of this before. Merlin asked with uncertainty, "Young master, will this work?" Zhao smiled and said, "Sure, but this kind of ship will need a lot of grass. You have to press the grass down and tie it with ropes. I looked at the grass on the mountain, it's very tough, so it shouldn't be a problem to use it to build a ship. Meg, you and Daisy will try to make it first. Don't be afraid if you can't do it well. In any case, there are a lot of weeds on the mountain, so we can try a few more times." Merlin looked at Xianxia's confident appearance and didn't say anything. But after thinking about it, she decided to let it go. In any case, even if the boat wasn't built, they would only lose some grass and ropes. It wasn't a big deal. Xianxia then said, "Meg, come with me to the study. I'll draw a picture of the boat for you. You can follow it." Then he went upstairs. Meg quickly followed behind. After going upstairs, Xianxia drew a picture of the boat based on his memory. The boat wasn't very complicated. It looked like an Arabian hooked shoe. The front of the shoe was raised high while the back was relatively flat. The bottom of the boat was very thick, and the middle of the boat was tightly tied with ropes. Xianxia had only seen a picture of the boat on the computer and remembered it. Now, he could only draw it for Meg as a reference. After Xianxia finished drawing, he gave the paper to Meg and said, "I remember that the boat should look like this. You can make it according to this first and see if you can make it. It doesn't matter if you try a few more times." Meg nodded and left with the drawing. Seeing Meg leave, Xianxia didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he looked at the books in the room. His eyes couldn't help but shine as he carefully looked at the books. Fortunately, although Adam was a hedonistic son, he was still a son of a noble family. Therefore, he had learned how to read since he was young. Zhao Hai could recognize all of the words in the book. Speaking of which, it was strange. The language spoken on this continent was Chinese. Even if there were some differences in pronunciation from Chinese, the differences were not big. However, the characters were very different from Chinese characters. Fortunately, he had received Adam's memories. Otherwise, he would have become illiterate. Zhao Hai looked at the books in the study. There weren't many useful books. There were only a few miscellaneous notes and history books. There were also a few books about the art of war. There were also books about magic and battle qi. Zhao Hai first picked up a history book and looked at it. After looking at it, he felt dizzy. What kind of history book was this? It was a fairy tale and a Bible. Moreover, the words were difficult to understand. Zhao Hai felt a headache coming on. After looking at only 2 pages, Zhao Hai threw the history book to the side and picked up a miscellaneous note. This miscellaneous note wasn't wrong. It was a bit like a travel diary. It also recorded a lot of the customs of the continent. There were also some legends. It was just to Zhao Hai's taste. Zhao Hai couldn't help but seriously look at it. Meg had been out for a long time, but Zhao Hai still hadn't come out of the study. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. She went to the study's door and saw that it wasn't closed. Zhao Hai was really sitting inside reading a book very seriously. Merlin almost couldn't believe her eyes. She was very clear about what kind of person Adam was. Since childhood, Adam didn't like to read. Whenever he saw a book, he would cry and make a fuss. It was only under his father's coercion that he was able to recognize words. But even then, there was no way he could read. Although Zhao Hai's performance was very good these days, he didn't mention anything about reading. Merlin thought that Zhao Hai was sensible, but he still didn't change his habit of not liking to read. However, she didn't think that Zhao Hai was an otaku back on Earth who relied on books for a living. Making him read books was the same as asking for his life. The reason why he didn't read a book a few days ago was because he had just arrived and was facing a dangerous situation. Naturally, he wasn't in the mood to read, so he didn't want to. Zhao Hai really didn't notice Merlin's movements. His mind was now completely focused on the book. Although the book was a miscellaneous book, it still recorded a lot of things. Most of them were local customs, which was very useful to Zhao Hai. Adam was just a playboy before, so he didn't know much about the customs of the continent. Currently, the continent was relatively peaceful. With the 5 great empires as the head, there were a total of 32 large and small countries. In addition, there were also some settlements of different races. The continent could only be described as vast. Zhao Hai was from the Oxu Empire, one of the 5 great empires. The other 4 empires were the Rosen Empire, the Lion Empire, the Buddha Empire, and the Ocean Waves Dynasty. Zhao Hai's fief, the Black Waste, had long been forgotten by the people of the continent. However, the carrion swamp behind Iron Mountain was one of the 5 great forbidden areas. The other 4 great forbidden areas were Akra Mountain, which was the domain of magic beasts. Any other race that went in would rarely come out alive. The icefield of the extreme north was a world of ice. The temperature was extremely low, and only a few ice-type magic beasts could survive there. Blazing Island was an island on the sea. Starting from the Ocean Waves Dynasty, one had to travel 5,600 nautical miles south. It was a small island, but the volcanoes on the island were constantly erupting. Adding on the fact that the earth was constantly burning, it was an absolute life-forbidden zone. The last one was the demonic abyss. It was said that the demonic abyss was the same as the demon realm, but it was never confirmed. However, from time to time, magic beasts that couldn't be found in the continent would appear in the demonic abyss. The carrion swamp was famous for its poison. Whether it was the magic beasts or the undead, they were all famous for their poison. Because of this, the carrion swamp became a forbidden area. These things were vague in Adam's memory, but there were some records in this book. Although it wasn't very detailed, it was enough for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was an otaku back on Earth. If an otaku didn't know about transmigration novels, then he wouldn't be a complete otaku. After reading this book, Zhao Hai understood that he had arrived in a world similar to transmigration novels. There were magic, battle chi, magic beasts, elves, dragons, and dwarves. Everything that could be found in transmigration novels could be found here. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was determined to be low-key. He didn't know how powerful the top experts of this world were, but today, when he saw Merlin use water magic to water the land, he roughly knew how powerful these people were. That was 10 mu of land, and it was completed with a single spell. For a person like Merlin, dealing with him would be too easy. Zhao Hai slowly put down the book in his hand. After many years of reading, his reading speed was much faster than the average person. Many of the things written in this book weren't very useful, but this book also gave Zhao Hai a better understanding of this world. There were experts in this world, and those experts weren't any worse than those in the novels that Zhao Hai had read before. In the novels that Zhao Hai had read before, it was said that magicians' close combat abilities weren't good, and warriors didn't have any long-range attack abilities. However, this world was completely different. Magicians' bodies weren't as good as warriors, but if they used some simple magic, they didn't need to chant too long of a spell. A great magician like Merlin could use third level and below magic almost instantaneously. No one would dare to look down on such a magician, and even more so, no warrior would dare to fight him in close combat. Although warriors could use battle chi wasn't something that could be released at will. If they wanted to raise their battle strength to the highest level, they still needed time. Ordinary warriors knew how to use bows and arrows. Even if they didn't know how to use bows and arrows, they could use javelins, flying axes, and other long-range weapons. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai slowly stood up and let out a long breath. Looking at the things in this book, he felt that his decision to keep a low profile was correct. There were too many experts in this world, far from what he could imagine, and even more so, he couldn't afford to provoke them. Zhao Hai slowly walked to the window of the study. The window was also covered with paper. Currently, in the continent, only some commoners had window paper. In the continent, there were some aristocrats who used things like broken glass. However, those things weren't popularized yet, and the cost was very high, so Green didn't buy them. Zhao Hai gently opened the window and glanced outside. This study was on the 3rd floor, and the light was very good. From here, he could see the square of the inner and outer castle. He could also see Meg busy there. However, there were still a lot of women weaving straw mats in the front yard. Zhao Hai looked around and didn't see Meg's figure. It seems like she went to prepare the materials for the straw boat. Zhao Hai looked at the busy people and couldn't help but bitterly smile. These people were really too easy to satisfy. Moreover, they didn't know that their lives were facing a huge crisis. At this time, Zhao Hai really hated himself. He didn't have the strength to protect these people. At most, he could only take them into the space and let them escape. However, always hiding wasn't a good thing. The carrion swamp had always been a sore point for him. At this time, a knock came from the door. Then Meg Lin said, "Young master, come out and eat. It's time for lunch." Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't think that time would pass so quickly. He looked outside and sure enough, the people who were weaving straw had already returned to their rooms to eat. Zhao Hai nodded and opened the door. He saw Meg Lin standing at the door with a happy expression. Zhao Hai stared blankly and said, "Grandma Meg, why are you so happy?" Meg Lin didn't say anything, she just said, "It's nothing, I'm just happy." "Young master, let's go down and eat." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Meg Lin downstairs. At this time, Meg and the others also returned and were waiting for them downstairs. When they entered the dining room, they found that Meg Lin had already prepared lunch. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai turned his head to Blockhead and said, "Blockhead, I'll have Meg make a straw boat for the next few days. You need to lead the people to gather more straw. Moreover, you need to find some men to help you. Meg and the others are still weak, you need to help them." Blockhead nodded. Zhao Hai turned his head to Rockhead and said, "Rockhead, you help and the others gather the stones as soon as possible. Put them to the side first. Once they reach a certain amount, I'll help you bring them back." This will save a lot of trouble. Rockhead also nodded, then he turned his head to and said, and you must be careful when you gather the stones. It's better to gather less stones than you need to pay attention to your own safety. And also nodded, then Zhao Hai turned his head to Daisy and said, Daisy, you should first organize everyone to weave straw mats. After they've learned, you should follow Meg Lin to think about how to make a straw boat. The straw boat shouldn't be too big, it should be able to seat a dozen people. Don't be afraid of wasting it, in any case, there are a lot of weeds on the mountain. Daisy also nodded, then Zhao Hai turned his head to Meg Lin and said, Grandma Merlin, don't you think that we should build a sentry post on the top of the mountain to watch over the carrion swamp? We should also pay attention to the surroundings of the castle. If there really are magic beasts or undead coming out of the swamp, we can also prepare in advance. Meg Lin thought for a moment and nodded, what the young master said is right, we should build a sentry post. After we finish eating, I'll arrange it. Young master doesn't need to worry, it's better if you have time to read more books. Zhao Hai was surprised by Meg Lin's words, he didn't think that Meg Lin would actually ask him to read more books. However, since he would be going to the study in the future, he nodded and said, rest assured, Grandma Merlin said that I'll read. But recently, there have been too many things happening in the castle. Once we settle down, I'll go read some books. Meg Lin nodded, but Meg and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Meg Lin, Rockhead, and Blockhead grew up together with Adam, so they naturally knew what kind of person Adam was. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai wanted to seriously read books, they really didn't dare to believe it. After they finished talking, everyone started to eat. Zhao Hai's eating speed wasn't slow, and he finished eating in a short while. After he finished eating, he immediately went to the study. Right now, he really wanted to understand more about this world. When Mirren saw that Zhao had gone to the study, she couldn't help but be happy. Although this world respected martial arts, a learned person was still very respected. Even in the Oxu Empire, there were many important positions that were held by famous scholars. This was because the kings found that a country couldn't do without literati. Mirren's eyes shone with happiness. Although this was a world where martial arts were respected, a learned person was still very respected. This was also one of the reasons why Meg Lin was happy. Because Zhao Hai drank the water of nothingness, he couldn't learn magic or battle aura. Now that he had the space, it was equivalent to a life-saving place. If he couldn't beat someone, he could run into the space to hide, and no one would be able to do anything to him. However, just this alone wasn't enough, he still needed the respect of others. When he couldn't learn magic or battle aura, if he wanted to be respected, then there was only one way, and that was to learn literature. Although Merlin was very dissatisfied with the Oxu Empire, she still hoped that one day Zhao Hai would be able to return to the imperial capital and become a great aristocrat who could call the wind and summon the rain. That would mean that the Buddha clan had truly gained the recognition of those old aristocrats, and would become truly powerful. What Merlin didn't know was that Zhao Hai didn't have any plans to return to the imperial capital, nor did he want to gain the recognition of those old aristocrats. In Zhao Hai's view, the recognition of those old aristocrats had nothing to do with him. If they recognized him, then he would live his life. If they didn't recognize him, then he would still live his life. As long as he had strength, it didn't matter if they recognized him or not. It was no wonder that the two's views were so different. Merlin had lived in the Ark continent since she was a child. This was a world where the aristocrats were respected. Being able to gain the recognition of those old aristocrats was the goal of the new aristocrats. Gaining recognition meant that they were true aristocrats. Otherwise, they would be called nouveau riche. On the other hand, in the earth that Zhao Hai lived in, there was no such thing as aristocrats. So what if you were an aristocrat? As long as you had money in your hands, you were an aristocrat. As long as you had strength, you couldn't refuse to recognize me. Therefore, Zhao Hai simply didn't care about being recognized as an aristocrat. However, he would still study very seriously and better understand this world. As long as he did this, he would be able to develop the Buddha clan as quickly as possible and gain even more strength. After returning to the study, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to look at those miscellaneous notes. He carefully looked around the study and found that there really weren't any enlightenment books. The simplest ones were probably only the basics of battle chi and magic. Jiao Hai picked up those things and glanced at them. He found that they were all very mysterious. If there was no one to guide him and he only relied on books to learn, then he feared that he wouldn't be able to learn anything. In addition, he drank the water of nothingness, so he couldn't learn battle chi or magic. Therefore, he didn't care and threw them to the side after a few glances. In the end, Jiao Hai still focused his gaze on the miscellaneous notes. However, when he flipped through the miscellaneous books, he really found something good. It was a book about calligraphy. This book about calligraphy very carefully introduced the uses of several kinds of brushes on the desk. Jiao Hai also understood that the brushes on the desk weren't just for show. Moreover, each of them had their own uses. Writing brushes were used for writing and drawing. Generally, only those who were particularly fond of calligraphy would use them. There were also some mages who would use writing brushes when making large magic scrolls. This was because the magic arrays needed to be drawn on the scrolls were relatively large. Feather brushes were the main brushes used to make magic scrolls. Because the strokes were relatively thin, they could be used to make small to medium-sized magic scrolls. As for those pens that were similar to fountain pens, they were usually used to write and record. This was because the pen inside could store ink, allowing one to write a lot of words. It was very convenient. However, this kind of pen couldn't be used to make magic scrolls. This was because the conductivity of metals was very poor. Generally, mages wouldn't have any metal on their bodies, which would affect the use of magic. Of course, there were some special metals that had a very good conductivity. However, those metals were very expensive, so no one would be willing to use them to make pens. Charcoal pens were used specifically for alchemy. They were generally used to draw some blueprints or draw some sketches. Jiao Hai understood that the brushes on the desk weren't for show. Each of them had their own uses, and each of them had a different use. In the miscellaneous notes, Jiao Hai also saw that the great nobles in the continent would use a brush to sign important words. This was a symbol of their status. This made Jiao Hai pleasantly surprised. When Jiao Hai was on Earth, he always wanted to learn calligraphy. Unfortunately, at that time, he didn't have any money and didn't have a teacher. In the end, his wish was left unfulfilled. He didn't expect that calligraphy would also exist in this world. It seems like his wish was going to come true. However, Jiao Hai could only remember the usage of these brushes. If he wanted to learn calligraphy right now, then it would be unrealistic. There were too many things to do in the Black Wasteland, so he didn't have the time to learn calligraphy. Jiao Hai spent the afternoon in the study room. When it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Jiao Hai stared blankly and said, "Who is it?" Rockhead's voice was heard from the outside, "Young master, we have already picked up several stones. Please help us transport them back." Jiao Hai put down the book and walked to the door. He opened it and said, "Let's go." Then he took the lead and walked out. Rockhead quickly followed behind him. While walking outside, Jiao Hai said, "Are you still mining in that cave?" Rockhead nodded and said, "Yes, young master." And looked at several caves and said that the stones in that cave were the easiest to mine. Moreover, the stones produced in that cave aren't iron ore. It's best to use them as rollers and grinds. Maybe because it's not iron ore, the dwarves didn't mine it. Jiao Hai nodded and said, "You must pay attention to your safety. Right now, our Buddha clan only has so many people. We can't afford to lose any more. Every time we lose a person, our strength would weaken. I had you follow them because I'm afraid that they would be too rash." Rockhead nodded, he understood what Jiao Hai meant. Under the encouragement of Jiao Hai's release of the slaves, the enthusiasm of the slaves was very high. However, they were a little too impatient, they should pay attention to this point. The two talked as they walked outside the castle. The women were still weaving straw mats, but they didn't see Daisy and Meg's figures. Jiao Hai didn't go any further and just followed Rockhead out of the castle. When the two went up the mountain, Jiao Hai noticed that there was a straw shed at the top of the mountain. Jiao Hai pointed to the shed and said, "Is that shed at the top of the mountain the sentry post I told you about?" Rockhead nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma Merlin asked us to help build a small shed. There are 2 people in the shed looking after it. Every 2 hours or so, someone will go and change the guard." Jiao Hai nodded. Merlin was really worthy of being a member of the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan started out with military exploits. When Merlin was young, she had followed the army many times. Naturally, she was very familiar with the arrangement of sentry posts. At this time, a shadow suddenly came running from the mountain, shouting loudly. Although Zhao Hai didn't hear what he was shouting, his heart couldn't help but sink. He immediately turned to Rockhead and said, "Rockhead, quickly go to the cave and have everyone return to the castle. Then you go find Blockhead and have them return to the castle. I'll go look for Meg and the others." Just as he was about to leave, Rockhead pulled Zhao Hai back and said, "Young master, I'll go look for them. You go back to the castle immediately. The Buddha clan can't do without you. If something happens, immediately go back to the space." Zhao Hai stared, then his face sank as he said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm the patriarch of the Buddha clan. At this time, how could I shrink back? Go quickly." Then he lifted his foot and walked forward. Rockhead quickly ran in front of him and knelt on the ground. He hugged Zhao Hai's leg and said, "Young master, quickly go back to the castle. The Buddha clan can't do without you. If we don't have you, then we'll all be finished." "Young master." Zhao Hai looked at Rockhead's appearance and knew that if he didn't agree, then Rockhead wouldn't move. He knew about Rockhead's stubbornness. He still remembered the scene of the two brothers holding swords against each other's necks. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then you go immediately. I'll go back to the castle and have everyone go to the inner castle first." Rockhead complied and stood up. At this time, the figure ran in front of Zhao Hai and knelt down. "Master, there are a lot of magic beasts and undead on the other side of the mountain. They're climbing up the mountain." Zhao Hai immediately asked, "Is there anyone in the shed?" The person immediately replied, "Yes, they're still on the mountain." Zhao Hai angrily said, "Idiot, why haven't they come down yet? Rockhead, quickly go up the mountain and call that guy down." Rockhead complied and immediately turned around and ran. Zhao Hai turned to the kneeling slave and asked, "What's your name?" The person immediately replying to the master, "I'm called Lin." Zhao Hai nodded, "Go back to the castle and look for Grandma Merlin. See if she's in the castle. If she's not, then tell the people who are weaving the grass to go to the inner castle. This is my order, go quickly." Lin complied, then he jumped up and ran towards the castle. Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't run as fast as Lin, so he let Lin pass the message. Zhao Hai also started running towards the castle. However, his body wasn't good. After running a few steps, he was already panting. When Zhao Hai returned to the castle, he discovered that the people who were weaving the grass had already entered the inner castle. When he arrived at the inner castle, he saw Merlin standing there. Everyone was looking at Zhao Hai uneasily. When Merlin saw that Zhao Hai had returned, she immediately went to his side and asked, "Master, what should we do now?" Zhao Hai took a few breaths and said, "Grandma Merlin, immediately count the people and see how many people are in the courtyard. I'll go to the castle now. When everyone returns, immediately tell them to close the castle gate." Merlin quickly said, "Master, you stay here and count the people. I'll go to the gate." After saying that, she quickly walked out, not giving Zhao Hai a chance to object. Zhao Hai impatiently looked at Merlin's back. Merlin really took care of him and always put him in the safest place. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he didn't have any means to protect himself, so he could only do this. He turned his head and looked at the people standing in the inner castle. Now, except for Lin, all of them were women. There were more than 30 of them. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Everyone, line up." When they heard Zhao Hai's words, the slaves immediately stood in line. The speed was so fast that it greatly exceeded Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai thought that since these slaves didn't go to school, it would be very difficult for them to stand in line. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he gave the order, the female slaves would line up neatly in 2 rows. They weren't any worse than when Zhao Hai was in school. Lin stood alone on the side. Zhao Hai looked at Lin and knew that it was because he was a man. Currently, he was the only male slave in the castle, so he stood there alone. The speed at which the slaves lined up was far beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Therefore, he couldn't react for a while. He looked at the slaves with a puzzled expression. Zhao knew that these slaves had been trained to be a team since they were young. Until now, standing in a team was almost their instinct. Of course, the slaves didn't count the slaves every day. But whether the slaves went out to work or came back, they had to stand in line. This method was to prevent people from sneaking away. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. Therefore, when he saw the people lining up so quickly, he couldn't help but stare. But he immediately recovered. He knew that this wasn't the time to think about it, so he immediately said, "Count off." This sentence was almost instinctively shouted out. But the slaves immediately began to count off. The last number was 34. In other words, there were 34 female slaves and 1 male slave in the courtyard. Zhao Hai nodded, then loudly said, "Just now, news came from the mountain. A large number of magic beasts and undead from the Carrion Swamp are heading towards the castle. In a while, there might be a battle. All of you stay here, don't go anywhere." The female slaves couldn't help but show a frightened expression. If it was a human army, then they wouldn't be afraid. As long as they don't resist, the other party wouldn't kill them. This was because slaves could be sold for money. So as long as they don't resist, they would be safe most of the time. But this time it was magic beasts and undead. For these two things, gold coins were useless. In their eyes, they couldn't distinguish between nobles and slaves. In their eyes, people were people. There was no distinction between status and rank. At this time, several slaves came in from outside. They were also women. Daisy was with them. Zhao Hai had them count off. Including Daisy, there were a total of 50 people. All of the female slaves came back. When Zhao Hai saw Daisy leading the female slaves back, he knew that Meg might have also come back. But she didn't enter the castle. She should be in front of Blockhead and the others. Zhao Hai didn't go to the castle. He knew that if he went there now, he would only cause trouble for Marine. It was better to wait here. Zhao Hai looked at the slaves. Then he turned to Daisy and said, "Daisy, watch them. Don't let them run around." Then he turned to the slaves and said, "I want to go inside and get something. You have to listen to Daisy and don't run around." After saying that, Zhao Hai quickly walked towards the castle. There was an underground warehouse in the castle. Zhao Hai went there to see all the supplies that Green had bought. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to go there and put those supplies into his space. This way, they wouldn't be ruined by magic beasts or undead creatures. The underground warehouse was really big. Zhao Hai went in for a while to collect all the things. Then he ran upstairs. There were a lot of things upstairs. The most important things were the books in the study. Zhao Hai also discovered that Green had bought those books to train the slaves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bought so many books about magic and battle chi. Those books were very important. Not only did they help Zhao Hai understand this world, they also helped the Buddha clan to train talents. Zhao Hai quickly went upstairs. Everything in the study was collected into the space. Even the tables and chairs were collected. In any case, the space's warehouse wasn't limited. Zhao Hai didn't collect the bedding and other things first. Green had bought a lot of those things. Maybe because the weather had warmed up, he hadn't taken them out for the slaves to use. Therefore, there was a lot of them in the warehouse. Zhao Hai had just finished collecting the things in the study when he heard Marine calling him from outside. Zhao Hai quickly ran out of the room and saw that Marine had returned. All the slaves were gathered in the castle. Blockhead and the others were also back. Zhao Hai saw that everyone was back. He relaxed and turned to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, is everyone back?" Marine nodded and said, "They're all back. The castle's gates are also closed. But I don't think those magic beasts will come so soon. Young master, you should go to the space." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not now. Grandma Marine, let's go to the castle's walls. I haven't seen any magic beasts or undead magic beasts yet." Marine looked at Zhao Hai with some worry and said, "Young master, this isn't good. It's too dangerous. What if something happens?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. Don't I still have you? I just want to see those magic beasts and undead. I want to see how many of them there are. If there are too many, then we'll retreat to the space. If there aren't many, then we'll just beat them back. Marine stared blankly, but she didn't say anything. She was very confident in her own ability. Just like Xiao Hai said, if there weren't many magic beasts and undead magic beasts, then she could really beat them back. Xiao Hai waved his hand and called Daisy and An over. He said to the two of them, "You two stay here and look after them. Don't let them run around." Then he followed Marine and the others to the castle's walls. Blockhead and Rockhead followed closely behind Xiao Hai. Meg also stood behind Xiao Hai, not leaving a single step behind. Xiao Hai felt very impatient with their appearance, but he had no choice but to let them follow. Xiao Hai was very clear that if he didn't let them follow, then he wouldn't be able to go to the castle's walls. Marine and the others thought that those undead magic beasts and poison-type magic beasts wouldn't be too fast. But to their surprise, when they arrived at the castle's walls, they discovered that those magic beasts and undead magic beasts had already run to the top of the mountain and were moving down. Walking at the front was a group of rat-like things. These things were much bigger than rats. They were about 1 meter tall and had long, light green fur. Their feet had something like a scorpion, and their bodies were more than 3 meters long. This didn't include their thick and long tails. Among these rat-like things, there were a few that were particularly huge. They were about 2 meters tall and had 7-colored fur. It seemed like they were the leaders of this group. There were more than 1,000 rats in this group. More than 1,000 rats were about 1 meter long. Looking at them, Xiao Hai's hair stood on end. Behind this group of rats was a large group of snakes. That's right, there were snakes. Countless snakes, big and small, with all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. Some of these snakes were green, some were red, and some were colorful. The largest few snakes were colorful, and they were at least 1 meter thick. At first glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Behind these snakes were a large group of insects. These insects all had one thing in common, which was that they were huge. Even spiders were about 1 meter tall, while the biggest ones were about 2 meters tall. Of course, there were also some small insects, but these small insects weren't easy to deal with. Each one of them was very flexible, and their speed seemed to be very fast. They were drilling in and out of the group of insects. These insects were also colorful and came in all kinds of colors. At a glance, one could see that they were highly toxic. This made Xiao Hai's heart sink. The number of snakes was already enough, but the number of insects was even more than the number of snakes. At this time, the rat-like magic beasts at the front were already close to the moat outside the castle. These rat-like creatures obviously knew how to swim. They immediately ran into the moat, and in a flash, the water of the moat turned green. Xiao Hai's expression turned ugly. He finally understood why there were no fish in the moat. These poisonous rats were bathing in the moat, so it would be strange if there were still fish in the moat. Merlin went to Xiao Hai's side and said, "Young master, let's go back. There are too many magic beasts, we can't deal with them." Xiao Hai nodded, then he looked at the mountain and saw that there were more magic beasts coming out. This time, they were alligator-like magic beasts. They were very big, and their colors were very bright. In the middle of these alligator-like magic beasts, there were also some bones. Yes, in Xiao Hai's view, they were bones. Some of the bones were moving, some of them were human, some were beast, some were big, some were small. There were all kinds of bones, and slowly, there were more and more bones on the mountain. At this time, Merlin pulled Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, let's go." Xiao Hai nodded, but suddenly he felt that the sky above the magic beasts seemed to darken. Xiao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the sky. He didn't know when, but there was a group of flying magic beasts above the magic beasts. Some of these magic beasts didn't fly very high, they were flying insect-type magic beasts. There were also some that flew very high, they were bird-type magic beasts. Xiao Hai's expression changed. If there were flying magic beasts, then the castle would be too simple. Xiao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Let's go, there are flying magic beasts. We have to go to the inner castle and collect the slaves. Otherwise, it will be too late." Merlin also saw it. She immediately shouted, "Blockhead, quickly return to the inner castle and let the slaves enter the house." Blockhead responded, his body slowly flashing with a yellow light. His speed increased a lot, and like a wisp of smoke, he ran towards the inner castle. At this time, Rockhead carried Zhao Hai and ran straight towards the inner castle. Fortunately, he also used his battle chi. Although his speed was very fast, he was very stable, and didn't let Zhao Hai suffer. Merlin's body flashed with a blue light, her speed was not slower than Rockhead. Needless to say, Meg's body flashed with a blue light, her speed was much faster than Rockhead's. Fortunately, the castle wasn't very big, and Rockhead's speed was very fast. In a few breaths, Zhao Hai and the others had already entered the main castle's room. The room wasn't very big, so because of the sudden influx of people, it became very crowded. Fortunately, there wasn't any chaos. The slaves were very clear that if they didn't obey, then they would die. Therefore, they very obediently entered the room under Blockhead's arrangement. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the room, he immediately said to Marine and the others, "Grandma Marine, you go to the space first. When the slaves enter the space, you arrange for them to not run around. Blockhead, Rockhead, guard the door. Meg, Daisy, and organize everyone to enter the space." Daisy and didn't enter the space, so Zhao Hai had Meg help organize the group. Daisy and assisted him, while Marine went to the space to settle the people who just entered. Rockhead and Blockhead stood guard in front of the main castle's door to prevent the magic beasts from suddenly attacking. Then a hole appeared beside Zhao Hai. The slaves weren't unfamiliar with this hole. It was the hole that appeared when Zhao Hai improved the land. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to take all of these people into the space, but he couldn't do it. When he wanted to take in the slaves, the space didn't respond. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Fortunately, when he took in Marine, the space immediately reacted. Marine appeared in the space, which made Zhao Hai feel relieved. In the end, he had to make a hole appear in the space to see if the slaves could go in. The slaves were originally somewhat afraid. They didn't know where Zhao Hai wanted them to go, but when they saw that Marine had already gone in, they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't harm them. Under Meg's organization, they slowly entered the hole. At this time, roars of magic beasts could be heard from the outside of the castle. The castle's iron gate was also banging loudly. Merlin's organization was even faster. Fortunately, the hole that Zhao Hai made this time was big enough for 4 people to walk side by side. The slaves could stand in a row and enter the space. Before long, all the slaves entered the space. Meg, Daisy, and also entered. With a thought, Zhao Hai, Blockhead, and Rockhead appeared in the space. The slaves who had just entered the space were dumbfounded as they looked around. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He discovered that the radishes were already ripe, but he didn't have the time to collect them. He stood inside the space and loudly said to the slaves, "Listen, this is my space. Don't walk around casually. Now find a place to sit down. Pay attention, don't step on anything that's made in the ground." Fortunately, in addition to the arable land, there were also some open spaces in the space. Those open spaces couldn't be planted. Zhao Hai tried to use a small shovel to dig them up, but the result was the same as in the game. Although the slaves didn't understand what was going on in this space, they still obediently sat down. Zhao looked at the slaves, then turned to Mirin. "Grandma Mirin, I'll take out some empty cups for you to distribute. If anyone wants to drink water, let them go to the spring to drink by themselves. Also, take out some quilts and let them sit under their pillows." Mirin nodded, then turned to Mirin. Finished speaking, he went to the front of the warehouse. With a thought, a large pile of cups appeared in front of the warehouse. These cups were made of wood and were very cheap. Green and the others had specially bought them for the slaves. Originally, the slaves were given these cups, but because of the urgency of the matter, they didn't bring their own things. Now, they could only distribute them again. Merlin immediately led Meg and the others to distribute the cups. Then Zhao Hai took out a lot of blankets and spread them on the ground for the slaves to live on. After doing this, Zhao Hai took out a few straw mats. These straw mats were just made by the slaves and were put into the space by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't take out these straw mats for the slaves to sit on. Instead, they were used to build the side rooms. With more than 100 people entering the space, it was hard to say who would want to relieve themselves. Now that there were men and women in the space, if there wasn't something to block them, it would be very inconvenient. Fortunately, Green and the others had bought some planks. Although there weren't many planks, it was enough to build 2 side rooms. Blockhead and Rockhead led a few male slaves to the back of the thatched hut and the warehouse. They used the straw mats to block out a place. The back of the thatched hut was the women's side room, while the back of the warehouse was the men's side room. After these things were done, Zhao Hai and the others relaxed. Zhao Hai immediately put away the radishes and then immediately planted another season. In order to stabilize the slaves' mood, Zhao Hai gave each of them a large radish to eat. It must be said that the radish's taste was really good. It was sweet and had a bit of spicy taste. But with more than 100 people eating radishes together, the scene was quite spectacular. The slaves ate very happily. After Marine and the others told them, they found out that these radishes were actually magic vegetables. Before, not to mention eating them, they even saw them for the first time. They ate them carefully, treating the radishes as a peerless delicacy. Fortunately, the slave's mood was still stable. Zhao Hai returned to the thatched hut. During this time, he almost didn't enter the thatched hut. In any case, there wasn't anything inside. Although there was a screen, it could only be used to enter the store. If Zhao Hai wanted to buy something, he didn't need to go to the store. Therefore, he didn't enter the hut. But in the hut, there was a bed. Zhao Hai wanted to have a good rest on the bed. The tossing and turning just now had made him unbearably tired. Although the area of the space was very large, the small thatched hut was very small. It was only enough for one person to sleep. Of course, the table could also sit a few people, but he believed that sitting there wouldn't be as comfortable as sitting outside. Although Zhao Hai couldn't wait to have a good sleep, he also knew that now wasn't the time. After he entered the thatched hut, he called Marine and the others inside. Only Daisy and were left behind to look after the slaves. Marine and the others curiously looked at the layer of grass. After looking at it for a while, they couldn't see anything. In the end, they could only obediently sit on the stools. Zhao Hai stood in the hut and said, "We don't know what's going on outside. We can only hope that the magic beasts can return to the swamp as soon as possible. However, we still need to prepare for a long time to live here. After a few hours, the corn will be ripe. With the addition of the food we brought in from outside, eating won't be a problem. After the corn is ripe, burning firewood won't be a problem. But if we let the slaves do nothing, then I'm afraid that it won't do. Grandma Marine, do you have any good ideas?" Marine thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "The space is already so big. We don't need them to cultivate the land. There really isn't any good idea. Young master, what do you think?" Zhao Hai walked around the room a few times and said, "When we first came in, I took the books from the study into the space. Grandma Marine, why don't you teach the slaves how to read? If our Buddha clan wants to develop, we can't just rely on the few of us. I believe that the slaves won't betray us. Teaching them some words might be useful in the future." When Marine heard Zhao Hai, she happily nodded and said, "Good, young master's idea is good. Since there's nothing to do in the space right now, having them learn some words will certainly be very useful in the future. We'll do as young master says." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a wave of his hand, all the books in the study appeared in front of him, as well as some paper, pens, and other things. Zhao Hai pointed to these things and said, "Grandma Marine, you can take a look at the book you want to teach them." Marine carefully looked at the books, then she took one out and said, "Young master, I'll take this one." Zhao Hai looked at the book that Marine took out. Moreover, it was a relatively simple book called Oxu Empire's Travels. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "There's no need to teach them right now. They just came in, so they're still a bit shaken. Let them rest for a while before learning." Marine nodded, then she looked at the tired face of Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you should also have a good rest. We'll go out." Zhao Hai also knew that this house was too small for them to rest, so he nodded and said, "All right, I'll take out a few more quilts. They're in the warehouse. Grandma Marine, if you want to rest outside, you must remember to make more." Marine nodded, then she led them out of the thatched hut. Blockhead and Rockhead stayed at the door, one on the left and one on the right, standing there like door gods. Marine didn't care. She went to the front of the slaves, looked at the slaves who were sitting there and didn't know what to do, then she said in a deep voice, we're now in young master's magic space. Here, we'll listen to young master. I'm afraid that the magic beasts and undead outside have already attacked the castle. Only here is safe, so you must be obedient. Otherwise, Xianxia will drive you out of the space, understand? The slaves immediately stood up, then they said in unison, understood. This was also the result of the slave merchant's training. Any slave merchant, after getting some slaves, would do some simple training before selling them. Among them, fighting, reporting, answering, kneeling, and kowtowing were the simplest. Therefore, these slaves had already formed a conditioned reflex. Mary nodded and said, today, you've done a lot of work, and you've also been frightened. Young master said that you're tired, so you can have a good rest. Alright, all of you go rest. Remember the location of the toilet and don't run around. You're not allowed to go near young master's room, and you're not allowed to touch the things in the space. Understood? The slaves responded in unison. Xianxia didn't want to know what happened outside the thatched hut. He believed that Merlin and the others would handle it well. Right now, Xianxia was really tired. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Taking out a quilt from the warehouse and spreading it on the bed, Xianxia immediately lay down on the bed. Within a few minutes, he fell asleep. He was really too tired. Because of drinking the water of nothingness, as long as there was a bit of exercise, he wouldn't be able to bear it, not to mention today's tense situation. The slaves outside the thatched hut also rested. It was rare to have such a chance to rest, so they naturally wouldn't say anything. In addition, the floor was covered with a soft quilt, which was much better than hay. In a short while, the entire space fell into silence. Even Rockhead and Blockhead, who were standing in front of the door for Xianxia, sat on the ground and dozed off. After more than 2 hours, Merlin and the others woke up. Merlin quietly walked to the front of the thatched hut, opened the door, and glanced at Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia was sleeping soundly, she quietly closed the door again. Glancing at the slaves, she found that some of them had already woken up and were sitting there, not knowing what to do. Although Merlin could teach them how to read, she didn't teach them right now. If she wanted to teach them how to read, she would have to make a sound. She didn't want to wake Xianxia up. However, Merlin still noticed that the radishes she planted before sleeping had already sprouted. This made Merlin feel very surprised. It was the first time she saw how plants grew in the space. This speed was too fast. Merlin couldn't help but squat at the edge of the field and look at the radish sprouts that had just sprouted. These sprouts grew very strong, and the condition of the soil was also very good. At a glance, one could tell that they were very healthy. Meg was also doing the same thing as Merlin. Meg squatted beside Merlin and whispered to Merlin, "Grandma, how did this magic radish sprout so quickly? I heard people say that magic vegetables are very difficult to grow. How come it's so simple here?" Merlin smiled and said, "Young master told me long ago that growing things in this space would greatly shorten the time needed for them to mature. I just didn't expect it to be so short. The magic radish you're talking about is called radish in my space. It's the lowest level of creation in the space, and it ripens every 8 hours." Xianxia's voice drifted over unhurriedly. Merlin and Meg were stunned. They turned around and saw that Xianxia had already come out and was standing behind them. Merlin quickly stood up and said, "Young master, is what you said true? Can this magic radish really ripen in 8 hours?" Xianxia nodded and pointed to the corn that had already grown ears. "Do you see those corn? The price of corn in this space is higher than that of radishes. From planting to ripening, it takes 14 hours. Merlin and Meg couldn't help but look in the direction of Xianxia's finger. Currently, the corn was still in its growth stage. The leaves were green and black, and it looked very strong. Xianxia turned to Merlin and said, "Right now, the food in the space is enough to eat. We'd better stay in the space for a while before going out, so as to avoid encountering those magic beasts when we go out." Merlin nodded and said, "Yes, young master is right. Right now, we don't have to worry about food in the space, and it won't rain. Everyone can sleep on the floor outside. Living here for a few days won't be a problem." Xianxia nodded and turned to look at the slaves who had already woken up. They all stood up and respectfully looked at him. He sighed and said, "Grandma Merlin, in a while, you can teach them how to read." Blockhead and I will go build a few military stoves. We'll use them for cooking in a while. Food for more than 100 people wasn't easy to cook. Although Zhao Hai had taken all the supplies in the warehouse into the space, if he wanted to provide food for these people, he would have to build a big pot. There wasn't much in the space, so he could only build a simple military stove. Merlin looked at the slaves and said, "Young master, let them do it. In any case, we don't lack time. You just need to take out the things." "How can we let you do everything?" Zhao Hai glanced at the slaves and nodded. If he let the slaves learn how to read and write, then he would build a military stove here. He was afraid that the slaves would be scared and wouldn't be able to learn a single word. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Then she immediately organized the people to start digging the stoves. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had all the supplies in the castle's warehouse stored in the spatial warehouse. Now they didn't lack tools. For more than 100 people to eat, there wasn't a need to dig too many military stoves. Only 10 or so would be enough. The pots they used were all military pots with brackets under them. These pots were specially chosen by Green and the others. They knew that they would be coming here, so they prepared a lot of these iron pots. First, they could use them on the way here, and second, they could use them for the slaves. In fact, a lot of slave masters used these kinds of military stoves. This was because they were the simplest. No matter where the slaves went to work, as long as 2 people carried the pots, they could cook directly where they were working. This saved a lot of time. The 10 military stoves were quickly set up, but they couldn't be used right now. Zhao Hai had to wait for the corn to mature before the space would have the wood to burn. Otherwise, they could only burn the wood they bought. The wood was good stuff, it would be a pity to burn it. Zhao Hai and the others were lacking in everything. Moreover, they didn't know when Green would come back. Once he came back, they could go out and sell the radishes in their hands. They could exchange them for gold coins and then buy wood. The wood in their hands was the only thing they had. Zhao Hai didn't want to waste it. Zhao Hai looked at the military stoves and nodded. Then he looked at the slaves and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, the corn will mature in 2 hours. During this time, you can teach them some words. I'm going to rest in the house." Mirren nodded, and Zhao walked into the house. Mirren watched Zhao enter the house, then said to the slaves, "Everyone, don't worry. In about 2 hours, the corn will be ripe, and then we can eat. In these 2 hours, everyone will have to learn how to read from me." Before she finished speaking, the slaves buzzed. Slaves couldn't read. This was common knowledge in the continent. No slave master would teach their slaves how to read. Therefore, for slaves, reading was a very sacred thing. Now that they heard that Merlin wanted to teach them how to read, all the slaves were very surprised. Merlin said in a deep voice, "Quiet." The slaves immediately quieted down. Each and every one of them looked at Merlin with excitement. Merlin continued, "Our Buddha clan is different from other nobles. The young master is a benevolent person. I just got the young master's agreement. If anyone learns well and recognizes more words, the young master can exempt them from slave status. Do you understand?" This time, the slaves were even more excited. Zhao Hai letting them learn how to read was already good enough. Now, he actually said that as long as they learned well, they could become commoners. For the slaves, this was simply a pie falling from the sky. Then, he even told them that as long as they ate more, he would give them a bonus. Where else could they find such a good thing? Merlin looked at their appearance and said, "Because of the current conditions, I can only teach you some simple words. In these 2 hours, I will only teach you 10 words. However, you must know how to read and write." After he finished speaking, he picked up a few pieces of white paper and took out a brush. He wrote a word on each piece of white paper and taught them how to read the word and how to write it. Currently, they didn't have a blackboard, so they could only teach them by writing on white paper. Because there were too many people, only one word was written on each piece of white paper. This way, the word was big enough that even the people sitting behind could see it. Meg had been by Merlin's side the whole time, watching these people seriously learning. Daisy and were among them. Although Daisy and were commoners before and could go to school, their family didn't have the money to pay for tuition. Therefore, the two of them had never gone to school. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they let it go? Meg had also gone to the Empire schools before, but she had only gone to aristocratic schools. She found that these slaves were completely different from the students in the school. The aristocratic students in the school treated going to school as a kind of torture. When they went to school, they were very dispirited. Once class was over, each and every one of them was very happy. They wished they could stay at home and play every day. Adam was such a person before. But these slaves were completely different. When these slaves were learning how to read, each and every one of their expressions were very excited and very focused. They were deeply afraid that they wouldn't be able to remember. Because they didn't have anything to write with, they used their fingers to draw on the ground. That kind of serious energy made Meg deeply moved. Blockhead and Rockhead also looked at these people. Although the two of them weren't very smart before, because they were adopted by the Buddha clan, they also learned how to read. But when they learned how to read, they weren't as serious as these slaves. First, it was because they were young. Second, it was because they weren't smart enough. They needed to learn a word several times before they could remember it. Third, it was because it was obtained too easily. If it was obtained too easily, they often didn't know how to cherish it. They were like this. At the beginning, they learned how to read together with Adam. Adam himself wasn't a smart person. Although he was smarter than the two of them, Adam didn't like to read very much. Therefore, he needed to learn every word several times before he could learn. This was just like them. This way, the two of them didn't have to force themselves to learn all the words. Now that the two of them were enlightened and smart, looking at the appearance of these slaves, the two of them couldn't help but feel somewhat ashamed. Meg naturally also saw this point. She suddenly understood how correct Xiao Hai's decision was. These slaves didn't know how to read, so they had no culture. This way, even if they wanted to contribute to the Buddha clan, because of their limited abilities, they wouldn't be able to help much. But as long as they could read, then their help to the Buddha clan in the future would be even greater. And right now, the Buddha clan needed every member of the clan to display their greatest strength to help the clan. This way, the Buddha clan could be revitalized. Therefore, she taught very seriously. I'm sorry everyone, I wasn't able to update on time today. Mingming's little nephew's hand was caught by someone, and his fingernails have already fallen off. It's not certain whether or not he can keep his fingers. Mingming went to the hospital to visit him today, so I wasn't able to update on time. Xiao Hai didn't pay attention to Marine's teaching. Xiao Hai knew that Marine wouldn't let him down. Marine was an 8th-rank great mage, and there weren't many students of this level in the Oxu Empire. Marine also had a few students, but they died in battle with Adam's father. Because of this, Marine had a lot of teaching experience. It was best for her to teach the slaves, and Xiao Hai's current headache was the problem of feeding the slaves. Yes, as long as the corn matured, they would have firewood, and there would be rice in the warehouse, so they wouldn't have to worry about food. However, Xiao Hai thought of a problem. After the fire was burned, there would certainly be smoke, and the space was only so big. If the smoke couldn't be expelled, then it would stay in the space sooner or later, which wouldn't be a good thing. What Xiao Hai feared the most was that the smoke would pollute the space, but he couldn't say these words. He couldn't just let the slaves eat radishes every day, right? He could only let them cook first. If it didn't work, then he would reduce the number of times they cooked. When the slaves could leave the space, then he would think of a way to expel the smoke. However, Xiao Hai was also worried about the situation outside. He didn't know what happened to the castle outside. If it was destroyed by the magic beasts, then after they leave, they wouldn't even have a place to live, which would be even more troublesome. After walking around the room a few times, Xiao Hai still couldn't think of a good way. He could only go to the display at the head of the bed. At this time, the display wasn't turned on, so it looked dark. Xiao Hai didn't know how to turn on the display, so he could only whisper, "Turn it on." The display didn't respond at all. Xiao Hai was in a dilemma. There was no obvious switch on the display. He really didn't know what to do. Xiao Hai reached out his hand to touch the display. But he didn't expect that as soon as his hand touched the display lit up. Then various tools, shops, and warehouses appeared on the display. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment. He remembered that the last time he turned on the screen, there was only a shop logo and a description of the farm. He didn't expect there to be so many icons this time. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He could easily control the things on the screen with his mind. There was no need to look at the things on the screen. At the same time, when Zhao Hai was about to turn off the screen, he suddenly noticed an icon. This icon didn't represent anything in the farm. Instead, it looked like the logo of a camera. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. If this logo appeared on a computer, then it wouldn't be strange. But for this logo to appear on the screen was a bit strange. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he clicked on the icon. He wanted to see what this icon was. When his finger touched the icon, it immediately emitted a white light and shot towards Zhao Hai's forehead. A lot of information appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. Because there was too much information, Zhao Hai had to close his eyes and lie down on the bed to digest the information. After a while, Zhao Hai finally digested all the information. He opened his eyes and said with dissatisfaction, "Isn't it just a monitor? Why is it so long-winded?" Zhao Hai finally understood what the icon was for. This icon appeared because Zhao Hai had been to many places. It could be said that it was something similar to a monitor. However, its range was bigger than a monitor. Because the space's level was still too low, it could only monitor things within 100 meters of where Zhao Hai entered the space. In other words, the monitor could see everything within 100 meters of where Zhao Hai entered the space. As the level of the space increases, the monitor's range would also increase. Just when Zhao Hai was about to doze off, someone sent him a pillow. Just when he was worried about how to know the situation outside, this thing appeared. It solved Zhao Hai's urgent problem. Zhao Hai immediately sat up from the bed and walked towards the screen. He touched the screen with his hand, and the screen immediately lit up. Then Zhao Hai clicked on the camera icon. Then the scene on the screen changed. A 3D image of a castle suddenly appeared on the screen. Below the image of the castle, there was a scale. It condensed the 100 meters of the castle onto the small screen. Zhao Hai discovered that on the 3D computer, there were a lot of green dots constantly moving. Zhao Hai couldn't help but click on one of the green dots. The screen flashed, and then a big mouse-like magic beast appeared on the screen. This big mouse-like magic beast looked around with shifty eyes. Zhao Hai also discovered that this big mouse-like magic beast was standing in the castle's living room. Next to the big mouse was a pile of rotten wood. From the texture of the wood, it could be seen that it was the sofa that was originally placed in the living room. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the screen again. He discovered that in the upper left corner of the screen, there was a 3D image that appeared at the beginning. Zhao Hai also knew how to use this thing. He clicked on the 3D image with his hand. Sure enough, the screen immediately returned to the 3D image, but there were still a lot of green dots moving around. Zhao Hai understood that the green dots represented either magic beasts or undead. Zhao Hai clicked on the living room again. This time, he didn't click on the green dot. Sure enough, the image changed and the entire living room appeared on the screen. At this time, there were two big mouse-like magic beasts standing in the living room. One was the one that Zhao Hai saw, the other was gnawing on the sofa. The sofa, small table, and other things in the living room were all destroyed. Several sofas had disappeared, it seems like they were gnawed by the mice. Zhao Hai looked at the big mice. His finger inadvertently swiped on the screen. As a result, the image changed to a room next to the living room. Zhao Hai gawked. He didn't think that this thing could be used like this. He only needed to swipe his finger on the screen to change the image. This seemed to be more useful than the monitors on Earth. Zhao Hai's finger swiped down on the screen. Sure enough, the scene changed to the courtyard. At this time, the courtyard was very lively. Undead, all kinds of magic beasts were tossing around in the courtyard. The straw mats that had been woven and the hay that had not been dried were tossed all over the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned off the screen. Now that he knew that the outside world was still filled with magic beasts, he couldn't rush out. At this time, the space suddenly issued a prompt: "The corn has matured. Please harvest it as soon as possible." Zhao Hai immediately went out of the house and saw Marine and the others in class. But right now, they were looking at Zhao Hai with puzzled expressions. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He knew that these people also heard the space's prompt. He didn't care about them and just whispered, "Harvest the corn. Harvest the corn stalks, corn cobs, and corn kernels separately." As soon as he finished speaking, the basket immediately flew up, and the corn in the field also flew out like a basket. In a short while, the corn in the tumu of land was harvested. Although the slaves had already seen Zhao Hai harvest the radishes, they were still surprised when they saw Zhao Hai harvest the corn. When Zhao Hai finished harvesting the corn, he immediately took out the corn stalks and corn cobs and placed them next to the camp stove. He also took out some rice and flour. Then he planted corn on the ground. Marine also understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Now they can cook. She put away the paper with writing on it and said to the slaves, "All right, let's cook and eat. After we eat, we'll learn how to write." The slaves looked at the paper that Merlin put away reluctantly. To them, learning how to write was more important than anything else. Even if they were asked to skip their meals today, they would not have any objections, not to mention that they would not be able to eat for a while. Zhao Hai didn't know what these slaves usually ate, but he had been eating bread for the past few days. This made Zhao Hai a little annoyed. However, there was no oven in the space, so it was impossible to bake bread. Zhao Hai really wanted to see what Marine would cook for him today. Sure enough, Marine looked at the things that Zhao Hai took out. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, take out some vegetables, ham, and fruit oil." Zhao Hai immediately took out the things that Marine wanted. Marine left the rice, vegetables, and fruit oil to the slaves. She took the noodles, some fruit oil, vegetables, and ham into the thatched hut. She remembered that Zhao Hai's thatched hut had a kitchen. There were a lot of kitchenware that she hadn't seen before. Zhao Hai really didn't know what Marine wanted to do. He also followed Marine into the house. When Marine began to knead the dough, Zhao Hai almost understood that Marine wanted to make pancakes. Pancakes were one of Zhao Hai's favorite foods. He didn't stay in the house any longer. In any case, he couldn't help much, so he turned around and went out of the house. When he came out of the house, he was stunned. He thought that the slaves were making rice, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. The slaves were setting a pot on fire, then pouring fruit oil into the pot. After that, they put the rice inside and started frying. Zhao Hai's scalp went numb. It was the first time that he saw people eating rice like this. Meg and the others didn't seem to be surprised at all. They just looked at the people cooking. Zhao Hai looked at them and understood that they must have eaten rice like this often. Therefore, Meg and the others didn't show any surprise. Zhao Hai was depressed. This was the first time he had seen someone eat rice like this. Although this rice wasn't like rice, it was almost the same. Thinking of the white and fragrant rice being eaten like this, Zhao Hai felt like he was going to collapse. He also understood why Merlin didn't make him rice to eat. He was afraid that these people simply didn't know how to make rice. If the rice was made like this, then it certainly wouldn't be delicious. Therefore, in the continent, only slaves could eat this kind of rice. Just then, he saw a big stove that had just been lit and didn't have any oil. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel nervous. He immediately went over and said to a female slave who was about to pour oil, "Wait a minute, don't pour oil." The female slave looked at Zhao Hai and thought that she had made a mistake. She immediately knelt down and said, "Please punish me, master." This made Zhao Hai stare, but he immediately recovered. He shook his head and said, "I'm not punishing you, you didn't do anything wrong. Now listen to me, don't pour oil into the pot. Use a basin to wash the rice. I think this pot can probably hold a basin of rice like this. Wash the rice well, then pour the water out. After that, pour the rice into the pot." As he spoke, Zhao Hai took out a copper basin. The female slave didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, but she immediately took the large copper basin from Zhao Hai's hand and filled it with rice. Then she went to the spring and washed it. After that, she took the rice back and poured it into the pot. Zhao Hai then said, "This copper basin has just been filled with rice. Go and fill it with water as much as the rice. Then pour the water into the pot." The female slave obediently went and filled the basin with water. Then she poured it into the pot. Zhao Hai had her fill another basin with water. After the 2 basins were poured into the pot was almost full. Zhao Hai had the slave fill another bowl with water and pour it into the pot. Then he found a large copper basin from the warehouse and placed it on top of the pot. Then he had the female slave light a fire under the pot. Zhao Hai wanted to make them a meal of rice. Making rice was actually very simple. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he lived by himself. Therefore, he was very good at making rice. The ratio of rice to water was about 1 to 2. 1 gene of rice, 2 gene of water was about the same. But for a pot like this, more water was needed. Because the bottom of the pot was firewood, the fire was relatively strong. Therefore, Zhao Hai deliberately added an extra bowl of water. Moreover, he didn't let the female slave use rice. Meg and the others looked at Zhao Hai. They had boiled rice before, but at that time, they used rice as a vegetable. It was a soup ingredient, not rice. Therefore, they didn't know what rice looked like. Making rice didn't take too long. Before long, the fragrance of the rice came out of the pot. It must be known that the rice on the road didn't use any pesticides or fertilizers. It was a pure green food, so naturally, the taste was very good. When the slaves ate, they also had bowls. However, their bowls were all made of wood. Everyone was given a set. In addition to the pot, each person only had a wooden spoon. However, this was enough. 10 people had a stove. Each person had a wooden bowl, a wooden spoon, and a wooden cup. These were all the property of the slaves. Even so, the slaves were very happy. This was because they didn't have these things before. While Zhao Hai was staring at the pot of rice, Merlin came out of the thatched hut. He went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, take a look. How do you light up the kitchen utensils?" Zhao was surprised, but he immediately followed Miran into the thatched hut. He didn't pay much attention to the kitchen utensils before, but now that he looked at them, he realized that the kitchen utensils were all electrical appliances. Rice cookers, electric pancakes, electric frying pans, everything ran on electricity. But what made Zhao speechless was that he didn't know where the wires were connected to. All the wires were connected to the walls of the thatched hut. There was a switch on the pot, but it was connected to other things. However, Zhao Hai knew how to use all these things. He took a look at what Merlin was going to make and was speechless again. Good Lord, Zhao Hai thought that Merlin was going to make pancakes and stir-fry a dish. He didn't expect that Merlin was going to make a pancake with the fillings on the outside. It was a pizza. However, it was obvious that this pizza was different from the ones Zhao Hai had seen before. It was far less beautiful than the pizzas on Earth. It only made the dough into a pancake and put the vegetables and ham on the pancake. Zhao Hai was speechless. He came from China. On Earth, China's food was world famous. In this world, he had never eaten a normal meal. Today, he thought he was going to eat pancakes. In the end, this pizza was neither pizza nor pancake. However, Zhao Hai still told Merlin how to use the kitchen utensils. These things all used electricity, so naturally, it was much more convenient. Merlin learned it as soon as he heard it. Seeing that Merlin knew how to use these kitchen utensils, Zhao Hai didn't stay in the kitchen. He turned and walked out of the kitchen. At this time, the fragrance of the pot of rice made by Zhao Hai was even stronger, making people unable to resist breathing in. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Meg immediately went up to him and whispered to Zhao Hai, "Young master, this smell is so fragrant. How did you make it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't you see? It's just adding water to the rice. In fact, the rice itself has a rice flavor. As long as the right amount of water is added, it can make fragrant and delicious rice. This is much better than fried rice. Then, use the fruit oil and the vegetables to make a soup. You can have a delicious meal. It's much better than what they are making now." Merlin looked at Zhao Hai with admiration and said, "Young master, you know so much. You're amazing." Zhao Hai couldn't help but blush. How could he know so much? This was something that everyone in China knew. Here, it was his credit. Zhao Hai walked to the military stove and listened to the sound inside. He felt that it should be done soon. He picked up a cornstalk from the ground and used the cornstalk to push the copper basin on top of the pot. The copper basin fell to the ground with a clang, and a mass of hot air rushed out of the pot. Xiao Hai couldn't help but take a step back. Along with this mass of hot air came an even stronger fragrance of rice. This smell was too fragrant. It was much more fragrant than the rice that Xiao Hai had eaten on Earth. Xiao Hai couldn't help but drool. After the heat dissipated, the rice in the pot finally revealed its true appearance. This rice wasn't as white as Xiao Hai had imagined. Instead, it was slightly yellow. However, it looked oily and smelled very fragrant. Xiao Hai couldn't help but take out a spoon from the warehouse. He scooped a spoonful of rice and slowly put it into his mouth. Meg wanted to stop him, but Xiao Hai's movements were too fast. By the time she wanted to stop him, Xiao Hai had already put the rice into his mouth. Meg couldn't help but stare at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai felt the fragrance of the rice filling his mouth. When he chewed the rice, it was very springy, fragrant, and delicious. He couldn't help but close his eyes and slowly eat the rice. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the slaves and Meg were looking at him. Xiao Hai couldn't help but feel embarrassed as he said, "Everyone, don't look at me. Let's eat. If you don't like the previous rice, then don't eat it. Just make the rice again." The slaves didn't immediately move. When Xiao Hai saw that they were eager to try, but didn't dare to move, he understood that it was because he was here that the slaves didn't dare to act recklessly. He couldn't help but smile as he turned to Meg and said, "Meg, let's go inside. In any case, there's rice here. If they don't like to eat the rice, then just make the rice again." Meg was also a smart person. She immediately understood the meaning of Xiao Hai's words. She immediately nodded and said, "All right, young master, let's go inside and see how grandma's cooking is going." Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. He was now more and more fond of this considerate, gentle, and kind-hearted girl. The two people pulled Blockhead and Rockhead into the thatched hut. Daisy and Ann didn't follow. They also wanted to stay outside and taste how delicious the rice was. When they saw that Xiao Hai and Meg had entered the hut, the slaves immediately surrounded the stove. They took a bite, and in a short time, the big pot of rice was eaten clean. Everyone was eating while praising. When the pot of rice was finished, the slaves looked at each other and immediately threw away the original rice in the pot. They washed the rice again and started cooking. But in the pot of the first person who made the rice, there was a thick layer of rice crust. They hadn't seen this kind of thing before. A slave curiously took the rice crust out. He looked at it in his hand and smelled it. The smell of the rice was a little bit more enticing. Finally, he couldn't resist the temptation and took a bite. With this bite, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He quickly took a second bite. The pot used as a stove wasn't small, so the rice crust wasn't small either. It was like a small shield. One person naturally couldn't finish it. The slave divided the rice crust among several people around him. Before the second pot of rice was finished, they were already full. Xiao Hai and Marine had actually been lying in the thatched hut's door and looking at the slaves. When they saw that they were going to make rice for the second time, Xiao Hai immediately pushed the door and came out. He said to the slaves, "Everyone, first make 7 pots of rice. The remaining 3 pots will be used to make soup. When the rice is ready, the soup is also ready. Everyone can eat both rice and vegetables." When the slaves heard Xiao Hai's words, they knew that Xiao Hai had been looking at them. They couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But they still immediately followed Xiao Hai's words. They really admired their master to death, and they were also very grateful. Many people cried when they ate the rice. They had never eaten such delicious food in their lives. Not to mention them, even their families had never eaten such delicious food. They were really too excited. Now that there's a recommendation, I don't have to run around naked anymore. I'm very happy. I hope that everyone will collect it and click on it a lot. As long as everyone works hard, Mingming's updates will also be good. The slaves weren't stupid, and almost all of them knew how to cook. In the past, when they were in the hands of other slave masters, every time it was time to eat, the slave master supervisors would randomly select 2 people from their ranks to cook. Therefore, the slaves weren't unfamiliar with cooking. Adding on the fact that cooking rice was very simple, it didn't take long for the slaves to fill the 7 pots with rice. Zhao Hai also took out several large copper basins for them to use as lids for the pots. These military stoves didn't have a special lid, so they didn't need it. Everyone knew that these military stoves weren't used by the general army, only the slaves used them. And for the slaves, giving them a bite to eat was already good enough, so they didn't care about whether it was delicious or not. On the other hand, the slaves didn't know how to make soup, so they didn't know how to make it. When they were in the hands of other slave masters, the food they ate wasn't as good as the Buddha clans. In the hands of other slave masters, sometimes they could only eat things like rice bran or moldy rice. Because of this, there were a lot of slaves dying in the continent every day. But for slave masters, the death of slaves wasn't a big deal, they could just buy more. Because of this, the slaves were now looking at the vegetables and fruit oil in a daze. Daisy naturally understood the feelings of these slaves. She was also a commoner before, so she knew some simple dishes. Daisy went to an empty pot, picked up the fruit oil, and poured it into the pot. This was the first time that Zhao Hai paid attention to this fruit oil. The color of this fruit oil was slightly yellow, and it was very clear. He heard that it was extracted from a fruit with a very high oil content. This fruit was grown in many places in the continent, so the fruit oil was very cheap. After Daisy waited for the oil to heat up, she put the vegetables into the pot and did a simple stir-fry. Then she poured water into the pot and threw in 2 pieces of salt. As long as the water boiled, the soup would be ready. This was the simplest soup. There was almost no technical content, no seasoning, and only a little bit of coarse salt. This was already the best treatment for slaves. In the continent, salt wasn't cheap. Generally, nobles used refined salt. This kind of salt was very fine, similar to the refined salt on earth. However, the coarse salt used by slaves was very cheap. Of course, there were also a lot of impurities. But even so, except for the Buddha clan, these slaves didn't get to eat salt every day. The other slaves were mainly given salt every 3 days, which was considered generous. Generally, slave masters would give their slaves salt once a week, and the amount wasn't much. These days, Zhao Hai was busy with the space and the future development of the Black Wasteland. Therefore, he wasn't very clear about the living conditions of these slaves. Regarding what Daisy was doing, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He thought that every slave in the continent lived like this. Maybe the slaves in his family lived a bit worse. After all, they didn't have that many supplies for these slaves to use. Looking at the simple soup made by Daisy, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Meg, who was standing next to him, asked, "Young master, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Did they use too much salt? Do you want to reduce it a bit?" Zhao Hai looked at Meg with a puzzled expression and said, "Too much? How could it be too much? For such a big pot, they only used a little bit of salt, how could it be too much? I'm thinking that our Buddha clan is still too weak right now. We can only let them eat such simple food. Later on, when we have money, we will let them eat meat." After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he felt that everyone's gaze on him was somewhat strange. The slaves looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. He looked at Meg with a puzzled expression and whispered, "Meg, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but sigh. She knew that although the Buddha clan had slaves before, Zhao Hai had never left the imperial capital. He also didn't have any contact with the slaves. Naturally, he didn't know what kind of life they lived. Therefore, she whispered to Zhao Hai about the living conditions of the slaves. Zhao Hai listened in a daze. For a person who was born in a new society, who grew up under the red flag, who was born to catch up with the reform and opening up, the kind of life Meg spoke of was so far away from him. It was like those people who had experienced the old society would resonate with the white-haired girl in Beijing opera, but it was very difficult for them to resonate with people who were born in the 80s. This was because they didn't have that kind of experience. What was written in the book was in detail, but it was also something in the book. How could it be compared to personal experience? After Meg simply finished talking about the living conditions of the slaves, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the slaves. His eyes were full of sympathy. He sighed and said, "Rest assured, I will do what I say." Sooner or later, I will let you eat meat. Moreover, I will let you eat meat every day, every meal until you are tired. I swear in the name of the Buddha clan. Xiaohai was a kind person. Although he was an otaku back on Earth, otakus were somewhat timid. In addition to other things, they were also very kind people. Perhaps their social skills weren't good, but that didn't mean that they were abnormal. In fact, most otakus couldn't get used to the darkness of the world, so they chose to lock themselves in their own world. Xiaohai was such a person. After arriving in the Ark continent, Zhao's identity had changed. He was now a noble with a territory, and he had more than 100 slaves to feed. With a single word, he could decide the life and death of more than 100 people. This gave Zhao a sense of responsibility, and he believed that it was his responsibility to make these people's lives better. Therefore, he wholeheartedly wanted to develop his own territory, which was why he said those words. The slaves all excitedly knelt on the ground. They kowtowed to Xiaohai and said, "Thank you, master, for your reward." Although they hadn't received anything yet, Xiaohai's words were enough. The nobles of the continent had a very strange tradition. They didn't easily swear, and even if they did, they wouldn't swear in the name of their family. This was because even if they swore in the name of God, they would still violate their oath. However, if they swore in the name of their family, they wouldn't violate it. It was because of this that the slaves believed in Xiaohai's words. They believed that Xiaohai's oath in the name of his family would be fulfilled one day. Meg opened her mouth but didn't say anything. These days, she had been in charge of the slaves. To be honest, she also sympathized with them. Because of this, she didn't oppose Xiaohai's words. At this time, Marine's voice was heard, "Young master, it's time to eat." Xiaohai nodded and turned his head to look at everyone. He then said to Meg, Daisy, and Meg, Daisy, and let's go in and eat. Daisy and originally wanted to stay and eat, but when they saw Xiaohai's appearance, they didn't say anything and followed the two into the house. Blockhead and Rockhead also followed in. When they entered the house, the slaves became even more unrestrained. Although Xiaohai had always been very kind to them, for these slaves, Xiaohai was always their master. With Xiaohai here, they would feel uncomfortable. Xiaohai and the others entered the house. Sure enough, Marine had already made the pancakes and soup. Xiaohai actually wanted to eat rice, but looking at Marine's appearance, he feared that there wouldn't be any hope today. There were only 4 chairs at the square table in the house, but Xiaohai casually took out 3 chairs from the warehouse. This way, 7 people could sit. Although the table wasn't as big as the table in the castle's dining hall, it was enough for 7 people to eat. After Xiaohai let them sit down, he took a knife and fork and began to eat the pancakes made by Marine. In fact, he didn't want to use a knife and fork, but unfortunately, Marine wouldn't agree. Needless to say, the pancakes made in this way really had a different flavor. The taste was pretty good. Xiaohai and the others slowly finished their dinner. Marine cleaned up everything. When they went outside, the slaves had already finished eating. The camp stove was still there, but it was obvious that it had already been cleaned. The slaves also seemed to be very full. They were sitting there, looking very listless. Xiaohai knew that after eating, people would feel sleepy. Thinking about it, these slaves were the same. Xiaohai didn't let them get up. He just glanced at the garbage on the ground and frowned. This was his space. Although Xiaohai wasn't a clean freak, he didn't want the space to be dirty. However, these things could only be left in the space. Looking at the garbage, Xiaohai couldn't help but look at the sky above the space. The space was still foggy, so he couldn't see anything clearly. Fortunately, he didn't see any black smoke floating in the sky. It seemed that the fire in the space didn't have a big impact on the space. Xiaohai turned to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, I think you should rest in the house. Now that they've just eaten, they should be tired. Let them rest." Merlin glanced at the slaves and found that they seemed to be very lethargic. He could only nod and say, "All right, let's take a rest first. However, we don't need to rest in the house. We can just rest outside." Xiaohai quickly said, "Grandma Marine, Meg, Blockhead, Rockhead, come with me. I have something to show you." After saying that, he opened the door of the thatched hut and went inside. Although Marine and the others didn't know what Xiaohai wanted to show them, they still obediently followed him. Marine and the others knew that they didn't understand the space as well as Zhao Hai. In this space, it was better to listen to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai led the four of them into the room, he walked towards the screen in front of the bed and touched it with his hand. The screen lit up and the icons appeared on the screen once again. Merlin and the others looked at the screen with some amazement. For Zhao Hai, these things were very common, but for Merlin and the others, these things were really too magical. Zhao Hai immediately clicked on the icon of the camera, and the three-dimensional map of the castle appeared on the screen once again. Zhao Hai discovered that the green dots in the castle seemed to be a little less, especially in the main castle, where the green dots could no longer be seen. Zhao Hai clicked on the location of the inner castle's courtyard, where there were still 2 green dots active. The scene on the screen immediately changed to the inner castle's courtyard. Although the computer could only display things within a radius of 100 meters from the point where Zhao Hai entered the space, this range was not small. When Zhao Hai entered the space, he was in the main castle's living room, which wasn't too far from the courtyard. The courtyard shown on the screen wasn't very big, it was only a part of the inner castle's courtyard. However, from the screen, one could clearly see that there was a snake-shaped magic beast and a human-shaped undead creature in the courtyard. Merlin and the others had been paying attention to the situation on the screen. When they saw this, they couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Several of them moved forward and carefully looked at the scene on the screen. After a while, Merlin said with some uncertainty, "This is the inner castle's courtyard?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct, this is our inner castle's courtyard. Those 2 are the magic beasts that are still active in the courtyard. It seems that those magic beasts haven't left yet, we can't go out for the time being." Merlin excitedly looked at the screen and said, "This is a good thing. With this thing, young master, you'll be even safer. You won't have to be afraid of enemies attacking you." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, Merlin had always put his safety first. No matter what, the first thing that came to mind would always be his safety. Zhao Hai clicked on the screen again, and the screen once again returned to the three-dimensional map. Zhao Hai pointed at the green dots on the three-dimensional map and said to Merlin and the others, "The green dots on this map are all magic beasts. The density of magic beasts on this map is much less than yesterday. It seems that these magic beasts will be able to retreat in a few days." After that, he clicked on the living room's location, and the scene on the screen immediately changed back to the living room. The living room was now a mess, almost everything was completely destroyed. Seeing the situation in the living room, Blockhead couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Zhao Hai's hand gently swiped on the screen, and in a short while, all the rooms in the main castle had been seen. Not a single room was spared. Almost all the things in the rooms had been destroyed by magic beasts or undead creatures. Merlin and the others' complexions weren't very good. When they first came to the castle, there was nothing in the castle. Now, all the daily necessities in the castle were brought by them. It can be said that in their hands, the castle had become more humane little by little. But now, everything had been destroyed. In a short while, they had seen everything within 100 meters. After Zhao Hai returned the screen to the three-dimensional map, he turned to Merlin and the others and said, "Grandma Merlin, the situation outside is now like this. We'll have to rest in the space for a few days. During these few days, you should make arrangements for everyone and teach them how to read." Merlin nodded and said, "Rest assured, young master, I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In a moment, I'll tidy up the warehouse. I saw that we also brought a lot of seeds commonly used in the continent. I want to try planting them in the space." Merlin stared blankly for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Young master, it's fine if we don't plant those things. Those are very common seeds. The grain yield isn't as high as corn, and the vegetables are also very common. They aren't magic vegetables. Because we know that in the Black Waste, only Iron Mountain can be planted. Therefore, we didn't buy those delicate seeds. Since we can't use them, we only bought the most common ones." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's see what kind of seeds we have first. In any case, it's a waste to leave them there. It's better to take them out and plant them." Merlin shook her head and said, "Young master, I don't agree with you taking out those seeds and planting them in the space right now. You should still plant a few more magic radishes in the space. After all, magic vegetables are more expensive than ordinary vegetables. They are also easier to sell. Right now, our Buddha clan needs more funds. If you want to plant the seeds we sold, you can plant them in Iron Mountain. Those seeds are very good crops, so they don't need to occupy the space as land. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Grandma Merlin, I don't really want to plant those seeds in the space. You don't know, but the space has a special characteristic. Every time I bring something from the outside, something relatively special into the space will level up. Originally, the space only had 10 mu of land, but last time when I brought the black soil from the black soil and the lake water from the mountain into the space leveled up. Every time it leveled up, it gained 2 mu of land. So I want to try planting those seeds and see if the space can level up again. If it can, then the space's land area will once again increase, and we can plant even more things. When Merlin heard Zhao Hai's words, she froze for a moment before saying, so it's like that. Then we can give it a try. Young master, when we harvest the magic radishes tomorrow, you can try planting those seeds. If the space can level up, then that would be the best. Zhao Hai nodded, then turned to Miran and said, Grandma Miran, tomorrow morning, have them clean up the garbage in the space and put it in one place. When we leave the space, we'll take it out and deal with it. Miran nodded. Merlin nodded and said, okay, young master, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Zhao Hai glanced at the furnishings in the room and said, Grandma Merlin, I think we should tidy up the things in the room and put in 2 beds. You guys can rest in the room so that you don't have to go out. Merlin shook her head and said, no need, young master. We'd better go out and rest. Also, look after those slaves so that they don't destroy the crops in the space. Zhao Hai saw that Merlin really didn't want to stay, so he didn't say anything. He knew that Merlin and the others couldn't possibly rest in the same room as him, and Merlin absolutely wouldn't give in on this issue. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only turn his head and say, okay then. When I go out in a moment, take out a few beds from the warehouse. Oh right, how about I separate a room for you and Merlin? This way, it'll be more convenient. Merlin didn't oppose this time. She also felt that sleeping in the open wasn't too good. Although the space was relatively a more enclosed space, one shouldn't forget that there were still more than 100 slaves here. Sleeping and waking up under the watchful eyes of more than 100 people, most likely not many people would be used to it. Zhao Hai still had a few straw mats that the slaves had woven. It was just enough to separate 2 small rooms for Merlin, Blockhead, and the others to rest inside. Although they couldn't make a roof, at least they wouldn't be seen getting up. Zhao Hai saw that Merlin didn't oppose, so he followed them out of the room. In this space, he had the final say. If he didn't take things out from the warehouse, Merlin and the others wouldn't be able to take anything from the warehouse. Zhao Hai and the others went outside and saw that the slaves had already woken up. Moreover, each one of them seemed to be more energetic. Zhao Hai didn't care. People would be very sleepy after eating, but they would be fine after a while. And immediately called the slaves over. Zhao Hai took out some wooden planks and separated 2 small rooms next to the straw hut. Each room had 3 large beds, one for Merlin, Meg, and Daisy, and the other for Blockhead, Rockhead, and Anne. The current conditions were simple and crude, so they could only do this. The reason why Zhao Hai let Daisy and Anne live with Merlin and Blockhead was actually to show that they were different from the other slaves. Although Daisy and Anne had become the Buddha clan's servants and commoners, they would still work together with the other slaves. This would make the slaves feel that although they had become commoners, there was no change in them. This would dispel their extreme nature. In order to let the slaves see that Daisy and Anne were different from them, Zhao Hai made sure that Daisy and Anne were different from the other slaves. This way, the slaves would have a goal to strive for. This was actually a manager's strategy. Although Zhao Hai used to be an otaku and didn't manage people, one shouldn't forget that he was a fan of books. Although he read a lot of casual books, one couldn't deny that books were books. Even if they were casual books, there would still be some useful things in them. Everything that Zhao Hai knew, except for a small part that he learned in school, most of it came from reading those books. Although the things that he read in casual books weren't necessarily true, and sometimes were made up, one shouldn't forget that the books that Zhao Hai read were web novels. The biggest difference between web novels and traditional novels was that anyone could write them. People from all walks of life could write them, and the novels written by these people were sometimes very professional. And these kinds of books were often more interesting. Zhao Hai liked these kinds of books very much, and he could also learn a lot of useful things from them. After arriving in this other world, Zhao Hai felt as if he was living in those fantasy novels that he had read before. But here, it was a lot more realistic. Zhao Hai knew that if he died here, then he would really die. This wasn't a game, it wasn't a dream, this was real life. Everyone would apply what they learned little by little in their life. Zhao Hai was no exception. Although he didn't know if what he learned was correct or not, he still had to try. Only in this way could he mature little by little, right? After everything was done, Merlin taught the slaves how to read for a while before arranging for them to go to sleep. The temperature in the space was very suitable, neither too cold nor too hot. There was no need to cover themselves with a quilt when sleeping. The slaves only needed to spread a quilt on the ground to have a good sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai was once again awakened by the space's prompt. He had to get up and harvest the radishes once again before planting them. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to plant the seeds that Merlin bought, but he was too sleepy. He just wanted to have a good sleep, so he chose to plant the radishes. Otherwise, once the space leveled up, it would cause too much noise. Not only would he not be able to sleep, but everyone inside the space wouldn't be able to sleep either. When they woke up the next morning, it wasn't just the radishes, even the corn was about to ripen. They didn't know if it was because the space was too comfortable, but everyone woke up a little late. Zhao Hai heard some noise outside, so he got up. When he came out, he saw that the slaves were already up and were cooking under Merlin's instructions. Zhao Hai didn't care. Merlin immediately brought him a basin of water so that he could wash up. After Zhao Hai washed up, he first looked at the land inside the space. There weren't any changes. Then he went to the place where the slaves were cooking. There was nothing special about it. But suddenly, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. The place where the slaves were cooking was too clean. Originally, there were some fried rice that the slaves threw away yesterday. But today, he couldn't see it at all. This didn't seem right, right? Even if the slaves cleaned up the place, it was impossible for them to clean it up like this. Zhao Hai turned his head to Meg and said, "Meg, did Grandma Merlin let the slaves clean up the garbage this morning?" Meg was surprised by Zhao Hai's question. She looked at the clean grass around her and shook her head. "No, Grandma didn't let them work this morning." Zhao Hai nodded. He had a guess in his mind. He turned around and walked towards the back of the house. This time, Meg didn't follow him because she knew clearly what was behind the house. It was the toilet. Zhao Hai was going to relieve himself. In fact, Meg guessed wrong this time. Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the toilet. They wanted to go to the toilet at the back to confirm her guess. When Zhao Hai entered the toilet, he knew that his guess was correct. The space refreshed the environment every day. In other words, the space refreshed every day, erasing all the useless things and restoring the space to its original state. Why didn't the straw huts they built disappear? Maybe it was because those straw huts were useful, so the space didn't brush them away. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved. He was now having a headache about how to deal with the garbage problem in the space. He didn't expect the space to solve this problem. Zhao Hai was in a good mood. He went to relieve himself and then returned to the straw hut. Meg was standing there waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai's happy face, Meg couldn't help but blush. She wanted to ask Zhao Hai why he was so happy, but she didn't know where to start. After all, Zhao Hai just came out of the toilet. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Meg's reaction. He was in a good mood. The space's ability to automatically remove the garbage was really good. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the space being affected by the garbage. When Zhao Hai woke up, Marine was instructing the slaves to cook. Now that she saw that Zhao Hai was awake, she naturally went to the straw hut to prepare breakfast for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to see the situation outside, so he went into the hut and turned on the screen to look at the situation outside. From the 3D map, the situation outside was getting better. Within a radius of 100 meters, there weren't many magic beasts. Only a few green dots were still active on the map. Zhao Hai looked at the magic beasts that the green dots were. But to his surprise, the remaining 10 green dots weren't magic beasts. They were all undead. There were 3 human skeletons and a few magic beast skeletons. Although he didn't understand why the castle was only left with undead, Xiaohai wasn't in the mood to care about this. As long as these undead were still there, the outside wouldn't be safe. They couldn't go out. After turning off the computer, Xiaohai went to the kitchen. He wanted to see what kind of breakfast Marine had prepared. Seeing that Marine had prepared pancakes for him, Xiaohai was speechless. To be honest, he wasn't used to eating pancakes early in the morning. Marine looked at Xiaohai standing to the side and immediately said, "Young master, are you hungry? Rest assured, it will be ready soon." Xiaohai smiled and said, "Grandma Marine, tomorrow morning you can make some rice or porridge. There's no need to make pancakes." Marine stared and immediately said, "How can that be? Rice is the food that slaves eat. How can I let the young master eat it?" Xiaohai was speechless for a while, but he also knew that Marine was telling the truth. In the continent, he hadn't heard of any aristocrat eating rice. In Adam's memory, he hadn't eaten rice even once. Xiaohai shook his head and said, "Grandma Marine, we still don't know how many days we'll have to stay in the space. The conditions here aren't as good as the castle, so there's no way to make bread. We can't eat pancakes every day, right? Making some rice isn't a problem. Also, didn't you see it yesterday? The taste of the rice is very good." Marine didn't say anything this time. She also saw the rice yesterday and tasted it. The taste was very good. To be honest, she was a bit greedy. In fact, she couldn't be blamed. Anyone who had been eating bread or pancakes since birth would be unable to resist eating a few more bowls of delicious rice. Marine thought about it again. The space couldn't be compared to the outside world. Outside, there was a stone oven in the castle's kitchen. She could make bread and also make snacks. However, she couldn't do that here. She could only make pancakes. If she ate pancakes for a few days, she would be annoyed. Finally, she nodded and said, "Well then, we'll do as the young master said." Xiaohai couldn't help but cheer. Compared to noodles, Xiaohai preferred to eat rice. Especially the rice from yesterday, the taste was really good. After eating breakfast, Marine went to teach the slaves how to read. Xiaohai also told Marine that the garbage didn't need to be cleaned up. She only needed to pile them to the side. Although Marine didn't understand what Xiaohai meant, she still did as she was told. Now, she unconditionally believed in Xiaohai. Marine believed in Xiaohai. First, because Xiaohai used the space to save all of them. Second, because she had been in the space for a long time, she was affected by the space. When Blockhead and Rockhead first entered the space, they were already obedient to Xiaohai. They put Xiaohai first in their hearts. However, when Marine first entered the space, she didn't have that kind of feeling. Even if she did, it wasn't strong. That was because she was a magician and her mind power was strong. Therefore, she was less affected than other people. But after staying in the space for such a long time, Marine had been completely affected by the space. She didn't refute Xiaohai's words. Not refuting here didn't mean that she would listen to everything Xiaohai said. If Xiaohai wanted to do something dangerous, or if she thought that something would be unfavorable to Xiaohai, she would stop it. It could be said that the space only affected their faith, making them regard Xiaohai as their object of loyalty. It didn't affect their wisdom. On the contrary, it made them smarter. The slaves had long regarded Xiaohai as their object of loyalty. They were the slaves of the Buddha clan. Under the influence of the space, they were now wholeheartedly devoted to Xiaohai. This change was invisible, so Xiaohai didn't feel it. The others also didn't feel it. This was because not only one person was changing, everyone was changing. When it was almost noon, the radishes were ripe. Xiaohai received the radishes into the warehouse. Then he immediately took out the seeds that Marine had bought. These seeds were divided into several kinds. The most common ones were the seeds of some oil trees, the kind that produced fruit oil. Green had deliberately bought more of these. This was because these oil trees had very low requirements for the quality of the soil. Even if the soil was very bad, they could still live. Moreover, their lifespan was very long. An oil tree could live up to several hundred years. Moreover, it only took 2 years for the seeds to grow. For the future development of the Buddha clan, Green had prepared a lot of oil tree seeds. Although the price of fruit oil was very cheap, it was a necessity for the people of the continent. According to Green's original idea, as long as these oil trees were planted in Iron Mountain, 2 years later, they would be able to harvest a lot of them. After processing the oil, they would sell it. This way, the Buddha clan would have a stable source of income. As for the remaining seeds, some were ordinary vegetable seeds. There were also some seeds that could be used to fertilize the soil. The magic vegetables on the continent, even the cheapest magic radishes, had very high requirements for the quality of the soil. Green knew that it was impossible to grow magic vegetables on Iron Mountain, so he only bought some ordinary vegetable seeds. And those fertilizing crops were also specially bought by Green. This kind of fertilizing crop was called alfalfa. It was a kind of annual herb that could be used as forage grass to feed low-level herbivorous magic beasts. The most important thing was that this crop had a very strong fat effect. When harvesting, as long as the top plant was cut off, the roots could be left in the soil and slowly become fertilizer, making the soil more fertile. It could be said that before Green came to the Black Waste, he had already thought about how to let the Buddha clan survive here. Therefore, he chose these seeds. They could grow oil trees in exchange for basic living expenses. Moreover, because the oil trees had a long lifespan, it could be said that after planting one, the Buddha clan would continue to benefit for the next several hundred years. They didn't need to invest too much. Then in the middle of the oil trees, they would plant alfalfa. This way, they could slowly change the soil on the mountain. After a few years, the soil on the mountain would become better, and they could plant other things. This way, they could increase their income. At that time, Green didn't know that Zhao Hai had this kind of heaven-defying cheat in the hands of the spatial farm. Vegetable seed discovered. Appraisal level, -1. No redeeming qualities. Not available for extraction. Vegetable seed discovered. Appraisal level, -1. No redeeming qualities. Not available for extraction. Vegetable seed discovered. Appraisal level, -1. No redeeming qualities. Not available for extraction. Forage seed discovered. Appraisal level, 0, equal to the forage in the space. Not available for extraction. Keep the seed. Fruit seed discovered. Appraisal level, 4, extracting seed. Seed extraction complete. Seeds digitized. Can be purchased from the space. Because the host's level isn't high enough, the oil fruit tree will be a 9-season crop. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the seeds, a series of prompts rang out. Then, except for the alfalfa seeds and the oil fruit tree seeds, the rest of the seeds disappeared in front of Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai patted his head and muttered, "This space is really overbearing. If the host's level isn't high enough, then the seeds would disappear. Fortunately, the remaining ones are enough." It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was stunned by this series of prompts. Merlin and the others were even more confused. They didn't understand what level, what appraisal, and what extraction were. They only knew that half of the seeds disappeared in front of their eyes. As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, another prompt came from the space. Space has reached level 5. Reward, 1 bag of eggplant seeds. Planting area, 2 mu. Host's level has reached level 5. 1100 gold coins. Reclamation requirements met. Planting area, 2 mu. Do you want to reclaim it immediately? Yes/no. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This confirmed his thoughts. If he wanted to level up the space, then the best way was to bring in things that the space didn't have. If he relied on the space to level up, then the speed would be too slow. He immediately said, "Reclaim the land." As soon as his voice fell, a white light flashed next to the cornfield. Before long, another 2 mu of land had been reclaimed. Zhao Hai also understood. Now, in this space, besides the farmland, the other places were just like the background in the game. They couldn't be planted. If the background could be planted, then how good would that be? Host's level is not high enough. Level 30 is required to use the background land. Jiao Hai stared blankly for a moment. He didn't think that he could use the land in the background. As long as he reached the required level, he could use it. This was great. At this moment, Merlin walked to Jiao Hai's side and asked, "Young master, what are you going to plant on this new land?" Jiao Hai glanced at the 2 acres of land, then looked at the 10 acres of radish land that had just been harvested. He turned to Merlin and said, "Granny Merlin, I'm going to plant oil fruit trees on the 10 acres of land, and then plant corn on the 2 acres of land after harvesting the corn. What do you think?" Merlin stared blankly. Looking at the 10 acres of radish land, she couldn't help but hesitate. She knew that the radishes Jiao Hai was talking about were magic radishes. Originally, she wanted Jiao Hai to plant radishes, but she felt that Jiao Hai was right. They shouldn't plant radishes now. Otherwise, they would have too many radishes in their hands. So for a moment, she was hesitant. Jiao Hai looked at Merlin and smiled. "Right now, we already have 3 seasons of radishes in our hands. That's 240,000 pounds of radishes. Even if we sell them, it's enough. Moreover, because of the impact of these radishes, I think the price of radishes will drop. However, oil fruit trees are different. Oil fruit trees can be extracted to produce fruit oil, which is a necessity for everyone on the continent. Even if there's an extra few 100,000 pounds, or even millions of pounds, it won't cause too much of an impact on the market. Most importantly, if we want to plant radishes, we'll need to spend money to buy seeds, but the seeds for oil fruit trees are readily available." When Merlin heard Jiao Hai's words, she quickly said, "All right, then we'll listen to the young master. We'll plant oil fruit trees." Jiao Hai nodded. "Plant oil fruit trees, 10 acres. As soon as his voice fell, the small shovel, bucket, and seeds on the ground immediately went to work. After all, oil fruit trees were a type of tree. Moreover, they had lived for a long time. Therefore, the area of the first fruit tree was very large. 10 acres of land. Jiao Hai calculated that there were only about 300 oil fruit trees planted. This number really wasn't a lot. After planting the oil fruit trees, Jiao Hai returned the remaining seeds to the space's warehouse. As for the 2 acres of land that Jiao Hai reclaimed, he didn't plant them. Now that the corn was about to mature, he wanted to wait for the corn to mature before planting them together. That way, when the time comes to harvest, he could harvest them together. In any case, he didn't lack time. Everyone stood there foolishly looking at Jiao Hai's performance. Such a large space, such a large plot of land, everything could be done with just a word from Jiao Hai. In the eyes of Merlin and the others, this was a miracle. After Jiao Hai finished, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Merlin and the others and said, "All right, everyone go do what you need to do. There's no need to worry about me." Everyone looked at him with worship in their eyes. Even Merlin was the same. Everything that happened in the space was too miraculous. Not to mention the slaves, even the experienced and knowledgeable Merlin had never heard of such a thing. Jiao Hai looked at everyone's eyes and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Although he had recently started to take care of the Buddha clan's matters, his nature was still that of an otaku. Otakus were always shy. Being looked at like this made him feel at a loss. Jiao Hai could only say, "That, Grandma Merlin, I'll go back to the hut and take a look at the situation outside." Then he turned around and entered the hut, closing the door. Merlin and Meg looked at Jiao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but look at each other. Then they laughed. The two had a certain understanding of Jiao Hai. Of course, they understood Adam even more. However, Adam wasn't shy, he simply didn't know what it meant to be shy. On the other hand, Jiao Hai was completely different from Adam. Because he didn't have much contact with people before, he was very easily shy. This change made Merlin and Meg feel very amused. Jiao Hai returned to the hut and took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. Then he went to the screen and turned it on, looking at the situation inside the castle. There were still magic beasts inside the castle. Jiao Hai didn't want to see what kind of magic beast it was, so he turned off the screen and laid down on the bed. The space's operation was really too simple. Most of the time, he didn't know what to do. This was because whether it was farming or plowing, as long as he willed it, the space would do it for him. Although this was very convenient, it also made him feel very bored. Outside the window, the sound of Merlin teaching the slaves how to read could be heard. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but calm down. He felt as if he was inside the shack. Zhao Hai couldn't help but take out a miscellaneous book from the warehouse and seriously read it. After about 2 hours, the corn matured. Zhao Hai stored the corn in the warehouse and planted 4 acres of corn. Then he returned to the hut and continued reading. Zhao Hai knew that the oil fruit tree wouldn't mature as fast as the radishes. After all, it would take about 2 years for it to mature outside. But now that the seeds had been digitized, he estimated that he wouldn't have to wait 2 months for it to mature. He hadn't heard that the seeds in the space would take about 2 months to mature. The slowest one would take about 3 or 4 days. Zhao Hai had already made his preparations. In any case, the space didn't lack food and water. The radishes had already been harvested 3 times, which was more than enough. It would be better to plant some other crops. The other crops in the space might not be able to be sold outside. The economic value of alfalfa was also too low. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to plant the oil fruit tree. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, the corn matured 3 times. The oil fruit tree only grew, but it didn't start to bear fruit. During these 2 days, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the castle's situation. Although the magic beasts and undead couldn't be seen on the second day, Zhao Hai still didn't let Merlin go out to investigate. He was afraid that the magic beasts were still nearby. If Merlin and the others were discovered, although they might not necessarily be in danger, the magic beasts might not leave. Then they would have to stay in this space for a long time. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want Merlin and the others to stay in the space, but in any case, the castle was their home. Sooner or later, they would have to go out. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that the mood of the slaves wasn't very good. Although they could learn how to read and write in the space, they didn't have to work every day. In addition to learning how to read and write, the only thing they had to do was to eat. This made them feel very uncomfortable. They always felt that they had nothing to do. They felt very sorry for Zhao Hai. Now, they had delicious white rice to eat every day. They also had soup to drink every meal. For the slaves, this was simply heaven. This made them feel even more grateful to Zhao Hai. However, it also made them feel that they had wronged Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't notice this point. When he had nothing to do, he would read books. The teaching matters were handed over to Merlin and the others. Instead, it was Merlin who discovered this point. She found that the slaves weren't concentrating on their studies these past 2 days. Each and every one of them seemed to be in low spirits. Merlin didn't know what was going on, but when she asked the slaves, they didn't say anything. In the end, Merlin had no choice but to let Daisy inquire about it. Only then did she find out the reason. During dinner, Daisy told Merlin and the others about the situation. Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter, but now that he heard about it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Merlin wasn't in the mood to eat. To be honest, she wanted to go out more than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's space was magical, but there was no feeling of home here. Merlin still wanted to go back to the castle. She always felt that the castle was the Buddha clan's home. No matter what, it was a permanent fief of the Buddha clan. After the meal, Zhao Hai had Mirren stay in the house and asked her to help him cook some tea. While drinking the tea, Zhao Hai said to Mirren, "Grandma Mirren, what do you think we should do now? How can we let the slaves learn to read with peace of mind?" Mirren thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, do you really want to listen to my opinion?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "Of course, Grandma Mirren. You have always been in charge of people in the Buddha clan. I have never been in charge of people before, so in this aspect, I don't have your experience." Mirren smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your praise, young master. Young master, I think you are too good to the slaves, you should be a bit stricter." These words made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand, so he said, "Grandma Mirren, you mean I should be stricter to the slaves? Why?" Mirren smiled and said, "Young master, you should know that a leader doesn't only have a gentle side, he also has a strict side. If he is too gentle, his subordinates will think that he is easy to bully. Of course, the slaves won't have this kind of situation, but they will think that you are too good to them, and they didn't do that well. Therefore, they will feel sorry for you, and when they learn to read, they won't be able to raise their spirits. This is because in their view, working for us is their value, and learning to read is our reward for them. Now that we are only giving them a reward and not letting them do anything, they will feel uneasy. Zhao Hai stared. He really didn't think about this. Zhao Hai thought that the slaves should be like the students on Earth. To be honest, no student would treat learning as a reward. Everyone wished that they could only go to 2 classes a week, and rest for 5 days. Zhao Hai had always neglected a problem. In this world, almost all technology and knowledge were closed to the slaves. Slaves were only used to work, and in the eyes of some nobles, slaves weren't people. Zhao Hai thought about it and said, I understand. Thank you, Grandma Merlin. Let me think about what to do. Merlin nodded in relief. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. Yes, it was undeniable that Zhao Hai was really outstanding now. At least in her eyes, Zhao Hai was outstanding. However, she had to admit that Zhao Hai still had a lot to learn. Zhao Hai sat there for a while, thinking about how to deal with this situation. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had never dealt with such a situation before. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai stood up and let out a long breath. He turned to Merlin and said, Grandma Merlin, let's go out. I want to meet these people. Merlin nodded. The 2 of them went out of the hut and walked to the front of the slaves. The slaves were now practicing writing on the grass. They pulled the grass aside, revealing the soil below, and then used corn stalks to write on the soil. However, Zhao Hai saw that these slaves seemed to be somewhat listless. It was very different from the excited appearance when they first learned to write. Zhao Hai calmly walked over and said calmly, Everyone, stop. When the slaves saw that Zhao Hai had come, they immediately put down the corn stalks in their hands and knelt on the ground to salute Zhao Hai. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't let them stand up like before. Instead, he said in a deep voice, I heard that you weren't serious when learning to write these days. His voice wasn't very loud, and it was very calm. However, the slaves couldn't help but tremble. They immediately said in unison, Please punish us, master. Zhao Hai coldly said, You haven't understood one thing. Teaching you how to write isn't just a reward for you, but also a way for you to serve our Buddha clan. Even if you're stupid, you should understand the Buddha clan's current situation. The Buddha clan needs each and every one of you to do your best to serve it. This is the greatest effort you can muster, do you understand? But what ability do you have now? Aside from doing some manual labor, what else can you do? What skills do you have? What specialties do you have? If I give you a book, how many words can you read? You don't know anything right now. If I can control those undead, then 1 undead is equivalent to 10 of you. Moreover, I don't need to waste food to feed them. In terms of strength, you can't compare to horses. Why would I want you to not have horses? Because you can learn to read, but horses can't. As long as you learn to read, you can better serve the Buddha clan. If it's just for manual labor, why would I let you learn to read? Don't tell me you don't want to learn to read because you don't want to better serve the Buddha clan? All the slaves were trembling as they knelt there. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had spoken such harsh words to them. They were really scared. Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths, calming his emotions. Then he said, I said that if you do well, I can restore your commoner status. But do you think that if I give you commoner status, you can live a good life? Wrong, if you don't have the ability, even if you are a commoner, you will still be the lowest commoner. You have to remember that my Buddha clan needs people with ambition, people who want to live a good life, not people who only want to eat and wait for death. Then Zhao Hai looked at Chrysanthemum and said, A lot of you want to know why I restored Chrysanthemum's commoner status. She only knows how to weave grass, and there are a lot of you who know how to weave grass. Some of you even know how to weave grass, some of you even know how to weave grass. But why did I restore Chrysanthemum's commoner status? Let me tell you, because Chrysanthemum dared to stand up and say that she will, she can, she wants to change her life, she wants to live a better life. She wants her brother to be saved, she wants her brother's child to become a commoner, to have a fair opportunity to receive an education instead of relying on rewards. I hope that you can learn from Chrysanthemum. I hope that one day when you see me, you will only bow to me and only call me young master, not master. The Buddha clan needs 100 dedicated people to serve the clan, not 100 slaves. Do you understand? All the slaves knelt there and loudly said, "Understood, master." These slaves were now very excited. This was the first time that a noble had said such words to them. This was the first time that someone saw them as humans, the first time that someone wanted them to become humans. Although Zhao Hai was angry at them, their hearts didn't have a bit of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were full of gratitude and reverence towards Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai had planted a seed in their hearts, a seed of inextinguishable self-improvement. After Zhao Hai listened to them, he nodded and said, "Stand up, I don't like people always kneeling in front of me. Remember, properly learn how to write, this is not a reward, but an order." The slaves said in unison, "Yes, master." Then they stood up. Although these slaves had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, when they stood up, their bodies had an additional temperament. The previous wilted appearance seemed to have disappeared, and their bodies seemed to be full of strength. Merlin smiled as she stood behind Zhao Hai. Her eyes were full of gratification. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would do so well today. It was even better than what she had imagined. Not only did he give the slaves a show of strength, but he also made them full of gratitude towards him. Merlin was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. Zhao Hai looked at the slaves who stood up straight and nodded. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't just study every day. If you do that, your brain will become numb and you won't be able to remember anything." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what to do. This isn't the first time I've taught students." Zhao Hai laughed and turned to walk towards the thatched hut. Blockhead and Rockhead followed behind Zhao Hai. This time, Meg didn't follow Merlin, but followed Zhao Hai with a look of admiration. Meg felt that Zhao Hai was really too handsome today. When he was talking, his body seemed to be glowing, and there was an inexplicable force that attracted her gaze, making her eyes unable to leave Zhao Hai for a second. Zhao Hai returned to the hut, but he let out a long breath. His words just now had been prepared before he said them. Even where to pause and what kind of expression to use at that time, he had planned them in advance. Of course, he was also a little emotional at the end, so his performance was more realistic. But it was undeniable that these words had been planned. Meg followed Zhao Hai into the hut. When she saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but smile. She really liked staying by Zhao Hai's side more and more now. It was as if Zhao Hai had a power that could calm her mind, giving her a feeling of tranquility, peace, and ease. Zhao Hai noticed that there was someone behind him. He was stunned, and when he turned around, he saw that it was Meg. Zhao Hai was a little embarrassed. He was an otaku and didn't have much contact with girls before. The last time Meg hugged him, he didn't know what to say to Meg for the next few days. Now that he saw Meg standing behind him, he didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai was at a loss as to what to do. "Ah, Meg, why did you come in? What's the matter?" Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, and the smile on her face became bigger. She immediately smiled and said, "What's wrong?" "Young master, can't I come in?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "You can, of course you can. You can come in at any time. Sit down and drink some tea." Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "Young master, that tea was prepared for you. I don't dare to drink it. Otherwise, mother will scold me." Zhao Hai quickly said, "No, it's my treat. It's fine." Meg smiled as she looked at Zhao Hai. She really didn't think that a person's character would change so much. Before, Adam was an insolent, extroverted, and careless idiot. But now, Zhao Hai was an introverted, calm, and meticulous big boy. She liked the current Zhao Hai even more. Zhao Hai saw that Meg didn't speak and didn't know what to do. He could only say, "Then you can sit anywhere you like. I'll go take a look at the situation outside." After saying that, he turned around and walked to the screen at the head of the bed. He opened the screen and looked at the situation outside. The three-dimensional map of the castle appeared once again, but there were no more green dots on it. Since yesterday, Zhao Hai hadn't seen any green dots on the three-dimensional map. Seeing that there were no more green dots on the map, Zhao Hai was too lazy to look at it. Now that the castle had been destroyed, he had seen it very clearly these past few days. He didn't want to look at it anymore. Zhao Hai sighed. He was prepared to wait for 2 more days. If there were no more green dots on the map in 2 days, then he would let Marine and the others go out and see if the magic beasts had retreated. Meg stood beside Zhao Hai, also looking at the screen. She had learned how to look at the screen these past few days, but she had no way to operate it. Only with Zhao Hai's permission could she operate it. Just like the other things in this space, without Zhao Hai's permission, no one would be able to operate it. Blockhead tried to pick up the small shovel and bucket, but the result was that these 2 things seemed to be nailed to the ground. Even with Blockhead's strength, he couldn't move them at all. Meg also knew that the green dots on the map were magic beasts. These past few days, they had been very concerned about the situation outside, so she also knew that since yesterday, no magic beasts had appeared on the screen. At that time, Marine wanted to go out and take a look, but she was stopped by Zhao Hai. Marine didn't object, she also knew what Zhao Hai was worried about. But now that she saw that the map still didn't have a single green dot, Meg became anxious and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, there shouldn't be any magic beasts outside. Let me go out and take a look. I'm fast, there shouldn't be any danger." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Now isn't the time. Those magic beasts have just disappeared, they might still be wandering in the wilderness. If we let them feel that there are creatures inside the castle, then they might rush inside. If that happens, then we'll be in more trouble. It's better to stay inside the space for 2 more days, it's safer this way." When Meg heard what Zhao Hai said, she didn't insist, so she nodded. Suddenly, Meg seemed to have noticed something. She immediately looked at the screen and said, "Young master, why is there a red dot on the screen?" Zhao Hai's attention wasn't on the screen, so he didn't notice the red dot. However, Meg did. A red dot had appeared on the screen, and this dot was moving at a very fast speed. Zhao Hai understood that this dot was moving at a very fast speed inside the castle. This made Zhao Hai stare. This was because he had never encountered such a situation before. Zhao Hai immediately tapped on the screen. Because the red dot was moving too fast, Zhao Hai couldn't tap on it. Therefore, he tapped on the living room's location and waited there quietly to see what the red dot was. Meg's eyes were also fixed on the screen. From time to time, she would look at the top of the screen, where there was a 3-dimensional map. From the 3-dimensional map, they could see the direction of the red dot's movement. The red dot was currently on the 3rd floor, and its movements were very regular. It was exploring every room, but its speed was very fast. Before long, the red dot came down from the 3rd floor and quickly moved towards the living room. Zhao Hai and Meg's attention was focused on the living room. They wanted to see how fast the red dot was. Suddenly, a shadow flashed on the screen. A person suddenly appeared on the screen, making Zhao Hai and Meg stare. But when they saw this person, Zhao Hai and Meg were happy. This person wasn't someone else, it was Green, who had disappeared for a few days. Seeing Green, Meg couldn't help but cheer. She grabbed Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Young master, it's Grandpa. Grandpa came back. He's looking for us." Zhao Hai nodded. With a thought, a misty spatial rift appeared in front of Green. Then Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Green, quickly come in." Green was really anxious. He had been back in the Black Wasteland for 2 days. This time, when he left the Black Wasteland, he went to the Purcell Duchy. This was a duchy under the Oxu Empire, and the Grand Duke was Evan Purcell. This duchy's area wasn't very big, but because it was backed by the Black Wasteland, it didn't have any threats. Therefore, it developed very well, and its economy was very developed. It was one of the most developed regions in the Oxu Empire, and Grand Duke Evan was naturally one of the most powerful Grand Dukes in the Oxu Empire. It was worth mentioning that the Purcell clan and the Buddha clan had a very secret relationship. Even now, Adam Buddha was still engaged to Grand Duke Evan's beloved daughter, the future Grand Duchess, Ryan Purcell. Ryan was still nominally Adam Buddha's fiancé, and also Zhao Hai's fiancé. However, everyone in the continent could see that it was impossible for the Purcell clan to recognize this engagement. This was because everyone understood that there was no true friendship or love between nobles. Even if it was Adam and Ryan's engagement, it was more of a political marriage plan. Therefore, when the Buddha clan was in trouble, Green didn't ask for help from the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan also chose to forget about the Buddha clan. Even when the Buddha clan passed through the Purcell duchy and entered the Black Wasteland, the Purcell clan didn't appear to meet with Green. Green also didn't want to meet with the Purcell clan. He knew that the Purcell clan didn't hit them while they were down, was already taking care of them. However, Green also recognized that the Purcell clan's territory was really well managed. It was precisely because of this that although the Purcell clan's territory wasn't big, it had already become a duchy. The territory's development was good, so the ordinary people's living standards would be relatively high. Magic vegetables would also be easier to sell. Therefore, Green didn't go too far and really went to the Purcell duchy. There, he found a large magic vegetable supplier and discussed with him the price of radishes. 80,000 genes of radishes was a lot, but wanting to use 80,000 genes of radishes to have an impact on a country's radish market was impossible. Even if the country was only a small duchy, it was still the same. But now, Zhao Hai didn't only have 80,000 genes of radishes in his hands. If Zhao Hai wanted, he could plant 3 crops a day and harvest 3 crops of radishes. In other words, he could harvest 240,000 genes of radishes a day. 240,000 genes a day? What kind of concept was this? As long as Zhao Hai continued to harvest radishes like this for a month, it was feared that the entire Oxu Empire's population would have enough radishes to eat. This was where Green was embarrassed. He didn't understand Zhao Hai's space, so he could only maximize the radish's benefits. The magic vegetable supplier he found this time was actually a famous big merchant in the whole continent. Its business spanned half of the continent, the Marquis Company. The Marquis Company was the continent's famous commodity oligarch. Magic vegetables were also their main business. Their family's business was very big. Even the general aristocrats didn't dare to offend them. Originally, the Marquis Company wouldn't put Green's small business in their eyes. But there was one thing that made the Marquis Company pay attention to Green, and that was the quality of the radishes. The radishes produced on the continent were magic radishes. They weren't very big and had a spicy taste. They weren't very tasty. But the white radishes produced by the space didn't have that taste. They were straight and fat. They were crispy and sweet, making people unable to stop themselves. To use a popular internet saying, the space's products were the best. It was the quality of the radishes that made Green and the Marquis Company reach an agreement. The radishes in Green's hands would be sold to the Marquis Company at 80% of the market price. Every month, the Marquis Company could purchase 200,000 genes. This was only the minimum amount. If the radishes were sold well, they could purchase more. As soon as this business was finished, Green heard from the mercenaries in the Purcell Duchy that the magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp had rioted. This news made Green's heart sink to the bottom. He immediately rushed back to the Black Waste. But at that time, there were too many magic beasts and undead creatures in the Black Waste. He couldn't enter the range of the castle. Green's heart burned like fire. He waited in the periphery of the Black Waste for 2 days. These 2 days, he was like an ant on a fire. He was so anxious that he was about to go crazy, but there was nothing he could do. It wasn't that Green and the others didn't know about the outbreaks of magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp. It was just that they had always been active in the Oxu Empire's capital, so they didn't know much about the situation in the Black Wasteland. Additionally, the Black Wasteland was a dead land, so no one would come here. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to this place, and the information they obtained was also vague. They only knew that the magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp would break out once every 10 to 20 years. The last time there was an outbreak of magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp was 2 years ago. Therefore, whether it was Green or other people in the continent, everyone believed that this period of time should be a safe period. It was because of this that Green didn't invest too much in the castle's defense. Therefore, when he heard that the magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp had broken out, he felt as if someone had hit his head with a hammer. He was afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would have an accident. If something happened to Zhao Hai and the others, then the Buddha clan would be finished. Ming Ming had some matters to deal with at home, so the update was a bit slow. Please don't worry, Ming Ming is adjusting and will certainly speed up the update. Just as Zhao Hai thought, there were still some magic beasts and undead wandering around the black waste. But Green couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to know about Zhao Hai's situation, so he sneaked into the castle. Fortunately, there were no more magic beasts and undead inside the castle. The magic beasts and undead weren't able to break through the castle's iron gates, nor were they able to tear down the castle walls. But in this case, they still managed to climb into the castle, destroy everything inside, and then climb out again. One had to recognize that the strength of magic beasts, when compared to the beasts on Earth, wasn't just a level higher. Even the most common magic beast couldn't be compared to the beasts on Earth. Perhaps even the lions and tigers on Earth would starve to death in the Ark continent. When Green saw that everything in the castle had been destroyed, his heart dropped to the freezing point. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. When he was young, he had followed Adam's grandfather to the battlefield. Afterwards, he had followed Adam's father to the battlefield. His actual combat experience was very rich. In addition, his mind was meticulous. Therefore, he quickly discovered that something was wrong. There were no traces of battle in the castle. Not even a little bit. Although the castle's things were seriously damaged, Green could still see that there wasn't a trace of blood. It was as if the people in the castle had suddenly disappeared, and those magic beasts could only destroy the castle's things to vent their anger. In order to confirm his thoughts, Green carefully looked at every room in the castle. Finally, he found that it was really like this. The people in the castle really did suddenly disappear. At this time, a space crack suddenly appeared in the living room, followed by Zhao Hai's voice, "Grandpa Green, come in quickly." Green stared, but immediately flashed into the fog that blocked the cave entrance. He couldn't see what was inside, because Green had no other choice. As soon as Green entered the space, he was surprised. His current position was at the edge of the oil fruit field. The oil fruit trees had already started to bear fruit, but they weren't ripe yet. The slaves were also at the edge of the field, earnestly writing. Merlin was beside the slaves. She didn't know that Green had returned. It should be known that Yi Hai and Meg had been in the house the whole time. Moreover, as soon as they saw Green, they called him in. Nobody else knew about this. Merlin saw that Green had returned and immediately went to greet him. "Green, you're back." Green looked around blankly. He turned to Merlin and asked, "Merlin, what is this place?" Merlin smiled. "This is Young Master's space. It's Young Master's territory. The magic radish that Young Master gave you was grown here." At this time, Zhao Hai and the others also came out. Zhao Hai quickly walked to Green's side. He opened his arms and gave Green a hug. Then he said, "Grandpa Green, you finally came back." Green smiled. "Yes, Young Master, I came back." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "It's good that you came back, it's good that you came back. Quickly, let's go inside and talk." Finished speaking, he led Green into the thatched hut. After entering the thatched hut, Zhao Hai gave Green a simple explanation of the space's situation. Green's eyes shone as he listened. He naturally also understood what this space meant to the Buddha clan. After waiting for Zhao Hai to finish, Green excitedly said, "That's great, Young Master. With this space, our Buddha clan's revival is hopeful." Zhao Hai smiled and drank a mouthful of tea. Then he said to Green, "Grandpa Green, what did you harvest this time? Did we sell all our radishes?" Green stared blankly. "Radish?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Radish is magic radish. I'm used to calling it radish. How was it? Did you find a buyer?" Green smiled and said, "Young Master doesn't need to worry. I've already found one. It's the Marquis Company. They agreed to buy the 80,000 pounds of magic radish in our hands. If the business is better in the future, they can probably consume around 200,000 pounds of magic radish per month. It might even be higher." Zhao Hai forcefully slapped his thigh. "That's great. What's the price?" Green smiled and said, 80% of the market price." Zhao Hai nodded. To tell the truth, this price already exceeded his expectations. He thought that 60% of the market price would be pretty good. They were doing wholesale in large quantities, not retail. Zhao Hai then pointed to the oil fruit trees outside. These oil fruit trees are about to mature. We can also get large amounts of fruit oil. Will the Marquee Company buy them? Green smiled and said, yes, they will certainly buy them. But the Marquee Company pays great attention to the quality of their products. Because our magic radish is of good quality, they will want it. As long as the quality of our fruit oil is good, they will certainly want it. Xiaohai nodded. Then he frowned and said, Grandpa Green, I just forgot to ask. What's the situation outside? Are there any magic beasts roaming the Black Waste? Green's brows also wrinkled. He nodded and said, there are. But their numbers have decreased by a lot. But I suggest that we hide here for a few days. If we go out and attract a large number of magic beasts, it will be troublesome. Without waiting for Zhao to speak, Meg smiled and said to Green, Grandpa, Master has long thought of this. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be here. You see, it's this magical thing that allows us to see some of the castle situation. Master, and I also found out that you came back through this thing. Meg nodded and said, that's what I thought. While speaking, Meg pointed to the screen. Now she felt that the screen was even more magical. This was because this screen was able to distinguish between friend and foe. Green also curiously went to the front of the screen. Xiaohai also went over and showed Green how to use the screen. At this time, a prompt was suddenly heard from the space. The oil fruit has matured. Please harvest it as soon as possible. Xiaohai and the others stared blankly. But they immediately went out of the house and looked at the oil fruit field. The oil fruit trees had been planted for 4 days and had finally matured. The oil fruit looked like a kiwi fruit from Earth. It didn't have many burrs on it, and the skin was very smooth. It was also a lot bigger, about the size of a person's fist. The inside of the fruit was a greenish-yellow pulp. The pulp was very juicy, but unlike other pulp, the juice in the pulp was the oil that Xiaohai and the others used. From this, one could see how high the oil yield of the oil fruit was. However, Green and the others were startled. They were very clear that the oil fruits in the continent weren't this big. Moreover, looking at the oil fruits on the trees, they could roughly estimate that the yield of the oil fruit trees wouldn't be low. Xiaohai also knew that although there were a lot of fruits on the fruit trees were all digitized. The total weight of the oil fruit on the first tree was limited. It wouldn't be too much, but it also wouldn't be too little. One oil fruit tree could produce about 1,500 gene of oil fruit. But now, there were 300 oil fruit trees in the field. In other words, these oil fruit trees could produce about 450,000 gene of oil fruit. The oil output of oil fruit had always been very high. 450,000 caddies of oil fruit could produce about 300,000 caddies of oil fruit if it were to be used in a straight line. This was not a small amount. But even if the oil fruits were harvested 9 times, it would still take at least 2 days for them to mature. In other words, after harvesting this time, they would have to wait 2 days for the next harvest. Xiaohai also calculated that from planting the oil fruits to harvesting all 9 seasons, it would take almost a month. But in this month's time, they would be able to squeeze out 2,700,000 genes of oil from the oil fruits. Although he was calculating these things, Xiaohai still said, harvest the oil fruit. The basket flew out and the oil fruit entered the basket. This made Green, who saw this scene for the first time, very surprised. One must know that the oil fruit was very useful. In addition to being able to squeeze out oil, the remaining oil residue was also very good fodder. It could be used to feed a lot of magic beasts. Planting this kind of multi-season crop had its advantages. After harvesting, you don't need to plant more. You just need to harvest it. After harvesting the oil fruit, Xiaohai and the others returned to the room. Green couldn't wait and said, Young Master, how many oil fruit did we harvest this time? Zhao smiled. About 450,000 pounds. There are a total of 300 trees, and the first one can produce about 1,500 pounds. Green and the others lowered their heads and calculated how much oil they could squeeze out from these kernels. After a while, Green said, that is to say, this time we can squeeze out about 300,000 gene of oil? My God, the yield of these trees is really high. Green knew that the oil fruit trees on the big trees could only produce 1,000 pounds of fruit at most. But the ones in the space could produce 1,500 pounds of fruit. This wasn't a small number. Xianxia smiled and said, but the fruit trees here have been digitized by the space. So we can only harvest up to 9 times. But the first harvest is the same. The next harvest will be 2 days later. Green excitedly stood up and paced back and forth on the ground. 9 times, 2 days later. That is to say, one ripening time is 2 days. 9 o'clock is around 18 days. One ripening time is 300,000 gene of oil. 9 times is 270,000 gene of oil. 1 gene of oil is 1 copper coin. 270,000 gene of oil is 270,000 copper coins, which is equal to 2,700 gold coins. This amount is already a lot. When Xianxia heard green, he was also surprised. He didn't think that oil would be so cheap in the continent. It couldn't even be compared to radishes. It seems like planting this thing wasn't worth it. Xianxia didn't know that the amount of oil consumed in the continent every day was an astronomical figure. If he were to throw this oil into the big market, he wouldn't even see a shadow of it. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the book reviews and comments section to take a look. Ming has a habit of replying to the book reviews every once in a while. Almost all the book reviews that can be seen will be replied to. If you have any thoughts, you can communicate with Ming there. Planting radishes was indeed more profitable than planting oil fruit trees. The profits of both sides were simply not equal. Radishes could be sold for 8,000 gold coins per season while oil fruit trees could only be sold for 2,700 gold coins per month. But don't forget that the marquee company that Green contacted was already one of the largest companies in the continent. Every month, they would only be able to digest 400,000 gene of radishes. After all, for the people of the continent, the price of a gene of radishes for 1 silver coin was something that many people couldn't afford. In other words, Xianxia would only need to plant 5 seasons of radishes per month. That would be enough for a month's consumption. If he planted more, they wouldn't be able to sell them. 5 seasons of radishes, for Xianxia, would only take 40 hours, less than 2 days. Then what would they plant for the rest of the time? Would they use the space to plant ordinary vegetables? There was no need to think about it. Once those vegetable seeds entered the space, they would immediately be emptied. You simply wouldn't be able to plant them. Plant vegetable seeds in the space? Xianxia still didn't know if these vegetables could be sold for a good price in the continent. Even if these vegetables were like radishes, they would be considered magic vegetables in the continent. But if these vegetables didn't exist in the continent, then it would take some time for the people of the continent to accept them. Moreover, the demand for them wouldn't be big. It would be better to plant oil fruit trees. Cooking in the continent required oil. Moreover, fruit oil was very cheap. Ordinary people might not be able to afford meat, but they would certainly be able to afford oil. And these people were often commoners. They had to engage in heavy physical labor and needed more nutrients. Therefore, fruit oil became their first choice. The consumption of fruit oil in the continent every day was an astronomical figure. Therefore, fruit oil was a sustainable industry. Although the profits weren't as much as radishes, it would still make most of the nobles jealous. A monthly income of over 2,700 gold coins was an astonishing figure. Even a small duchy might not be able to collect that much in taxes. It must be known that the purchasing power of gold coins on the continent was astonishing. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 1 gene of fruit oil or half a gene of rice. Rice and oil were still very cheap on the continent. Fruit oil was because of the high production rate, while rice was generally eaten by slaves. Now, many commoners were eating rice. As for Xianxia and the other 100 people, their monthly living expenses were actually not much. Even if they gave the slaves good food every day, about 100 gold coins would be enough, leaving them with a net of 2,600 gold coins. And don't forget, they could also buy 5 seasons of radishes. Even if they couldn't get 8,000 gold coins per season, they could still get 6,000 gold coins per season. 5 seasons would be 30,000 gold coins. In other words, Xianxia's space could generate a net profit of 32,000 gold coins per month. This was very amazing. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't very satisfied with this. He was used to seeing radishes that could be sold for several thousand gold coins per season. Looking at the fruit oil that could only be sold for 2,000 gold coins per month, Zhao Hai certainly didn't have any interest. But Green also thought this way. After he knew about the characteristics of the farm, he thought about what Zhao Hai had asked him to inquire about. He understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai wanted to develop farming and raising crops side by side, developing them together. Radish leaves could be obtained, which could be used to feed the blue-eyed rabbits. But don't forget, the blue-eyed rabbits couldn't just eat radish leaves. Sometimes they also needed to add some other ingredients. The oil residue from the fruit oil was one of the best feedstuffs. When the time comes, not only would they use the oil residue to raise blue-eyed rabbits, they could also raise other magic beasts. Compared to the most common magic beasts in the continent, horses and cows. Horses and cows raised with this oil residue were very strong. So as long as it was an oil-producing land, it would also be a good breeding land for horses. Although they would only produce ordinary horses and not high-level magic beasts like the flame horse, these horses were very strong and very popular. In addition, not only could the oil residue be used to feed magic beasts like horses and cows, but even some water magic beasts liked to eat it. This way, the fish farming industry could be set up. This additional industry could also bring them huge profits. It was precisely because of these ideas that Green was so excited. He walked around the room several times before stopping. He took 2 deep breaths and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Zhao Hai and the others understood why Green laughed. It was because Green had been holding back for too long. If it was said that after Zhao Hai woke up, he felt a lot of pressure, then Green's pressure had always been very big. He and Marine had watched the Buddha clan go from glory to decline. They had thought that the Buddha clan would slowly die out. If it wasn't for this idea, he wouldn't have exchanged all the money in his hands for supplies. Although Zhao Hai later changed for the better, Green was still very worried at that time. This was because the Buddha clan didn't have a stable source of income. For the Buddha clan, this was a fatal weakness. But after understanding this space, all of Green's worries suddenly disappeared. He felt that in his originally dark life, there was suddenly a sun, a shining sun that swept away the haze in his heart. Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop Green. They knew that Green needed to vent. He was too happy. After a while, Green calmed down. Master, when we get out of here, we'll immediately send the magic radishes to the Markadale firm. Then we'll use the money to buy the things we need. We'll need machines to extract the oil, so we'll have to buy those things. Zhao nodded, then turned to Green and said, Master, after we get out of here, we'll immediately send the magic radishes to Markadale firm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know this. But Grandpa Green, right now we have a big problem that needs to be solved. Those magic beasts and carrion swamps outside. Even if our plan is good, we can't hide in this space forever. We still have to go out and develop our territory. But if we encounter those magic beasts as soon as we go out, what should we do? Green calmed down. He frowned and kept stomping around the room. He was very clear that what Zhao Hai said was right. Right now all of their plans were empty. They were like bubbles in the air. When the wind blows, they won't disappear without a trace. If they were attacked by magic beasts as soon as they go out, then don't talk about development, they might not even be able to protect themselves. But how can this problem be solved? There was simply no solution. Although Green was very confident in his skills, he also understood that it was impossible for them to conquer the carrion swamps. After so many years, countless strong people had appeared on the continent. But the 5 forbidden areas were still the 5 forbidden areas. They hadn't been conquered yet. From this point, one could see how formidable the 5 forbidden areas were. But after walking around several times, Green didn't have any good ideas. He couldn't help but sigh and sit at the table. His lofty aspirations disappeared without a trace in an instant. Zhao Hai also didn't have a solution to this situation. The continent's 5 forbidden areas were notorious. No one could say with confidence that they could escape unscathed. They didn't want to enter the carrion swamps, but the magic beasts' attacks made them feel very distressed. After all, their current strength was too weak. Seeing that Green's mood was somewhat gloomy, Zhao Hai had to open his mouth and say, "Grandpa Green, you should tell us about the situation outside." While speaking, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at the screen. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. This was because he clearly saw that on the screen a green dot had appeared. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and walked in front of the screen. Green and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's movements. Zhao Hai didn't immediately look at the situation inside the castle. Instead, he carefully counted the green dots on the screen. There weren't many green dots on the screen, only a dozen or so. But there was no doubt that they had just appeared. This was because the green dots on the screen had disappeared 2 days ago. Marine and the others also stared at the screen. Meg said, "What's going on? How can these things appear again?" Green said in a deep voice, "There's nothing to be surprised about. When I came to the castle, there were still a lot of magic beasts and undead wandering around the Black Waste. If it wasn't because I couldn't wait, I wouldn't have taken the risk to rush in. Those things might have chased me inside." Zhao Hai nodded. His hand touched the screen, and the inner castle's courtyard appeared on the screen. It was also the place with the most green dots. The scene on the screen changed to the courtyard, and a dozen or so undead creatures appeared on the screen. Yes, all that appeared on the screen were undead creatures. There weren't any magic beasts. When Zhao Hai saw the situation, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He remembered that 2 days ago, the last ones to leave weren't the magic beasts, but the undead creatures. What was going on? Zhao Hai carefully looked at the screen. After confirming that his judgment was correct, he opened his mouth and said, "Grandpa Green, why are there only undead creatures here? And 2 days ago, I also saw that the last ones to leave were the undead creatures. What's going on?" Green didn't speak, but Marine said, "There's nothing strange about this, Master. The undead creatures have an almost crazy thirst for fresh flesh and blood of living creatures. They can smell the scent of living creatures in many places and feel their presence." When Green ran from the Black Waste to the castle, he was naturally discovered by the undead creatures. In this regard, the magical beasts can't compare to the undead creatures. Zhao Hai nodded. The scene changed to the living room. There was also an undead creature wandering around. This undead creature was in the shape of a crocodile. It was more than 10 meters long, but now only a skeleton was left. It was shaking its head and wagging its tail in the living room. Its whole body was glowing with green light. It looked very scary. It was the first time that Zhao Hai looked at an undead creature so seriously. He really didn't know how this thing was formed. Although there were many legends about zombies on Earth, they were only legends. The one in front of him was real. The skeleton of this big crocodile was swaggering around in the hall. It looked like a real crocodile. It was composed entirely of bones, and its tail was like a steel whip. Every time it waved, it would leave a scar on the wall. It must be known that the wall was made of iron ore, and its hardness was not much worse than steel. What caught Zhao Hai's attention the most was that the skeleton's 2 eyes were flashing green flames, as terrible as a ghost fire. Comparing it with the wall next to it, Zhao Hai calculated that this thing was at least 15 meters long and 3 meters high. If it stretched out its claws, its width could reach about 5 meters. If the main castle's gate wasn't big enough, it would be impossible for this thing to climb into the hall. Zhao Hai swiped a few times on the screen. There weren't many magic beasts in the whole castle. In addition to the big crocodile, there was only a rat-like undead creature upstairs. Zhao Hai then turned the screen back to the living room. Looking at the crocodile skeleton, he said to Green, "Grandpa Green, can you roughly judge the fighting strength of this thing?" Green nodded and said, "This isn't a high-level magic beast. It should be an undead creature transformed from a shallow water crocodile. Its fighting strength isn't very strong, only about the level of a 4th-level magic beast. But now it's an undead creature. It's not afraid of death and won't die easily. In addition, its whole body's bones are poisonous. So when fighting against it, even 5th-level warriors like Blockhead and Rockhead wouldn't have any advantage." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Green and Merlin, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, can you see if you can get this thing into the space? I want to take a closer look at it." Merlin smiled and said, "It's no problem. This is very simple. I can do it alone. After saying that, she stood up and walked outside. Zhao Hai and the rest followed. When they reached the empty mine behind the house, Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, open the space." Zhao Hai nodded. With a thought, a spatial rift appeared. Merlin softly chanted a few incantations, and a water-blue ribbon of light immediately flew out of the space. This ribbon of light was like a huge rope. It coiled around the outside of the space, and then pulled back. The big crocodile skeleton was unexpectedly sucked into the space without being able to fight back. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the writhing skeleton on the ground. This was the first time he had seen the undead at such a close distance. Previously, he had only seen it on the screen. The crocodile skeleton had been completely bound by the water-blue ribbon of light. It kept twisting on the ground, but its most powerful claws, tail, and mouth had all been tied up. It simply didn't have any attack power. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the skeleton. If the skeleton wasn't twisting, then Zhao Hai would have suspected that it was simply a specimen. There wasn't a trace of flesh on it. Coupled with the green skeleton, it looked strangely beautiful in the space. At this time, a prompt came from the space, unidentified object detected entering the space. Scanning completed. The object is a humanoid robot with a strong toxin. Extracting the toxin and strengthening the space's toxic compounds. The program inside the object is too manic and doesn't meet the space's requirements. Reimplanting program successful. Because the toxin may affect humans in the space's humans need to strengthen their immunity to the toxin. Dissolving the detoxifying molecules into the space's water. Requesting the host and other humans in the space to drink the space's water as soon as possible. Everyone was listening to the space's prompt. Green and the others didn't quite understand what the space was saying. What humanoid robot with a poisonous object? Extracting the toxin? What strengthening the space's toxic compounds? What manic program? It was the first time they had heard of these things. They simply didn't understand what it meant. They didn't understand, but Zhao Hai roughly understood. However, there were some parts he didn't quite understand. He only knew that the space classified the undead as a humanoid robot. A robot didn't necessarily have to be humanoid. Zhao Hai remembered that there were a lot of robots on Earth that had strange shapes. Therefore, it wasn't wrong for the space to classify the skeleton as a humanoid robot. First of all, this was a skeleton. It had no flesh, no heart, and didn't need to breathe. It couldn't be regarded as a living being. Secondly, all of its actions were controlled by its soul fire. This was similar to a robot. Robots were mainly controlled by smart chips. Therefore, the space classified this undead as a humanoid robot. However, this was a pleasant surprise for Zhao Hai. He didn't think that the space would have such an ability. From the space's prompt, he heard that the space knew that this thing might have a negative effect on the people inside. Therefore, it extracted the toxin from the skeleton's body. Moreover, it also prepared a detoxifying substance and put it into the space's water. As long as they drank the space's water, they wouldn't need to be afraid of the toxin. But Zhao Hai still didn't understand what the space meant by reimplanting the program and strengthening the space's toxic compounds. Where did the space's toxic compounds come from? However, Zhao Hai also noticed that the skeleton was no longer struggling. It was lying there very quietly, just like a specimen. However, the green soul fire in its eyes had turned red. When Zhao Hai saw the color of the soul fire, he suddenly had a trace of understanding. He could almost understand what reimplanting the program meant. Reimplanting the program might be changing the soul fire of this undead, turning it into one of their people. Zhao Hai also judged this from the color of the crocodile's soul fire. This was because Zhao Hai clearly remembered that on the screen, green dots represented enemies while red dots represented allies. This was verified by green. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. He turned to Marine and said, "Grandma Marine, let go of this thing. It might have already been changed by the space and become one of us." Marine stared, but she still removed her magic. Now that green was by Zhao Hai's side, even if this undead didn't become one of them, it didn't matter. With green there, this thing wouldn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. As soon as Marine's magic was lifted, the crocodile skeleton shook its head and moved closer to Zhao. Although it still looked like a skeleton, it no longer gave off a scary feeling. Instead, it looked like a spoiled puppy that was acting coquettishly towards its owner. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Stop." He wasn't afraid of letting this thing get close to him. He still hadn't drunk the detoxification potion. If this thing touched him, he would be poisoned. At the same time, he wanted to try and see if he could command this thing. Green nervously looked at the skeleton. He had already gathered his battle chi and was ready to attack at any time. However, his worries were superfluous. When Zhao Hai gave the order, the skeleton immediately stopped. Although it still shook its head, everyone felt that it was a bit pitiful. Zhao Hai patted his head. He didn't know what to do. He really didn't think that an undead could be so monstrous. It was just a skeleton, yet it could still give people such a feeling. Marine suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Heavens, it turned out to be a mutated undead. Young master, this time we really picked up a treasure." Zhao Hai froze and asked in puzzlement, "Grandma Merlin, what is a mutated undead?" Merlin said, "Spirit mutated undead creatures are a special type of undead creatures, and also a very terrifying type. Just like humans, undead creatures are also divided into levels. Those who have just become undead are considered the lowest level. As they live longer, they will become more and more powerful. If they were magic beasts when they were alive, then after they die, they will slowly regain the attributes they had when they were alive. For example, if they were a shallow water crocodile when they were alive, then when they become undead, they will slowly regain the attributes they had when they were alive. For example, if they were a shallow water crocodile when they were alive, then when they become undead, they will slowly regain the attributes they had when they were alive. In fact, this skeleton crocodile may have been a mutated shallow water crocodile with two different attributes, poison and spirit. Therefore, after he became undead, he could slowly become an undead with these two attributes. This is what we are seeing right now, so we can feel the changes in his temperament. In fact, this is also a type of spirit attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like this. Then what if it's a humanoid undead? Could it be that after they die, they will slowly have the same skills as when they were alive?" Marine's face was dignified as she nodded and said, "Yes, what the young master said is correct. If a person was a magician when they were alive, then after they become undead, they will slowly become a magical undead. Moreover, they will have the same attributes as when they were alive. There are a lot of people on the continent who think that as long as it's an undead, it must be of the dark attribute. In fact, their thinking is wrong. Undead also have various attributes." Zhao Hai looked at the crocodile skeleton. He really didn't think that this thing would be a treasure. One must know that spiritual attacks were the most frightening type of attack on the continent. It was impossible to guard against, and was also known as the nemesis of magicians. He didn't think that this thing could also use spiritual attacks. This was really a pleasant surprise. At this time, Green said in a deep voice, "Young master, leaving this thing in the space is not too safe, right? This thing is poisonous." Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter Grandpa Green, let's go and drink water. Call everyone to come and drink water. Only after drinking this water, they don't have to be afraid of this poison." Finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the spring in front of the thatched hut. The crocodile skeleton obediently followed behind Zhao Hai 5 steps away, like a loyal dog. Several people arrived at the spring, but didn't find anything special about the spring. The spring water was still spring water, there was no change at all. Zhao Hai and the others were somewhat puzzled, but Meg still ran into the hut to get a cup. Blockhead and Rockhead went to call the slaves who were practicing calligraphy to the point of becoming obsessed. Meg brought several cups. Zhao Hai first drank a mouthful of water, smacked his lips, and found that there was no taste. Putting down the cup, Zhao Hai walked towards the crocodile skeleton. Green, who had just drunk the water, hurriedly pulled Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, let me do it. Your body is not very good right now. If this water doesn't work, I can use Dochi to withstand it, but you can't." Zhao Hai also thought so and nodded. Green went to the crocodile skeleton's side, took a deep breath, and stretched out his hand. Zhao Hai and the others nervously looked at Green until Green put his hand on the crocodile skeleton. Several people unconsciously held their breath. Nothing. Green didn't have any problem at all. He patted the crocodile skeleton's bones, but still nothing happened. It seemed that the water really had a detoxifying effect. After patting the crocodile skeleton a few times, Green smiled and said, "Nothing, young master. It seems that the water really has an effect." Xiaohai nodded, went to the crocodile skeleton's side, and touched it. The crocodile skeleton was like a dog that had been rewarded by its master. It desperately shook its big tail, almost hitting a slave next to it. Xiaohai couldn't help but pat the crocodile skeleton and say, "Don't wave your tail around. What if you hit someone? You're an interesting big guy. You're even a mutant. Since you're like this, I think I'll call you Alien." Xiaohai also wanted to laugh. When he was on Earth, he liked the horror movie Alien. And this crocodile skeleton was so strange, so Xiaohai simply called it Alien. The big guy seemed to have understood Xiaohai's words. It wagged its tail even more happily, but this time it didn't waver much. Instead, it seemed to be shaking. Xiaohai didn't pay any attention to him. He patted Alien's head and said, "Go lie down in the back of the house." Then, ignoring the alien that was slowly crawling behind the house, he turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, do you think we can bring in more undead creatures?" Green thought for a moment and said, "That's a good idea. But the space is only so big. We can't fit so many undead creatures." Xiaohai frowned. He really forgot about this point. The space was only about 10 mu in size. Moreover, 10 mu could be used for farming. Xiaohai certainly couldn't let the undead occupy that area. The rest of the space would have to be arranged for the slaves to live. Besides these places, there wasn't much space to use. The undead creatures were almost the same size as Alien. Even if they were small, they wouldn't be much smaller. If all of them were brought into the space, then there wouldn't be enough space to accommodate them. Xiaohai turned around twice on the ground. He suddenly thought of the space's prompt. The space defined Alien as a robot. Not a living being, but an object. In other words, the space didn't recognize Alien as a living being. If Alien wasn't a living being, then wouldn't it be possible to put it in the warehouse? If this was true, then the space would naturally be able to bring in more undead creatures. Xiaohai might even be able to pretend to be a summoner in the future. In any case, Alien was already inside the space. Xiaohai only needed to think about it to test whether his idea was successful or not. Xiaohai's thoughts turned. Sure enough, the alien that was lying behind the house disappeared. Xiaohai immediately went to the front of the warehouse and touched it. The warehouse's interface immediately appeared. Alien also turned into a small icon inside the warehouse. It was an icon of a crocodile skeleton baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Xiaohai couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, rest assured, these undead creatures can be stored inside the warehouse. They won't take up any space." Green happily nodded and said, "That's great. With these undead, the young master's safety will be guaranteed. Moreover, as long as the young master wears a mage's robe and a mage's hat, then he can walk around the continent. The young master can pretend to be a summoner. No one in the continent would be suspicious, and no one would think that it was the young master. After all, the young master drank the water of nothingness." Xiaohai nodded and said, "That's good. Grandpa Green, let's catch some undead now. If we catch a lot, then we can place the undead outside the Black Wasteland. This will make the people who come to the wasteland think that the magic beasts haven't left yet. This way, we'll be safer." When Green heard Xiaohai's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. They didn't think of this method. Green curiously asked, "Young master, do we want to bring in some magic beasts?" Xiaohai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "We don't want to. Magic beasts and undead are different. Undead can be turned into objects by the space, but magic beasts are certainly living creatures. Living creatures can't be stored in the warehouse, that would take up too much space. Moreover, the space might not be able to turn magic beasts into our own." Green nodded. He also knew that he was being greedy. The space being able to change undead was already good. If it could also change magic beasts, then it would be too mystical. In fact, Xiaohai still had some things to say. Right now, his level wasn't high enough, and he didn't have enough money. Therefore, there was no way to open a ranch. As long as they open a ranch, then they might be able to subdue the magic beasts. Right now, he only opened a farm, and it could only be used for farming. Zhao Hai looked at Miran and said, "Grandma Miran, you arrange the slaves to go to a safe place first. I'm afraid that the undead will hurt them." Miran didn't wait for Zhao Hai to speak, then she said, "Young master, leave it to me. I'll let Daisy and An take them to the oil fruit tree field. I believe that it will be safe there." The oil fruit trees weren't very tall, they were only about 5 meters tall. But at the bottom of the tree, there weren't any branches. Therefore, it was best to let the slaves stay there. Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked towards the thatched hut. Suddenly, he stopped because he noticed two things. There were 2 bottles placed under the window of the thatched hut. These 2 bottles looked very ordinary. If they were placed on earth, nobody would pay attention to them. Even if they were thrown on the road, nobody would pick them up. Instead, they would kick them. However, Zhao Hai stared at these 2 bottles. It was as if they were blue and white porcelain. This was because the 2 bottles had words written on them. One said insecticide, and the other said herbicide. The words written on them were Chinese characters, so Green and the others didn't know what was written on them. Of course, Zhao Hai knew. However, he didn't pay attention to these 2 bottles because of the words on them. Instead, it was because he remembered the prompt from the space. Extract poison, enhance toxic compounds in the space. Before, Zhao Hai didn't know what this sentence meant. This was because he didn't remember the space having any toxic compounds. But when he saw these 2 bottles, he understood. These 2 things were toxic compounds. Correct, the herbicide and insecticide in the space were indeed toxic. If their toxicity was increased, then he's afraid that people who eat vegetables sprinkled with these chemicals would also be poisoned. Zhao Hai wanted to confirm his thoughts. He went to the window and picked up the bottle of insecticide. This time, there was no prompt from the space. Instead, a message directly appeared in his mind: insecticide, toxic compound, can kill pests. Dosage, unlimited, toxin strength can be adjusted. Zhao Hai understood. This insecticide wasn't any different from the previous one. The only thing that was added was that the strength of the toxin could be adjusted. This was something that couldn't be done before. After putting down the insecticide, Zhao Hai picked up the herbicide. The result was the same, but there was also an addition. The toxin could also be adjusted. Putting down the bottle in his hand, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. The things in the space could be upgraded through various methods. As long as his level was high enough, he believed that he wouldn't need to be afraid of any expert in this world. Green and the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai's actions. They didn't know what he was doing. Seeing Zhao Hai stand up, Marine was puzzled and asked, "Young master, what are these 2 bottles for?" "The things in these 2 bottles are poisonous, but one bottle can be used to kill insects on crops, while the other bottle can kill weeds that grow out of the ground. The toxins that the space extracted from the alien increased the toxicity of these 2 bottles. I just wanted to confirm if this was the case." Zhao smiled and said, "That's right. One bottle can be used to kill insects on crops, while the other bottle can kill weeds that grow in the ground." Marine and the others stared. They didn't think that these 2 bottles would have such a use. Although there were a lot of alchemists and pharmacists in the continent, their status was very high. Moreover, the people of the continent generally didn't pay much attention to agricultural production. Therefore, until now, there weren't any potions that were specifically used to kill weeds and insects. This was the first time that Marine and the others had heard of the existence of these things. Green certainly knew what these 2 potions meant. He immediately asked Zhao Hai, "Young master, can these 2 things be used outside the space?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course you can. Moreover, there's no limit to the amount of these 2 things. You can use them as you wish." Green fiercely clapped his hands and said, "Great. With these 2 things, we won't have to worry about insect infestations in the future." Because the people on the continent didn't pay much attention to agricultural production, every year there would be places where crops would be cut off due to insect infestations. There were also places where people would starve to death. This left a deep impression on Green. But Green also recognized that the natural conditions of the Ark continent were really good. They had a high yield of white rice trees. These trees were similar to bamboo and could grow up to 10 mago. Moreover, they could produce rice twice a year. Because of this, most people on the continent wouldn't starve to death. The rice produced by these rice trees was what the slaves ate the most. Moreover, these trees didn't have high requirements for the soil. There were a lot of places on the continent where they were planted. Because of this, it wasn't easy to have a shortage of food on the continent. However, Green didn't buy the seeds of these rice trees. This was because he was very clear that although the requirements for the soil for rice trees weren't high, it was impossible to grow rice trees in Iron Mountain. This was because rice trees had a very important shortcoming, which was that they were very sensitive to metals. Someone once did an experiment. They put a piece of iron weighing about 100 caddies into a 10 mu rice field. In less than 10 days, all the rice trees in the 10 mu field died. It was precisely because of this characteristic of this tree that Green didn't buy its seeds. The place they were going to was the dwarf Iron Mountain. Although the iron ore in the mountain had been taken away, the iron content in the soil was still much higher than other places. Wanting to grow rice trees in this place was simply a pipe dream. Therefore, Green chose the oil fruit tree as his main planting target. The oil fruit tree had very low requirements for soil quality and could be used for many years. It was also suitable to be planted in mountainous areas. These were the answers he obtained after interrogating some experienced farmers. Therefore, he chose the oil fruit tree. But just like the rice trees, the oil fruit trees had a very fatal shortcoming, which was that they were susceptible to insect infestations. Compared to the rice trees, the oil fruit trees were much more susceptible to insect infestations. On average, there would be an insect infestation on the rice trees every 5 years. On the other hand, the oil fruit trees would be affected by insect infestations almost every year. Fortunately, they were easy to grow and could be grown anywhere. Therefore, the production had been able to keep up. However, this shortcoming was fatal to the Buddha clan. They needed to plant a large amount of oil trees in order to make them a major source of income for the Buddha clan. But if the oil trees were plagued by insects, then they would be finished. Previously, Green had been having a headache over this matter. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say that there was a special insecticide, Green's heart was finally relieved. Looking at Green's happy face, Zhao smiled. But I don't agree with the use of these two things. These two things are poisonous. If you use them on crops, the crops will also carry traces of toxins. Although the toxins won't have a big impact on the human body, if you eat them over the years, a lot of toxins will accumulate in the human body, which will have an impact on the human health. Zhao smiled. But I don't agree with using these two things. Green stared blankly, then frowned and said, "This is a problem. It seems that we can't use this for our own food in the future." When Green's words came out, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have black lines appear on his forehead. He didn't think that a serious person like Green would have a black-bellied side. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that Marine and the others actually nodded in agreement. It seems like they thought that Green's words were very reasonable. In fact, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that ever since Marine and the others were driven here, they had a bit of a vengeful mentality. In their view, everyone had betrayed them. They were the culprits that caused the Buddha clan to fall to this point. It was precisely because of this that Marine agreed with Green's words. Zhao Hai shook his head, no longer thinking about this. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, let's go inside the room and look at the screen. We'll see how many undead there are outside. Then we'll find a way to catch them." Green nodded, and the group went inside the room. To be honest, Green also felt that the screen was very convenient. They could sit inside the space and see what was going on outside. The only drawback was that the range was too small. After the group entered the room, Zhao Hai looked at the screen again. The number of green dots didn't seem to have increased, there were still more than 10. Zhao Hai looked at the living room again. What he didn't expect was that there was another green dot there. Zhao Hai was puzzled and pointed at the living room. A mouse skeleton appeared in the living room. Zhao Hai looked at the mouse skeleton and couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but look at the 3D image that had shrunk. Sure enough, the green dot upstairs had disappeared. It seems like the mouse skeleton upstairs had run into the living room. Xiaohai was puzzled. Was the living room so good and attractive? He remembered that the living room had the highest frequency of magic beasts and undead. Green also looked at the mouse skeleton on the screen and said, "It seems like this thing smelled a human. It's strange to say that these undead are very sensitive to fresh flesh. It's really surprising." After listening to Green, Xiaohai immediately understood. It must be that when they were catching the undead, the spatial crack had leaked the human scent. This made the mouse skeleton feel it, so it ran into the living room. After thinking about this point, Xiaohai was happy. This was because he thought of a way to catch those skeletons. Using the jargon of the game Back on Earth, it should be called attracting monsters. Xiaohai didn't like to play games back on Earth. However, he still had some understanding of games, and this understanding all came from online gaming novels. He had to admit that online novels were really all-inclusive. Xiaohai didn't like football, but he was very clear about football stars. He played a little basketball, but he was only a fake football fan. But regarding basketball, he was very clear about it. All of this was thanks to online novels. Xiaohai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, can we use this method to catch undead? The living room isn't very big, so it's impossible for too many undead to come in at once. If we catch this one, maybe we can attract another one. If we can't, then we can send someone out. This way, we can attract more undead. This way, we don't have to go too far and can catch more undead in the castle. Moreover, we don't have to worry about attracting magic beasts." Xiaohai knew that the undead were very sensitive to living people, but magic beasts weren't. He didn't want to attract too many magic beasts. If those magic beasts were attracted to the castle and didn't leave, then he wouldn't be able to go out. Green thought for a moment and said, "That's a good idea. Like this, we can sit here and slowly catch the undead." "Right, young master, do you think that the magic beasts and the undead attacked because the undead sensed our presence?" Xiaohai stared, then his complexion changed. Of course, he couldn't judge whether this was the reason or not. However, this was what he was most worried about. If the undead felt their presence and ran out, then the castle would be even more unsafe. Maraine shook her head and said, "I don't think it's because of this. Don't forget, the time we've been here isn't short. The young master was unconscious for more than a month. Haven't we been here all this time? If the undead ran out because of us, then they should have come out a long time ago. They wouldn't have waited this long. Moreover, the first ones to run out were the magic beasts, not the undead." When Green and Xiaohai heard Maraine, they couldn't help but feel relieved. However, Green frowned and said, "That's strange. I remember hearing people say that the magic beasts in the Black Waste would only erupt once every 10 or 20 years. The last time they erupted was 3 or 4 years ago. How could they erupt again in such a short time? If the frequency of their eruption is so fast, then we'll be in trouble." Maraine smiled and said, "Forget it. Can the news you heard outside be accurate? Do you know how many years it has been since someone came to the Black Waste? How could they really understand the situation of the Black Waste?" Green patted his head and nodded, "Ah, how could I forget about this? There's nothing in the Black Waste that could attract people. Naturally, no one would come here. It seems like I was thinking too much. Forget it, let's take it slow. In any case, we have the young master space. If we really can't do it, then we can just hide inside the space." It had to be said that Green's current state of mind was much better than before. In the past, Green had a kind of mentality of despair. That kind of feeling of losing hope in life and making a final struggle made him very serious. He hated that he couldn't do everything to the best of his ability. This made him feel a lot of pressure. But since he knew about Xiaohai's space, Green's mentality had completely changed. He relaxed because he believed that as long as Xiaohai's space existed, the Buddha clan would be able to continue. Even if it couldn't be restored to its original glory, the continuation of the Buddha clan wouldn't be a problem. It could be said that he had put down the heaviest stone in his heart. When Xiaohai heard Green, he couldn't help but faintly smile and said, "This is a good idea. But Grandpa Green, the space can still be upgraded. As long as we transfer some strange plants from the continent to the space and get its approval, the space can continue to expand and give us more help. Green stared, then his eyes shined as he said, really? Young master, is this true? The space can really become bigger? Xiaohai nodded and said, of course it's true. In fact, the space has already been upgraded twice. It also became 4 acres bigger. Grandma Marai knows this. When the space was upgraded the second time, we were all inside the space. Green turned his head to look at Marine. After getting a positive answer, Green excitedly said, that's great. As long as we get through this crisis, we'll immediately send the magic radishes to the Marquis Del Trading Company. Then we'll go look for the thing you want, young master. Xiaohai nodded and looked at the screen again. He turned his head to Marine and said, Grandma Marine, Grandpa Green, you two still have to go to the back of the thatched hut. I'll monitor those undead creatures from the house. Today we must catch more of those things. Green and Marine nodded and turned to go outside. Xiaohai stayed in the thatched hut and paid attention to the changes outside. The operation to catch undead creatures had officially begun. In the next 5 days, the slaves practiced writing every day. Xiaohai and the others focused their energy on catching undead creatures. In these 5 days, they used Xiaohai's method of luring monsters and caught more than 1,000 undead creatures. After these undead creatures entered the space didn't issue any prompts. But as soon as they entered the space, the green soul fire in their eyes turned red. Then they were thrown into the warehouse by Xiaohai. And in these 5 days, Xiaohai also harvested 8 seasons of corn and 2 seasons of oil nuts. Now he had a lot of corn and oil nuts saved, especially corn. One must know that he had 4 mu of corn planted. After these 8 seasons, in addition to the previous ones, he now had more than 100,000 jin of corn in his hands. This made Xiaohai think whether or not he should switch to other kinds of corn. But now he didn't have time to think about this because the magic beasts outside had retreated. After these 5 days, the undead creatures and magic beasts outside had almost completely disappeared. This made Green feel relieved. Green had been worried that those magic beasts and undead creatures had come out of the carrion swamp because they were here. But now it seems that this wasn't the case. If the other side really rushed out because they found them, then during the time he was luring monsters, it was impossible for them to retreat into the swamp. On the contrary, it was possible for them to rush out of the carrion swamp again. Now that the undead creatures had retreated, it meant that those things didn't rush out of the swamp because they found them. This was good news. Otherwise, once they came out, it wouldn't be long before those things rushed out again. Then they would be in big trouble. Seeing that those magic beasts and undead creatures had retreated, Xiaohai and the others immediately came out of the space. These days, they were suffocating inside the space. But when they came out of the space, their faces didn't look good. Now the whole castle had been destroyed beyond recognition. It looked even more dilapidated than when they first arrived. Although the main building didn't suffer any damage, all the supplies outside were destroyed. Nothing was left behind. Because of these things, the castle looked even more dilapidated. Looking at the dilapidated appearance of the castle, Xiaohai and the others felt very uncomfortable. Although the condition of the castle was very simple, no matter what, this was still their home. Seeing their home destroyed like this, how could Xiaohai and the others feel comfortable in their hearts, although they could see the situation outside through the screen, but now that they were there, the feeling was even more intense. Blockhead couldn't help but punch the wall next to him, causing blood to flow down the wall. On the contrary, Green's performance was very calm. These days, he had been going in and out of the space to lure monsters. He was very clear about the situation inside the castle, so he didn't have any excessive reaction. Marine also took a look at the castle's situation. Now, in addition to the damaged items, there were also some magic beast feces on the ground. The whole castle looked very dirty. Marine sighed and said, "All right, let's clean up. Let's take all the things outside and roast them. Those magic beasts have already touched them. I'm afraid that those things are poisonous. Let's not use them. When we're done, let's go out. I'll use water to wash the castle." Green frowned and said, "Let's wait for 2 more days. Right now, the water in the moat outside is green. I think it's also poisonous. If we use that water to wash the castle, then the whole castle might be poisoned. Marine frowned, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, do you want to go to the moat and take a look?" Zhao Hai also wanted to go there and take a look. The spatial water had the ability to detoxify. If possible, he wanted to detoxify the poison in the moat outside. Green obviously also thought of this point. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, can you detoxify the poison in the moat?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Let's take a look first. Meg, you arrange for them to pack up the things in the castle. They all drank the water in the space, so I believe they shouldn't be poisoned." Meg complied and organized the slaves to pack up the things. Zhao Hai, accompanied by Green and Marine, went out of the castle and went straight to the moat. The three people arrived at the moat and took a look. Sure enough, as Green said, the water in the moat had a very strange light green color. Looking at it made people feel scared. But the most puzzling thing was that although the water was flowing, the green color in the water didn't decrease. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Merlin looked at the water in the moat and frowned. The water is flowing and hasn't lost its vitality. However, it looks like it still contains a lot of toxins. I think the problem lies in the lake in the mountain. Zhao Hai nodded and said to Marine, "Grandma Marine, get some more water. I'll have the space analyze it and see how strong the toxicity is." Marine nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a water ball appeared in her hand. Zhao immediately received the water ball into the space. The space's prompt was immediately transmitted to Zhao Hai's mind. Water contaminated by toxic compounds. Toxic content. Can be purified by the space's water. It was a very simple prompt. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. As long as the poison could be detoxified, it was fine. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and turned to Marine and Green. "Grandpa Green, Grandma Marine, let's go to the mountain lake. The toxins in the water can be detoxified with the space's water. But the source of the water is the mountain lake. We'd better start from there." Marine and Green were relieved. To be honest, the two were afraid that the space's water wouldn't be able to detoxify the toxins in the water. Although they believed that the toxins in the water would slowly be removed by the current, it would take some time. Moreover, it would have a big impact on them. They turned around and were about to go into the mountain when Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. His face was pale as he stared at a place, motionless. Marine and Green were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. At the same time, the two of them followed Zhao Hai's gaze. It was an ordinary piece of black soil. There was nothing special about it. Green was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what he meant. Merlin was also a little puzzled, but she understood in an instant. Her face turned pale all of a sudden. Marine understood why Zhao Hai's face changed. It was because that piece of ordinary black soil was the one that Zhao Hai had previously improved. But now, the color of the soil was no different from the black soil in other places. In other words, that piece of black soil might have returned to the original black soil of the black waste. Marine trembled as she asked, "Master, is that?" Zhao Hai nodded. His face was pale as he walked over. He wanted to confirm whether the black soil had returned to its original appearance. If it was, then it meant that his improvement had failed. Although Green didn't understand what the two were talking about, looking at their faces, he knew that something bad must have happened. Therefore, he quickly followed behind Zhao Hai and walked towards that piece of land. When Zhao Hai arrived in front of the piece of land, he squatted down and carefully looked at it. Then he used his hand to grab the black soil and let out a long sigh of relief. It turned out that this piece of land didn't return to its original state. Maybe the undead or magic beasts brought the black soil to this piece of land. Because of this, the original black soil covered the land that Zhao Hai improved. Zhao Hai's improvement didn't fail. Marine also grabbed a handful of black soil and carefully looked at it. But when she looked up at the black soil, her face was still ugly. Green looked at the two of them, puzzled. He didn't know why the two of them were looking at the black soil so carefully. What was there to look at? He squatted down and grabbed a handful of black soil. Holding it in his hand, he carefully looked at it. Soon, he discovered that the black soil underneath was improved black soil. He stared blankly, then with an excited expression he asked Zhao Hai, "Master, this is?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "This is a piece of land that I improved using the soil and water from the space. The improved land can be used to grow things. But after these magic beasts came, they might have brought the black soil from other places here, so they covered up the black soil that I improved." Green quivered. Just as he was about to say something, Marine's voice was heard, "No, master. I don't think it's the black soil brought by the magic beasts that covered it up. Instead, the surface of this piece of land was affected by the magic beasts' toxins and turned into black soil. If those magic beasts brought the black soil from other places, then it definitely wouldn't be this uniform. Look at this piece of land, the entire color has changed. That's 10 mu of land." Zhao Hai stared blankly, then his complexion changed. He carefully looked at the 10 mu of land and found that it was really as Marine said. The improved 10 mu of land was really as Marine said, the color was very uniform. None of the improved black soil was exposed. This was too unreasonable. There was only one explanation: the improved land wasn't covered up, but was instead contaminated. The people of the continent didn't know why the land of the Black Waste became like this. Zhao Hai also didn't know. But just now, they saw the polluted river. Now that they looked at the land, they naturally associated it with the magic beast's contamination. Unfortunately, they found the correct answer. Zhao Hai punched the ground and said in a deep voice, "Why is it like this? Did all our previous efforts go to waste?" Green patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "No, master. Rest assured, we will find a solution." Zhao Hai's complexion was still not good. He touched the ground and said, "No, you don't know. Such a big piece of land, but it can't be cultivated. I originally planned to improve the land here and slowly turn it into the continent's granary. Unfortunately, it seems that this plan can't be carried out." Zhao Hai clapped his hands and stood up. His face was dejected. The blow this time was really too big for him. It was impossible for him to transform such a big piece of land in a short time. If those magic beasts appeared before he finished transforming, then all his efforts would be in vain. Even if he finished transforming, once those magic beasts appeared, it would be tantamount to doing useless work. Green and the others didn't know how to comfort Zhao Hai. They also knew Zhao Hai's current mood. Anyone who encountered this kind of situation wouldn't feel good. Zhao Hai looked at the black waste again and sighed. He turned his head and walked up the mountain. Just as he walked 2 steps, he stopped and muttered, "No, this matter is very wrong." Marine and Green, who had just followed Zhao Hai, looked at each other. Green was puzzled and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai pointed to the mountain and said, "Grandpa Green, what do you see on the mountain?" Green looked at the mountain and frowned, "Nothing, only some weeds." "Weeds? Right, how can there be weeds on the mountain? If the black soil of the Black Waste was because of the magic beast's poison, then how come the soil on the mountain wasn't affected? This isn't right." Marine also reacted at this time. She was puzzled as she looked at the weeds on the mountain that had been trampled on. It must be said that these weeds were really tough. Although they were trampled on the ground by the magic beasts, after a few days of recovery, they were once again emitting traces of green. Their vitality was really tenacious. When the magic beasts retreated, they weren't the same as when they came. When they came, they were like a large army. But when they retreated, they were scattered. Because of this, the damage to the grass on the mountain wasn't serious. At this time, a lot of the grass on the mountain had recovered. It was these restored weeds that made Zhao Hai find something wrong. If the Black Waste was really contaminated by the magic beast's poison, then it was impossible for the mountain to be fine. It must be known that the magic beasts came from the mountain. Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the black soil. He muttered, "No, it's definitely not because of the poison. What could it be? What could it be?" Green and Marine also turned their heads to look at the black soil. They also didn't know what was going on. Marine originally thought that her inference was correct, but when she saw the weeds on the mountain, she knew that her inference was wrong. Zhao Hai kept walking in circles on the ground. He couldn't figure out why this place had become like this. Slowly, Zhao Hai unconsciously walked to the moat. He unconsciously stopped and looked at the light green water in the moat in a daze. Marine and Green saw that Zhao Hai was standing motionless by the moat. They were somewhat nervous and approached him. They were really afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. Suddenly, Zhao Hai clapped his hands and said, I got it, I got it. Green stared blankly and said, Master, what did you think of? Zhao Hai pointed to the river and said, this river has always been flowing, but it's still light green. In other words, there were also magic beasts that went to the lake in the mountain. But why did those magic beasts go there? There's nothing to eat there, so I think they must have some reason to go there. The most likely reason is to take a bath. Take a bath? When Green and Marine heard Zhao Hai say this, they looked at him strangely and then at each other. They both thought that Zhao Hai had gone crazy. Marine quickly said, Master, you should take a rest. Zhao Hai turned to look at Marine and said, What's wrong, Grandma Marine? You don't believe what I said? Marine smiled bitterly and said, Master, those magic beasts came from the Carrion Swamp. The swamp doesn't lack water. Why would they come here to take a bath? Zhao Hai snapped his fingers and said, This is the problem. Although the Carrion Swamp doesn't lack water, the water there is poisonous. Just like you said before, even the air is poisonous. How can the water not be poisonous? So when they use the water there to take a bath, it's as if they didn't take a bath. I think they must be looking for clean water to take a bath. When Zhao Hai said this, Green and Marine stared blankly. They had never thought about it, but when they heard Zhao Hai say it, it really seemed like it. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, Also, have you thought about it? For the Black Earth to become like this, it's very likely that it has something to do with those magic beasts. Because those magic beasts lived in the Carrion Swamp for a long time, the food they ate, the water they drank, and the air they breathed were all poisonous. Even if they were poison-type magic beasts, they might not be able to stand it. So it's very likely that they ran to the Black Earth wasteland to expel the excess toxins from their bodies. And this part of the toxins might be the most toxic part. So slowly, the Black Earth wasteland became like this. The more he said, the more Zhao Hai felt that it was reasonable. Green and Marine were the same. The more they listened, the more they felt that it was reasonable. Zhao Hai's words really made sense. However, Green frowned and said, So those magic beasts used this place as a place to expel their toxins? If that's really the case, then the frequency of them coming out of the Carrion Swamp must be very high. Then we'll be in big trouble. When Zhao Hai heard what Green said, the excitement on his face disappeared. He remembered that he had just found the truth, but he still hadn't found a way to solve it. Zhao Hai frowned and turned around a few times. Marine looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but glare at Green. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, Master, don't think too much about it. Let's first detoxify the water. Otherwise, we'll have to use the water from the space. Zhao Hai recovered and looked at the Black Earth wasteland. He took a deep breath and said, Let's go. First, we'll pass this hurdle. Since things have already happened, then there must be a solution. Let's think about it slowly. After saying that, he turned around and walked up the mountain. Green and Marine also looked at the Black Earth wasteland and sighed. They followed behind Zhao Hai and walked up the mountain. They were really afraid that there were magic beasts in the lake. If that was the case, then Zhao Hai would be in danger. The three people arrived at the entrance of the mine. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to go in, Green flashed into the mine. Marine pulled Zhao Hai and said, Master, let's wait. Let Green take a look first. Zhao Hai helplessly stopped. After a while, Green's voice came from inside. Master, Marine, come in. There are no magic beasts here. Zhao Hai and Marine entered the mine. When they arrived at the lakeside, Green was already standing there. He was looking at the lake in a daze. Marine immediately used an illumination spell and the situation of the lake appeared in front of the three people. The green color of the lake was much deeper than the green color of the moat. It looked dark green, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai sighed and said, What a good lake. Those guys actually used it as bathing water. How hateful. While saying that, he opened the space and poured the spatial water into the lake. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that once the spatial water entered the lake, it seemed to have a chemical reaction. Starting from the point of entry, the green color of the lake disappeared at a visible speed. Before long, it was out of Zhao Hai's sight. Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly at the situation. Although they knew that the spatial water could detoxify the lake, wasn't this too fast? One must know that there wasn't much water flowing out of the space. How could the reaction be so fast? After a while, Zhao Hai said with uncertainty, I don't know if the poison in the water is still there. Grandma Marine, you should take a look. Marine was a water-type great magician. This kind of thing was most suitable for her. Marine nodded and put her hand into the lake. Then, she whispered a few words of incantation. A mass of blue light was emitted from her hand. Then, like a sky full of stars, it disappeared into the lake. After a while, the blue light spots that had disappeared once again gathered in Merlin's hand and slowly disappeared. Only then did Merlin open his eyes. With a face full of shock, he said, It's unbelievable. The poison has all disappeared. Not a single bit is left. Zhao Hai immediately said, Let's go back to the castle and take a look. The three of them quickly walked out of the mine. As soon as they came out of the mine, they saw black smoke rising from the castle. It seemed that Meg and the others had already tidied up the things that needed to be tidied up. When they arrived outside the castle, they saw Meg and the others throwing some rubbish into the fire. Zhao Hai and the others quickly walked over to the moat. Sure enough, the water in the moat had already become clear. The green color had completely disappeared. However, Zhao Hai was still not at ease. He had Marine make a water ball and sent it into the space to see if it was still poisonous. From the prompt of the space, the water was completely detoxified. Moreover, it also contained a certain anti-poison factor. This was an unexpected gain. When Meg and the others were almost done tidying up, Marine used water-type magic to clean the castle inside and out. After all this was done, the castle could finally be inhabited again. Although the entire castle had been cleaned, there wasn't a damp feeling. This was mainly due to the water magic. Merlin was an 8th-rank great magician, so his control over water magic was perfect. The water only carried the dirt of the castle, but there wasn't much water vapor left. The entire castle looked like it had been wiped with a rag. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too old, then it might have already sparkled. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to pay attention to this. After Merlin cleaned the castle, Zhao Hai immediately took out some daily necessities, such as some things that were commonly used in the castle, corn stalks, as well as the army stove. These were things that the slaves used, after all, they still needed to live. After taking out these things, Zhao Hai left Meg and the others to tidy up the castle. Then he took Merlin to the canyon. They wanted to see if the canyon had become the same as the Black Waste. However, for the safety of the castle, Meg still placed Blockhead on Iron Mountain, letting him monitor the movements of the carrion swamp. Now that the undead and magic beasts had just retreated, they had to be careful. Who knew if those things would come back and give them a surprise attack? Green also wanted to see the land that Zhao Hai wanted. If it hadn't been destroyed, then they would have a very good granary. Merlin used water magic to take the two of them straight to the canyon. Zhao Hai's heart was still very uneasy. He was very clear that the canyon wasn't much better than the outside. The first time he went to the canyon, it was full of black soil, no different from the outside. Once they entered the canyon, Zhao Hai's face buzzed. Things were just as he had expected. The improved land in the canyon had once again returned to its original state. After a while, Zhao Hai sighed. He carefully looked at the land and found a problem. He found that there weren't any footprints on the land. In other words, there weren't any magic beasts that came here. So how did the land become like this? Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the land. Green sighed and said, It seems that this is the place where the flying magic beasts detoxify. There aren't any magic beast footprints on the ground, but there are a lot of black spots on the walls of the canyon. It seems that those should be the flying magic beasts' detoxification. When Zhao Hai heard what Green said, he also looked at the mountain wall. Sure enough, there were a lot of black spots on the mountain wall. It seemed like what Green said was true, the ones that came here to expel the poison were flying magic beasts. Zhao Hai was depressed. The magic beasts of the carrion swamp were strange. The flying magic beasts and the ground magic beasts' detoxification in the same place. Could it be that the flying magic beasts and the ground magic beasts were fighting over the toilets? At this time, Merlin, who was walking around the land, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Master, quickly come and see, Master." Xianxia and Green were both surprised. They didn't know why Merlin was so excited. The two of them quickly walked over. But when they saw the thing in front of Merlin, the two of them were also stunned. There wasn't anything special in front of Merlin. It was just a small sprout, a small corn sprout that had just grown out. This small sprout wasn't very eye-catching, but don't forget that the land here had turned black. Under these circumstances, this small sprout was still able to grow. Wasn't it too strange? The two of them looked at the small sprout in a daze. Xianxia was even more puzzled as he asked, "What's going on here? The land has already turned like that. How can it still grow?" Merlin and Green didn't know how to answer him. They also didn't have an answer to this question. Xianxia didn't believe in heresy and dug up the soil around the small sprout. He discovered that the black soil was only the surface layer. The small sprout's roots were still in good soil. Moreover, it was growing very strong. Therefore, the small sprout was able to grow. Xianxia saw this situation and was surprised. He fixed his eyes on the small sprout's roots. His mind was spinning at lightning speed. When he was on Earth, he went to the countryside to see people planting corn. When those people took out the seeds, Xianxia was stunned. He didn't think that corn seeds would turn out like that. It was very different from the golden corn he usually saw. The seeds were pink and the color was very strange. Xianxia was very strange at that time. He thought that corn seeds were this color. He didn't expect that when he asked, people would laugh and tell him that corn seeds were naturally not this color. The reason why it turned into this color was because the seeds were soaked in insecticides. This was to prevent these seeds from being eaten by insects after they were planted. This was in the north. Because of the climate, when people planted corn, they wouldn't sprout the seeds first. If you want the corn to sprout, you can soak it in jade and then plant it. Naturally, insecticides can also be put in the water. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't thinking about killing insects. What he thought about was whether the corn seeds in the space could also be soaked in the space's water and then planted on the ground. Then he would sprinkle the water and see if he didn't need to improve the soil to make the corn grow. One must know that the space's water can detoxify. Green and Merlin looked at the seeds without moving. They were very surprised. They thought that after this catastrophe, the corn planted here was destroyed. They didn't expect that the corn here could still survive. Xianxia went to the side of the seedling and found that the other corn seeds had also sprouted. Moreover, they were about to sprout soil. Xianxia patted the soil in his hands and then stood up. He turned to Green and Merlin and said, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, let's go back and settle down. We can use the space's water to soak the corn seeds until they sprout. Then when we plant them, we can sprinkle some of the space's water on the corn seedlings. The space's water can detoxify and improve the soil. Let's try and see if we can succeed. If we succeed, then we might be able to plant more land every day." Merlin stared. She turned to Xianxia and said, "Young master, doesn't the space stipulate that we can only improve 10 mu of land per day?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Of course, that's the space's regulation. But right now, we aren't using the space to improve the soil, we're only using the space's water. The space doesn't have any regulations regarding the use of space's water, so we can do it ourselves. We can plant more land as an experiment. Right now, we have more than 100,000 genes of corn. These corn can be used as seeds, so there's nothing wrong with trying it out." Without waiting for Merlin to speak, Green nodded and said, "Young master's idea is good. But won't the space's water be used up?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "That shouldn't be the case. We have so many people, and we eat and drink in the space every day. The amount of water we use every day isn't small. But have you seen the space's water decrease?" Green recalled and said, "There really isn't any decrease. This is really a good idea. But young master, I still think that we should first send the radishes to the market company in exchange for the things we need. Then we can plant some oil fruit trees and alfalfa on the mountain, slowly improving the soil. We can also water the mountain with the space's water, which can shorten the growth time of the oil fruit trees. In this way, regardless of whether the grain is harvested or not, we can still have a fixed income. After several days of contagion, Green no longer called the radishes magic radishes. Xiaohai nodded and said, yes, this should be done. But I'm a little worried. If the two of us go and deliver the radishes, then what about the people in the castle? I'm a little worried about them. If we leave for a period of time and those magic beasts attack again, then they won't be able to withstand it. Green chuckled and said, young master, there's nothing to worry about. We can take the people inside the space with us. In any case, the space will follow you wherever you go. You can put them inside the space and take them away. Xiaohai nodded and said, young master, there's nothing to worry about. Xiaohai stared blankly, then smiled. He had forgotten about this point. In any case, he had the space and could take everyone with him. Even if they missed the planting time, it didn't matter. The safety of the people was the most important. Marine also nodded and said, that's a good idea. Then let's go back and prepare. Right, young master, we should also disguise the castle. The people of the continent should already know that there was a beast disaster in the Black Waste. Those guys will certainly send people to check it out. We might as well pretend to be dead right now so that they won't find us. Maybe we won't have to worry about those guys in the future. Green smiled and said, I'm afraid this won't be easy. You just cleaned up the castle. If someone comes to check, then I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it. But if we disappear, then they won't be able to find us. This time, we won't be going out for a short period of time. Not only do we have to sell the radishes, we also have to find more rare seeds. Marine smiled bitterly. She really didn't think that cleaning up too fast would be a problem. Xiaohai smiled and said, all right, let's do that. We have to go out as soon as possible so that those guys won't be able to find us. Green smiled and said, then young master, let's go first. After we go back, we'll immediately set off. This time, we have a lot of things to do. After we come back, we'll have a lot of things to do. Xiaohai and Marine nodded. The three of them immediately rushed towards the castle. This time, the beast disaster was really a disaster for them. But at the same time, it was also an opportunity for them to get away from the surveillance of those great clans. Xiaohai and the others returned to the castle. They immediately had Meg and the others prepare. They would be going to the Purcell Duchy in 2 days, and they would be taking everyone with them. Actually, this preparation was very simple. They didn't have much to begin with, and the space had everything. The slaves had also lived in the space for some time, so they didn't need to prepare anything. All they needed to do was to inform the slaves. 2 days after coming out of the space, the slaves once again entered the space. But this time, Xiaohai didn't follow them. He wanted to go outside with Green. Last time, Green was walking alone. He was an expert, so he could use his douqi to speed up. Because of this, his speed was very fast. This time, because Xiaohai was running, their speed naturally couldn't be fast. But fortunately, Xiaohai had received a lot of undead into the space. This time, Xiaohai released Alien. He and Green sat on Alien's back and hurried on. Although the speed wasn't as fast as Green's, it wasn't too bad. One must know that Alien was an undead. It didn't know what tiredness was. As long as it determined the direction, it would be like a perpetual motion machine. Sometimes, Xiaohai would also release Marine and the others. In any case, they didn't have a lot of people, only 100. Xiaohai had more than 1,000 undead in his warehouse, which was enough to carry everyone. It must be said that the Black Wasteland was really big. With the speed of Alien, it took them 3 days to reach the outskirts of the Black Wasteland. One must know that during these 3 days, Alien had been moving at a constant speed. This speed wasn't slow at all. Moreover, whether it was day or night, it was always moving. Even so, it took them 3 days to reach the Black Waste. One could imagine how big the Black Waste was. Fortunately, Alien was big enough. Its bones were very hard, so Xiaohai simply put a wooden bed in its chest, completely turning it into a mobile caravan. The only thing that could be praised in the Black Wasteland was the road. The road was paved with stones, and even after thousands of years of wind and frost, it was still smooth. From this point, one could see how superb the craftsmanship of the dwarfs was. This road used to be very beautiful. The dwarves used this road to transport large amounts of iron ore, and then made a variety of iron products and sold them all over the continent. But ever since the iron ore disappeared, this place had completely changed. In the past, some adventurers who wanted to conquer the carrion swamp would take this path. But in the past 100 years, it could be said that no one had taken this path. If it wasn't for the fact that grass didn't grow here, perhaps there wouldn't be any path left here. 3 days later, Xianxia and the others finally arrived at the periphery of the Black Waste. From here, they could see the green in the distance. Although the green was still far away, it still made Xianxia's spirit lift. 3 days, for 3 whole days, they only saw one scenery, black soil, endless black soil. This feeling made Xianxia almost collapse. Green was also relieved. Although he didn't have to walk on his own for 3 days, to be honest, this kind of scenery that didn't change for thousands of years was really a torture for people who were in a hurry. In these 3 days, he and Xianxia talked less and less. Especially in the last half of the day, they didn't say a word. The two just sat there and looked at the endless black soil. It was as if their souls had been sucked away by the black soil. It can be imagined that in this case, a little bit of green suddenly appeared in front of your eyes. Even if it was just a little bit, but for a person, how big of an impact would it have? Xianxia cheered and ran. Green's expression also relaxed. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, he chuckled twice and said to Xianxia, "Young master, this is the periphery of Iron Mountain. After passing through there, we will enter the Purcell Empire. The places we passed through before are all our Buddha clan's territory." Xianxia nodded and turned to look at the black soil. This land was his, but he wasn't happy. There was a lot of land, but it was useless if it couldn't be planted. After this matter, he would go back and try his new idea to see if it was feasible. Slowly, the green became bigger and bigger. Xianxia discovered that the green was really from Iron Mountain. However, this Iron Mountain was very different from the one in the castle. The mountain here was much higher and the trees on the mountain were much bigger. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close to death. You can see the mountain, but walking to the mountain was a completely different concept. Therefore, although Xianxia could see the mountain, it took them another day to really reach the mountain. When they reached the mountain, Xianxia was stunned. He had always thought that Iron Mountain was a semicircle and that the mountain at the exit should be very gentle. But when he really reached the mountain, he felt very surprised. Not only was the mountain not gentle, on the contrary, it was steeper than the one in the castle. Green also noticed Xianxia's expression. He smiled and said, "Young master, are you surprised? The mountain here is actually so high and so steep?" Xianxia nodded. Green smiled and said, "In fact, this isn't strange. To be honest, Iron Mountain is actually a circle, and the ups and downs are very fierce. Here at the exit, even if it isn't the highest place, it definitely isn't the lowest place. In comparison, it might be higher than the castle." Xianxia nodded. He looked at the 100-meter wide canyon in the distance. It was the only way out of the Black Waste. As long as they went out, they would enter the territory of the Purcell Duchy. Green pointed to the canyon and said, "That place originally had a very nice name, Iron Flow Canyon. It means that the iron in Iron Mountain flowed out from there. However, Iron Mountain no longer produced iron, so the canyon slowly became unknown. Now, it is called Forgotten Valley. Outside the Forgotten Valley, we can see a fortress built by the Purcell Duchy. It is called Montenegro Fortress. It is specifically used to prevent large-scale beasts from escaping from the Forgotten Valley to the Purcell Duchy. But it is strange that those beasts have never left the Black Waste. They seem to be only active in the Black Waste and never take a step out. Therefore, it slowly became a paradise for adventurers. Although these adventurers no longer go to the Carrion Swamp, they still go to Iron Mountain to catch beasts or hunt them. Therefore, there are a lot of people there." Xianxia nodded and said, "If we go directly, won't they be suspicious? What if we are discovered by them?" Green smiled and said, "Master doesn't need to worry. After a while, we will directly enter the mountain from the Forgotten Valley. Then, I will go to Montenegro Fortress and get some clothes. You can use these undead to dress up as a black mage." Black mage was actually a general term. All mages who studied dark magic, poison magic, blood magic, and other dark magic were called black mages. But this world was not like Xiao Hai thought. It was extremely repulsive towards black magic. This world worshipped power. As long as they were given power, no matter what kind of power it was acceptable. And black mages were a group of people that people in this world did not want to provoke. Perhaps because black mages studied dark magic, their temperament was also gloomy. If you provoked them, they might not act on the spot, but they would certainly retaliate. No one liked to provoke such people. But if one were to ask who had the highest status in this world, some people would answer that it might be the nobility or the royal family. But it was undeniable that the status of mages was absolutely not low. A great mage would be courteous in any country. If the Buddha clan didn't have a great mage like Merlin, they might have already been exterminated. But black mages were an exception. No country would welcome black mages. They also wouldn't offend black mages. Most people didn't like to come in contact with black mages. Therefore, Green let Xiao Hai become a black mage. In fact, it was a kind of protection. No one liked to come in contact with black mages. Naturally, they wouldn't discover Xiao Hai's identity. This was more convenient for their actions. Xiao Hai knew that his understanding of this world was still too little, so he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "You arrange it, Grandpa Green. I rarely walked outside before, so I don't know much about the outside world. When I go outside, I will listen to you." Green nodded. This time's operation was related to the survival of the Buddha clan. They had to sell the radishes in their hands, and they couldn't let people discover their identities. Otherwise, the Buddha clan would be in big trouble. Green was really afraid that Xiao Hai would act recklessly. Currently, the Buddha clan was like a rat crossing the street in the Oxu Empire. As long as they made any strange movements, they would immediately be met with a merciless attack. It was precisely because of this that Green was even more careful. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Hai had replaced Adam, even if Green was beaten to death, he wouldn't have dared to lead Xiao Hai out. Now, Green hoped that Xiao Hai could come out more often. This was because Xiao Hai would be the one to rule the Buddha clan in the future. He wanted to understand this world. Green hoped that through this way, Xiao Hai would be able to understand this world. Green was actually paving the way for Xiao Hai. One must know that he wasn't young. He also knew this. Although he was an expert and had lived longer than the average person, he still hoped that Xiao Hai could grow up. This way, even if something happened to him one day, Xiao Hai could support the entire Buddha clan by himself. Green could then feel at ease. Yesterday I had something to do, so I was only able to update one chapter. My sincere apologies, I will try my best to make up for it today, please rest assured. The two quickly entered the Forgotten Valley. Xiao Hai didn't put away Alien, he didn't need to. If his identity was a black mage, then bringing Alien with him wouldn't be excessive. Especially in the wild, no one would care. But generally, when entering a city, black mages would put away their summoned beasts or undead. The sides of the valley weren't very steep, but two gentle slopes with some shrubs and weeds growing on them. But it can be seen that the trees here were much stronger than the ones in the castle. At the very least, they seemed to be full of vitality, unlike the ones in the castle, where the trees looked like they were suffering from a serious illness. There was no one to be seen in the Forgotten Valley, only the occasional sound of insects could be heard. Looking at the slopes on both sides, Green turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, after going up the mountain, find a place and immediately enter the space. I'll go to Montenegro to buy some clothes. When I come back, we'll go to Montenegro together." Xiao Hai nodded, then he directed Alien to climb up the mountain. Alien was now just a skeleton, but its claws were still very sharp, so it didn't take much effort to climb the mountain. Although they were still an iron mountain, the trees here were much stronger than the ones in the castle. There were thick trees everywhere, Xiao Hai couldn't name them. He couldn't tell the difference between the trees here and the ones on Earth. When he was on Earth, he knew very little about these trees. In addition to common species like poplar, willow, elm, and pine, he didn't recognize any other trees. Green sat next to Xiao Hai, looking at the trees. He said, "Young master, the woods here are very dangerous. Not only are there magic beasts coming in and out from time to time, there are also some plants that are very poisonous, so you must be careful. Zhao Hai nodded. Although he had never been to such a primitive forest before, this place was very famous on the internet. Generally, people who wrote novels would set this place as a very dangerous scene. Even those realistic novels would describe the forest as a dangerous place. Moreover, this world had magical beasts, so of course he would be more careful. The vegetation on the mountain was very intact, and one could see all kinds of trees everywhere. Moreover, once one entered the forest, the light would dim, making one feel gloomy and cold. The two walked into the woods for a while before they found a secluded place. The two ran out of xenomorph. Zhao Hai directly received xenomorph into the space. Then Zhao Hai and Green also entered the space. The corn on the ground in the space was still growing strong, the oily rice was still healthy, and the slaves were still learning how to write. Merlin didn't have much to do now. Other than teaching the slaves how to write, she could only prepare 3 meals a day. However, it couldn't be said that she was completely fine. This time, in the castle, Zhao Hai took the stones that and the others had mined and stored them in the space. This way, and the others could try to make some rollers and grinds them. Moreover, this time, Zhao Hai also took a lot of grasses into the space. He wanted the slaves to have something to do. If people only studied, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he wanted them to do these things. Needless to say, the effect was surprisingly good. For the slaves, this work was not a problem at all. It was a perfect combination of work and rest. When Merlin saw the two come in, she was surprised. These days, if there wasn't anything important, then Green and Zhao Hai wouldn't enter the space. If they wanted to meet the two, then they would have to leave the space. Merlin quickly greeted them and said, "Young master, Green, how did you come in? Did something happen?" Green smiled and said, "It's nothing. Right now, we're in Forgotten Valley. We're in the woods of Iron Mountain. I told the young master to stay in the space for a while. I'll go to Montenegro Fortress to get 2 sets of clothes and then go out." Merlin, of course, understood Green's meaning. She nodded and said, "Good, then you go quickly. We'll wait for you here." "Right, remember this place. Don't lose your way when the time comes." These days, Merlin was in a good mood. In any case, the Buddha clan was going to have an income. This was the first time since the Buddha clan's disaster that they had an income. Although the money wasn't in their hands, this represented hope. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you should also be careful. Right now, our identities can't be exposed. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be unlucky. It doesn't matter if we can't sell the radishes. We can wait for a while until the wind passes. Your safety is the most important thing." Green's face showed a trace of a warm smile. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Young master, rest assured. If I don't see the Buddha clan's revival, these old bones won't be willing to die." Then he laughed. If it was before, Green wouldn't have made such an action to Zhao Hai. That was because he and Adam weren't that close. Adam also hated Green very much. How could the two of them make such an intimate action? But now, Adam's body contained Zhao Hai's soul. Zhao Hai was an otaku and also an orphan. But he was born in China. China paid particular attention to filial piety. Although Green and Merlin were his servants in name, ever since he woke up, Merlin had always taken care of him. This made Zhao Hai unnaturally develop a kind of respect and love for his elders. Zhao Hai's change was quickly noticed by Merlin and Green. Both of them had children. They were very sensitive to the emotional changes of children. It was precisely because they discovered this change in Zhao Hai that Green would make such an action to Zhao Hai. Otherwise, with Green's old-fashioned character, it was impossible to do so. Zhao Hai didn't have a bit of disgust when Green patted his shoulder. He just felt the love and care of an elder for a younger generation. But he didn't say anything. He was a very reserved person and wouldn't reveal his feelings too much. So he just nodded and said to Green, "Well, Grandpa Green, I'll send you out." Green clicked on the Industry University research button. Zhao Hai's mind moved, and Green came out of the space. Green paid attention to the surrounding environment. He left some marks in a few corners that people didn't pay attention to, and then flew to Montenegro Fortress. Green was an old man. He was very clear about the style of adventurers, so he didn't have any scruples. In reality, those who were paying attention to the Buddha clan were the great nobles. And those great nobles couldn't put their energy on them. After all, the Buddha clan was no longer a threat to those great nobles. And those people didn't want to provoke Green and Merlin, these two powerful figures. And those ordinary adventurers wouldn't pay attention to the Buddha clan. Now that no one had issued a mission to deal with the Buddha clan didn't have the ability to hire them. Those adventurers didn't have the time to take care of a declining noble. The real threat to the Buddha clan was none other than the Purcell clan. In the past, the relationship between the Purcell clan and the Buddha clan was very good. The two families were also preparing for a marriage. But since the fall of the Buddha clan, the Purcell clan didn't mention any marriage. On the contrary, they wanted the Buddha clan to perish. There was almost no love in aristocratic marriages, only benefits. In the past, the Purcell clan and the Buddha clan had a marriage alliance because the Buddha clan could bring them benefits. But now that the Buddha clan had fallen, for the Purcell clan, the Buddha clan didn't have any value. In this case, how could they still honor the marriage agreement? The Purcell clan didn't want to honor the marriage agreement, but they had the same problem as the other aristocrats. They wanted to save face. One must know that the Buddha clan was now completely suppressed. But because of this, they were weak. If the Purcell clan and the Buddha clan were to break off the marriage agreement, then the Purcell clan's reputation in the aristocratic circle would be ruined. The Purcell clan wouldn't do such an idiotic thing. Therefore, there were only two ways to dissolve the engagement. One was for the Buddha clan to take the initiative to dissolve the engagement. Although everyone knew that even if the Buddha clan took the initiative to dissolve the engagement, it would be because they were forced by the Purcell clan. But at the very least, it would still be acceptable. The other way was even simpler. It was for the Buddha clan to perish and Adam Buddha to die. This way, the Purcell clan wouldn't have to fulfill the marriage agreement. In fact, Green also thought about breaking off the marriage agreement with the Purcell clan. But at that time, Zhao Hai hadn't woken up yet, so he couldn't make the decision. Green was also angry with the Purcell clan. When the Buddha clan needed help, the Purcell clan chose to stand by and watch. Otherwise, the Buddha clan wouldn't have fallen to this point. After all, the Purcell clan was a powerful clan in the empire, a force that couldn't be underestimated. It was because of this resentment towards the Purcell clan that Green didn't tell Zhao Hai about breaking off the marriage agreement. He wanted to keep it that way. Your Purcell clan didn't help us and let us fall to this point, I won't let you live well. Green was very clear about the aristocrats' problems with saving face. So he was sure that the Purcell clan wouldn't take the initiative to break off the marriage agreement. They would only put pressure on the Buddha clan and let them take the initiative to break off the marriage agreement. However, Green didn't want to break off the marriage agreement. He knew that the Purcell clan wouldn't let them off, but they had too many things to do. There were too many threats. One more wasn't a big deal, one less wasn't a big deal. Although he said this, Green was still very careful. This was because the only entrance to the Black Waste was the Purcell clan. Now that they were a thorn in the Purcell clan's side, the Purcell clan would certainly pay attention to their movements. So he was very careful. At the northern exit of the Forgotten Valley, a fortress stood quietly. This fortress was made of black stone. The height of the walls reached a staggering 40 meters, and the length of the walls blocked the entire Forgotten Valley. The entire fortress was like an iron wall, blocking the Forgotten Valley. If you want to go through the Forgotten Valley, you must go through Montenegro Fortress. However, when you get close to Montenegro Fortress, you will find that this fortress wasn't as powerful as you imagined. In fact, this fortress was more like an old man. The parapets above the fortress were damaged in many places, and the outside of the fortress looked shabby, as if it hadn't been repaired for a long time. In fact, when the Purcell clan built this fortress, it was to prevent the carrion swamp from escaping to the Purcell Duchy through the Forgotten Valley. However, this fortress had been built for hundreds of years, but those magic beasts had only been active in the Black Waste. They simply didn't come to the Forgotten Valley, which caused the fortress to slowly be forgotten. Although there were still some garrisons here, they were mostly used to protect public order. Although there were no garrisons here, no one dared to underestimate the fighting strength here. This was because there were a large number of adventurers and mercenaries in Montenegro fortress. These people were also a force that couldn't be underestimated. But at the same time, the existence of these people also made the public order in Montenegro fortress very chaotic. The city defense officer was also a pain in the ass because whether it was adventurers or mercenaries, they were all unruly guys. If they didn't handle things well, they would pull out their swords and cut people. Facing such a group of barbarians, the city defense army was even more powerless since they weren't elite. It was precisely because of this that Montenegro fortress finally evolved into a city defense force. Several large mercenary groups and several large merchants jointly managed the place. These large mercenary groups and merchants had their own territories, and they didn't invade each other and coexisted peacefully. Of course, in this case, the Purcell Duchy didn't receive any taxes. If they couldn't collect taxes, the duchy wouldn't give them money to repair the walls. Slowly, Montenegro became a paradise for mercenaries, adventurers, and even fugitives. This also reflected the situation in the Black Waste. The Black Waste was a land of death, so for the Purcell Duchy, Montenegro fortress was the safest border town. There were no enemies around, and it was close to the mountains. Such a place often had dragons and snakes mixed together. If the Black Waste was very prosperous, then Montenegro fortress would be an important border town. Because of the trade, the Purcell Duchy would be able to collect a lot of taxes. Naturally, they would pay attention to Montenegro fortress instead of selectively forgetting about it. Under such circumstances, the defense of Montenegro fortress could be imagined. For Green, it was an undefended city. Of course, he wouldn't swagger into Montenegro fortress from the main entrance. If he did, he might be recognized. Green had sneaked into Montenegro fortress by climbing over the wall. The commercial development of Montenegro fortress was very abnormal. Weapon shops, medicine shops, equipment shops, taverns, hotels, restaurants, and so on could be found everywhere. However, places to buy daily necessities were very difficult to find. In addition to the city guards, adventurers, and mercenaries, there were very few ordinary people in the fortress. Of course, this wasn't what Green cared about. He found a relatively remote equipment store and bought 5 black magic robes with a hat and a very long wooden magic staff. He also bought a set of armor for himself. It was a very beautiful set of armor, but it wasn't very much. The most important thing about this set of armor was that it had a helmet that could cover Green's entire face. The magic robes were naturally for Xiao Hai. With this magic robe and magic staff, Xiao Hai could dress up as a black magician. After all, other than a black magician, no magician would like to wear this kind of strange magic robe that almost wrapped up the whole person. One must know that the magic robes on the continent had been improved for several generations. Not only were they particularly comfortable to wear, but they were also very beautiful. Especially some female magicians, their magic robes were very gorgeous, almost comparable to a formal dress. Compared to ordinary magicians, black magicians preferred the magic robes that Green bought. This kind of magic robe was very thick, and the hat was very big, almost covering the whole face. Slowly, this kind of magic robe became the symbol of a black magician. For Green, the only use of this kind of armor was that it could cover his face. He wanted to dress up as a magician's follower. One must know that on the continent, magicians were a group of people with a very high status. Under normal circumstances, they didn't lack money. Therefore, although magicians weren't afraid of close combat, they would still bring some followers. These followers could help the magician in battle, but they might also help the magician in peacetime. Therefore, on the continent, if you saw a magician accompanied by a group of warriors dressed like iron cans, you wouldn't be surprised at all. Those warriors were the magician's followers. This time, Green wanted to dress up as a warrior following a magician. Only in this way could he always be at Xiao Hai's side without being suspected. After buying these things, Green also bought some mercenary things, including a mercenary backpack. A mercenary backpack was the standard equipment of every mercenary and adventurer. Because these mercenaries and adventurers spent most of their time in the wild, they would prepare some corresponding things for themselves according to different tasks. They would also add some food, necessities, and spoils of war. They also needed a place to put them, so this kind of mercenary backpack was born. The main purpose of Green buying this thing was to not let people discover the secret of Zhao Hai's space. Their goal this time wasn't Montenegro. Montenegro was just a place they passed by. Here, no one would care about them, because people here didn't care about other things. In addition, the Purcell clan didn't have any power here, so Green wasn't worried. But if they went to other places, it wouldn't be so smooth. The Purcell clan's control of their own territory was still very good. Of course, Montenegro was an exception. Green also wanted to buy more things, but he didn't have any money in his hands. Although he could make money by selling the radishes, he couldn't forget that they hadn't sold the radishes yet. So he could only buy some necessities and leave Montenegro. However, Green wasn't wearing a shiny silver armor. Instead, he was wearing an ordinary adventurer's cloth, which made him look inconspicuous. There were hundreds of adventurers coming in and out of Montenegro every day, so who would pay attention to him? Although Green was out of Montenegro, he was still very careful to look around. Then he slowly walked into the mountains. To be honest, he was now a bit paranoid. Green circled the mountains several times. After making sure that he wasn't being followed, he came to the place where he made the mark. Before he could do anything, the space hole appeared. Green flashed into the space and the space hole disappeared. Everything returned to calm. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation outside the space, so when Green appeared, he noticed. Don't forget, he could see everything within 100 meters. When he saw the big backpack in Green's hand, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This backpack looked like a mountaineering backpack from his previous life. Except for the different materials, the workmanship wasn't so fine, and there was no zipper. It really looked like a mountaineering backpack. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he pointed to the big backpack. Grandpa Green, why did you buy this thing? We don't need it at all. Green smiled. Of course we don't need this thing. But with this thing, we can hide the existence of the space. After all, space preparation is very rare on the continent. Zhao Hai immediately understood Green's meaning. He nodded. Yes, I almost forgot about this. Green smiled and gave the magic staff to Zhao Hai. This magician is also a good-looking thing. Although I didn't choose the worst, it's the lightest. So the young master won't have to struggle to pick it up. There's a magic robe in the backpack. Young master, put it on. Zhao Hai nodded. He took the magic staff and the backpack. He didn't know what kind of wood this magic staff was made of. It was very light. Zhao Hai felt that he wasn't holding a piece of wood, but rather a bamboo pole. However, Zhao Hai didn't study the magic staff. Instead, he took the backpack and entered the thatched hut. The clothes that Zhao Hai first wore were the noble clothes that Green and the others had prepared for him. The noble clothes here were very gorgeous, but they were also very inconvenient. Although the lower part of his body wasn't the tight pants that Zhao Hai had seen on Earth, the pants were still very inconvenient. In the end, Zhao Hai simply didn't wear the noble clothes. Now that he had a lot of things to do, wearing such clothes would only affect his movements. Marine was also aware of this point, so she didn't oppose it. When Green came back and saw that Zhao Hai wasn't wearing the noble clothes, he originally wanted to oppose it. However, after seeing that Zhao Hai had a lot of things to do, wearing such clothes was indeed inconvenient. He wasn't a person who didn't know how to be flexible. Zhao Hai was now wearing Green's warrior clothes. It was just that Marine had made it a little smaller. Zhao Hai wasn't as tall as Green, but fortunately, Green wasn't very strong, so there was no need to change it too much. In order to make it convenient for a warrior to fight, it was naturally made very loose. Zhao Hai liked it very much. I'm sorry, I just received a call from home. Grandfather passed away. I'm going to be very busy for the next 2 days, so I won't be updating for 2 days. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai looked at the magic robe in his hand and was speechless. The craftsmanship of this magic robe wasn't very good. He didn't know what the cloth was made of, but it was very thick. It was just a cloth robe, but it felt very heavy in his hand. What made him even more speechless was that the style of this robe looked like something a villain would wear in a TV show. It was a black magic robe with a big hat on the back. The hat was very big, and the most important thing was that there was a black veil covering the face. After wearing the hat, the black veil would cover the entire face, making people unable to see the appearance of the wearer. Well, no matter what, this was discussed with Green. Also, he wanted to disguise himself as a dark mage, so wearing this robe was just right. The magic robe was very big, but it was also quite thick. Zhao took off his warrior clothes and put on the magic robe. Although the cloth didn't look like much, it was very warm and soft, so it was very comfortable to wear. Zhao didn't feel cold at all. Although the cloth didn't look like much, it was very warm and soft, so it was very comfortable to wear. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He picked up the magic staff on the side and put on the hat. Then he went out of the thatched hut. Green and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai coming out of the door. When Zhao Hai wore his warrior's clothes, they didn't realize that the most suitable clothing for Zhao Hai was a magic robe. This black magic robe was very suitable for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body had a very strange temperament, as if he was out of tune with this world. But if you didn't pay attention to him, you wouldn't be able to feel his existence. It was as if he was invisible. In fact, the reason why Zhao Hai had this temperament was because he was an otaku back on Earth. Otakus generally didn't communicate with people, sometimes they would appear to be out of tune with the world. But at the same time, they were very good at hiding themselves. They would always put themselves in a place where people wouldn't pay attention to them. Then they would observe the world with cold eyes. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he went out with his friend to do something. The two of them invited a person to eat. From the time they invited that person to the car, Zhao Hai followed his friend. But when they arrived at the restaurant and entered the private room, the person they invited looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. Then he said to Zhao Hai's friend, "Did you invite this person as well?" Zhao Hai and his friend didn't know what to do. This was because along the way, Zhao Hai accompanied the other party. But the other party didn't notice him at all. It can be seen how inconspicuous Zhao Hai was. He could be called an invisible person in the city. Because of this temperament, Zhao Hai was very suitable to wear this black robe. He seemed to be out of tune with this world, but it was easy to ignore his existence. This was the temperament that a dark mage should have. Generally speaking, people who are out of tune should be more noticeable. But on Zhao Hai's body, these two temperaments were combined into one, forming a very strange temperament. It made people notice him at first glance, but then they would immediately ignore his existence. Zhao Hai saw Green and the others staring at him. He couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly took off his hat and said, "What's wrong? Is it strange?" When Zhao Hai took off his hat, Green and the others recovered. When Zhao Hai put on his hat, his body's temperament suddenly changed. That strange temperament also disappeared. Now he had the temperament of a neighbor's boy. This temperament change was very mysterious. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. But Green and the others were very happy. As long as Zhao Hai went out wearing his magic robe, then he was a dark mage. As long as he took off his magic robe, then no one would associate him with a dark mage. This made it more convenient for Zhao Hai to hide his identity. As long as he wanted, he could change from a dark mage to another person at any time. Moreover, no one would suspect him. Green immediately shook his head and said, "No, very little. This set of clothes is very suitable for the young master. Young master, this time when you go out, I think you should let Meg follow you. She can be your maid. If I go out, she can also protect you. Moreover, if a dark mage has a maid by his side, no one would suspect anything." Zhao Hai looked at Meg. To be honest, although he wanted Meg to follow by his side, when he thought of being hugged by Meg, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He didn't dare to face Meg. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Green continued, "I originally wanted to let Blockhead and the others follow you. But Blockhead and the others' fighting strength is still too weak. Moreover, if the two of them were to appear together, then it would arouse people's suspicion. In the continent, these two silly boys still have some fame." Zhao Hai really didn't think of this. He wanted to tell Green to let Blockhead and Rockhead follow him. But when he heard Green say this, he had to give up. At this time, Meg suddenly said, "Does the young master not want to hate Meg?" Zhao Hai stared blankly and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Meg. He saw that Meg was looking at him with tears in her eyes. That delicate and pitiful appearance really made people unable to speak ruthlessly. Zhao Hai quickly said, "No, that's not it. Alright, you can follow me." Then he turned his head, not daring to look at Meg. He didn't notice that the moment he turned his head, Meg's face showed a trace of a sly smile. Meg had already discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to be a little afraid of her. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be alone with her. She just wanted to try and see if Zhao Hai really cared about her. The result was very mature. Zhao Hai really cared about her. Men would never understand a girl's thoughts. Meg just wanted to know if Zhao Hai cared about her. But when she saw Zhao Hai's current appearance, Meg couldn't help but find it somewhat funny. She wanted to tease Zhao Hai even more. But Green and Merlin were always by her side, so she didn't dare to act recklessly. Green noticed Meg's appearance and couldn't help but glare at her. Meg stuck out her tongue and lowered her head. She turned around and said, "I'm going to pack my things." Finished speaking, she ran to her own small room. Green didn't care. He and Merlin both knew that Meg was interested in Zhao Hai. If it was before, they wouldn't have let Meg get close to Zhao Hai. But now, they didn't oppose. Green looked at Zhao Hai again, then turned to Merlin and said, "Merlin, you should also prepare. If I go out and something happens, let the young master enter the space." "Young master, you'd better give the right to use the screen to Merlin. This way, even if we rest, Merlin and the others can be on guard for us. Nothing will happen. If I go out and Meg isn't by your side, you can let Merlin and the others come out to help you at any time." Although Zhao Hai felt that it wasn't necessary, he still agreed. However, he still felt uncomfortable. If he gave the right to use the screen to Merlin and the others, then he would have to be under Merlin's surveillance 24 hours a day. This kind of life would be really hard to pass. However, Zhao Hai still did as he was told. He didn't want to be killed by others. This time, after leaving the Black Waste, he knew all about the situation outside. It was better to be safe. Although he obtained all of Adam's memories, Adam had never left the Oxu Empire's capital from birth to his coma. He was also ignorant about the situation outside. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't know anything about the situation outside. He could only do as Green said. After giving the right to use the screen to Merlin, Meg packed up and came out. She was holding a small bag in her hand and wearing a maid's uniform. Needless to say, Meg was really beautiful in her maid's uniform. That gentle temperament made people involuntarily give birth to a desire to protect her. Zhao Hai glanced at Meg. Desolate hurriedly turned his face and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, I'll leave the matter of the space to you. If there's anything you need, just knock on the screen. I'll hear it." Merlin nodded and said, "Young master, rest assured. You also have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. With a thought, he, Green, and Meg appeared in the woods. Green looked around and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, call out Alien. Let him carry us to Montenegro Fortress." Zhao Hai stared, puzzled. "Grandpa Green, if we want to enter the city, don't we have to put away the summoned creatures? Why do we have to call out Alien?" Green smiled and said, "In other cities, of course you have to put away your summoned creatures. If you don't, people will think that you want to attack the city. But here in Montenegro Fortress, there's no need. This place is a place where dragons and snakes are mixed together. No one will attack here. If we ride Alien, not only will no one care, it will also reduce a lot of trouble. Otherwise, the city's defense forces, as well as the mercenary corps, may come to us to collect taxes. As long as we ride Alien, no one will dare to mess around." Zhao Hai was puzzled. "Don't tell me that wearing a black mage's robe doesn't work. Those people will still dare to deal with me." Green smiled and said, "This place is different from other cities. In other cities, mages are mages and almost no one would pretend to be one. But here, there are a lot of adventurers who pretend to be dark mages. This is because dark mages aren't easy to deal with in the continent. Therefore, there are often dark mages who pretend to be dark mages to rob. Some adventurers who obtain good things would also pretend to be dark mages and transport them away. This way, after a long time, dark mages wouldn't be so terrible here. If we don't release alien, then those people might not think that we are dark mages. Resume updating, Zhao Hai really didn't think that such a thing would happen. In this world, there were people who dared to pretend to be black mages. One must know that black mages were a group of people that no one wanted to provoke. He didn't think that in Montenegro Fortress, there would be people who dared to pretend to be black mages. It was really a strange place. Green apparently saw Zhao Hai's puzzlement. He smiled and said, "There's nothing strange about it. This is a paradise for mercenaries and adventurers. There's nothing that those daring guys don't dare to do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to you. Let's go." After saying that, Green and Merlin sat on Alien's body. Green had already put on the glittering armor. He looked like an iron can, but to be honest, this armor looked quite mighty. But Zhao Hai also knew that this thing was just for show. Especially for an expert like Green, this thing simply couldn't provide any protection. If he really needed to rely on this thing to protect his safety, it would mean that he had already lost. Meg, who was wearing a maid's uniform, quietly accompanied Zhao Hai as they sat on the alien's chest. She had seen Zhao Hai sitting on the alien's chest before, but she had never sat on it herself. Now that she sat on it, she was really curious. However, she soon discovered that it wasn't very comfortable to sit here. Although the wooden planks were covered with a thick layer of quilt, it still felt hard to sit on them. Moreover, the space in the chest wasn't very big. Although the alien's body length reached an astonishing 10 meters, most of this length was concentrated in its tail. Its tail was half the length of its body. In other words, its tail was about 5 meters long. In addition to its 2-meter-long head, the remaining length of its chest was only about 2 meters, and its height was only about 1 meter. Fortunately, they were under the xenomorph's ribs. There were gaps in the xenomorph's ribs, so they could stand up from the gaps. It was like sitting in a convertible yashitake. Today, Green didn't sit there. Instead, he sat on the xenomorph's skull. The xenomorph's skull wasn't small. It didn't matter if Green was standing or sitting on it. With his skills, even sleeping on it wouldn't be a problem. The alien didn't have any feelings. Naturally, it didn't mind being ridden on its head. Although it was now Zhao Hai's summoned beast, it didn't mean that it had feelings. It just forgot its instinctive desire for flesh and blood. It could be said that the space made it forget that desire for flesh and blood. It was like a machine that had been reprogrammed. A machine had no feelings. The three people slowly left the woods and returned to the Forgotten Valley. There was still no one in the Forgotten Valley. Zhao Hai didn't care and directed the alien to go straight to Montenegro Fortress. They weren't very far from Montenegro Fortress. After walking for about half an hour, they saw the walls in the distance. They also saw people going in and out of the gate. But now, because it was a little far, they couldn't see their faces. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate and directed the alien to go straight to Montenegro Fortress. Green had told him before that as long as he sat on the alien's back, no one would dare to offend them. No one would dare to inquire about their details. No one on the continent liked to provoke a black magician. The three people sat on the alien's back and swaggered to Montenegro Fortress. After walking for less than 5 minutes, they met a small group of mercenaries on the road. This small group of mercenaries only had 5 people. Each of them was carrying an adventurer's backpack. They were somewhat surprised to see Zhao Hai's group. But when they saw the huge body of the alien, they couldn't help but dodge to the side and immediately stood on the side of the road. As Green said, they didn't dare to provoke a black magician, especially when the black magician had such a powerful undead summoned beast. Zhao Hai's body didn't move, but his eyes were looking at the mercenaries. They were wearing simple leather armor. Each of them had a weapon on their body and a backpack on their back. Other than that, there was nothing else. Zhao Hai noticed that these people weren't the same. The one in front had a bow on his back and a short knife on his waist. His body was very thin, but his hands and feet were long. At a glance, one could see that he was a very flexible guy. The second person was also carrying a backpack, but in his hand was a double-bladed axe. The weight of the axe wasn't light. The leather armor on his body was also relatively thick. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that although this guy was very tall, his body wasn't very big. Instead, he was thin. But under his black skin, there were iron-like muscles. He looked like a powerful warrior. The third person was different from the first two. This person's attire was very orthodox. He wore leather armor and held a large sword in his hand. He wore a leather helmet on his head, boots on his feet, and a cloak on his back. Underneath the leather armor, he wore a warrior's attire. This attire could be said to be the most orthodox adventurer attire. Behind this person were two people. These two people seemed to be brothers. They looked very similar, but they weren't twins. However, these two people had one thing in common: they were very fat. Moreover, they were holding chicken feet in their hands and were stuffing them into their mouths. It seemed like they had been eating for a few days. Although Zhao Hai was looking at them, his body didn't move. Because the black robe's hood was still on his head, the five people thought that Zhao Hai's eyes were focused on the front and didn't pay attention to them. Although there were some people who pretended to be black mages in Montenegro, seeing the heroic appearance of Alien, no one doubted that Zhao Hai was a fake. After all, it was impossible for a fake black mage to summon an undead beast. Alien's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had left the five people. Zhao Hai withdrew his gaze. To be honest, whether it was his previous life or this life, this was the first time he saw mercenaries. Therefore, he was very curious. In addition, these five people had their own characteristics. Zhao Hai had his first impression of mercenaries, but he couldn't see how strong they were. At this time, Green said in a deep voice, "Master, the five people just now are from a small well-known adventurer group in Montenegro Fortress. They are called the Kuwei Snake Adventurer Group. The strength of these five people is not bad. Among them, the one with the axe and the one with the sword are already at the peak of the 6th level." Zhao Hai didn't think that these people would be so powerful. 6th rank? In other words, they were more powerful than Blockhead and Rockhead. It seems like there were a lot of experts in this world. The three met a lot of adventurers and mercenaries along the way. Some of these people were dressed like the five people in front of them, wearing leather armor. It seems like these people were doing well. But most of the mercenaries and adventurers didn't wear leather armor at all. They only wore rough warrior clothes and held weapons in their hands. Some of them didn't even have a backpack, so they could be considered mercenaries. When these mercenaries and adventurers saw Zhao Hai, they all stepped aside. Even if their strength was good, who would want to have a conflict with a black mage? Although these mercenaries and adventurers were unruly, they were also flexible. As long as they couldn't afford to provoke someone, they would lower their status. After all, they were just a group of mercenaries. Of course, you can't bully them too much. If someone bullied them too much, they would resist. Moreover, it would be a kind of undead resistance. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Hai and the others sat on Alien and swaggered into Montenegro. Even the city guards in front of the gate didn't dare to stop them. These city guards were only one of the forces in the city, and not the biggest force. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to provoke a black mage. According to Green's guidance, they stopped in front of a large and luxurious hotel. Zhao Hai looked up at the hotel and saw that it was written on it. The three got down from Alien. Green carried his backpack, and Merlin picked up his small bag of talismans. Zhao Hai found that there was nothing else to take, so he put Alien away with his magic staff. Any summoner could send their summons back to their summoning space. That space was very strange. Apart from the summoner himself, others couldn't feel him. Moreover, other than the summons, nothing else could be stored there. Unless this thing was placed inside the body of the summons, then it could be brought to the summoning space. Alien was a skeletal crocodile, so the wooden board that Zhao Hai tied to its chest could be put into the summoning space. If it couldn't, Green would have already reminded him. When the waiter saw the dark mage, he didn't want to come out and greet him. However, he was afraid of angering the dark mage, which would make him even more unlucky. So he braced himself and walked over to Zhao Hai. With a smile on his face, he said, "Welcome, Mr. Mage. Our hotel is the most high-end hotel in Montenegro Fortress. We provide hot water 24 hours a day, which can wash away the fatigue of the body." Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just waved his hand. Green immediately went to the waiter and said, "Get the 2 best rooms. Prepare the hot water and bring a table of good food to the rooms." Nothing else. After saying that, he stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai then walked into the hotel. This was what they had discussed in advance. Zhao Hai didn't speak as much as possible and let Green do everything. This way, on one hand, he could give people an unfathomable feeling. On the other hand, it was to prevent people from guessing Zhao Hai's age from his voice. End of chapter 59. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.